So that's Dersh in his own
Also,
words.
I do not know what happened to my first wife.
Okay, this is where I'm going. This is where I'm going. This is where I'm going with this segment. Like, you see Alan Dershowitz on TV, and you think to yourself, "God, what a tiresome asshole this guy is. I can't believe I have to see his dumb, ugly face on TV." For these people on the Vineyard, they clearly have a problem with him now because he has gone on Fox News or Tucker to defend Trump from the Mueller investigation, because this is what really excites and animates them is impeaching Trump and high crimes and misdemeanors.
Daddy Mueller,
spank
me.
Here's my comment. In the years before this, did none of these people want to socially ostracize Alan Dershowitz for fucking kids? Allegedly?
Yeah.
Or maybe also allegedly killing his first wife?
Yeah.
Here's real quick. Or any of the things he said about Israel?
No, of course
yeah,
not.
of course not. That's all acceptable to them. Because guess what? Half of those motherfuckers are probably on the Jeffrey Epstein flight logs as well.
Oh, yeah.
Just in case you don't know what I'm talking about, Alan Dershowitz was one of many names that turned up on the flight logs of Jeffrey Epstein's private plane.
Yep.
Alan Dershowitz took many private flights with someone who was once his friend, who he now claims he is not friends with and only spoke to about raising money for Harvard. But they have a friendship that goes back to 1997. And Alan Dershowitz, and again, in case you don't know, Jeffrey Epstein is like the millionaire financier who went to jail for suborning sex from a minor. Could have done much worse time. But what do you know it? Alan Dershowitz, who again was on his private flights to his, quote, Lolita Island.
Mm-hmm.
This is a guy who literally had a ring of underage girls acting as his sex slaves.
Yes.
This is documented in federal court. Wouldn't you know it, Alan Dershowitz was involved in his legal defense and was also involved in crafting the plea that sent Jeffrey Epstein to prison for a very short amount of time for what the crimes he did, but most importantly, kept it out of federal court, and also kept any of the victims or accusers from testifying.
Yep.
Or releasing any of the other names, naming anyone else.
Donald Trump in 2002 tells New York Magazine, "I've known Jeff for 15 years. Terrific guy. He's a lot of fun to be with. It is even said he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side. No doubt about it. Jeffrey enjoys his social life."
So I'm reading.
Hey, hashtag QAnon.
I'm reading.
He was going undercover, dude.
I'm reading.
Donald Trump was going undercover on that plane.
I'm reading that from Gawker, who did a great write-up of this when these names got leaked. He goes, what's more, I'm reading now, what's more, Dershowitz told American Lawyer he is loyal to his wife, who is always by his side. I've been married to the same woman for 28 years. She goes with me everywhere. People know that I won't argue a case or give a speech unless my wife travels with me. This is not the profile of someone who screws around. But, according to the flight logs, Dershowitz was close enough to Epstein to have accompanied him on a flight from Palm Beach to New Jersey's Teterboro Airport as early as December 1997. On that flight, the pair was accompanied by a number of people, one unidentified female, a Hazel, and also Claire. The logs also show Dershowitz on a flight from Bedford, Mass. to Teterboro in October 1998, a flight from Teterboro to Martha's Vineyard in 1999, and a 2005 trip from Massachusetts to Montreal, showing him traveling with Epstein, Tatiana, and others. One thing the logs don't show, Dershowitz's wife traveling with him. He has denied all of this. He says he claims that his relationship with Epstein was entirely professional and that allegations that the two were chummy were a total bum rap.
Okay.
He was specifically named by one of Jeffrey Epstein's accusers as a person that Jeffrey Epstein made her have sex with. This was in federal court.
If we are shutting out somebody who is exactly like a Frank Miller character from public life, like a villain in a Frank Miller graphic novel, what have we become?
Listen to this. Dershowitz would later play a significant role in negotiating the NPA on Epstein's behalf. Indeed, Dershowitz helped negotiate an agreement that provided immunity from federal prosecution in the Southern District of Florida, not only to Epstein, but also to any potential co-conspirators of Epstein. Thus, Dershowitz helped negotiate an agreement with a provision that provided protection for himself against criminal prosecution in Florida for sexually abusing Jane Doe number 3. So this guy knows the law, And I think it's interesting. Like his two most famous cases are O.J. Simpson, which we all know about, and Klaus von Bülow. Klaus von Bülow, if you don't know about, was another very rich man whose wife died under very suspicious circumstances. You can take this moment to cue up your Menaker Movie Corner pick of the week for Barbet Schroeder's Reversal of Fortune. If you'd like to see Jeremy Irons in his Academy Award-winning role playing Klaus von Bülow, highly recommend it. It's a great film.
Jeremy Irons, who has pretty much become Klaus von Bülow later in his life. Yeah.
It says, Dershowitz says, I've been with my wife for 28 years. That's his second wife.
Yeah.
He had a wife before that who also died under very suspicious circumstances. Here's what we know. According to what little can be is he's done a magnificent job of scrubbing her from the public record, but apparently she committed suicide after a very brutal child divorce and child custody battle in which she alleged physical and emotional abuse on behalf of Mr. Dershowitz. That she then died very mysteriously, and there's almost no mention of her. But I suggested it before. Google Alan Dershowitz, first wife, for some interesting reading material. I just think it's weird that like his most famous legal maneuver is helping rich men very obviously guilty rich men getting away with murdering their wives when his first wife died under very suspicious circumstances in the middle of a bitter divorce and custody battle. Odd. Then add to that his close relationship with an actual pedophile and sex trafficking psychopath like Jeffrey Epstein, who had a personal plane that basically was a prostitution service for his very rich and powerful friends, including Prince Andrew and Bill Clinton and Donald Trump and Steven Pinker of Harvard as well.
Wait, Steven Pinker was on
He's
that?
in the flight logs. Again, like this is hearsay. I'm sure, as Mr. Dershowitz would tell you, like this wouldn't hold up in court. I'm just saying, like these are the facts that we know, and you can judge for yourself.
This is the person whose social life became the all-abiding obsession of the most powerful and influential news organization in the world for the past week.
Nowhere in those in the 5 or 6 articles, or even in this interview with Jeremy Peters, did they ask him anything about his connection to Jeffrey Epstein and his appearance on his private planes.
Well, that's not about his ideas, and this is really about the closing of people's minds.
You know what? I really hate when people will try to shut down that conversation.
Yeah.
He also mentions in his many TV appearances on this, he compares it to McCarthyism, and he also compares it to college safe spaces.
Of course,
that little
absolutely,
buzzword
yes.
that will activate the pleasure centers and in the minds of Tucker Carlson's audience. And he mentions it in the New York Times as well. It's again very funny that he would mention trying to shut down debate on college campuses, because he has literally been at the forefront of attacking any university, public or private, that will host any speaker,
kind of BDS.
any kind of BDS, any kind of forget BDS,
Punish them.
And just any Palestinian speaker on campus.
Punish them.
He has demanded that he be allowed to appear on stage together and offer a rebuttal.
And if not, then their funding should be cut.
Yeah, exactly. So he is very much at the forefront of creating a safe space for Zionism on American campuses, and has attacked Finkelstein. And Finkelstein, again, look it up. Finkelstein found not just outright falsehoods in Alan Dershowitz's case for Israel, where he claimed 70,000 Palestinians were exiled in the Nakba. Add a 0 on there, pal. But also outright plagiarism in his footnotes. Got Norman Finkelstein denied tenure and has since moved on. So this is Alan Dershowitz, and this is the guy who's been given basically unfettered access, not just to Fox News, but to the New York Times, to paint this case about himself as a kind of the lone principled man, the guy who was born in New York who roots for the Red Sox. That's how he thinks.
Just a grotesque gremlin. And the thing is, it's
and
not
I'm sorry,
even
also probably a fucking rapist.
Yeah.
Allegedly,
Allegedly,
I mean, cover our asses here, but I'm just saying,
but it's not even
take all that holistically. What the fuck were you doing on Jeffrey Epstein's private plane?
Just the thing I don't even understand from the New York Times' point of view is you can't even use the cynical explanation of, if it bleeds, it leads. The American people aren't baying for Dersh news. Dersh is not a popular and well-known figure across America who has a lot of fans who are invested in his social life. He is not Ariana Grande, but their commitment to just maintaining this discourse about discourse in the face of just collapsing reality. It's insane. It's a cargo cult at this point. It's like they're saying novenas as the fucking ship sinks.
I mean, I wanted to talk about Dershowitz because I find him so personally repellent for so many reasons. But like, this is also another example of, again, Donald Trump was on those flight logs. Donald Trump was very close friends with Jeffrey Epstein. Okay. And I just think it's interesting now that like a huge part of Trump's support, like we've talked before about the QAnon people and so much of the, conspiracy theories that now dominate our time all revolve around child sexual abuse and child trafficking for the purposes of prostitution. And these people, they seem to see evidence of this everywhere except for actual documented cases of child abuse and molestation. Just this week now, what is it? House GOP, Jim Jordan,
Freedom Caucus
head of the Freedom Caucus. Now 7 former students of his have said that
he pulled a Paterno.
Yeah, he was the Joe Paterno to the Jerry Sandusky figure in this college wrestling team.
How just like statistically, you're the Republican Party. How do you have 2 guys over the course of the decade in House leadership who are pedophilia affiliated wrestling coaches? How?
It's astounding.
Felix, I would say by 2024, a third of the GOP caucus will be
people who appeared on
sexually
Predator.
Sexually abusive wrestling coaches.
Yeah, I mean that's the way forward. That's clearly that's what
and
voters
not just
want.
that. Staying in Ohio, in the Cincinnati area, there was just an article today.
Their
here.
test run on pedophile wrestling coaches was like Dennis Hastert, who's like, we need another wrinkle to his character. Oh, he's beholden to a local ice cream baron in Illinois. Like that's just the third thing we need for him.
A third kind of heat.
Oh my
But
God.
yes, a judge and Trump supporter in the Cincinnati area was convicted of human trafficking.
He was a conservative activist and a judge.
A hanging judge.
He was a hanging judge known for his draconian treatment of
law and
criminals.
order.
He was a longtime conservative activist who apparently also was a trailer park slumlord who would sell heroin to his teenage renters and then make them teenage runaways and give them heroin and make them pay rent in sexual favors.
Yep.
With minors. Again, young girls in exactly the same way Epstein was doing.
Yeah, that sounds bad, but I would rather go to a big empty field in New Mexico or in Arizona next to an old camp with some fucking knocked over bottles where I've decided is a rape center and just kick over the fucking tanks of water that people put out for migrants. That's doing more to stop child abuse.
Well, what did we say? They want a quest that can never actually be completed.
Yep.
Because they're chasing a phantom when the real fucking goblin is out there.
Yeah. And then what they do is they say, QAnon was talking about now? Well, this is an op by the feds. This is an op by the deep state that's opposing Trump.
Uh-huh.
They are creating false accusations. So actual cases of pedophilia, actual victims, fake, false flags. Anything you can just make out of whole cloth on Twitter is way more real, even though there's no victim and no even conceivable person associated with it.
For our most online Americans, nothing is real.
Nothing
is real anymore. I mean,
everything is as real as everything else.
Yeah.
It's just a smooth, flat plane, and you can just rearrange the elements however you want because they all have equal weight.
Everything is either like Russian active measures or it's the Hollywood pedophiles creating smokescreen for you. Nothing's actually happening. Everyone who doesn't talk to you in your life anymore is part of that conspiracy.
Yeah.
100% freaking awesome, my man.
It's just astounding that there's not been any piece of art really that I can think of that has captured this sense of unreality that is totally pervasive now.
But I mean,
damn, you talking about the Matrix again?
That did not do a great job of it.
I don't know. I mean, I just think it's so perverse in its in people's just adamant and steadfast refusal to recognize the everyday evil that is just in front of their face, and instead enlisting all of it into this baroque and idiotic conspiracy in which Donald Trump is somehow a good person.
Yeah.
That's the most insane thing about it.
Well, yeah, that's the linchpin of all of it.
It's not even like the secret arrest or what. That's not as insane as the thing where it's like Donald Trump is altruistic.
Yes.
Yeah, or
That
cares.
he would sacrifice anything for anybody at any time.
The keystone delusion that undergirds every other delusion is their fundamental hallucinatory idea of who Donald Trump is as a person. This venal monster who encapsulates every negative trait. He is like if they
He's
stuffed
Noah
the seven,
Cross, who's but
they
stupid.
just a reptilian monster. Like if you stuffed a sack with the 7 deadly sins and put it in a fucking microwave for an hour, it would be Donald Trump. Just disgusting, viscerally repellent on every level. But the space that has to be traversed mentally to turn that person into a harbinger of good, who cares about human beings, cares about doing the right thing, has some conception of God or duty, that is such a Herculean, mind-breaking leap that after that, everything else is child's play. Oh, how hard is it going to be at this point to say that, Hillary Clinton, she flew commercial instead of private from D.C. this week? Well, that means she's clearly having her accounts frozen and is about to be arrested.
And by the way, from the news, from what the stories I've read about Jim Jordan, he was way fucking worse than Paterno in terms of like how
well, he was not
how
senile
didn't even
for one
win.
thing.
No, but in terms of how literally incredible his idea that I didn't know was going on.
Yeah.
At least Paterno was like actually senile at some
for a
point.
lot of it,
You're like,
Jim Jordan is like 37.
Yeah.
Like he's
and apparently everyone knew about this doctor who apparently you would go in for having like the wrestling ear or like a hurt cauliflower ear or like a thumb, and he'd be like, okay, strip those shorts off. He would touch your dick every time you went in for anything.
Oh boy.
Jesus Christ.
Oh God. It's so gross. And like this asshole is he's not going to resign.
No, he's not.
He's not going to resign.
Stay in.
He's going to stay in. And you know what?
Eric Greeton's like
another fucking sexual predator. Who's
the rapist
openly,
thief, Navy SEAL.
Openly in power, governor of Missouri, hasn't resigned.
No, he resigned.
Oh, he resigned? Okay.
But it's like how long it took
him an insane amount of
How
time.
fucking long it took him.
It was
That
months
was
after he got
insane.
indicted for fucking revenge porn. He survived for months after being indicted for sex crime. And the GOP put out a statement after he got charged that it was a politically motivated fake news.
And you know what's funny here? This goes back to when we our last episode when we talked about Dan Pfeifdog and his book, and it reminds me of what I said, like that these people, they absolutely can never identify a villain or connect a villain, an obvious villain or evil act with a policy or a party. And why can't they do that with Jeffrey Epstein and Trump? Oh, gee, I wonder why.
Yeah.
It's because of fucking Bill Clinton.
Yep.
It's why. It's because they would cover a lot of their own shit as well. It's because these people are monsters.
That was what was breathtaking about the 2016 election, is because you watched Trump and you thought, well, yeah, these are all going to destroy him, every single one of these negative things. But every single negative story about Trump had a mirrored story about the Clintons. Now, sometimes you could argue they were trumped up or they weren't fair, but they were credible. And every single element, like the sex stuff, Clinton was a sex monster. His incredibly scandalous tax fraud charity, Clinton Foundation.
Yep.
His unfair business practices, maybe not the Clintons, but everyone who donates to the Clintons for sure, like Chaim, because they're all the same. They're all the same in that they're all powerful people, and this is how extremely powerful people conduct themselves.
And also the fact that literally all of them were not just friends with Jeffrey Epstein, but also Harvey Weinstein.
It's amazing.
It's unfucking believable.
It's amazing.
It's this
like
Janus-headed monster ruling over us.
The same 100 people who were friends with the same 5 people who were responsible for probably 80% of rapes in America for like 20 years. It's fucking insane.
Somehow,
it's insane.
Somehow,
it's that we take anything from it, but like this is a completely rotted out system. This is
that's
repulsive.
what's insane. These disgusting. This just like cadre of the fucking cast of Sallow. Just disgusting hogs at the top of the trough, just shitting and jizzing all over us. And we look up at this, and the mass majority of insist on saying, it's that one really big fat hog up there. He's causing all the trouble. And if we got rid of him, then we'd be fine. Because, that's the Clinton people who are so horrified by Trump when they're buddy-buddy. And it's the same with these Trump idiots who somehow think that Trump is not embedded in this network of corruption and double dealing and crony capitalism and literal child abuse.
Look at both sides' explanations for like why Trump and the Clintons were friends until like 2015 or 2016. It's for Hillary. It's like, oh, they attended his wedding ironically.
Yeah.
And then for Trump, it's like, oh, they were friends with him until he decided to speak out about what was really going on.
Right.
It is a level of It's their show. They're watching their shows.
Yes.
There is no one-to-one follow through. You can't connect the dots. All these people are friends with each other, and they're just vying for the same piece of this pie, and they're all in this horrifying fucking goblin world together. Because you make it into pro wrestling.
Yeah.
Donald Trump turned face. But when he went down the escalator and called Mexican rapists,
yes, exactly.
Hillary Clinton was on an undercover irony mission.
Exactly. But it's like they're watching TV and they're getting so mad at it, and it's like you could turn the TV off or smash the TV. It's like, yeah, but I'm watching. I like it. It's like if they changed if they changed it, they wouldn't be able to enjoy it at the same sort of libidinal fucking diploma voyeuristic mindset that they have.
I mean, like, Clinton's aside, I mean, like, again, it goes back to just like the worst candidate you could run against Trump for just ever.
Only one.
Just
Only one
uniquely vulnerable.
Only
to, but like, okay, just going forward, like Jim Jordan, right? He's like the head of the House Freedom Caucus or one of the top guys. The House Freedom Caucus, like, probably like a nucleus of power and people that represent like a clear and present danger to all life on the planet.
Yes.
Like that should be rooted out, entirely. That they're an enemy of like not just civil society, but like our continued existence on this planet. Like the most hooting, baying, evil psychos that this country is capable of producing. How hard would it be? Talk about identifying a villain, exaggerating, making it up. Just tie that fucking wrestling doctor to the House Freedom Caucus and put his picture. Just call them the House Pedophilia Caucus.
Yeah, Republicans
from now on.
Fucking milquetoast ass Nancy Pelosi into Che Guevara. They tried every single fucking Democrat to her, no matter what they do.
Nancy Pelosi. What does they always say? San Francisco values.
Yep.
Start saying Jim Jordan values.
Yeah.
But when you're thinking about, like.
Oh, wait, but Chuck Schumer's imaginary Long Island couple actually likes pedophile wrestling coaches.
Yeah.
The invisible people that tail him everywhere.
How about just news this week? Bill Shine, former VP of Fox News, who literally covered up and covered up all of the fucking rapes and sexual abuse that was going on there, threatened all of the women who tried to come forward about it, presided over a massive cover-up of a ring of untold abuse and horrors, of which we really only have like a keyhole view of. Like, but of what we know already is bone-chilling enough. Imagine what was going on that we don't know about.
Monstrous.
Yeah, like unspeakable. That asshole's now working in the Trump White House.
Woo!
Ding. Okay, back again. I mean, like, is anyone in the supposed opposition party just gonna like do what they've done to the Clintons and not without fucking good cause?
Yeah, but you have to cut the Clintons off.
You're
you
right.
Gotta cut the Clintons off, and look what happens if you do that. Like Gillibrand. You would remember when Felipe Reyes was like, "I'll fucking end this bitch."
Yeah, she's dead.
It's over.
Yeah.
And,
oh my
I mean,
God.
I don't know how bad that's hurt her, but
probably not very bad.
Probably not that bad because she's very canny and she made the calculated move that the Clintons are weak enough now to move against.
Well, Gillibrand's
and
a
that's
killer.
Smart, and I think she's correct about that. She made a calculated decision that by looking at the terrain, the Clintons are waning, not going to be able to hurt her. She gains more from denouncing them and cutting them off and being able to, criticize off of them. And I think she was probably right, but if you're not that bold or maybe not that smart, you're still scared of the Clintons.
Well, Gillibrand's a killer. Gillibrand has like a absolutely preternatural like level of instinct and sort of knowing when to do the right move, except for endorsing Crowley over Ocasio.
No, it's a bungle.
But,
and then she tried to flip it.
Yeah, but it's not that they're afraid of Clinton. It's they're afraid of not getting money from Haim Saban. They're afraid of not getting money from what's that fucking billboard asshole Steyer?
Yeah. Tom Steyer. Yeah, that's because they got the hand on the fucking chicken switch.
Here's the thing. At the highest levels of power, I mean, it's like almost guaranteed that like, 1 out of every 5 of every one of these guys is some kind of predator.
Yes.
Oh,
right?
absolutely.
So if you want to like, inoculate yourself against like either the people in power or your donors having this come back to bite you in your ass, how about this? Don't take their money. Don't hang out with them. Get better fucking politicians.
Getting crazy.
Yeah, cut off the fucking Clintons. Cut them off.
Yeah.
They're poison.
Not even the Clintons.
They're fucking poison.
The Clintons are going to be dead from like a fucking prime you can only get from vegan hot dogs in a few years. Like, they don't matter. What matters is their donors. Their donors are what matters.
But you got to cut off the conduit.
They have a million other people they can go through, though.
Well, get rid of them too. You got to get rid of all of them. You got to get rid of all the actual political people who are connected to this disgusting capillary fucking action.
Again, like all these people who give money to both parties equally. The Koch brothers, they
more money to Cuomo than the Scott Walker.
Donald Trump gave money to Cuomo.
Yeah.
Cuomo won't even give it back. He gave money to Cuomo. He gave money to a billion fucking Democrats. He gave it to Rahm Emanuel. How much more do you need to know?
Again, all these people are friends with each other.
All of them.
And guess what? They're probably all depraved, sexually depraved monsters and predators.
We know for a fact that is how they sort of initiate themselves into the really high levels of like evil. It's like how you can tell if somebody's trustworthy because you know their secrets.
All right,
we should move on.
Deep. Okay, boys. John Bolton.
Oh boy.
Okay, seriously. Not much needs to be said about John Bolton. He is easily one of the most psychotic and dangerous people ever to serve in the U.S. government and is currently spending every waking moment trying to find a way to start World War III. Dead zone this bitch yesterday. Yesterday. Okay, we now get into the top tier. This is the highest bracket of evil in Yale. Do we dare proceed? All right, bring up that next slide. Oh, no.
God damn.
No.
How have you people not burned that fucking college down yet? What is wrong with you? Every day it's just sitting there. Those buildings are flammable. You got gasoline.
Oh,
Sometimes they give deserving people awards. All I'm saying.
Clarence Thomas, Samuel Alito, and soon-to-be Supreme Court Judge Brett Kavanaugh all walked out of Yale's womb. Again, honestly, most comments here are superfluous. I got no reading series on them. They are all in Carcosa. They all do Yellow King shit together. And seriously, they will have their claws dug into the neck of this country for at least a generation. Folks, start working on your Pelican briefs now.
Seriously, if three guys came out of a restaurant shitting fire out of their assholes and turbo puking in a row, you'd close it. And that is what these guys have done. They're just shitting all over us. And they're like, no, it's a fine college. Keep it up. Have you been to the library?
Clarence Thomas, Samuel Alito, and Brett Kavanaugh, your punishment is the Pelican brief. Look it up.
He was
not legally actionable.
The Pelican Brief, for those of you who are too young, he was the mascot for Fruit Loops. And he was pretty sassy, and I think he would give all three of these credentialed lawyers a run for their money.
Next slide. Alan Dershowitz.
We fly high.
The dirt.
We fly high. No lie. You know this.
Jeffrey.
Alan Dershowitz, by the way, the only person to make our Harvard and Yale most evil countdown. He's evil, folks. He's pretty evil.
Yeah, he is the Deion Sanders of alleged chomos.
Again.
Prime time, baby. Flight logs, let's go.
Again, the more evil these guys are, the less needs to be said. You know Alan Dershowitz. You know he was on those flight logs. You know he probably killed his first wife. And you know what he's done with the rest of his life, helping other rich men get away with killing their wives.
And I know that none of you are recording this because I have more computer peripherals to buy. I cannot pay for a lawyer right now. Thank you. Do not delete all recordings now.
It's fine because we have actually retained him as counsel. It's the only way we're going to be safe.
That's why he's the best. He gets you in the end.
What is Alan Dershowitz's punishment?
Ooh, okay. There's the world's first self-piloting airplane, but its AI is crafted out of John McCain's memories. Bon voyage, Alan.
Next slide, please. The Clintons, both Bill and Hillary Clinton went to Yale.
What are you fuckers putting in the water in here? Jesus Christ.
Oh my God.
Again, like Alito and Thomas and all these assholes, like fucking Dershowitz, who's going to be on TV till the day he dies, we are just stuck with these motherfuckers. They will never leave us alone.
And and Chelsea Hillary's going to do the get out procedure on Chelsea and then run for president again. That's going to happen.
I mean, this list isn't without its moments, though, because Alan and Bill have kind of a plane bay story, if you catch my drift. Bill was on those flights, too.
It's true.
What's funny about this picture, by the way, what I love about that and the Dershowitz connection with Jeffrey Epstein's plane is we make fun of Pizzagate and QAnon people all the time. But literally the two choices that you had to vote for leader of America and by extension the rest of the world in 2016 were both literally on Jeffrey, not Hillary Clinton, but there was one away. Bill Clinton and Donald Trump.
Oh, she was there. She was hanging on to the wing like a gremlin.
They were both on those fucking flight logs. Yeah. So make of that what you will.
No, that's the thing. It's the only problem I have with the QAnon Pizzagate people is that they're one of these pedophiles is good, actually. He's only being a pedophile to go undercover and catch the other pedophiles.
Okay. Yeah, he's a white hat pedophile.
Okay, we got to wrap this up because we only got a couple more to go. So here is the punishment for Hillary Clinton. She is doomed to continue to run for president and lose to an increasingly ever more absurd and ridiculous figures.
Dog the Bounty Hunter, the Noid, Matthew Lesko.
The Philly Fanatic.
Yeah, of course. I'd like to congratulate the Philly Fanatic on the wonderful race he ran.
Well, the Billy Big Mouth Bass may sing you some songs, but... he can't tell you how he'll do it, will he?
Next slide. Okay, this one's sort of a deep cut. James Jesus Angleton.
Yes.
Matt,
the company, baby.
Yeah, Matt, can you give us the rundown on this guy?
He rules. James Jesus Angleton was a blue blood Yale who was one of the founders of the CIA, one of those original guys. The thing is, he's basically standing for a ton of these guys. Like Richard Bissell, also from Yale. Basically, all the motherfuckers who weren't from Princeton were from Yale. And
you didn't have to say he was blue bud. His eyes are situated like a lizard.
Yeah, no. He's got the Innsmouth look. His family fucked fish. But he was the chief of counterintelligence of the CIA for decades. So basically, he thought everybody was a secret Russian double agent, and he tortured people for days and weeks to try to get them to reveal it. And he was involved in every CIA assassination and overthrow attempt that happened during the entire time. He rules. He's a good dude. He's the representative for the company, which is just one of the things that Yale has helped birth into the world, a military intelligence state. So well done. Way to go, guys.
Well, he had to be involved with intelligence. He could literally see behind himself.
Here's the best fact, though. He was obsessed with counter-espionage, and that literally everyone, including many, mostly innocent people, were Russian. Who is his best friend?
His best friend was Kim Philby.
Yes!
They were buddies.
Telescopic vision doesn't work on that motherfucker. Yeah. That king.
They were
It'd be your own.
They were doing slap and tickle British private school fun times in Washington. And he's like, no, he's good. And then, he was a Russian agent.
You got owned. You got owned by Philby.
Yeah.
How should we punish him?
I think, look at him. He's been punished.
Okay.
I know, just put his eyes where they're supposed to be.
All right.
Just put fucking, Gorilla Glue over his gills.
Okay, next one. This is the second to last one. Number 2, George Bush Sr. and Jr.
God damn, people.
This is the worst La Pieta I have ever seen.
Again, the deeper...
That's one polycule I will not join.
Again, the deeper into this list it goes, the less needs to be said.
Yeah. Bloodthirsty monsters.
What the fuck else did you say about George H.W.
Butchers,
Bush?
Monsters.
And his awful son.
Just ghoul Draculas. The worst. The worst. Can't see themselves in mirrors. Just awful.
2 different Iraq wars.
If they liked it once, they'll love it twice.
Just those motherfuckers hated that fucking Mesopotamia. They just hated it. Fucking George, both of those guys, they saw the first map and they saw the Fertile Crescent and they're like, I'm coming for you, motherfucker. You're going down. You think you're cool? Cradle of civilization? Cradle my dick, bitch.
I want to say I believe in redemption stories. And, you know, we've all had our problems with the father, George H.W. Bush. But when he, like, you know, through a team of interpreters who figured out through his system of drools and blinks that he was condemning Donald Trump's racism, like, that was great. Yeah, and then when, you know, fucking George Bush, like, gave a Werther's original to Michelle Obama. Awesome, dude, I forgive you.
George H.W. Bush, punishment, I don't know, being married to Barbara Bush for many, many decades.
Yeah.
The fucking blue blood Bickersons.
George W. Bush, your punishment is you have to sit, pose, and be painted by your many, many hundreds of thousands of Iraqi victims. Not just the U.S. soldiers that you love capturing with your oil brush.
Like a fucking serial killer.
Yeah, like fucking John Wayne Gacy.
That's what I think.
Matt, what do you think about this?
I really hate them all.
Yeah.
I mean,
That's really the answer.
like what
Yeah,
is
fuck 'em.
what is my personal feeling, like my emotional response to one of these people? What does it matter? It doesn't. So it's just I don't have to regulate it or modulate it. It's just visceral, and I see them and I hate them, and it's
So
easy.
it's sort of like how many angels can dance on the head of a pin. Like how much do you hate Lisa Murkowski than Chuck Schumer, or vice versa?
This is pretty futile. This is doing a hot or not on fucking Deb Fisher and Lisa Murkowski. What are we doing?
We all know that that the hottest guy in the Senate is motherfucking Chuck Schumer. Just a fucking pog and a dime.
I actually have a strong feeling on this one. I think that you gotta hate the bad Dems more because basically everyone with an R behind their name you can just write off as the enemy. No matter how reactionary they are, somewhat or very, just loyal foot soldiers to like transferring capital to the richest assholes ever. The bad Dems, we all have to like because of American electoral politics live in this big tent with these people, and they are the ones who are just making real effective a counter party hard and impossible, and having to do all the shit that you referenced earlier with the two-step with Pelosi and the right-wing Dems in the House and all that bullshit, and that is so much more of an impediment to a clear path forward for progressive ideas that I find it immediately, viscerally much more detestable than the quote-unquote good R's, who we all know are also just bad as well.
Yeah, I sort of feel that one like the same way when it comes to pundits, like really awful right-wing pundits I enjoy more than just like the craven supercilious lib pundits who are also in their own ways very nasty. Like they revolt me more than the right-wing chuds to a certain degree.
Because they at least pretend to be human.
I think our calculus though for pundits is different because
That's true. That's true.
I think if you're just a person who sees these people here and there, you're obviously going to hate the right wingers more, and I think that's the more rational response if you were just a regular consumer of media because their views are more upfront monstrous. But if you have to look at these people constantly, I think it's remember what Tom Berenger says in Sniper? That he assigns these stories to people's lives that he watches through the scope because it sort of eases the doldrums of being a sniper, which is what we are. And I think that if you read this long enough, the liberals, they kind of have all the same lives and internal monologues, and it's all very dull. But, someone like there is more madcap comedy and human error and buffoonishness in the lives of conservatives, and that you end up knowing more about them as people, and you find them obviously worse in belief but more interesting.
If you could like go into the heads of liberal pundits and hear their inner monologue, it's just fucking West Wing quotes and just big speeches.
It's not even that.
If you go into the inner minds of conservative pundits, it's just jug band music, just an endless hootenanny.
Yeah, no, the liberal, you go any liberal columnist we don't like, go into their head and it's like, is it a pan-quotidian type of day? And you go into the conservatives' head, it's like, oh, God, Is there any porn where a woman gets stuck in a barrel? It's like, whoa, how did this guy get like this? I know how the liberal got like that. It's, it would have been me if I was a better student.
Well, there's an exception, I think. I generally agree with that. Like, guy like Rod, I mean, yeah, his brain is just filled with galaxies that you want to explore. But,
It's a no man's sky.
yeah, exactly.
Rod is the seventh Doctor.
Yeah, but there's one conservative pundit who is just as empty and blank and uninteresting as the liberal, and yet a million times more risible, and therefore I hate way more than any of them. And he reminded me today of why I do. Because, as you might know, the U.S. Border Patrol fired a bunch of tear gas at men, women, and children trying to get into the country in Tijuana today. And a lot of Democrats and liberals got mad and said this is awful. And a lot of Republicans and conservatives fell all over themselves to say it's not a big deal. One of whom, who posted a picture of some U.S. troops being exposed to tear gas as part of their boot camp, said, "What's the big deal? This happens to our troops all the time. They volunteer for it. It's not a war crime." That, of course, being John Podhoretz, a man who will call the cops if his seamless delivery of burger does not come with a little shot glass of fucking pan drippings that he asked for. This disgusting pig, this hog scum, this ball of entitlement who just throbs and expands like a tumor of privilege and an unearned position in society, who's never had any fucking adversity in his life more than like somebody at a cocktail party looking at their watch when he tried to talk to them, is going to tell a bunch of people who traveled 1,500 miles to avoid getting murdered by a drug gang and then got gassed by our government to fucking walk it off.
I'm imagining stuffing John Podhoretz in like a wardrobe with a fucking pulled pin on a tear gas canister and padlocking it.
John Podhoretz's punishment in hell should be he gets all the treats that he could ever desire. He's eternally hungry for them. Whenever he bites into one, just tear gas comes out of it. Please.
He's tweeting about it, but no one responds.
I mean, I think that's why I get happier when I see we're doing like John Podhoretz. John Podhoretz is a great example because it's like, yeah, if it's a shitty liberal right, like their entire lives are this study of sort of public relations, dark magic and shit, and they won't reveal that much if it's funny about themselves, or they know exactly how to portray themselves. But the conservatives are so like they are sheltered and encouraged in this way that they just put it all out there. Like no one is telling John Podhoretz like, you sound like Augustus Gloop on your Twitter. You sound like a more tyrannical version of Augustus Gloop. Stop it. Stop adding schnippers. Like, you look foolish. And so I think that because I think they were told no fewer times, that I get to see more of who they are, and it's more exciting.
Well, I think Matt's onto something, because if we're talking about pundits, my hate level is absolutely the highest for the never Trump conservatives. No question.
Yeah, 100%.
No question.
They embody the worst of both worlds, definitely.
Oh yeah, no, they
absolutely.
Yeah. They're just they are the one. Their base cowardice is revolting, because that's the defining characteristic of their entire lives is cowardice.
So I think that's a good way to end this question. Hate whoever you want. Just let it just throw it all out there, but reserve the captain's reserve for never Trump conservatives. That high proof shit. Because they are the worst of the worst.
Who all love the shit that went down in Tijuana. Every single one of them.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, next question.
Hello, it's Jesse, the voicemail Ventura. I'm wondering who has the wildest conspiracy theory of all the Chapos, and what the biggest fight between you over one of these theories has been.
Interesting.
Okay, so I interpret that question are there any conspiracy theories or something that in sort of our popular consciousness can be described as a conspiracy theory that you actually believe in?
I got a couple. Pretty sure that the FBI killed Martin Luther King.
Oh, yeah.
And also, I'm like 90% of Pizzagate is real. Like everything but sort of the specifics that these people freak out about, like comic ping pong and all the dumb emails that they decipher. The premise of Pizzagate is correct.
Which is?
That the elite traffic and ritually abuse children. as a part of like solidifying their bonds as part of the elite and as a way to sort of leverage one another to prevent them from breaking ranks.
But like John Podesta specifically?
No, not necessarily. He is a weirdo, though, and it wouldn't surprise me. I mean, nothing that Pizzagate has uncovered in terms of like evidence is real. But they fuck people. They fuck. Epstein. My God, the guy who has both the former president and wife of the 2016 Democratic candidate and the 2016 Republican candidate. Both were on the flight logs of his sex ship that went to his private sex island, where we know for a fact they were abusing children. Like, why would we think that it would end there? Why wouldn't we think that is...
if you looked at the flight logs of, say, something like Warren Buffett over a 20-year period, I'm pretty sure it would be every member of the political class as well.
Yeah, but okay, are they going to the sex island? Because that's, I think, the most important question there. They're going to a underage sex island.
No, they're going to the underage sex Omaha steakhouse.
I am. Yeah, no, just Google Franklin credit ring. I'm down with that one. And
first up, and this was fucking surreal. Again, if it hadn't gotten bad already, we've already told you. I mean, again, some of the most insane things I've ever experienced. This may have been it for me. On a panel about small business regulation, you had current labor secretary Alex Acosta talking about sort of tax credits and small, like...
It was about healthcare.
It was about healthcare and small businesses.
It was about small businesses and healthcare, yes.
So boring. Audience is asleep. I'm nearly asleep. Save for the fact that this is the guy, literally a day ago, a judge in Florida ruled he broke the law covering up the fucking sweetheart deal for child rape empire, fucking godfather Jeffrey Epstein.
Yes, this is the man.
And this is literally why he has a job in the White House, is that he did that. And Trump's name are on the fight logs.
He engineered a cover-up of an international child rape conspiracy involving, among other people, former President Bill Clinton, current President Donald Trump, and was rewarded for his trouble, but with a fucking cabinet post. And he's up there talking about fucking tax-deductible health savings accounts. It's so fucking surreal. And what's even more horrifying is there's this grotesque, baroque criminality that he represents being sublimated into this banal conversation. But even that conversation is evil, because they're talking about how we need to preserve private health care that literally fucking kills people every year.
Well, I thought one of the things that was interesting about that panel, give it just the content, was how much they sounded exactly like the liberal case for Obamacare. There was no presence of, we're going to repeal Obamacare. Like, that fire and brimstone is gone. The overwhelming mood was like, yeah, Obamacare is the law of the land. We're going to preserve it. And it's just like 30 minutes of, well, we're going to tool around with the tax credits to make access and affordability more accessible and affordable for people. We're going to do some tax rebates to do something about prescription pricing. It's like, it basically sounds exactly like the libs pushing Obamacare in 2007.
The things in Obamacare that are too popular are they're stuck with, like the pre-existing conditions thing. And like, they're all happy that they got rid of the mandate, but the mandate was to pay for that. So they're going to have to be some other mechanism to pay for it, because they're stuck with it, which really does prove that all the people in 2009 who are insisting that, oh, this is a step towards universality, now Obamacare, sort of the zombie version that currently exists, is the status quo that's being used to fight against universal health care.
Yep. Okay, moving on from, again, True Detective Season 1 to, okay, this is really good. On a speech titled, like, Defending Jerusalem, we have American ambassador to Israel, Dory
the other way around.
Oh, he's the Israeli ambassador.
The Israeli ambassador to the United States.
Oh, sorry, he's the Israeli ambassador to the United States, Dory Gold, who actually we were in an elevator with earlier, and we were not stuck in an elevator with him. We were merely took a normal elevator ride with Dory Gold, Israeli ambassador to the United States, who gave a talk about defending the eternal city of Jerusalem. This one was hilarious and made for a perfect contrast with what came after it. So he's up there talking about basically trying to give a history lesson.
He's arguing, people say that the Jews haven't been in Jerusalem for 2,000 years. Well, here's some archaeological evidence. Look at these stones we found and coins.
He had these Thanos stones of old Israel.
Yeah.
And was like,
these are royal seals from the kings of Judah. They were found at the foot of the Temple Mount in Jerusalem. This one here is the seal of King Hezekiah, who we call in Hebrew Chezkiyahu HaMelech. He was a direct descendant of King David, and here's his royal seal. So guess what? There were Jewish kings in Jerusalem.
I mean, it was so perfectly out of place because it was the content and point of the speech is insane. It's like he's like, there's a letter from Nebuchadnezzar that proves we've lived there for 30 million years, and and just all the Thanos stones of ancient Israel. Like this is a classic.
There's a PowerPoint, so
right.
showing
It's a
images of
PowerPoint,
this.
and this is a classic like Israeli right wing thing to find like bullshit like coins and stones from the biblical kingdoms of Israel to prove that they've been there forever and therefore, finders keepers. And like Netanyahu has a coin in his office that has the name Netanyahu on one of those like made up coins from thousands of years ago, when in fact Netanyahu is a Hungarian last name. But it's perfect because he's justifying, just eternal dominion of greater Israel by Israel, when in reality, like to sell it to those people, you just have to be like, yeah, fuck Arabs.
Yeah.
And they would accept it. But the funniest part of the speech was when he was like, there was some letter he was doing to prove his point, and he was like, does anyone in the crowd speak ancient Greek? Like, yeah, good.
Crickets.
Really know your
Just
crowd, man.
absolute silence.
This speech completely
in a cavernous ballroom, just like.
Now, does anyone in the audience here read ancient Greek? Well, watch this then.
This speech completely bombed, and it went on for so long. And he kept saying things like, now let's flash forward to 200 BC. And it's like, oh my God, we still have 2,000 years of this shit.
I was waiting for him to be, and here's a 2,000-year-old man who can attest to this. Fucking Mel Brooks comes out. Now, would you say there were Jews in ancient Israel? Oh, yeah, sure. They were everywhere.
I think there's ladies here.
It's hard to understate the overwhelming vibe of "Please Clap" haunting every panel besides Trump.
And the funny thing is it ends like his big applause line after all this boring shit was, and Jerusalem must be protected, and just no one's paying attention.
Did you hear that the ancient Israelis made their own ox cart? It could stop and turn on an ancient coin that proved we forever lived there.
But it was emblematic of another thing, which is what made this, I'm sure, less interesting than when they're out of power, and why I want to come back if we live to see a non-Republican president
You're
again.
on your own for that one.
No, I would do it just because, like, they got it. Like, Jerusalem, they finally did get that to be the recognized capital. Congratulations. Like, this is just being a sore winner.
And like again, America now, you recognize Jerusalem as the capital, but like again, he's got what he wants, but like his big enemy is Juan Cole and the University of Michigan. And he's just like, contrary to what the University of Michigan says. Who gives a shit, dude?
Do you think
like,
anyone in that crowd, they're like, ooh, I hate the University of Michigan.
I hate that blog Informed Comment circa 2004.
Ooh, Juan Cole pisses me off.
Nobody cares about any of that shit. All you have to do is go on the stage and say, Israel, we love it, don't we, folks? And that's it.
Yeah.
Huge rapturous
So
applause.
again, just like a just absolutely dead crowd, just a few like coughs. Another news item that happened this weekend that I think you guys may enjoy. Just yesterday, friend of the show, Jeffrey Epstein, arrested for sex trafficking.
All right. I feel like everyone kind of knows what we're going to say, but like, I mean, just say this right now, like just get this out of the way. What if he's changed in the last few years? Wouldn't you feel stupid?
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. So again, a lot of people getting a lot of panicked phone calls, I would expect, last night. I want to highlight one of my favorite reactions to this so far. Comes courtesy of Christine Pelosi, the daughter of Nancy, I believe, who quoted here. It says here, "This Epstein case is horrific, and the young women deserve justice. It's quite likely that some of our faves are implicated, but we must follow the facts and let the chips fall where they may, whether we're on Republicans or Democrats. Hashtag we said enough."
Some of our
You said nothing. You stopped other people from talking.
That is the most insane fucking tweet. Our faves.
She hasn't deleted it.
Talk about telling on yourself. Just like being so enmeshed in elite Democratic politics that you just have to take for granted that if there's any sort of meaningful investigation of rampant sex crimes, a couple of us are going to take it on the chin. Some people aren't going to be there for the Christmas party.
Also, like the description of major powerful figures in, politics and finance and policy in the NGO world, referring to them as faves.
Yeah, this is all of that. Like everything put together about that. This could be the tweet that I just lost 15 points of sanity. I'm out of the game. This is
what's so fascinating.
what can you
from
say?
Christine Pelosi, it's like if this were just some random stand with her Hillary
Right.
mom 87459 account saying some of our faves, meaning Bill Clinton and everyone around him. That's still weird and insane. But this is someone who presumably knows these people, and it's like you're saying, well, I've long suspected people in my social circle to be ghastly sex criminals. Guess we'll just have to wait and see what happens now. And it's like, Christine, care to elaborate on who these names are? I mean, who? No, go on. Who are your faves, Christine?
Yeah,
I'd love to know.
Man, this is tough. This is the year I cut out everyone from my life who does child rituals. Some of my favorite people, but time's come. There was a really good one. It was just from it was just a nobody. It was a Sam B writer or some shit who was listen up, y'all. White person, obviously. Listen up, y'all. I love Hillary like his sister, but the best thing that could happen to her is Bill Clinton going to prison for life. And it's yeah, for sure. 100%.
Totally unaware.
He's looking at world politics and major power struggles the way I watch, Big Little Lies or a Lifetime movie when you're you have to get away from him, honey.
Hillary didn't spend the 90s running interference for fucking Bill and undermining the people who were claiming that he'd abused them. That was her job, was undermining them and saying that they didn't have credibility and that they were just looking for money or whatever.
Okay, but imagine if she didn't have to spend time doing that, she could have really gone in.
She could get so much done.
Yeah. No, I mean that is, I guess this is if you had to pick one thing to show how diseased people's relationship with politicians is, it would be this case, because the QAnon people on the other side, literally the joke that we made, it's Donald Trump's sting operation has succeeded.
White hat pedophile.
They were literally pro-Trump people are posting pictures of Trump with Epstein, and they're undercover operation.
No, it was keep your friends close, keep your enemies closer.
Awesome, dude.
He's setting it up perfectly.
This is one of the most mentally ill eras in
God,
American politics. You'd have to go back to an era where people thought their mailman was a Russian agent, or people thought that one of the greatest threats to political progress is the devil tricking people into being horny. This is such a diseased fucking time.
Well, I mean,
it sucks.
It is so funny now with this Epstein thing, because we're going to get to see both sides of the political spectrum pretend that this is going to make you the other one look really bad.
Yeah.
Okay, so hell outcome, right? Funniest and worst outcome. It turns out Donald Trump was lying about knowing Jeffrey Epstein. So the first mention of Epstein, possibly being up to something very skeevy, is a profile of him in New York Mag in 2002, where Donald Trump says the words, "Jeff's a very fun guy. He loves the social life. Some have said he likes girls even younger than me." Yeah. So literally, this is one of those dumb New York Magazine articles that they used to have about how cool some rich guy is. And the first actual famous person they talked to was Jerry is a pedophile. But what if it turns out those pictures, Trump didn't even really talk to him. He lied about being on the jet. And he just did it because someone was "Oh yeah, Graydon Carter's been on that. You haven't." He's "Yeah, I have, actually. I did all this stuff on there." But it turned out every Democrat was on it.
Right.
And I mean, somehow Ilhan Omar, the worst outcome possible. And Trump's "I'm sorry, I lied."
Well, I mean, we should point out that there are affidavits and court documents going back to 1994 of sworn court affidavits from supposed alleged victim and her friend that she told that Donald Trump raped her when she was 13 in Jeffrey Epstein's Manhattan apartment. But I mean, like everyone's involved in this, but however, like the Clintons have way deeper ties to Epstein.
Oh
than
God,
Donald Trump.
fucking Clinton. Trump never actually was on any of the flight logs, whereas fucking Hillary.
I mean, I think they
Bill
figured
was
out
on
he was
there.
a talker.
Yeah, Bill was on there.
I mean, he probably did that. I
Well,
don't know. We'll find out.
Like Bill is on that fucking flight log like over 20 times. I mean, he's got frequent flyer miles on the Lolita Express.
Along with Steven Pinker.
Steven Pinker.
I don't know how many times he's done there, but also other favorite of the show, Alan Dershowitz.
Oh boy.
And he was reached for comment today. Attorney Alan Dershowitz, who's been caught up in the scandal around Jeffrey Epstein, is taking a wait-and-see stance towards new allegations of sex trafficking against the billionaire. I'll wait to see what the evidence is, Dershowitz told the Daily Beast on Saturday when asked to comment on Epstein's arrest. All I know is what I've read in the Daily Beast website, the Harvard law professor added. I haven't been in touch with Epstein for a long time. Remember the last time he made a comment on this? He was like, yes, I got a massage at his house, but it was only from an elderly Russian woman, and my child was there at the time.
Yeah.
Nice, dude. Wow.
Well, do you know, like, actually, Epstein, like his whole thing was like he would say, like, oh, he had a modeling agency, and he would interview girls, and then like they would give him massages or whatever, and then he would have them recruit other girls. Donald Trump ran a modeling agency in the 90s that did basically the exact same thing.
And he bragged about like peeking on girls changing and shit. Yeah.
You're talking about the hell outcome. I think the real hell outcome, and also the most likely outcome, is that he pleads out, takes some sort of sentence, like not as light as the one he got last time, real jail time, and so people can see, we're actually taking this stuff seriously, but not that long, and nothing else gets revealed.
Yeah, I agree
nobody
with
else
you.
Gets stitched up, and nothing is going to come out of it.
I agree with you because like the real insanity of this political age isn't so much outrageous things keep happening. It's that no one goes away.
Yep.
Nothing stops happening. We're just doomed to this purgatory forever. So
There's no reckoning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No. You just love to have it happen.
If we could just get Dersh, though.
I would love to
would
get
be
Dersh. Just
really-
getting Dersh would be amazing.
I hate
but-
to break it to you, but Alan Dershowitz is like, what is he, like 80?
Yeah.
Alan Dershowitz is somehow going to live another 25 years. He'll go on TV. He'll go on
He's gonna
TV.
die comfortably in his bed.
Yeah, he's going to go
It'll
on.
be that thing where he closes his eyes and then suddenly devolves into dust.
Yeah, he's going to go on TV every few months to like either defend an NFL player who decapitated his maid with a sword or like, say that Israel has a right to literally bulldoze over a family. It's like, the same shit will just keep happening forever.
And then they'll write like weird society piece profiles about how someone was like rude to him at Martha's Vineyard.
Right.
And people are like, well, we're really showing him.
Yeah.
So I guess stay tuned for that.
Can we talk?
We just got to talk about this Jeffrey Epstein shit because, I mean, I've been following it. We talked about it a little bit over the weekend, but like since then, the case has only gotten weirder. And, if you've been listening to us, I'm sure you're familiar with the details of this case. But the question I'm asking myself now, as more and more of this stuff comes out, is prior to, I had assumed that, he was a billionaire hedge fund guy whose wealth allowed him to get away with all of these ghastly crimes and shield him from any sort of prosecution or anyone looking too deeply into it. But now, as more is revealed about his quote-unquote hedge fund, the question needs to be asked, was he a billionaire because he was doing crimes, or was it the other way around? Like, it's very hard to say because apparently there's almost no evidence that he had a hedge fund at all.
Yeah, he was a quant at Bear Stearns, and then he just got plucked out of nowhere by Les Wexner, the kingpin of Victoria's Secret, given power of attorney and a mansion by him, and then shortly after he popped open this hedge fund that was only they said it was only for people who had $1 billion to invest, and it immediately became incredibly popular, even though there were only 13 billionaires in America in the 1980s. It's like, where the fuck did the money come from?
And not only that, but like also his hedge fund employed no analysts or like anything like that would be like
didn't
on
publish
the info.
results either. Like, didn't publish a record of its performance.
And that he got power of attorney over all of his clients,
Yes.
which is also very odd. And I guess like the broader question is, at what point can you say that like the sort of pop culture, because you know us, like I'm very into James Ellroy and conspiracy theories, like True Detective and shit like that. At what point can you say that like the pop culture depiction of like the world of power and its depravity is in fact not adequate? Isn't like not only not exaggerated, but in fact not adequate to convey the scope of evil at the highest levels of like financial, military, political, and quite frankly, entertainment power. Like, is there any, like the girl with the dragon tattoo or the Red Riding trilogy from Britain? I remember when I first saw those movies, I was just like, wow, that was scary and evil. But you know what? It's a bit too much. You know, is it really realistic? But the more you learn about this shit, it's just like, no, they were, if anything, like not broad enough in their imaginations.
So if I've been out of the country a lot, so I'm sort of new to this, but if I'm understanding this properly, the implication is they put him in place as a pimp for extremely rich guys who like pubescent girls.
Yeah.
But what's more than that, like the question again is like, was he a pimp or was he just running a blackmail racket? Because if you're just a pimp, you are, for like the most powerful people in the world, and they feel the slightest bit of pressure, you're instantly disposable.
Right.
There was the case, of course, of the DC Madam, the one who brought down David Vitter and his diaper fetish, who, killed herself under suspicious circumstances.
I think it's double. I think for the billionaire types, it's a transaction. You know, he gives them access to discrete access to what they want, and then they park their money in his hedge fund, and he collects a percentage of it. But then for people like the Clintons and the political figures and the entertainment figures, it does have the function of being the protective layer, like the thing that like makes it impossible to, like, they could be comfortable that this isn't going to come back to them because it's just too big of a can of worms to open if he ever gets arrested, which is exactly what happened the first time he got nailed in the aughts. And
that, now the guy who presided over that sweetheart deal, in which he did 13 months of like work release, day camp prison, most of which he spent in his office in New York. It was like the Dinesh D'Souza thing. Like, you go to jail on the weekends, and he was traveled out of state, and including to his fucking the Virgin Islands while he was supposedly incarcerated. Alexander Acosta, who's currently Trump's labor secretary, was the guy who made that deal. And as we've talked about before, the big part of that deal was not the fact that he did almost no actual hard time for the scale of the crimes he was accused of, is that it immediately stopped any further federal investigation into his co-conspirators. And like, he was given a deal, as you said, Matt, not to squeal on people, but to not squeal on people.
Right, yeah. Preemptive immunity for anyone unnamed co-conspirators involved. That's the exact opposite of how any prosecution of a conspiracy case ever goes.
And Acosta, of course, is now Trump's labor secretary, who had the balls to tweet today that he's very proud of the Southern District of New York for, picking this up, or he said, we prosecuted him or whatever. Nancy Pelosi, of course, said today about Acosta that the Democrats will not be pursuing impeachment against him. You can impeach a cabinet secretary just as easily as you can do a president, and they are not going to impeach or even look into that at all.
Well, that's smart on her part, though. I mean, you can't blame her for that. Like, this is the thing. Like, I see people criticize Pelosi all the time, and I really think that you don't understand what her job is. Her job is to protect this party and this caucus. Why would she open an investigation that might end up revealing a video broadcast on all networks of like Bill Clinton wearing a ceremonial headdress, like eating a baby's brain like an apple? Like, that's not good for her party. That's not good for her agenda. So she's not going to do it. Like, you're asking something of someone for whom it's diametrically opposed to their entire, their whole portfolio.
So like, there was a New York, this was sort of going around this week. New York Magazine had a profile of Epstein that was published in 2002 that is certainly interesting to read now. It begins by writing here, this is by Landon Thomas Jr., and the headline is Jeffrey Epstein, International Money Man of Mystery. He comes with cash to burn, a fleet of airplanes, and a keen eye for the ladies, to say nothing of a relentless brain that challenges Nobel Prize-winning scientists across the country and for financial markets around the world. Ever since the Post's Page 6 ran an item about the president's late September visit to Africa with Kevin Spacey and Chris Tucker on his benefactor's customized Boeing 727, the question of the day has been, who in the world is Jeffrey Epstein? It goes on to talk about Quoting someone here, it says, "My belief is that Jeff maintains some sort of money management firm, though you won't get a straight answer from him," says one well-known investor. "He once told me he had 300 people working for him, and I've also heard he manages Rockefeller money, but no one ever knows. It's like looking at the Wizard of Oz. There may be less there than meets the eye." Here's Clinton speaking of Epstein. He goes, "Jeffrey is both a highly successful financier and a committed philanthropist with a keen sense of global markets and an in-depth knowledge of 21st century science," Clinton says through a spokesman. "I especially appreciated his insights and generosity during the recent trip to Africa to work on democratization, empowering the poor, citizen service, and combating HIV/AIDS." So Clinton, of course, Bill Clinton has now released a statement saying that he knew nothing of these ghastly crimes and has only been on, quote, 4 trips on Jeffrey Epstein's planes, which, of course, refers to an itinerary that covers a way more than just 4 appearances on that airplane. So, again, like, think about how close the Clintons are to this guy, and then also how close Trump is, as we've mentioned on our last show. There was a lawsuit that alleged that Trump raped a 13-year-old girl in Jeffrey Epstein's apartment that was dropped under, again, very suspicious circumstances. We know Trump's famous quote that he gave in this article about Jeffrey Epstein, where he said, "We all know Jeffrey loves his social life. He loves girls, many on the young side."
Epstein was asked in a deposition if he'd ever attended a party with Trump and underage girls, and he pled the fifth.
I mean, again, hard to know where to go with all of this, but I just keep coming back to the movie Chinatown and John Huston's Noah Cross character in that movie as just like a kind of singular portrayal of American evil and depravity, that what comes with money and power is just like not just the will, but like the means to do anything for which there is like, no limits to you whatsoever.
Why are you doing it? How much better can you eat? What can you buy that you can't already afford?
The future, Mr. Gitz. The future. Now, where's the girl? I want the only daughter I've got left. As you found out, Evelyn was lost to me a long time ago.
Who do you blame for that, her?
I don't blame myself. See, Mr. Gitz, most people never have to face the fact that at the right time and the right place, they're capable of anything.
Well, when I think about limits, I think, is there anything outside this system? I mean, we get a lot of talk about how media can suddenly explode somebody who's been getting away with this for a long time. I mean, in theory, it would take one leak of one video from that island, right, with a few famous faces on it. But there doesn't seem to be anybody with the will or the means to leak that video.
Well, in the past week, also, we've had people basically say that, I was at Vanity Fair or New York Magazine, and it was Vicky Ward, I think, at Vanity Fair, who said that, she did a profile of Epstein that included, allegations from some of his now accusers that Graydon Carter axed at the last minute because he got, worried for whatever reason, or there have been other profiles of which these accusations were all out there, but essentially the editors all got cold feet because it couldn't quite pass the fact checking process.
Well,
they're worried about getting sued, or getting too far out in front of something. So like all this was like basically known by a lot of the people in the media.
But like a guy like Graydon Carter, he's a satellite for New York money, right? Like he's just this parasite. He offers no value. Anybody could be in charge of these dumb, glossy magazines. Discretion is part of his actual what he offers to these people. Yeah. And the moment he doesn't offer that anymore, he ceases to be useful at all. And so he's out the door.
And yet something happened in Florida, right? I mean, I'm the voice of the ignorant masses here because I have a very vague memory of all this, but something happened in Florida that was an actual legal proceeding that got him the ultimate slap on the wrist. Like, you have to show up for 8 hours a day because you did something with underage girls.
It was a solicitation charge in Florida, and that's what he served his 13 months of like work release.
It's a classic case where it's like ground level police work. I think like some of the victims came forward to local law enforcement. They interviewed Epstein. They got a search warrant. They went to the house. They found a ton of incriminating stuff, including, if I remember correctly, one of the high school report cards of one of the girls in his house. And then it got, kicked up to the state level, and then the feds got involved. And then it was this classic thing where you have pressure from below at the local level for a conviction, and then all of a sudden this pressure from above, from the federal level, to just shelve it.
And not only that, but after he had served his quote unquote time, mostly in New York in his office, and he returned to New York again to just basically start again doing what he's been doing the last 20, 30 years. The Manhattan DA, Cy Vance, explicitly went against the recommendations of the prosecutors in the case that he be designated a level 3 sex offender, which is the highest possible level you can be, which basically marks you as a danger to a clear and present danger to others around you. Cy Vance went out of his way to make sure he got the level 1 designation, which is the softest one.
I think he might have ended up getting the level 3 anyway, but I do know that the Cy Vance tried his hardest to intervene to get him to be a 1. Either way, it's a sign that, we know this, that the Manhattan DA's office is just a concierge service for Manhattan's richest scumbags.
Again, if the Trump years are showing us anything, it's that like the mask is completely fallen off.
Yep.
Those in power and those who serve them. And that there seems to be a desperate fight to put it back on from many of the people who have been assuring those of us on the left or with any progressive values that they're the ones who've been saying for years, politics is really just all about power. You don't understand that. You're an idealist. You'll never really get, what we do here. And now that everyone essentially realizes that, these are the people that are trying the hardest to put the mask back on. Again, it's just I don't quite know where this goes. It's hard to imagine there being some sort of huge revelation where everything comes tumbling down. I think we're only going to still be getting sort of keyhole view of what's going on, but the outlines of what is now public record about who this guy is, what he did, and his associations with, like I said, the leaders of the Democratic and Republican parties, including the president. It should be enough. I don't know.
It's very bipartisan. That seems clear.
Yeah,
that's supposed to be a good thing.
yeah. Who says the two parties can't work together anymore?
Yeah, and it's yet another nail number 2,753,000,000 in the coffin of it's just Trump. And we had a nice functioning system here until the evil Trump.
Or the idea that Trump is being manipulated, by the Russians because they have all this compromat on him. Well, if they got it on him, they got it on literally everybody else in the American ruling class. So, I don't know. That's take that as cold comfort.
Speaking of compromat, there might maybe we want to cut this, but I'm hearing that there might be a Mossad connection with Epstein.
Well, we know there was a Mossad connection with Harvey Weinstein.
Well, yes, because he hired but that was this weird, Black Cube.
The Black Cube, ex-Mossad, private intelligence agency.
Yeah, but it would be in the interest of state actors to be involved in something like this for their own purposes.
Oh, in terms of the blackmail stuff?
Yeah, that part at least.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, yeah, American public opinion on, Israel is at the lowest it's ever been. So you think the planners and, people in charge of the Israeli intelligence and military apparatus would want to, pull any cards that they have to, stay in the good graces of the United States government?
Yeah.
Again, they probably wouldn't have to work that hard because there's a big difference in public opinion and, the people.
Right. Well, that's the thing. Public opinion is the real issue here. Is that even a thing anymore?
I don't think it is with Trump, especially with compromat, because one of the whole post-2016 Hillary demographic meltdown was frightening in its stupidity. And one of the ways in which it was frightening is, why are you trying compromat on Trump? His people don't want him to be a good person. They don't think he's a good person. He is their revenge.
Yeah.
He is their golem. They want him to embarrass the people who were maintaining this facade of decency on a system they knew was not decent. So to the extent that compromat is going to work on anybody, it's going to work on Bill a lot harder than it worked on Trump.
Because he has, through the Clinton Foundation, that he is in his post-presidential life, coming out of a presidency, already tarnished by, sexual misdeeds, at least of what we know of the, non-illegal variety. That he's become a global spokesman for, like he said, the flight he took to Africa with Kevin Spacey and Chris Tucker of all people. what's up? But
someone told me that that's not the same Chris Tucker. I don't know.
It's not the Rush Hour.
It's not
Friday?
Rush Hour Chris Tucker.
Okay,
It's
but I
different
mean,
Rush
it's Kevin Spacey and Bill Clinton
for sure
went to Africa
Bill
together. Like what he said, that Jeffrey Epstein's a philanthropist, and he is someone who needs to be seen as a good person who is doing the right things at all times. So yeah, you're right. He'd be I mean, look, if Russian state actors have compromised on Trump, you can fucking rest assured they have it on Bill Clinton too.
Oh yeah.
So,
but I mean, we might be entering the age when it doesn't matter anymore. Things happen too fast, and now no one really trusts anything they hear if it doesn't align with their preconceived notions anyway, because you can always make some sort of argument that it's fake. So information no longer has a probative value. There's only pre-existing opinions that people then grab out of the stream of information, the stuff that supports it, and then they think that's true, and the stuff that doesn't is fake. Like if these videos came out, who's going to be able to prove to the satisfaction of an invested party that they're real, that they're not deep fakes or something? Who's going to do it?
Hard to say. I mean, I guess I remain fascinated by this case.
Oh God,
because
I'm feeling like Nick Mullen right now.
Because it is like an Elroy novel. It's just like it's no longer fiction. You no longer have to live in a world where it's like fiction is what hints at the extreme evil and depravity of like the ruling class.
Well, this moment we're in, this moment that feels so vertiginous and alienating, it's because fiction has been outpaced and can't keep up. Like you can't keep up with what's happening. No representation can allegorically reflect like the hidden texture of reality, because there's no hidden texture of reality. There's just what is, and our collective incapacity to deal with it, to do anything about it.
And there's a sliding scale of morality among the fans of the various actors, in that the same people who, because I do troll comment section, I do want to know what the hidden norm thinks, and the hidden norm is insane and vindictive, just to give you the quick version. The hidden norm thinks it's fine that Trump has been stiffing contractors and groping everything that moves all his life. In fact, the hidden norm thinks that's great. But the hidden norm thinks the fact that Bernie Sanders might have made money off a book and might have bought a second vacation house is appalling. So that's part of the problem with the compromat. You're not dealing with some scale that works across the board. It's to your advantage to declare yourself an utter sleaze in the beginning.
Or like with the Sanders thing is a perfect example. Like the sliding scale, like if you get mad at Hillary raking in hundreds of thousands of dollars giving speeches to Goldman Sachs, like you're just a hater. But then it turns out, like according to his tax returns, Bernie made like $1 million off his book. I mean, well, then he's an awful hypocrite. He's evil. He's just as bad as Goldman Sachs. And I got to say, I'm self-interested party here. You can take this with a huge grain of salt. But, making money off a book you write is probably one of the least exploitative ways you can become rich. I don't know. I mean,
one of the hardest ways to make money.
Yeah.
Speaking of perverts.
Yeah, this is a good segue. Matt has just this morning, has done some on-the-ground shoe leather legal reporting on an issue of note. Matt, would you like to explain?
This morning at Superior Court, the Southern District of Manhattan of New York, they were doing Jeffrey Epstein's bail hearing.
This is the place where all the Law and Order episodes are filmed.
No, it's around the corner from that, because this is the federal court, not the state court.
No, this is where they film the episodes. The studio.
Oh. Well, I don't know. All I know is the steps that they're always walking down to get a hot dog, that's like a half a block away. That's not here. And I couldn't get into the building. Maybe if I was more of an intrepid journalist, I could have, but I don't know how to do that. The doors seem to be not allowed unless you
Did you try opening the handle?
Well, no, they were all being guarded by police. One said it was for employees only. One said it was for court and reporters only. And I don't have any kind of press credentials, so I don't think I would have been allowed in.
You should have kept your lanyard from Netroots Nation.
That might have helped. I think that they had probably a smart idea that you don't want a bunch of yahoos showing up at the Epstein hearing. So instead, I hung out with the press people outside, waiting for the news that Jeffrey Epstein's bail was denied, that he will remain in custody, which will make it harder for him to, quote unquote, commit suicide sometime in the next 6 months. But
wouldn't it be easier for him for that to happen?
I don't know. It's just like there's more to answer to if he happens.
Yeah,
in
you're
his,
right. You're
in
right.
his cell as opposed to
What
out
if he
on
just
his
gets
boat.
like shanked like 50 times,
Yeah,
like, in
yeah.
Gen Pop or whatever?
Yeah, Breaking Bad style.
Yeah.
All I know is that Jerlina Maxwell's dad just fell off of his yacht, and that would have been an easier thing for them to do if he had decided to go on the lam or something. But yeah, so I hung out in front with the jaded media reporters, and it was funny. So I was standing across the street, and then a truck pulls up, like a one of the workman's trucks. I don't know, filled with items for sale, or I don't know. And a guy in the seat goes, "Hey, whose case is this? What's going on?" I go, "It's Epstein." And he goes, "Huh?" I go, "The pedophile." And he goes, "Oh, what's going on?" I go, "It's this bail hearing." He's like, "Oh shit." So some people are aware, I think, of what's going on, even if they don't know the particulars.
The trial of the century.
Hey, I'm knowing about pedophiles over here.
Yeah. Hey, check out that friggin' temple on the island. Hey. So we just hung around, and then the only people who came out to do a press conference were the lawyers for the victims. So not anybody from the defense team or from the U.S. Prosecutors came out. And it was very short and kind of, frankly, anticlimactic. The only thing I could really take from it is, one, Q people are fucking loser lamos, because there wasn't a single person there in a Q hat or a Q paraphernalia. No Pizzagate people. No one dedicated to this showed up. I fucking showed up, and you assholes couldn't do this. You've been on the fucking forums for how long? You're waving your signs at Trump, and you can't show up just to see what's going on? Pathetic. Part-timers.
Hyper trendies.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I have no time for any of them.
So yeah, Epstein denied bail. According to the judge, it was a big part of that was the testimony of several of his victims at the bail hearing. That and probably the, I don't know, $700,000 in cash and foreign passports that the FBI found in a safe in his house.
So he was Saudi Arabian the whole time.
That and the fact
Okay,
that
by the way,
last time-
the best joke about that was someone said, like, damn, Saudi Arabia really likes sponsoring controversial flights in America.
Yeah, all that plus the fact that the last time he was quote unquote in custody during his penalty, he was allowed, like, women were allowed access to him in custody. They would just sign in and they would get to go in. Amazing. Didn't he also have loose diamonds? He had loose diamonds, yes, which are very good for transporting value across borders easily.
And sometimes you just lose track of your diamonds.
In your couch cushions and whatnot.
No, the one thing they took away from it is that the people who came out to talk were associates from David Boyce's law firm, who have been the people keeping this flame going after Epstein's criminal conviction, because they've been pursuing civil litigation on behalf of the victims. And David Boyce is an incredibly powerful figure. He argued for Gore in the Bush v. Gore case. He argued for the state in the Microsoft antitrust case, and he was Harvey Weinstein's attorney, who was the attorney who acquired the ex-Mossad investigative firm Black Cube to harass Weinstein accusers. So basically, if anybody is going to be implicated in a really high-end pedophile ring, he would be as much likely to as a guy like Dershowitz, who's been at war with over this case for years. Dershowitz has tried to get him disbarred because of that. And that makes me think that one of two things is happening. One, this really isn't the giant pedophile conspiracy that people are kind of imagining it to be. It really is sort of a limited group of sickos. Or this is what Richard Nixon used to call a limited hangout, where the degree, sort of the profligate degree of Epstein's criminality is too much to endure long-term with the public eye. And so the last few years, especially since Epstein finished his sentence, have been around cutting loose ends so that they could put him to bed, basically, and not have to worry about anything else getting revealed by more investigative rigor being put onto him. So that's kind of what I'm thinking now, that this whole thing is basically a stitch-up designed to prevent anybody from finding the full extent to which it goes.
Well, here's one place that's already led, and I'd like to share with you now. Obviously, like outside of Donald Trump and Bill Clinton, Alan Dershowitz is probably the biggest name that's been connected to all this, and Dershowitz is doing so good right now that he's pitched an article about himself to Newsmax.com, which is a website I didn't even know existed anymore. Like, if you go to the Newsmax website, it really looks like the internet circa 2002 or something like that. Like it's very, very, it has a retro feel to it. Dershowitz just published something in Newsmax that's intended to head off a big piece that the New Yorker is working on about him. And it's called like New Yorker, J'accuse or something like that. And it's just basically him saying like, David Remnick has it out for me personally because I defend Israel. And
David Remnick, a regular Abu Nadal, that guy.
Yeah.
There's nothing New Yorker magazine is known for more than its rigorous defense of Palestinian rights.
Yeah,
Fuck
exactly.
here.
So Dershowitz is doing great. He wants everyone to know he's fine and not at all concerned about where this case might be leading.
He's actually laughing.
Yeah. The other guy who's also doing great and wants everyone to know that like he's not bothered at all is Steven Pinker. And I swear to God, like if nothing else comes out of this case but ruining his reputation,
That would be awesome.
I'll take it. Because he has played Dr. Pangloss for like the worst people alive, like as long as he's been a public intellectual.
Yeah.
Like he's one of the biggest frauds that's been like coasting on this reputation of being a genius who basically only flatters the incredibly wealthy and powerful.
Yeah. No, he's a court intellectual. I saw him at Ozzyfest last year. We
were there.
Last year, and the whole pitch was, there's an app for everything. Don't worry about anything. Everything will be fine. The powerful and the wealthy, they all are dedicated to using technology to make everything better. There's no need to fix anything. Leave it to the professionals.
And I think we said at the time, because, our third eye was just being, sort of pried open, that as he was talking, we saw the sort of Donnie Darko like tunnel come out of his chest and lead directly onto Epstein's plane.
Yep.
So he's come out with because look, there's this picture that everyone's been circulating of him, Lawrence Krauss, another one of these public intellectuals who, if you go to their Wikipedia page, there's just a subhead that says allegations.
Yeah.
Who and then like a big subplot of the Epstein thing is like how connected he is through funding and personal relationships and networking to like the highest levels of academia, and the way he sort of collected prominent scientists and what he regarded as cutting edge thinkers. Steven Pinker, being among them. And there's a picture of him and Lawrence Krauss smiling and sitting at a table with Jeffrey Epstein that was taken in 2014. Now that is a full 7 years after he was originally convicted of solicitation in Florida. And no, he was convicted of, the minor charge of solicitation.
Yeah.
But like the accusations were all there.
Everyone knew that
Like
shit.
everybody knew that shit by then. And it was posted on the Facebook. It's all since been scrubbed, but it was posted on the Facebook page of the Jeffrey Epstein Foundation. And this is clearly at a gala dinner of something he sponsored called it's called like the Origin Society at ASU, of which Pinker is also associated with. So like through his funding of all of these various philanthropic endeavors, Pinker is like, oh, I was in the same circles with him, and I ended up in this one photograph with him.
Yeah.
And but I'm saying like the context was you were still attending a dinner sponsored by his money for a program that you're in 2014. To which, like, nobody has ever explained why in 2014 anyone
How is he not a
would
pariah?
be in the same fucking room with this guy.
How is he not a permanent pariah after that? That's the question.
It'd be almost impossible to plead ignorance to the fact of what he was accused of, which is, let's be honest, pimping teenage girls and sexually abusing them.
Yes.
And, so either you are actively complicit in those crimes or just cynically willing to take the money of a serial rapist and have your photo taken with the glad handing with him in exchange for his funding.
Either way, it's a bad look.
Here's what Pinker has finally taken to the internet to address these, allegations, and by allegations I mean photos of him and his name on those flight logs. He has chosen to post this at the blog Why Evolution is True.
Okay, I'm gonna a fact check on this one.
So let's begin here. He says, I'm happy to share my encounters with Epstein. This is Pinker writing here. This is Pinker emailed the proprietor of Why Evolution is True. Again, we're waiting for how many pants on fire that statement has. But he goes, the annoying irony is that I could never stand the guy, never took research funding from him, and always tried to keep my distance. Friends and colleagues described him to me as a quantitative genius and a scientific sophisticate, and they invited me to salons and coffee klatches at which he held court. but I found him to be a kibitzer and a dilettante. He would abruptly change the subject, ADD style, dismiss an observation with an adolescent wisecrack, and privilege his own intuitions over systematic data. I think the dislike was mutual. According to a friend, he, quote, voted me off the island, presumably because he was sick of me trying to keep the conversation on track and correcting him when he shot off his mouth on topics he knew nothing about.
Maybe not the best time to use that metaphor.
I think he means literally, but but here's the thing though. He's trying to say I never liked the guy and always tried to keep him at arm's length. But the very first sort of evidence of that Pinker's giving here seems to imply that that was the opposite, that Epstein was actually trying to keep him at distance.
Yeah.
I was trying to separate.
It's I was hanging out with him and we were doing great.
I kept coming to his house and coffee clutches, but he never liked me.
He wouldn't let me back in.
And then
he was a jerk know-it-all. Really? That was the big problem with Epstein? He wasn't rigorous enough in his scientific thinking. That was the thing that made him bad. Interesting.
He sounds like a fake friend.
So he goes here, but Epstein had insinuated himself with so many people I intersected with: Alan Dershowitz, Martin Nowak, John Brockman, Steve Koslin, Lawrence Krauss. I'm sure all those guys are glad you're bringing them up as well here. So I was just like,
shut the fuck up. No, don't stop.
So he goes here, and so many institutions he helped fund: Harvard's program in evolutionary dynamics, ASU's Origins Project, and even Harvard Hillel. Again, he started out by saying I never took research funding from him, but all the organizations that I'm a fellow and a member of definitely did take money from him. So he goes, that I often ended up at the same place with him. Most of these gatherings were prior to the revelation of his sex crimes, such as at the 2002 plane trip to the TED Talk with Dawkins, Dennett, Brockmans, and others. But Krauss's Origins Projects meetings came after he served his sentence. So, yeah, again, the picture everyone's talking about was in 2014.
Yeah.
A full 7 years after he was convicted of solicitation.
Yeah.
Since I was often the most recognizable person in the room. Oh, thanks, Steve. These clout sharks are
stupid haircut.
Yeah. Since I was often the most recognizable person in the room, someone would snap a picture. Some of them resurfaced this past week, circulated by people who disagree with me on various topics and apparently believe that photos are effective arguments. In the interests of full disclosure, there was another connection. Alan Dershowitz and I are friends and colleagues, and we taught a course together at Harvard. He often asked me questions about syntax and the semantics of laws, most recently, the impeachment statute. While he was representing Epstein, he asked me about the natural interpretation of one of the relevant laws, and I offered my opinion. This was cited in a court document. I did it as a favor to a friend and a colleague, not as a paid expert witness, but now I regret that I did so. And needless to say, I find Epstein's behavior reprehensible. So I love that he's using this to exonerate himself, and he's like, oh, no. I gave my legal advice to his defense, but I didn't do it as any type of expert witness or testimony. I just did it as a favor to a friend who's also deeply implicated in his many horrific crimes.
Also, when I say that I'm horrified by Epstein's conduct, I mean being a churl at parties. The only thing I actually care about.
Yeah, he says he has ADD, which, by the way, canceled. And then he goes on to talk about how in all his books, he's written at length about, how much he abhors the violence against and the exploitation of women. And he closes by saying, as far as I know, I'm the only writer who has documented and celebrated actual progress in reducing violence against women and argued that this progress shows that the effort is not futile and should embolden us to press for greater reduction still. The only writer. You're the only writer who's ever done that. Well, I guess you could say you're the only writer who's ever done that and been photographed smiling at the same table next to a serial rapist.
Look, I celebrate myself. I contain contrasts. What's his name?
Whitman.
Uh-oh. Never mind. That's not helping.
And then the guy who runs Why Evolution is True just says here, he closes, of course, by saying, last year I was featured in a New York Times op-ed by Jesse Singal called Social Media is Making Us Dumber. Here's Exhibit A. This year, I appear to be Exhibit B. So he's just saying this is all Twitter and social media's fault. And then the guy who runs Why Evolution is True closes by saying, there you have it. If people are going to tar Pinker by flaunting his association with Epstein, then Pinker deserves a reply. This is his reply and any further discussion to take it into account. Good. I think it should be taken into account.
Yeah, it's all going on into the file.
Wait, the blog is called
Why Evolution is True.
So that's just what the whole blog is about, just why evolution is true.
I mean, it's like I think it's all just like new atheism shit.
And the occasional defense by a guy who hangs out with a convicted pedophile.
So there you go. That's your weekly update on the Epstein case and the people surrounding it.
This is really going to be interesting, honestly. When it starts coming out, what they found in the safes and stuff, the degree to which there's even going to be a possibility of implication wider. There was an article today where they're claiming people in the DA's office or the U.S. Attorney's office is claiming like huge, massive number of incredibly powerful people being implicated. I don't know. My guess is that we end up getting 2 or 3 people getting stitched up. Probably Dershowitz. Dershowitz is probably completely fucked one way or the other. But I have a feeling it's just never going to materialize. It's always going to be sort of at the edge. Just like everything else in this era. It's like it feels like we might come to a reckoning, and then nope. No reckoning. We just keep pushing it off into the sunset, into nothing.
I've been thinking a lot about something Brendan said to me over the weekend, which is that like we're living in an era now where like in a couple years, like everybody is either going to be a normie or like a full-time crank.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and if you're interested in politics at all, no matter what ideology or side of the political spectrum or any interest whatsoever you come from or to. You will be like a full crank.
Oh yeah,
and then everyone else will just sort of like as H.P. Lovecraft said, retreat into the bliss of our second dark age and just be watching like
Avengers flat brim hours.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I think that's how it's always been though. Maybe the contrast is sharper now.
I think what's going to happen though is that I think people are going to realize that to commit to having politics is going to fundamentally alienate you. You're not going to be able to dabble. I think is what.
I mean, politics is it's in this era an affectation or a distraction. It's just something to occupy your time with, and make you into a crank who's obsessed with this sort of thing.
Yeah, no, that's the thing. We're all going to end up completely insane, and it's cool, and I can't wait just to be a gibbering maniac.
24-hour podcast to raise awareness of suicide.
Folks, you're not alone out there. No matter what people say about you online, no matter how many lies are out there, don't take it to heart. Don't hurt yourself.
Yo, we've got 2 special-ass guests. We've got, him as Logic, but his name is Brace Belden. And Joyner Lucas, also known as Liz. What's up? Let's raise this awareness. Let's do it, boys.
No matter how bad things seem to be going in your life, like there's always something to live for. Okay.
Like
honestly, let's get some eps going in the chat here. I want to do like a prayer, truth, positive, love, chakra bomb at Jeff right now.
Yeah.
Yo, up, Jeff.
Press Ep to pay respect.
Yes.
Jeffrey Epstein is a victim of cyberbullying, and that's what's leading him to self-harm.
That's right.
You joke, but we need to keep him alive.
Yeah, no, he has to live.
We really, really do.
We got to get this out there.
We really need to keep him alive.
Yeah, it's clear that, like, as I predicted, there's no dead man switch. They've done the necessary cauterizing the connections, so he's the only loose end, and so they're just trying to get rid of him.
It's hilarious that in the span of like 24 hours, it's basically been like, we're hunting Epstein. He's the devil incarnate, and now we're like, protect him at all costs.
Yes.
He's innocent. Save Jeffrey.
So from what I gather, Epstein was in like whatever cell block 9 of the Manhattan Corrections Facility.
It's the jail that's right by 100 Center Street. It's just this giant like windowless building that they like. It's not like Rikers, but they like house people there. It's sort of like the Tombs who are awaiting trial, but like not on a long-term basis.
And the wing he's in is for people who are sort of like high, we would call them in the business high value targets. And somehow they found him on the floor with marks on his neck, blue marks on his neck, and kind of like writhing on the floor, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, fetal
That's where we're at.
position.
And now he's in the hospital.
Well, this checks out because if you follow Jeffrey Epstein's private account, Small Jeff, you know that he was like posting some very dark things that day. He was feeling very low.
All right, I need to. We're going to get into all the genuinely insane breaking news about this, but I just by way of introducing this show and our guests, it's Chapo, it's me, Matt, and Felix sitting in on deck, and I would just like to say, if you are a listener of this show, you may have noticed over the past month, a couple of months or weeks that us, are your hosts of our show here, are beginning to develop a condition known as Epstein brain.
Oh yeah, I got it bad.
Matt has full-blown Epstein brain, and I'm like rapidly sliding it into the abyss here. And what is Epstein brain? Well, Epstein brain is sort of
I call
like,
it Epstein-Barr virus, actually.
You know what's so fucked up? I was like, I was up to like 5 on like Les Wexner's Wikipedia, and I was like, it's honestly mentally healthier for me to watch Twitch streams than this. But I was like, wait a minute, William Barr's dad hired Epstein at the Epstein bar. They're fucking telling us it's right in front of us,
dude. It's right in front of us.
There are so many things that are in front of our eyes that only now we're beginning to notice. But I would just like to say, Epstein brain is a condition similar to, for instance, what like maybe your boomer liberal palates have developed with regards to the Mueller Russiagate investigation. However, with the minor difference that the Epstein brain and conspiracy is 100% true and not made up bullshit like that other stuff.
Yeah.
And is extremely whips ass.
Yeah, no, it's amazing.
Absolutely 100% all true.
Like the Robert Mueller shit is not only mostly bullshit, it's also incredibly boring.
So boring.
I don't even know who he is.
About Russiagate.
This fucking senile old
Only stuff
fart.
about Russiagate that's true is the stuff that involves Epstein.
Yeah. This senile old fuck going like, well, if you'll see here in February of 2016, this Facebook post from Blacks for Trump. Boring. Get the fuck out of here with this.
Are you telling me you're not gripped by the revelation in page 7030 of the Mueller report that proves that Gilroy absolutely knew that Montague lied about the meeting in Terre Haute?
Oh God! All these fucking.
We're actually
meetings.
going to do a live performance reading of the Epstein indictment.
24 hours.
Any conspiracy that involves Don Trump Jr. being in a room during a crucial moment is not real. That man has never been allowed anywhere near any important decisions or secret meetings.
So as we slide further into Epstein-related dementia, I thought it would be a good time now to bring on two guests that have started their own podcast dedicated it's like basically if True Detective season 1 ran for like 30 episodes instead of just stopping before they got to the truth.
Yeah.
It would be the it would be the TrueAnon podcast hosted by our good friends Brace and Liz. Brace, welcome back to the show. Liz, welcome.
Thank you.
My wig has been fucking snatched by Jeffrey Epstein. It is so a crooked cop tried to murder him last night in his cell. What's it? I can't pronounce
Tagliatelle or something like this. He's a
Tartaglione.
Who looks he's like the guy from Doom. He's
the Beast Ravon.
He's the Doom Marine, but Italian. So let's just get into this. This is NBC News. It says is just a news account of what went down the other night. Accused pedophile and wealthy Manhattan financier Jeffrey Epstein was found injured and in a fetal position inside his cell at a New York City jail, according to sources close to the investigation. Epstein, who is being held in Metropolitan Correctional Center as he awaits his trial for conspiracy and sex trafficking, was found semi-conscious with marks on his neck, two sources told News 4. Investigators are trying to piece together exactly what happened, saying details remain murky. Two sources tell News 4 that Epstein may have tried to hang himself, while a third source cautioned that the injuries were not serious and questioned if Epstein might be using it as a way to get a transfer. A fourth source said that an assault had not been ruled out and that another inmate was questioned. The inmate who investigators have talked to in Lower Manhattan facility has been identified as Nicholas Tartaglione, according to two sources. Tartaglione is a former police officer in Westchester County who was arrested in December 2016 and accused of killing 4 men in an alleged cocaine distribution conspiracy, then burying their bodies in his yard in Otisville, Orange County, according to court records.
I just want to add a Mueller report style footnote here. The place he killed these 4 men at was called the Liquid Lounge. That is LICKQIED. QID.
God,
it's probably the Likud Lounge, actually.
Well, I mean, he was actually doing some very smart admiralty law. If you kill somebody in a place that's spelled incorrectly, the murder is invalid. The murder conviction's invalid. So free this man. You know.
So I feel like before we can even get into so there's a strong chance that they, who they are, I don't know. The fact that they bungled this hit makes me think it was the Clintons involved in this.
Yeah, Robbie
Mook tried to set up this hit.
Yeah.
I just imagine Hillary sneaking up behind him and she's garroting him, but then she has a Kurdu attack halfway through and starts coughing and falls down.
It's those damn vapors again.
It's like the college episode of The Sopranos. The thing about us wise guys is the hustle never ends. You drop the files on my husband back there. Your life is just chilling in hell.
Let's just say his Adam's apple was Wisconsin.
But it's just like, but Brace, like it's the nature of this case that like you cannot discover one seemingly incredibly bizarre new detail about this without finding out 10 other even more bizarre things. And I feel like before we can even get into Epstein, we have to talk about Tartaglione, a crooked Orange County police officer who fucking murdered 4 cartel guys and is represented by a top mob lawyer. And check this out.
Italian last name, dude.
He looks like the Black Lodge version of Mr. Clean.
We just made fun of that QAnon asshole for killing the Gambino guy because we said, what's the mob got to do with all this shit? And now here we got a fucking mob-connected dude trying to clip Epstein 2 days later.
I like how
he got the wrong guy.
I like how fucking after like 2016, there were like some like more left liberals who were like, yeah, apologies to Bernie voters. You're right. I'm joining DSA. Now we have to do the same thing with QAnon.
Yes. Well,
it'll be the new rose emoji.
I want to sort of earmark that because QAnon. We can get into this after Tartaglione. QAnon is itself a psyop from, let's just call them the cabal, to discredit what is actually happening, which is literally the same thing as QAnon, except Donald Trump's not fighting them.
I mean, like one of the chief guys who started the whole Pizzagate thing is Jack Prilosek. He was literally a naval intelligence officer.
Not only
my brain
that,
is melting. Oh my God.
Not only that, he is like the protege of one Roger Stone.
Yeah.
Along with Mr. Pizzagate, Mike Cernovich. These people pushed, Posobiec really pushed Pizzagate and QAnon. Cernovich mostly stuck to Pizzagate, but they pushed them hard. And they added all this sort of noise. I mean, also Posobiec was behind the Seth Rich stuff, which added just like noise to all of this. And made sort of the idea of the Clintons murdering the Clinton crime family kind of discredited.
Brace, remind me what famous law professor was featured in one of Mike Cernovich's documentaries about censorship on campus?
Are you talking about the movie Silence featuring Alan Dershowitz?
Yes, I am.
Oh, Martin Scorsese directed Silence, I thought.
Yo, he's trash.
Cernovich also did this weird thing where he was trying to unseal the records of one of the main victims that was suing Ghislaine Maxwell.
Yes.
Dershowitz tried to unseal them. He got kind of rebuffed, I believe. Then Cernovich just did the exact same lawsuit. And these were the victims' lawyers were literally like, Mike Cernovich is a piece of shit. Like, do not unseal these records for him. He's working for Dershowitz to try to discredit the victim. And then Cernovich, when the records do get unsealed, like all of them something happens with the Miami paper, and Cernovich is like taking credit for it, but it's fucking white noise, man. My man is behind. He's working with Dershowitz. Dershowitz, probably allegedly by me, hired Roger Stone to clear his ass, and they're working on this big multi-level campaign.
I think that Roger Stone has been involved like from the beginning, like super deep involved. My brain is much farther gone in Epstein brain than Brace's somehow, which is saying a lot. So I'm on the tip that I'm like, maybe part of Pizzagate is maybe they're onto something here.
Well, before we get into all these sort of like double blinds and controlled oppositions and false flag conspiracies, there's just 2 other incredible details about Nicholas Tartaglione, the person of interest who may have tried to suicide Jeffrey Epstein in the middle of like hot, like solitary
secure housing unit.
So it says here when you Google his name, you get a story about this. illicit phone found in cell of ex-cop charged in quadruple homicide. Nicholas Tartaglione, 51, a former Briarcliff Manor police officer who lived on Old Mountain. He lived on the Old Town Road near Otisville.
Oh, dude, he's hopping on that remix. Lil Nas X. Yo, we got Jeffrey Epstein on the new remix. of Old Town Road.
He faces 17 counts, including 4 counts of murder in furtherance of a narcotics conspiracy. Federal prosecutors are seeking the death penalty. Okay?
Yes, important.
This guy's facing the death penalty. So check this out. According to a letter prosecutors filed on Monday, correction staff at the New York Metropolitan Correctional Center in Manhattan saw Tartaglione holding a mini cellular phone in his hand on July 3rd while in his cell. Okay, why is the date July 3rd important? July 3rd happens to be the same day as when a panel of judges with the Second Circuit Court of Appeals ruled that some 2,000 pages of the Epstein case files had to be unsealed. And now a guy who does hits for the mob, who's a former cop facing the death penalty in the same holding center as Jeffrey Epstein, ends up with a contraband cell phone on the same day, or was caught with it at least the same day that happened. Second,
yes.
I mean,
So-
maybe not as like dramatic to the conspiracy angle to this, but Tartaglione was also involved in the assault of a man named Clay Tiffany, who is known as a longtime Ossining gadfly who hosted a public access show where he railed against the Briarcliff police force called, I shit you not, Dirge for the Charlatans, who won a $1.1 million
E1
settlement
episode.
from Briarcliff Village after claiming that former officer Nicholas Tartaglione assaulted him.
See, how are you not supposed to go insane? Because if I lived in that town,
what does God want me to do with this information?
if I lived in that town and there's a cranky weirdo who looks like Steve Brule on my TV on public access on his show, the Dirge of the what's?
Dirge of the Charlatans.
Dirge of the Charlatans, talking about the corrupt cops who keep harassing him and beating him up, just for wearing his sandwich boards out in the public. I would just write him off as a crank. And then once he died, I would say, well, he's an old man. He probably died of natural causes. Then, oh no, the cop that he named personally as someone who was
And won $1
abusing his
million
position
from.
killed 4 people and buried them in his yard. And then ended up in the cell with Epstein, maybe fucking trying to kill him.
So check this out. It says here,
They successfully located America's dumbest crooked cop. He didn't even leave his house to bury the bodies. He's so fucking lazy. Like there was a special forces unit of the Chicago Police Department that was like, they were doing the SHIELD shit.
Yeah.
Like they would raid drug dealers and then like secretly sell them, and it took them years to catch them. And in upstate New York, I guess just no one gives a shit. Just no work ethic.
He got caught by his neighbor who just saw him burying the body.
There was a foot sticking out of the ground. This lazy fucking moron.
He's like,
he left a hand sticking out as like a Halloween decoration.
He was like,
Whoa, I'm doing a fucking spooky solstice event.
It's for the kids.
He's like
It's
fucking
the solstice thing.
He's like
My
fucking
girlfriend loves solstice shit. It's fucking.
He's like fucking Peter Stormare in Fargo. But check this out. It's just a little bit more about Clay Tiffany. It said here, Tiffany used his public access show to rail against the village of Briarcliff Manor and was a regular fixture at village board and board of education meetings. He may have been dead for up to 2 weeks when police found him at his Ossining home on March 26 after someone asked for a welfare check. He died of natural causes.
Oh yeah, I'm sure he did.
I mean, Italian excellence is like just killing rude Yelp reviewers. That's the equivalent here. It's the exact same thing.
It's just, I mean, you can say that's silly, but at this point, I don't know what to do with the fact that I was there in front of the Manhattan U.S. courthouse on last week when during the arraignment or during the bail hearing, they say no bail for Epstein. And my just thought is, well, what now? There's 2 ways this plays out. If there's nothing behind this, then, you have a regular old legal procedure and, everything gets out and we see, and maybe some rich people get in trouble. Maybe some documents come out. Maybe some incriminating video is released, but it would all take a natural course. If this isn't the case, then there's no way this can go to trial by the nature of who is implicated by it, which means something has to happen to Epstein. Like, it's just a mathematical fact. Something has to happen to him. And then less than a fucking week later, the motherfucker is on the ground in a fucking suicide attempt. What are you supposed to do with this?
So the thing is, even if it does go to trial, the fucking lawyer is Boys.
That's
Like,
true, which
the
is
lawyer
that's
for
been
girls.
what's fucking with me is that if there's anybody who's like wired into this shit, it would be him.
Here's the thing. I am friends with literally no one in Mossad, right?
Likely story, dude.
I mean, you know, I had an internship like anyone else, but,
But it's
I've
like,
sort of
how
fallen out
is
of
it-
contact with those friends.
How is it that all of these people have like the closest contact you can get with Mossad, which means the CIA? Like, Boys hired the fucking Mossad or like a cutout company or whatever to fuck with like the people writing stories about
Harvey
what's his
Weinstein.
name?
Weinstein,
Fat guy.
yeah.
Harvey Weinstein.
Yeah, well, it was through Black Cube,
Black
which was
Cube.
Am I getting this right that Ehud Barak is involved with Black Cube?
Epstein
Epstein and Barack are both like in a partnership in a intelligence business.
Yeah, no, it's
it's
not
Black Cube. It's a different one.
When all this was breaking, freaking Netanyahu's fail son was like on Twitter being like, "You gotta look into Ehud Barak." It's like, what the hell is going on?
Okay, hear me out. What if Boys? He's like, let's go leave True Detective season 1, True Detective season 2. Boys is Colin Farrell. Like, this is his redemption. And he's got like
So he's divorced.
He's got like a big son who he's trying to like, leave a good example for. Everyone thinks he's crooked, and he's like, this is the last thing. He's going into the forest.
All right, well,
So the big son, I assume, is Weinstein.
yes, it's Harvey Weinstein. He keeps getting beaten up at school.
Watching
It's like, yeah,
Friends
maybe
together.
because Boys did used to get a lot of good. Like, the 90s, people loved reading news stories about lawyers for some reason.
What a terrible time.
I know, God. But now, like, we just have to read about lawyers again, except now they're bad. I just don't give a fuck. But, yeah, Boys is, like, kind of in the gutter now. And I think he is trying to redeem his reputation. But I also, like, am 30% I'll go up to 50%. Pretty sure that he's just controlled opposition in this. He is the sort of fail-safe of all the Epstein, the Clinton crime family bungles something once again. Boys is there to fuck up the case totally, get Epstein whatever life in prison, but make sure none of the shit really gets out.
Well,
yeah, that's kind of what I think too. Because like, what's weird is that some of the other kind of like tangential figures in this like very vast worldwide conspiracy, Adnan Khashoggi and Robert Maxwell, both who were both like obviously CIA assets. Both died like basically penniless
and
like,
disgraced,
in total ruin, disgraced. Both very strange deaths, and I kind of feel like that's what's happening with our friend Jeffrey. Like he's the fall guy to kind of like move it along, but keep everything in place.
Like the Alfred to his Batman. Ghislaine Maxwell. I cannot pronounce it. Ghislaine.
It's Ghislaine, but it sounds better to say Ghislaine.
That is great OPSEC by Robert Maxwell, giving his daughter that fucking made-up ass name that I can't say.
Totally unpronounceable name. Yeah.
Who, by the way, she was at Chelsea Clinton's wedding as well.
Oh, absolutely, dude.
She's like at every event ever.
Check this fucking factoid out. Robert Maxwell was thrown off a boat called the Lady Ghislaine. The boat that fucking Epstein uses, the yacht that he uses, is also called Lady Ghislaine.
And
well, maybe he's thrifty.
And wasn't that Lady Ghislaine the one that Maxwell quote unquote fell off of? Didn't Trump buy that one?
Yes, from fucking Adnan Khashoggi.
Do these people know? Maybe the problem is just like these people don't have enough friends. It's just like the same 4 people.
Honestly, like this is how abusive relationships. When like your circle just gets super like insular and everybody kind of starts fighting with each other and they don't know who to turn outside for help.
Yeah.
Maybe if they had all just started a podcast, the sex ring wouldn't have happened.
Exactly.
Or like Donald Trump should have cut these toxic people out of his life.
I mean, he did, and like he honestly like he did cut these out. And, like look what happened to him, dude. Like he achieved like honestly like amazing things.
Yeah, great shit, man. That was dope.
I want to get back to Ghislaine Maxwell and her father, Robert Maxwell, and his mysterious death as well. But before there, we're back to boys for a second. Another interesting, plot line in this conspiracy is the rivalry between David Boies and Alan Dershowitz, which contributed to one of my absolute favorite TV clips of recent vintage, which was Dershowitz going on Fox News to claim that I have, quote, a perfect normal sex life.
I have never gone past the tip in 30 years.
So he said he said on Fox News, look, I've had sex with one woman since the day I met Jeffrey Epstein. I challenged David Boies to say under oath that he has only had sex with one woman during that period of time. He goes, he couldn't do it. So he has an enormous amount of chutzpah to challenge me and to challenge my perfect sex life during the relevant period of time.
Here's the thing. He does the whole Clinton thing where he says he's only had sex with one woman during that time.
Oh, shit.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, my God.
That's why he makes the big bucks.
That's why he's the best.
He's fucking winking at us with that. Robert, it's the Dershowitz thing is insane. I have a feeling they're willing to cut Dershowitz loose too.
I think he's fucked.
Yeah. I mean, he's old. He's probably not as sharp as he used to be. He's what, like 81?
I just don't think he's. Yeah. I just think he's of no use to these people, and he's completely like out for himself to salvage his own reputation and freedom at this point. But I think he's been like he can only publish articles in Newsmax and go on Laura Ingram's show.
Yes.
Like he's been cut off from like his real sponsors.
Yeah, he wants to he's desperate. He wants to be in the New York Times again, writing like another article about like why Cinnabon's anti-Semitic because an Arab works there or something. But he's not going to get it. But he'll do anything.
Yeah, it's like all those articles about him getting kicked off Martha's Vineyard or whatever. And like, let's be clear, Martha's Vineyard is like fucking Wicker Man, Midsummer. I didn't see Midsummer.
Absolutely, it's one of the most satanic places on earth.
It is seriously. It is a nexus of dark energy and evil spirits. And they cast Dershowitz out, and that was the fact that the New York Times, which obviously is controlled by the deep state as well, published that and like hammered that point home. That is like a flare that only people with eyes that like are attuned to the kinds of light that only pedophiles can see. So,
okay, well, I guess like this is. I mean, like there's so many threads here, but like they all essentially lead through the same basic question that I have about this and what is becoming so fascinating about this whole Epstein conspiracy, which is basically this: is Jeffrey Epstein and everything surrounding this case, was he an asset of one or several intelligence agencies? Because it's very hard for me to given what we know about the fact that he more or less openly operated as a pimp and blackmailer in the procurement of underage women for the rich and powerful, more or less openly for decades. And that not only that, he also
yes.
more or less operated a completely fraudulent hedge fund, which again, everybody knew was not actually a hedge fund. And he just for some reason had billions of dollars just given to him by incredibly wealthy people with no discernible evidence that he was like doing anything with their money.
And not just given billions of dollars. People like Les Wexner gave him power of attorney. That's unheard of.
Yeah.
That's fucking
no one does that.
insane.
Oh, and his entire pedigree to that point had been unqualified math teacher at the Dalton School, unqualified quant at Bear Stearns, a guy who'd been caught up in a fucking Ponzi scheme. That was what he was coming off of when Les Wexner just gave him a mansion, power of attorney, and like $500 million to start a hedge fund.
Well, before that year, Jeffrey Epstein said, "New year, new me," and he was right. He was like, this is my year.
But I was saying, what other explanation could possibly account for this? And like, if so, if we take that like as granted, like, what does this begin? Like, what does the shape of this story begin to look like?
Well, I think it's like very clear that he is like when Acosta was negotiating the federal immunity deal, in the early charges that he faced in Florida, where he got like federal immunity from just potential charges, which is like totally unheard of. Acosta's on record saying that he was told he belonged to the agencies and it was above his pay grade.
Yeah, he told that to the Trump transition team.
Yes. Basically, Epstein is a pedophile indigo child. Like he is insane. Like I just want to put some things in perspective here. The man who hired him at the Dalton School which I myself am a graduate from.
You and Matt Iglesias?
Yes. Is Iglesias really a graduate?
Yep.
Brace.
He's involved. He's got to be involved.
Brace and Iglesias would like just spit ciphers in the Dalton parking lot. Give anything to go back to those days.
Felix, there's no parking lot. Come on, dude. It's Manhattan.
So the guy who hired him,
Okay, fine.
Donald Barr, was an agent of the OSS in World War II. The OSS, as the virginal Chapo World War II nerd listeners will realize, is the precursor to the CIA, the Office of Strategic Services. So he got hired just out of nowhere by an OSS man. He gets hired by Greenberg, this guy Alan Greenberg at Bear Stearns. Alan Greenberg, I just want to make note here, was really good friends with Roy Cohn,
who also very well might have had a fucking blackmail ring among wealthy people in New York.
Also,
and was also McCarthy's lawyer way back in the day.
Alan Greenberg.
And was a Bob lawyer.
Alan Greenberg was also the chairman of AIG and was forced out before AIG completely collapsed. He was a gigantic player in the insurance industry.
Roy Cohn was also Donald Trump's mentor in the 80s.
Also true, yes.
There are so many intelligence agents in this story that it's literally impossible that Epstein himself. He said he fucking used to fly around in the 80s, or excuse me, in the 80s and the 90s, looking for recovering people's stolen money for the government. And he worked for African, in Africa, doing who knows the fuck what. Probably giving Idi Amin $6 million or something.
Well, that's the thing. It's
whatever.
What money were we recovering from African dictators in the 80s? We were giving them that money on purpose.
Right.
They were our clients.
We were recovering the money from giving them the weapons.
And he's nobody's auditing Jonas Savimbi's books.
Exactly. The thing is he's also there is a picture that just came out of Epstein and Clinton sort of looking very relaxed, sort of leaning towards each other across the table.
It looks like they're about to record a podcast.
Well, someone else posted a picture of the inside of the Lolita Express, and it is the same. It's the same place.
Yeah, no, it's the point.
It is almost certain that picture was taken, or people are pretty certain that the picture was taken when they were visiting the fucking Sultan of Brunei, who is probably the most noble of the CIA agents out there. But it is.
Here's another, again, unfucking believable just digression to this story. Donald Barr, William Barr, the Attorney General's father, who gave Jeffrey Epstein his first teaching job.
Unqualified for. He was not a college graduate.
He had a high school education at that point. He gave him a job teaching math at a prestigious New York City private school. In addition to being an OSS agent, Donald Barr was a wannabe science fiction writer who wrote a book, the plot of which was that the main character is kidnapped by a race of ultra-rich, decadent aliens as a sex slave to take part in their weird rituals. And in the jacket copy for the book, it says that the alien race that owns the sex slaves do it because they were, quote, so bored with their wealth and power that they needed new heights of decadence to entertain their otherworldly lusts with.
Okay, there's an innocent explanation for all this. All these people are introverts and can't leave their circle. It takes a lot of energy for them.
Takes a lot of spoons.
Yeah.
Honestly, I get why he had to write that as they were, let's say, cosmopolitan aliens.
But the thing about Epstein is that he was not qualified for any of the jobs he ever had. And the gloss on it was, well, he's a math genius. But there's no record of him ever showing any genius or aptitude to anything in his entire life. Which just, if he was doing cover for the thing he would want to do just to be more convincing. You'd have an algorithm or something. The only thing he showed any aptitude for was being a pedophile. Which means that, he's like an indigo child. He's like the world's greatest pedophile. Well, and they literally, it's like when they find the new Dalai Lama, they put the implements in front of him and they see which one they pick out. He picked out a fucking flight log or something, and then he's the one, and they just raised him up through the ranks to be their procurer, because somebody in that job has to be at a lower rank. You have to be beholden to you, or else he has an independent power source.
Well, he's the only person in the world who doesn't have imposter syndrome.
Do you ever search for a subject in the podcast thing, and you see all these podcasts with 20 listeners or whatever, and it's like two guys talking into their phones, basically unedited. Think of how many versions, and they live in New York. Think of how many versions of Epstein there are that didn't make it, who just live in Bushwick.
They've got an ankle monitor on. They're not allowed within 500 feet of a school. They've not been able to hold a job.
On Reddit.
Yeah.
They think they're just this could be. They'll probably have me on someday. It's.
They're
coming
still
together.
holding out to get noticed by the CIA.
They have
I could be a great asset. I promise.
They have a car, and they're like, yeah, next year's year I'm getting a plane. I promise. I already found the perfect one.
Brace, Brace and Liz, let me ask you this: given that that's what we, are intuiting from the broad outline to this case, and the just again manifold and insane connections to everyone and everything that come up in it. How do you guys imagine or conceive of Epstein's role to one or several intelligence agencies?
Okay, so how do I conceive of the connection of one or two, several intelligence agencies?
But what did he do for them other than the obvious? How did this scheme work? What did he do for them?
So going back to the whole history of American intelligence, not even talking about intelligence agencies from other countries, they have been closely linked to the mob and just to crime in general, right? So it could be that Epstein started totally on his own and just you worked as basically a pimp for these people and kind of like a money manager. They're kind of guy they went to. Les Wexner is the only proven guy, but then there's Leon Black and stuff. And my theory, and the theory actually I just stole from somewhere that I read, but it makes sense to me, is that he would have these parties. These people would be videotaped. They would be presented with the videotape or be, sort of implied that it existed and told the age of the girl or whatever. And then they would be asked to put money into this hedge fund. Because from what I understand, he had no staff on the hedge fund. It was just him putting it into a computer program or whatever. The CIA, obviously they knew about this, man. Come on. But I'm guessing that they probably kind of use that as maybe a slush fund for off-the-book stuff, kind of similar to Benko Ambrosiano during Operation Gladio. It's interesting, too, that, he really consorted with a lot of politicians as well. They say that there's a well-known prime minister that's going to be named in these documents. People think – Matt, who did you think it was?
I think that's Barack, right?
No, dude, that's Tony Blair.
It's got to be Tony Blair.
It's Tony Blair.
Okay, I haven't seen him being mentioned, but I wouldn't be surprised, certainly.
It's allegedly going to be Tony Blair having sex with a child on videotape. Allegedly.
I mean, it reminds me so much of what you hear about Scientology, that it's just cultivating troves and troves and troves of possible blackmail just to keep really powerful people in check for a rainy day.
But wait a second, wouldn't this all not work? Isn't the effectiveness of this strategy of blackmail, doesn't it also rely on the fact that a ton of rich and powerful people, for lack of a better word, fucking children?
Well, I mean, I don't know. If it's I bet that some drunk 65-year-old lawyer who's got $1 billion could probably be seduced by a 16-year-old without internally telling himself that he's a pedophile.
I have a different. I honestly don't really buy the blackmail thing.
Okay, what do you got?
I think that he provides a service. I think that he is a trusted source for stuff these guys like to do, because some of them are pervs who genuinely have these attractions. Otherwise, I think that there is a ritualistic element to this abuse that's not necessarily involves real Moloch worship or anything, but that involves at the highest levels a communal violations of taboos and hyper-exploitation of vulnerable people to express and solidify bonds. Basically, just high-level, depraved networking.
Yeah.
And then you need to be able to do that in a comfortable, safe environment where maybe there's a CIA agent at the door who's going to make sure that some fucking Chinese guy isn't there with a fucking USB that can just get all this stuff so that President Xi can just fucking wreck everybody's shit, tomorrow afternoon if he finds out about it. And so they're paying for the discretion. The blackmail stuff, I think, is more related to why he always involves these political figures and the high level, all the arts people and the scientists. It's to keep a buffer of powerful people who are vulnerable if he gets in trouble, and that means that he also protects everybody else involved in the network. And that because the thing is, if it's blackmail, they're not going to keep going to him, right? People are going to be like, don't go to fucking Epstein's island. He'll blackmail you. It's go to Epstein's island. You got to pay for it, but it's worth it. Or you got to go to Epstein's island because we're all doing this, and we don't trust you unless you do it too. You're not going to be in on it unless you do it too.
I don't think those two theories are mutually exclusive. I think that, traditionally in this line of business, pimps and whatnot, the blackmail and the providing the service go hand. I'm not calling him a pimp in a cool sense, it's a pejorative. I think that these things go hand in hand. You provide the service when necessary, and then maybe sometimes when you're given a nudge by a certain handler, you might do some blackmail. I mean, obviously, it is all blackmail to begin with, like at its core, because he has the fucking video. If this was just providing a service, you would not be opening up a safe with Young name plus allegedly Tony Blair.
No, but that's the dead man switch. That's the protection. It's not necessarily something that they're using to extract these money from these rich guys.
Oh no, not at all. I don't think so either. But I think that provides
But that's why comparing it to Scientology, I think, is instructive, because it's supposedly the same thing that Scientology does in order to keep you in the ranks and kind of keep you closed in their whole pyramid scheme, is that you have to go through all these levels and you hook yourself up to these things and you tell them your deepest, darkest secrets. And then they're like, haha, we got it on you. Now you can't say shit about what we do. And it kind of protects the group. It's like herd immunity, but for perverts.
Okay. So Matt brought up the idea that there is a ritual element to all of this through which the bonds of people at the heights of power are consecrated and their relationships are sort of sanctified in a sick and kind of satanic way amongst each other.
Absolutely.
Through, the, ritual and actual brutal exploitation and cruelty towards the most vulnerable, AKA the young, children.
Yes.
So this gets into what the fuck is going on with that temple on his island?
So if you look at the temple from a bird's eye view, if you look down at the temple and you see those strange sort of designs in the front, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Kind of on the I don't know what you would call it, just the area in front of the temple. There's a path leading down from the end of it, from the left end of it, if you're looking down facing the barred door. And if you turn that path into a straight black line, it spells pedo. So obviously what's going on there, there's been sort of these drone footage and you're able to see inside. There is what appears to be a twin bed in there with a balled up t-shirt as a mattress and a ladder.
Just like a Brooklyn apartment.
Exactly. Yes. Obviously I believe that there is a fucking elevator that goes down to a subterranean sex torture chamber. I can't prove that yet, but the bed itself is worrisome because all the story, it's not worrisome. It's pointing us in the right direction, but all the things that people posited about it, that it was a music room, that it was a storage shed, which is a really bizarre thing to say. No, it's a bed and the door bars from the outside.
I don't know, Brace.
So,
I keep all of my old bicycles and clothes inside the black obelisk.
Yeah, true. And they have the fucking sundial, dude. The sundial. No, I'm sorry. No non-Wiccan human has a fucking sundial on their island. And the thing is, it's underreported. He also has an island called Big St. James Island, next to Little St. James.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's been no reporting on that I can find.
Brace, it's basically like Ilsa Nublar and Ilsa Sorna in the Jurassic Park world.
I bet he does have DNA mutant experiments on that island of some kind.
Absolutely. He's trying to make a younger woman.
That's where he plays the most dangerous game.
Yes.
What if, the ultimate end game, it's not that he has a dead man switch of blackmail. He has a dead man switch of T-Rexes that will be released in major American cities.
Well, that wouldn't be a problem with me. I could easily outsmart it. and then sort of take it down with a trap, probably involving like construction vehicles, something like that, a crane, perhaps.
Well, as an empath, I would be able to speak to the T-Rex.
Yeah,
so checkmate,
true.
Mr. Epstein.
Here's the thing, though. Like the obviously, like there's all this talk about the island. What are we going to do about the island? Is anyone on the island? It doesn't appear that anyone's on there right now. Although I'm sure there are some like fucking Morlocks down there guarding whatever secrets. But the obvious solution is that somebody goes to an island, to the island. Somebody has to go.
We'll do a fucking like a D-Day landing and just occupy that fucking island.
Exactly. Occupy Epstein.
Well, there's a pretty good DSA chapter on that island.
Yeah. Well, it's YDSA.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
I wonder if this episode is going to get us in trouble.
Thank God.
Dude, they haven't let us upload ours to iTunes yet. It's just on SoundCloud.
Okay. Well, okay. Here's another, and Brace, you told me about this is like, again, like if your brain isn't melted by the end of this episode, we haven't done our job. You like, okay. Dynacorp.
Dynacorp.
Yeah.
Dynacorp.
Dynacorp. Again, it's dinos.
They make the T-Rexes.
So Dynacorp is basically like a catch-all CIA contractor company. They do like trains for people. They do transportation. They just do all the shit that the CIA. It's the CIA, right? It's like it's a security contractor. They call themselves a global service provider. But they do a lot of flight stuff. They are very famous for doing a lot of fucked up stuff, but most famously for a child sex slavery ring in Bosnia in the 90s, and then later another child sex slavery ring in Afghanistan much more recently. Of course, Epstein is linked in like a million ways, and then there's like Leon Black that's linked to him, that's linked to fucking Blackwater.
Yeah.
Which is like directly linked to them, own fucking Blackwater, basically.
Through Apollo Management, right?
I can't remember what it's called. They all have all these fucking names. I got it written down somewhere. But Epstein's plane shared a fucking tail number with a Dynacorp plane. And Epstein borrowed a Dynacorp plane to go to his fucking sex ranch in 2002. Literally, like, he is like inseparable from them. That's really, I think, an important link is the link to Blackwater and the link to Dynacorp. Because a lot of it, like in the 90s, there was a huge epidemic of sex slavery coming out of the former Yugoslavia, because they would take these sort of desperate and white women and they would ship them to New York, where people like Epstein would either sign them up to Victoria's Secret models or keep them in sexual bondage for years. It's a pretty important link, and we'll be going on to. We're actually going to have a guest from the Balkans to describe this to us in an episode, but it is insane.
And then you said, what about Dan Blazarian? Sort of like a tech bro extraordinaire.
He's not really a tech bro.
What is he?
Okay, so Dan Blazarian's
He's
dad
a mafia guy.
Right, Dan Blazarian's dad was a financial criminal, more or less, who embezzled like vast, like 8-figure sums. Dan went on to be wash out of Bud's training and become a poker player.
Okay.
But he has
same with me.
no real involvement. No, I mean he's founded a few websites and shit, but I wouldn't really call him a tech bro or a tech guy.
I mean, he sells he's got like a weed company. It's like
I thought his whole thing was just like Instagram posts with girls. Like, isn't that what he does?
And they're girls, but they're also like, guys like Dan Bilzerian, who by the way has no chin, and I could beat his fucking ass allegedly. Bilzerian doesn't just like hang out with girls because girls want to hang out with Dan Bilzerian. Bilzerian gets modeling agencies like the ones that Epstein worked with to supply him with people who kind of straddle the line between prostitute and model. The other thing is Dan Bilzerian's, he's a big gambler, right? Like he's always telling these stories about he gambled $500,000 and lost it and it wasn't a thing. Because Dan Bilzerian is laundering money for people. And he posted a picture a couple of years ago where he is flying above a series of islands. And if you look closely, and if you put it next to a picture of the islands next to the, Little St. James, you realize that he's flying directly above St. James Island. There is virtually no way that Bilzerian and Epstein aren't connected. And especially because Bilzerian's whole thing is basically hiring prostitutes to hang out with him in like a rented private plane. It's almost certain that he allegedly was connected to the circles that Epstein himself allegedly either trafficked in or ran himself.
Allegedly.
Yeah, all of this is alleged, by the way.
this is just
This
the
is
most,
all hard alleged.
and we're not alleging this. Others have alleged it. We're just saying what they've said.
But back to like that. Basically, Epstein's plane was registered with a private security contractor associated with the CIA that's already been associated with not one but two human trafficking networks.
Garrett, there's more than that. I think they were associated with one in Haiti too. I know the Clinton initiative was, and actually there was a bunch of sex rings going on in Haiti pretty much since the 90s, or I'm sure before, but since the 90s that I know about. And yes, absolutely. Like it's Bilzerian shared the tail number, and he shared a fucking plane. He used one of their planes to go to his sex ranch.
This is Epstein,
I think that
not Bilzerian.
This is
right?
Epstein.
Okay, yeah.
No, yeah, Bilzerian is not a rancher. You can tell by his jawline.
the darkest endpoint of all of this is realizing this is about global human trafficking and drug trafficking, and everyone is involved. That's the probably craziest, darkest end.
I literally I just Googled Dan Bilzerian in quotes and Epstein, and that was the first thing that came up. If you just Google anybody who has $2 million, they're friends with Epstein. Have you seen that thing about his black? Have you read the Black Book?
No, what's this?
All this. It's his list of phone numbers and people.
Oh, right, yeah.
He has the fucking the grandchildren, or excuse me, the great grandchildren of the fucking Kaiser in there.
Oh my God! Literally, the guy from the end of the Hellfish Simpsons episode is in Jeffrey Epstein's Black Book.
It's insane. He has everybody in there, and it's obviously that doesn't prove anything. But the flight logs. I think it's people talk about the flight logs, but with the butler, the person who really turned over the flight logs originally. Or who turned over the Black Book, excuse me. He said there were names circled in red that he circled. And his ex-butler, who died of probably the same cancer that Hugo Chavez died of, you know what I mean?
Oh, wait, okay, so actually, I was just going to bring up this butler thing, because again, I saw this through you, and again, it's just, you read this, and you're like, what the fuck? What the fuck?
Yeah, man.
He said, Epstein's butler did 5 months longer in jail than Epstein did for the crime of not turning over his Black Book to investigators, which he claimed he needed as a form of life insurance, and now he's dead.
Yes. He died of cancer, which he got, and then 6 months later he died of.
Yeah, terrible life insurance.
Yeah. Well, he lost the book, and he was fined, I think he was fined as well, and then sentenced to, a year and a half in jail. Insane. But he had circled certain names in red, and he had said that these people were involved. I believe there was Spacey, Chris Tucker, Ghislaine Maxwell, obviously. But that hasn't really been reported on too much. I think it might be a little too close to home for certain magazines and newspapers.
Wasn't Dodi Al-Fayed in the book too? Or was it his brother or something? The connections with the royal family is super fascinating to me as well.
It just was reported that apparently Prince Andrew and the Queen have been talking about his connection to Epstein and what it's going to do to the family.
You're killing your mother, Andy.
You're killing your mother,
Andy.
You're killing your mother, if that was possible, but we know it's not.
So Prince Andrew is Fredo, and Jeffrey Epstein is Mo Green.
There's a really weird conspiracy theory that I really like, unsurprisingly, which is, do you remember when Kevin Spacey, when he got axed, or he went down, or he got canceled, whatever, and he did that weird YouTube video where he was in character. Okay.
Yes, I remember.
So
that.
at the end of that video, which is so weird for so many reasons, least of which is just I'm imagining him talking to his personal assistant, we're gonna do this right now. No one else is involved. It's just his idea. So he at the end, he takes a sip from a mug and shows the mug to the camera. And that mug has the something about God save the Queen. And so all these conspiracy theorists are saying it was a message to the royal family.
I talked about this on the other podcast I did with Nick. So the mug is a commemoration of the Queen's coronation in 1951. And it's got the seal on it. It says Westminster Abbey, 2nd of June, 1953. And then it has a quote from her, presumably from her coronation. It says, "Throughout all my life and with all my heart, I shall strive to be worthy of your trust." And then
I'm sorry.
Spacey's main accuser on the stand pleads the fifth, and the case goes away.
It's dead.
It's dead.
Free man.
Dead in the water. And there was a outpouring of not exactly the most convincing accounts on Twitter being like, see, look, I always said he was innocent. Like, kind of bot looking accounts.
That's unfair to say about my account.
Yeah, I can't believe Chris Tucker is involved in this.
I know, I was wrong. I thought it wasn't him, but it is. It's the rush hour guy.
Same thing happened to me. I was like, oh, it's not really Chris Tucker, but it's fucking Chris Tucker.
And
God.
is Chris Tucker's name underlined in red?
No, he's just on.
Yeah.
He was on the African trip, the notorious African trip with Spacey and Clinton.
Matt, don't make me send you the picture of Chris Tucker, Bill Clinton, and Michael Jackson.
I know it exists.
I mean, we could probably talk about this all day, but I want to just like sort of reframe here at the end with like a larger like big picture question. Like Brace and Liz, like you brought up at the beginning of the show this idea of kind of like false flag conspiracies, like QAnon and Pizzagate, which we've made fun of heavily on this show, but yet like at a certain level begins to look more and more realistic in certain ways. However, at the same time, it's like you look into like who is promoted and disseminated these ideas or memes or conspiracy theory in our culture, and it's all people who are actually connected to this like literal satanic human trafficking community. But I want to say like broader about like conspiracy theories and how like seductive and easy to get involved or like go down this rabbit hole. For instance, like we know for a fact that the U.S. Air Force propagated much of what became like the UFO mythology in this country during like the 50s, 60s, and 70s. Like they've pretty much copped to that, like that of seeding like fake documents showing that the Air Force was dealing with flying saucers to like certain influencers or conspiracy people to make it seem like they were, as a kind of way of distracting people from the shit that they're really up to. And I guess what I'm asking is like, how is there any way to know that this is all leading us down the wrong path, or is there anything politically useful out of this other than just of how insane and entertaining it all is?
Well, the depravity of has like never. I mean, fucking Catherine the Great got fucked by a horse. You know what I mean? Like these people have been depraved since the beginning of time. Allegedly. Well, no, I think
she's very litigious.
I've spoken to the horse, ridden it too, if you know what I mean.
Alan Dershowitz represents Catherine the Great. David Boyce represents the horse.
He sued a Russian peasant for $7 million. But so it's like there's a lot of there, and there's a lot of disinformation. We're trying to come at this from like a realistic perspective, which is like I don't think that the Jews are behind it, which is kind of what QAnon is saying. I think that there are some of my people behind it, yes, but we're behind everything, so it doesn't really make any difference.
We're high achievers.
Exactly. I mean, it doesn't really. There's like nothing we can do right now, basically, and like that is like that. I've like been trying to. Well, we could do the same stuff that we would do otherwise, which is like try to like make sure all rich people go to prison, which would probably sort out a lot of these problems. But it's and like make sure the prison is like a hole that like they can't get out of. But yeah, like it does kind of boggle the mind because it's like, well, what can I do about it? Like I can't go arrest these people. I can't I don't know where the fuck Ghislaine Maxwell is right now.
No one does.
But the thing is like in court, this will never come out. So it is like, and this cannot just be like the territory of like kind of the Alex Jones, who is also kind of a disinformation guy because he puts in real stuff next to fake stuff. This has to be looked at with clear eyes and also with people with minds that can only say the word Epstein.
Matt, when you were on the podcast talking about the Dutroux affair, I mean, I think it is good to remember that when all of that was happening, like almost 400,000 people in Belgium were out in the streets protesting.
Yes.
Like it ended up bringing down a lot of the government, and its legacy in Belgium has been like really terrible for all the politicians there.
Yeah, they've been pretty. They haven't really had a functional government since then.
Yeah.
But also, at the same time, nothing would ever really came from it. Dutroux is still in jail. He's never followed up on anything he has or anyone else has said. The thing I think that's so fascinating about this, and the reason I think a lot of people are fixating on it, not just because it's got a lot of meme potential, which obviously it does, but because in a world where, as Felix likes to point out, everything is always the same every day, only somehow slightly worse, and it doesn't feel like there's any way out of anything. This whole Epstein thing felt like it was maybe a chance to get some sort of revelation, some reckoning, some peek through the miasma at like the actual workings of power that are obscured by the daily fire hydrant of idiocy and bullshit that what we're trying to reckon with. And then the fact that the fucking came out, they were willing to do the thing of just in public, in front of everyone, with all of the fucking world's attention on it, try to murk the motherfucker in jail. Honestly, I feel like that's a 2-for-1. Like, if it works, hey, good. Epstein's done for. We don't have to worry about it anymore. But honestly, one way or the other, even if it works or not, what we're getting the message from is that you can't win. There will be no revelation. There will be no reckoning, no matter what. We run this shit. And you walk out every day knowing what happened, knowing that they were willing to do that they were willing to hire some greaseball to try to fucking murk Epstein in front of everybody when it's the biggest domestic story going, without any fear that people are going to go, what the fuck? Because all they can do is say, what the fuck?
Yeah.
And there's nothing else to do about it.
This is something that I said like at the end of Fighting in the Age of Loneliness, and it's that we do, like, this is an irregular age because we are defined by a complete lack of conclusions. There's no like tight bow on anything. There's no even definitive bad ending. Everything just goes on and on and on forever. We never even get new people. We're just recycling the same fucking assholes forever.
Yes. Same Contra people.
Right. But it changes. Enough things are crazy. Enough things tease at the idea that things will burst open or stop or explode or wither and die in some way, and don't. That it just the perfect amount that it drives people even more insane. That it drives our concept of time even more insane. That we lose our concept of linear time. We lose our context for the past, for other events, for events in our own lives, and it exacerbates the feeling of being beaten down. If you really want, like, nothing to come of this, the answer isn't like that you terrorize normal people. It's that you just beat them down every fucking day. So even if they do see something like this, they're just like, oh, that's fucked up. All right, I guess I have to like go to my job to afford, $75,000 of medication, or I have to worry that my rent isn't going to increase by 50% this year, and then they just get these little bursts of stimulus that are enough to make them go, what is happening to the world, but not enough to make them go, maybe it's more fragile than it seems. Maybe we're at the end of the cycle. Just what the fuck?
Yeah, I think also it's like you said meme potential earlier, and it's like almost even more than that, because I think like people are very desperate. Like each time there's some like crazy revelation about Donald Trump, or even like starting with the election and like every subsequent event that happened after that, it's like, surely this shall be the time that the fever breaks. Like surely something will change, like waiting for like just as crazier and crazier as it gets, like you say, that it has to collapse on itself, but it's not.
No, it just
and
keeps
I think
going.
that like, yeah, and I think like reckoning with that and that system is like really important, because that's going to be, you have to kind of like re-theorize and rework and say, well, okay, if the system isn't going to collapse on itself, then what do we do?
It just feels like the gesture that encompasses the moment is a shrug. Because all you can do is shrug at the shit. We're like fucking Clooney and Syriana. No matter what happens, all you can do is fucking shrug.
This is something I used to say about like 9/11 conspiracy theorists, like back when I was like, an online left lib as like a 13-year-old would be like, how do you believe in, the Mossad blowing up the WTC or Lizard Man or whatever, any of these ridiculous things, and then you like go out, like your next post is like, yeah, is anyone looking to buy some speakers? And I would always make fun of that, and I would use that as like sort of proof that they don't really believe this. And now, as an older person, now as someone who's more of a West Wing liberal, I'd say I am now. But, someone who, reads about Les Wexner and Prince Andrew and Iran-Contra and the Lincoln credit ring and all this shit. And then I'm like, all right, enough of that. I'm going to go play Fortnite Battle Royale with my friends. It's like, that's just like adulthood. You just, whatever crazy thing you find or think about obsessively, and then you're like, all right, I'm thinking about getting a new mouse pad. Because in America, it's very hard to keep thinking about that.
Well, it's also like, it's kind of that, what did they call it? Analysis paralysis.
Yeah.
Where it's like you go through all these like wormholes and you're like, you're connecting the dot and you're just like, it just paralyzes you because it's so overwhelming and also totally insane, but probably true that you're just like frozen,
Mm-hmm. Here's the thing. I am probably the only person on this podcast ever arrested a pedophile before. We arrested probably 2 alleged pedophiles. I don't know. I mean, they were in ISIS, which, they do that kind of stuff. You can make your dreams a reality. I just want to say that to anybody. Like, I had severe brain. I still do to some respect and to extent. Now I have Epstein brain. And there's tunnels on that island. And I don't think that island is guarded. People can get there. You can go in the tunnel. If you did a Periscope from the tunnel where you talked about your kids and shit and just like regular stuff, but you're in the and people like got it that you were an approachable Periscope person, and then they saw you in the pedophile tunnel, you could change a lot of people's mind.
I would suggest that there could be something politically useful here if if you're a listener of the show who has sort of like boomer liberal parents who were really into Robert Mueller and Russia.
Yes.
If you got them hooked on this Epstein tip of, like I said, a conspiracy that has the added benefit of being all real and also like genuinely insane and interesting, unlike this Robert Mueller shit. However, the huge stumbling block there is that they will have to, sort of remove from themselves their residual affection and adoration of the Clinton family.
They'll have to cancel their faves.
That's a 2 for 1 because you need them to get rid of that affection.
Exactly. So, like, if this is a gateway drug to getting, like, Facebook boomer liberals involved in this, and you could get them interested in it, and through this sort of cleave them from the just awful satanic Clinton family who are still adored by these fucking people, despite all of like I said, like, forget everything we knew about Bill Clinton before this Epstein shit. They weren't ready to hear even that. And you combine that with this, it's like, come on, what more do you fucking need to know about these people? They're not your friends.
What we want to do with the podcast is get into, like, Epstein, like someone was saying before, is connected to all of this shit. Like, he is connected to Iran-Contra. He is fucking connected to some of the fucking Gladio people. So it's like, by exposing the fact that this isn't just some like crazy conspiracy you read about on like realnewsmax.ir or whatever. It's fucking like, it's a real thing. They're actually doing it, and there's a political reason that they're doing it. Like, it's not just like, it's slightly Kabbalist, but like, it's important to expose the links here because it's important that people understand that these things happen. They're not just like Iran-Contra isn't just some piece of history that you kind of like, it's not like World War II. You're like, oh, wow, that's crazy that happened, man. Fuck.
No, Brace, you brought it up. The people who did it are fucking currently in the government right now doing it again.
Oliver North was the president of NRA until like 2 years ago. Oliver North.
The current attorney general helped sign off on the fucking pardons that put the capstone on the first Iran-Contra investigation.
And his fucking dad hired Epstein.
The head of Trump's transition team. The head of Trump's transition team was a key Iran-Contra figure. These people never go away. No one ever fucking goes away. They just recycle fucking everybody all the fucking time.
Because they're part of it. They're part of the people who the fucking atlases who hold this shit together. They're like, why would they ever be able to go away? They know too much shit.
Yeah, I guess my whole thing is I think a lot of people like to write the CIA off. Like, well, they used to do all this stuff, but you don't really hear about them anymore. Like, they just do data collection now. Or like, the FBI used to do COINTELPRO, but they would never do anything like that anymore. It's like different. It's like James Comey. They're still fucking doing it.
Yeah,
Of course
this
they
show
are.
right now. All of us are CIA operatives.
We punch in every day.
We sign checks. But that's not a joke, because the funny thing is this is why this is truly maddening. And it's like, because I like talking about this, this is real. I feel like this is real. I feel like we're talking about a real thing. But I know that there are people out there who are as committed to be grounding in their analysis, who are also 1,000% convinced that you and all of us are also CIA operatives, and that this is all a propaganda operation, that this fucking podcast and yours is a propaganda operation. And I know that's not true, though.
Days.
Yes.
I know. That's what blows my mind, is because there are insane conspiracy theories about me.
Yes.
That aren't true. That and it's like, well, then what? Who cares? Like,
how am I supposed to know what I know is true?
Exactly. Maybe I am a fucking CIA agent.
Honestly, that would, if I found out I was a CIA agent, that would be more reassuring, because then it's like, oh, I don't have to differentiate.
At least
It's just
I'm
all
in
true.
on it.
It's all true.
At least I don't have to work at Acre anymore.
Well, this is Metal Gear Solid 2, the most brilliant game of all time, predicted that information would be controlled not through censorship, but by an overwhelming deluge where you can't determine what's true and what's not.
Yep.
Well,
yeah.
I think we should leave it there. I mean, there are so many proofs in this episode for you, the listener, to follow yourself. But I would like to say, if you want more proofs, you should listen to the TrueAnon podcast with Brace and Liz. If you'd like to hear Matt on TrueAnon, he's already recorded an episode that's out with them, which you go into more detail about the Belgian case.
Yes, the Dutroux affair is fucking insane.
I mean, like we didn't even talk about that at all, but like just
it is a fucking mind wipe.
No, like I had no idea what this shit was until like 2 weeks ago when Matt put me onto it, and it is so literally unbelievable and blood curdling that you cannot believe it's true, and it is all 1,000% real.
Yeah.
It's fucking Gladio.
Another thing you should look into. Operation
It's
Gladio.
all
Another
Gladio.
thing that is real that seems like it can't be real in a world that makes sense.
You know how every one of those fucking Wap Dagos in Italy was a member of the Communist Party from the late fucking 40s until like 1991, and they never won an election? It's because of Gladio.
Yep. The mob, the CIA, and the Vatican all working together.
I would also.
My God.
The
Dude, we're gonna
strategy
end
of
up hanging-
tension, the years of lead, Bologna
We're
train
gonna end up-
station, Aldo Moro.
Fucking we're gonna be hanging from Blackfriars Bridge with fucking 6 stones in each fucking pocket. Look up, anyone listening to this, look up P2 Lodge.
P2 Masonic Lodge. Propaganda due.
Oh my God.
Well,
This is
I'm
exactly
literally-
why they offed Kubrick.
I'm
That might be true too, though, is the
I
thing.
think it's true.
Look at Eyes Wide
actually
Shut.
true.
I've just been spinning the cylinder on a revolver in my bedroom, pacing for the last 10 minutes.
Well, Brace, Liz, I want to thank you guys for coming on. I want to thank you for your brave work hunting down the pedos.
Thank you. We're
Just
going
wanna
to
be-
solve it.
I just want to be clear, if disappeared and then like our bodies are later found and then like the police are like, oh, we found a bunch of child porn on their computer, like, they're totally disgraced, you can't trust them. In my case, it's not true. In Liz's case, it is.
So once again, Brace and Liz, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank
And
you.
again, just again,
Stay sane.
The disease is vibrating inside me now. The disease is talking to me right now. It has a will and mind of its own. But yeah,
Epstein on the main brain.
if you'd like more of this, if you'd like to go even deeper down the rabbit hole, TrueAnon podcast. There will be links in the show description. Once again, thanks so much for joining us.
We might shoot a documentary tomorrow because we're going to check out.
That's
the,
right.
Interlochen nearby. Which
I'm going to try to be the Alex, like when Alex Jones went to Bohemian Grove. Because Interlochen, as you guys know, is very near here. It's a very prestigious art school for young, gifted children, like Professor X's Academy. But in the 90s, it had, and from my knowledge and from people who have connections there, say it still has a cabin that was sponsored by, and I guess the property of, like he could access it, Jeffrey Epstein. So, yeah.
That's out.
It's real. So I'm hoping tomorrow to be able to infiltrate, find a cabin, and then get inside, maybe move some of the books around on the shelf until one of them causes the wall to turn around. Maybe there's a loose floorboard. Maybe there's just a black glowing obsidian cube in the middle of the floor. Either way, I want to find out.
Well, we're going to walk by a wall, and then the portraits on the wall, their eyes will shift, and then there'll be real eyes looking at us.
It's basically going to be like a real wacky episode of Scooby Doo.
You all thought you would get away with it, but it took us 3 days to discover the terrible secret of Traverse City. Just 3 days.
Yeah.
And we do this every city we go, like when we went to Washington, D.C. and realized laws are bullshit.
Yoink, Scoob!
Yeah.
Why are there references to pizza everywhere?
Well, we'll get Epstein. We'll find him in his lair, and we'll rip off the rubbery mask that he's wearing, and it's actually just Bill Clinton. And he'll say, "I would have gotten away with it too if it weren't for those damn podcasters." And we're hoping that all happens exactly like that tomorrow.
Yeah.
So,
but
I win an Emmy for that.
Ladies and gentlemen, they got him.
Yes, they did.
They got him.
Jeffrey Epstein has been compromised to a permanent end.
Okay, so we're now T plus days from 0 hour.
Yeah.
At the MCC Correctional Facility in downtown Manhattan. I know you guys are probably your minds are vibrating at quite similar frequency to ours now with regards to this Jeffrey Epstein's suicide, and I'm doing the air quotes in the air. He killed himself in federal custody. Was he on suicide watch? I don't know. Apparently not.
Yeah, no, he'd only just tried to kill himself 2 weeks ago. Why would you have him on suicide watch?
I want to be clear. We are on the road right now. We are coming to you from Des Moines. We are separate from our Sicko Hunter home base.
Yeah, I don't have my cork board. I don't have any of
the connections,
pictures, my yarn connectors.
I didn't bring any of my notebooks and all the various proofs that I have. Felix is not with us either. I do suspect we will do another deep dive episode into this story. Probably get Sicko Hunter our West Coast soldiers, Brace and Liz, back on the hunt. I'd like to get them back in the cut and do a much longer episode about this. But suffice to say, I woke up on Saturday, my birthday, looked at my phone, as you do, sort of half asleep, and I'm seeing people like, I can't even take this Epstein shit. Like, I don't even know what to say. And I'm like, tell me about it, brother. This case is wild. Scrolled a little bit further. Jeffrey Epstein dead in his cell he just said killed himself.
Killed himself.
In the cell.
Just that thing that happens. Why do you need more specifics than that? He killed himself.
Yeah, I don't know what more I can say about this right now.
It's just goddamn beyond everything, Ed Tom.
I just here's what I know for sure. There's a number of possibilities of what could have happened here. Him killing himself is not one of them.
Bottom possible likelihood. Lowest rung.
Murdered for sure.
Oh, yeah.
Body double swap switch.
Honestly, not outside the realm of possibility.
At this point, can we really say anything is too insane?
Come on, people. This is happening right in front of your face. They're looking you in the face and saying, yeah, a guy in federal custody in a secure housing unit who had previously tried to kill himself was left unsupervised
also
long
air
enough
quotes around
to
that.
somehow kill themselves in a cell where there's almost nothing that you could hang something from, and there's nothing to hang anything from. Oh, he just did it. And we're just supposed to say, okay, and you're telling us in no uncertain terms, what are you going to do about it? And that's why this serves two purposes. It gets Epstein out of the way, and it is just a big fuck you. We now have to walk around with that in our heads. We have to think, how can we ever think we're going to beat these people when they could do something like that right out in public, and there's not a goddamn thing we could do about it?
I mean, this is like, a week after we learned that he captivated some of the leading minds of Harvard and some of the top scientists in the world, captured their imaginations with a plan to freeze his brain and dick and create a teenage sex farm for breeding purposes, where he basically wanted his DNA to populate the universe and take over humanity.
just
through
real
AI genetics,
super villain shit,
like
volcano lair super villain shit.
And like I just him at a dinner party of like the leading minds of Harvard, and he's just like, yeah, through cryogenics, artificial intelligence, and my dick, we're gonna create a race, like a super race
of incredibly horny piano playing math prodigies.
And then like Steven Pinker or whoever is like, interesting, tell me more.
Yeah.
But yeah, now when we did the episode 2 weeks ago, it's just like, oh well, I guess they tried to kill him. I guess the question is, why did that fail?
I mean, the thing is there's no way of knowing exactly what happened. Maybe the first one was him trying to get moved. Maybe it was fake. Maybe it was like fending off an attack. Who knows? There's so many variables. All we know is that the likelihood that it is what we're being told is almost zero.
Almost zero. And why I would put it even beyond zero is the fact that on Saturday, when this news broke, which is like, an event that happens where like the gulf between what you're seeing, can understand through your own perception and what you're being told is so vast. It's just like anyone can look at this and just be like, come on. This is like he got killed a day after these court documents got unsealed, linking this human trafficking ring to Bill Richardson, George Mitchell, among other people, and then also an unnamed prime minister, and already
Prince Andrew, the royal family.
And then now that he's dead, there is no criminal case.
Yeah, that's over.
It's gone.
There's
done.
no other
It's
person
nothing.
who's been charged with anything. So, oh well, I guess we could just close the book on that one and dust our hands off.
Remains to be seen. I asked this of several of the presidential candidates at the Iowa State Fair yesterday, the senators in particular, whether the Senate should convene hearings on this and maybe have some of his alleged victims and the people who have brought this case to light to testify and tell their story. In front of a full the Senate and television cameras. I think they deserve not just the chance to publicly state their case and the accusations that of what has happened to them, but also I think they're probably in extreme danger themselves. And
Absolutely.
any more
they
public,
can do anything,
and any more public profile we can get for these women, or to protect them, I think is extremely necessary.
Absolutely.
At this point.
They've clearly gone rogue here. They'll do whatever needs to be done to cut this off. And I think I had a realization. This is not a thing I can say with any certainty, but it is a hunch I've had. So the two more likely questions, the two likely answers to the question, what happened to Epstein? Least likely is that he actually killed himself because he was so sad. Oh. More likely, one of two things. One, they killed him, snuffed him out. Two, body switch. Those two things correspond to two different theories, I think, of the case. One, if they body switched him, then that answers the question of the dead man switch. The question of how can they kill Epstein if, as is likely being a guy in his situation, he has contingencies to release sensitive information if he is ever killed. So that means in that case, they would have to switch him out because they can't kill him. If they killed him, I think it's for this reason, or they were able to do it for this reason. I think that in a real sense, Jeffrey Epstein wasn't real. I do not think that what we assume as Jeffrey Epstein, like his life, his hedge fund, his network of properties, his life, I don't think that was really him. I feel like it is a straw name that is used by the network and by intelligence agencies to move money around, to move girls around, to maintain properties. And there's a name attached, there's a body attached to that name, and it's this guy. And he might really be Jeffrey Epstein. Like, that might be the name on his Social Security card. But he has no actual connection to the higher levels of the money moving around and the actual edifice of the thing being organized. He's just along for the ride, which means if he gets caught, you just fucking cut the string and it's over, because he never had access to anything that could have compromised anybody, because he's just a cutout.
I'll depart slightly from. I think Matt's brain has gotten a little too galaxified off of this. The Jeffrey Epstein is not a real person.
He's the Kaiser Soze.
Okay.
He's a name.
A spook story.
He's a spook story. He's a pedophile. It's a pedophile like front man.
I will say this though. the thing that leads me to believe that almost anything is possible other than the official story of him killing himself in federal custody, like as this trial was beginning to bring to light all sorts of incredibly damning things about, let's be honest, the most powerful people in the world.
Yep.
The reason I think it is almost impossible that he killed himself is that immediately after the story happened, I saw takes from numerous journalists all saying some variation of, I don't know. I mean, it's odd, but I don't think we need to be all conspiratorial about this. People kill themselves in prisons all the time. It's one of the leading causes of death in prison. And as Matt Brady quite correctly pointed out, that's assuming that all of those, at least a good percentage of those, aren't also shoddy murder cover-ups.
Of course. Tons of jail suicides are actually murders. And even the ones that are suicides are jail suicides. Like some fucking county jail with minimal security. He was in a fucking federal secure housing unit 2 weeks after having already tried to kill himself. He had no fucking roommate. They'd taken the roommate out of his room right before it happened. This is not a normal situation. It just does not make sense. It does not add up. It does not add up, sir.
I mean, like I said, I expect we will do a deeper dive back when we're at Sicko Hunter World Headquarters to try to just suss out, try to make some sense of this. I mean, it still remains fascinating, but I think what remains to be seen is, will this work? And then everyone will just forget about it and move on, or will anyone in the government pick up any kind of further investigation into what's going on here and the human trafficking network that has been the outlines of which are strongly intimated by this case?
I gotta say, like in my dark moments, I feel like that the whole Epstein affair, if you think of him as just like a name for this network, a label for the trafficking area, the trafficking nexus. If his name getting arrested, this guy going to jail, that is a glitch in the code, basically, of the algorithm of world government, right? Like the thing that keeps money and influence and power circulating across the globe. That is, at this point, basically a computerized system. And he is one element of it. And they fucked something up in the code. They messed up. Somebody got sloppy. And this is the code rewriting itself and eliminating the glitch. And we're just going to forget about it. It's going to be something that is just a mere tickle in the back of our head. That was weird that time that happened, right? The guy who was friends with the two presidents and had a trafficking ring just killed himself in federal custody. That was weird. And then we just forget about it.
What I also think was funny is that Donald Trump did retweet something from like some comedian who's a fan of his, who did a video where he was like,
family.
come on, like you're telling me that like, this guy had the dirt on the Clintons and like he just killed himself in jail, blah, blah, blah. And Trump was retweeting essentially endorsing the idea that, the Clinton, death list, which, by the way,
might be real.
I think it speaks for itself. But what I find hilarious about that is Trump is like, this doesn't add up. Wait, it doesn't make sense. It's fishy. Something's going on here. Something's rotten. And it's just like, if he were just still Donald Trump, that would be funny and understandable. But it's like, you're the president. You're the fucking president. You're telling me you couldn't keep this guy alive in federal custody?
He thinks his presidency is watching himself be president on television. He has no actual control over anything that's happening. All he could do is tweet, wow, that's crazy. Fucked up.
Fucked up if true. All right. Well, I don't want to go on too long about this. Like I said, I'm sure your brains are humming at a similar frequency, but we'll be back. And like I said, I'd like to talk to Brace and Liz again. About
yeah,
this.
I just want to run one idea by them, and that is that this entire thing it's either what I said earlier, a glitch in the code that needed to be fixed, debugged, or an intentional Freemasonic ritual called the making manifest of that which is hidden, in which the occult powers reveal themselves to the masses as a ritualized coming out, a revelation, an apocalypse to bring in the new dawning era, the age of Horus.
Are we in the age of Horus? Stay tuned for further details. I think the worm is turning slightly where like the media now either, is proactively asking the question like, do you think maybe he's, fit and, mentally fit enough, or, think maybe he's too old or not really, there's something going on there. But similar to the Epstein thing, where like there was like Saturday morning, like an hour after it happened, there just happened to be a whole bunch of takes and articles written within like a couple hours, just saying it's totally normal. People kill themselves in jails all the time.
In fact, it's
just nothing to see here.
In fact, by denying that it was a suicide, you're denying the horrible mistreatment of prisoners in our nation's jails.
Right.
Oh, well,
Yeah,
what do you
exactly.
really care about? That's what's really important, not this silly conspiracy theory shit. One of the people who wrote that, by the way, for the Atlantic, fucking North Atlantic Magazine Treaty Organization, fucking Atlantic Magazine, was somebody who has a organization called, it was the Center for the Study of Institutions and Alternatives, which is a charity think tank.
It's a nonprofit.
It's a nonprofit that's about prison reform. And I thought, that's weird. Why would they have this like on the ready? And I looked into it. The guy who runs it is a trial lawyer for very wealthy white collar defendants who uses the like nonprofit generated data about prison inhumanity, about the problems in prison in terms of basic human rights being violated, and uses it to get lighter sentences for his scumbag white collar defendants. He's literally weaponizing social justice for the benefit of people who are absolute vampires. And that same testimony is not going to be used in the cases of anybody who's poor. They don't get that benefit. He literally is selling it to the highest bidder.
But like, to the point now where it's like, yeah, after the Epstein thing, a whole spate of articles being like, no big deal. People kill themselves all the time. Nothing to see here. Let's all move on.
Yep.
Let's have a big bowl of strawberry ice cream. The Joe Biden gaffes thing. Dateline, Brooklyn, New York, August 19th, 2019. Chapo, Department of Corrections. Okay. You may be aware that over the last few episodes, we have been dipping rather heavily into the Jeffrey Epstein case, and some might say conspiracy surrounding the events leading up to his death in the Manhattan Correctional Facility in the solitary unit in federal custody. We implied heavily on previous shows, and in fact, just the last one I recorded, that he was 100% murdered in his cell. Unfortunately, now I will be having to release the following correction. We were wrong. I was wrong. The Manhattan, New York City chief medical examiner issued their autopsy report and found that the cause of death was suicide by hanging himself from a bedsheet off a bunk bed in his cell. And that's that. I'm reading right now from the medical examiner's report. It states here, we find conclusively that the cause of death was suicide. Although, and then it goes on, and I don't know why this is in the report. It goes on to say the medical examiner then dusted off their hands theatrically and said, and that's the end of that. So, this will be the last time we ever talk about Jeffrey Epstein. I apologize.
I know. First time I talk about it.
I really got a little carried away. I'm really sorry, everybody.
I gotta say, like, I was getting messages from people who were like, Amber, I think you need to do an episode soon. I'm not sure how Matt is doing.
Yeah, no, I really thank them for the reality check, and now I can go on with my life knowing that
I will
there
say
was
this.
nothing there.
He had a lot as soon as it happened, I just said, look, and I've been watching a lot of Coen Brothers recently too, which has helped me through this troubling time, because you realize sometimes there are insane coincidences and sometimes there aren't, and you might never know, and also maybe there's a God, but he doesn't care, and don't try and figure out what he's saying. But it is like a very burn after reading moment where it's like, you won't necessarily know for sure what happened, and particularly because you will never conceive of the stupidest possible contingencies. Like, my friend suggested, he's like, if we later found out that a pedo priest broke in because he believed he had an agreement with God that if he killed Epstein, he would be forgiven, I'd be like, yeah, that makes sense. Or if, like, a diddled Irish Catholic cop killed him, I'd be like, yeah, that makes sense. Like, it's all just completely, I'd be like, it's fine. For me, also, it doesn't matter that much because it doesn't change the way I navigate the world. I've accepted that the whole thing is run by pedophile lizard billionaires a long time ago. It's not going to change my behavior in any way.
Yeah, and, like, if you are personally struggling with thoughts of suicide, we're going to put the number out there. We're all sad. Like, this is like a contrite episode. We're all sad that we lost him. Everyone's sad. That's what everyone's talking about.
Okay, but you say that? but in The Guardian, when they reported on it first, at the bottom, they had the number for like Good Samaritans.
No,
and all-
NPR, did that
NPR too. That makes me
did
laugh
too,
so
if
fucking
you're feeling,
much.
If you're feeling suicidal, because they needed to immediately smother it in liberal pieties about what? Oh, you think it was you don't think it was suicide? I guess you don't care about the bad conditions in America's prisons. Oh, you don't think it was suicide? I guess you're not worried about suicide awareness. Wow, that's pretty fucked up of you.
Well, as part of my apology for, indulging in the, again, conspiracy theory that he was 100% definitely murdered and absolutely did not kill himself. As a contrition for that, I'll be linking to the Grave Diggers song 1-800-SUICIDE. And I hope we could just have a listen to that.
And if you listen to that song, those are Jeffrey Epstein did everything they do in that song to kill himself. Jeffrey Epstein, furthermore, did the things they do in the 3-6 song Grab the Gauge. He sewed his asshole shut and swallowed a grenade. This is how badly this man wanted to go. And it's why we're raising awareness today.
Yeah,
we are all raising $3 million to set up a charity 5K in Fort Wayne, Indiana, to raise awareness of our new ribbon campaign for suicides in Manhattan Correctional Center. This first suicide
we
in
all
30
have
years.
to, just accept that pedophiles have run the world since, prior to capitalism, and, really focus on the fact that, Bernie Sanders is the only anti-pedophile candidate.
Yes.
Yeah.
And suicide or not,
Yeah, not.
But anyway, regardless of how he died, it's about how he lived. It's about how he lived, which was a man, a human being, like we all are, whose vast and unspeakable crimes were facilitated by the United States government at nearly every step. That's what's important, folks.
Yeah, and people are going to say this is nothing like Tupac. I was around for Tupac. This is exactly like Tupac.
I hate old heads. I
Yeah,
hate when
old heads piss me
I hate
off,
when old
dude.
heads say that.
Fuck.
I hate when old heads say this is nothing like the Franklin credit ring. All right, so yeah, apologies again. This will be the we will not be talking about Jeffrey Epstein anymore.
It's also it's a Danny McBride kind of level of confidence and ability to inculcate other people into what he's doing to the point where they just uncomfortably are just trying to avoid him. I'm not sure anyone of any great success is really boosting for Biden. Has anyone really gone to the mat for him? They're just kind of well, we have to beat Trump. Is anyone singing Biden's praises?
You're looking at him. New York Times bestseller, former top 100 player of The Specialist Half-Life 1 mod in 2001. No, or 2004. Wow, I'm getting like Joe Biden. I don't even remember when this shit was. No, I feel like they're all splitting their time. I mean, all the unindicted Epstein conspirators are sort of throwing their lot between Harris, Buttigieg, especially. Buttigieg is fucking caking up.
Yeah.
He may end up just getting just probably the highest ratio of donos to actual supporters out of anyone, right?
Yeah.
It's just got to be $1 million per actual voter at this point. But no, Biden.
No one can really muster the energy to be he's a great guy.
Yeah.
Because he's just perpetually embarrassing them.
So enough with the sordid spectacle of campaigns, politicians, votes, the fake politics. Let's go back talking about the real politics, which is, of course, Jeffrey Epstein and everything surrounding his life and death, which provide a kind of skeleton key through which to unlock an understanding about the nature of power, money, and government, and how it is exercised in the real world, not the fake world of, the Iowa political soapbox. And I kind of, look, it's fun to talk about because it is genuinely fascinating to me, but I do think there is something about this case, or Jeffrey Epstein and his life, that I think needs to become kind of a stand-in for how we talk about billionaires in our society in general, right? His life and the things he did and everything surrounding it and all the weird mysteries and conspiracies and questions about it is just another way of discussing what it means to live in a society ruled by billionaires. And, ever since his death, we've seen a number of articles attempt to kind of metabolize this new reality into a kind of official narrative. We talked a bit about it at the beginning with this idea about like, suicide is serious. Like if you know anyone who's struggling, call this hotline. Neglect in our prison system, very serious. People kill themselves all the time, blah, blah, blah.
That's the real story.
Yeah, that's the real story here. Or just a number of ways that we've attempted to kind of shift the focus. And I now have two selections here that I thought were especially good attempts to kind of shift and reformat. Like the amoeba has been sort of struck and needs to kind of like reform itself to fit a new mold. The first one comes courtesy of the Wall Street Journal, the business section. Headline, "Trusting Jeffrey Epstein taught a retail legend a hard lesson. Be careful whom you trust." That was L Brands founder Leslie Wexner, who accused the disgraced financier of stealing vast sums of money, recalls his father's warning about too much optimism. So, I mean, is this Les Wexner's people plotting this story?
Or just a fan of Les Wexner? Like, no, that is the most obvious fucking... Les Wexner was like off my mind for a second, and then that story made me literally think that he personally killed Jeffrey Epstein.
Well, if you look into Wexner's is just as... Forgetting the fact that he gave Epstein $250 million in a fucking mansion and even the plane and power of attorney, he also himself has an insane life. In the 90s, his main logistics company was fucking Air America. Literally Iran-Contra ass, the fucking CIA planes that got shot down over Nicaragua and started the whole scandal.
Well, I guess he'd like them to just throw those planes away, but, maybe it's good to reuse things.
He goes, Leslie Wexner was among the pathfinders for American business in China in the 1970s, shunning the official channels in Beijing for Shanghai, making big advancements on essentially a handshake. I just met a businessman somewhere, and he trusted me, and I trusted him. And we started doing things, Mr. Wexner, the 81-year-old founder of L Brands, said in a talk at Harvard Center for Public Leadership. If trust helped make Mr. Wexner a retailing legend, though, it is tormenting him now. Mr. Wexner had a personal and professional relationship with accused sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein. How could a man who amassed billions in selling bras, blue jeans, and bath salts to women put so much trust in Mr. Epstein for 2 decades?
How indeed?
Mr. Wexner claims...
How could a man that sold ball gags and rope really get mixed up with a shady guy like that?
Mr. Wexner claims his former associate misappropriated vast sums of money.
I'm so sorry, man.
It's a question that brings into focus the role trust plays in American business. Long seen as nearly essential as money for the economy, it is as powerful as it is dangerous. Trust serves as the secret sauce in every transaction, business plan, and employment arrangement.
Walnut sauce.
No way.
But behind every Ponzi scheme, market meltdown, and corporate fraud lies a serious case of misplaced trust.
It is so awesome to you're friends with Jeffrey Epstein for 4 decades. There's just endless weird shit you get little glimpses of. And then when he finally fucking dies, you're like, you get an article placed. It's like, actually, Jeffrey Epstein's friend's problem is that he's too good of a person. That's fucking incredible. The Wall Street Journal fucking owns, dude. What a great publication.
Mr. Wexner wasn't available for comment, and he has rarely spoken publicly about Mr. Epstein. At Harvard a decade ago, he owned up to making bad judgment calls that at time didn't seem unethical, but in hindsight were clearly ill-advised. Following a moral compass can be tough and complicated, he said, but necessary.
It's literally not. You have money for teams and teams of lawyers.
Yeah.
Even the most moral among us make mistakes that have shadowed us. This is tough for Mr. Wexner, who spent much of his time and fortune trying to carve out a legacy that doesn't resemble Mr. Epstein's. What, through the Victoria's Secret Angels program? How does that not reflect what Epstein was up to? Anyway.
Well, I mean, one, they're adults.
Okay. When asked what he wanted to be known for, Mr. Wexner recently said he doesn't want to be remembered as the guy who created the sexiest thongs or comfiest hip huggers. No one remembers who stole the most togas in Rome, he said. They remember.
Wait.
They remember Caligula. That's for sure.
Yeah. You should hope at this point that that's what you'll be remembered for.
He has spent decades giving away millions to various causes, including Ohio State University, the United Way, and children's hospitals. But Mr. Wexner acknowledged in the same talk that there's a flip side. People remember the great villains more than they remember the great heroes.
Joker's trick. No, I do. It's almost like a humble brag type thing. It's like, oh, everyone's gonna remember me as the greatest bra inventor of all time. It's my curse. And it's like, well, no, we'll remember you for something far different now.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it, pal.
You beat it.
You beat it. I mean, truth is, no one's going to fucking remember this guy. He's the Viceroy of Ohio. There are a billion fucking guys like this who just like someone you've never heard of who controls, like, his personal wealth is in the tens of billions. He controls, around hundreds of billions of dollars of wealth. He just, like, if you lived in this state, he kind of affected every asset of every factor of your life. He did God knows what in his life, and then they just die at age like 150, and nothing happens. So he'll have no his legacy will be the thing that allowed him to do whatever, which is no one will fucking think about him.
Didn't one of Wexner's other personal attorneys was murdered before he was about to testify in an offshore banking scandal case?
It was mob related, yeah, because his air logistics was the CIA front airline, Southern Air Transport. His ground logistics was a mob-controlled firm from Pittsburgh.
Moving on, real quick, Ghislaine Maxwell at In-N-Out Burger.
Okay.
Is it double Pap photo op gold or animal style psyop? What do you got, folks?
Okay. I was getting settled down for a while. I really was. I was settling down. I was like, you know what? Anything could have happened. Who knows? I don't think he killed himself, but honestly, the number of things that could have happened are beyond my ability to understand.
We can't even conceive of the stupidest.
Exactly. Who could know anything? But and then that picture came out. First, there was the leak story about how she shacked up with some billionaire in Massachusetts. And I was like, oh, that's weird. And then that fucking picture came out. And in my head, I'm like, okay, I honestly must be seeing this thing wrong. Because in a world where they sneak into the fucking shoe and kill this guy and cover it up, she's not walking around getting burgs in L.A. That's not a reality that makes sense. And then the fucking photograph is fake.
Do we know
that's
that?
not, yes.
Okay.
The photograph is fake. In fact, there's an article today from the Daily News confirming that it's fucking fake. There's a photo. There's a picture. There's a ad in the background for the movie Good Boys that's coming out this weekend. That is not there because that is a very recognizable In-N-Out in L.A. That people know what the fucking ad is, and it's not that. Somebody fucking photoshopped that in there.
Very canny viral marketing by In-N-Out Burger.
And Good Boys.
And Good Boys, yeah.
Yeah, they're going to do a thing where, the 10,000th double W bite into has a golden ticket to visit Little St. James.
I like the idea that, like, the only person who could break this open was, like, Joey's World Tour. He's like, I know that In-N-Out Burger.
But, like, what does that mean? I don't know what I'm supposed to do with this information. That
I
somebody
don't either.
faked a photograph to make it look like she was in L.A. holding a book about CIA agents who got killed in the line of duty. What?
Matt, I think it's someone in particular who's hated you since high school and has found a way to fuck with you.
I think it might be. It's got to be something like that.
Well,
did you bully anyone?
No, I was a good boy.
Like the movie? Like the movie? Who's sending you a message, Matt?
Oh, shit.
Like the CIA book.
To Ghislaine and whoever she's sending a message to, can you just text each other? I'm sick of seeing people talk on the timeline when they can just give each other a call.
No, because it's like, honestly, at this point, it's either I'm being tormented by a specific person, or my other theory is that this entire case, the entire Epstein thing, with its Baroque intricacies, with its because we've talked forever on the show about how everything feels in a stasis, and this case, even if we know in your heart you're never going to know what happened, it just feels like a crack in a seam in the wall, something to grab onto, to climb on, just like a peek through the veil. And that makes me think, and it's so entertaining, even though it's horrible, it's so riveting, and you could just stare at it forever. It feels like that our collective consciousness is releasing the DMT before, like, our society dies.
I feel like we get a lot of that, though. I feel like, I mean, you just described, like, Trump winning. Everything felt like it was in the stasis. And
I
then
think it's different.
It's
because Trump winning is he won an election. This is a thing that you can look at any angle of it, and none of it makes sense.
May I suggest just binge watching some Coen Brothers movies?
It's not totally one for one, but like
those are good burgers, Walter.
It's not like total. It's not
Things
totally
happen
like.
randomly, and sometimes
some
they're
of these things aren't
coincidences.
random, though.
Sometimes
Right.
they're
Some of them
not
are, but
random.
other them
And
are,
you know
and you
what?
don't know which
and
ones are
you
which.
will never know. And part
Obviously.
of life is about accepting
Obviously.
that.
It's
You
not
don't
the-
know the grand plan. You don't know if it's coincidence. You don't know if anyone is orchestrating anything. You don't know.
That's what
You
I'm saying.
cannot
It's
keep looking at
tantalizing.
alphabet soup and trying to figure out what the plot is.
Well, no, I mean that's. I mean, I'm not saying it's like one for one with Trump being like no events like one for one, especially not that they're too dissimilar. But what I'm saying is that like everything for the last 8 or 9 years has felt like it's in stasis, and the defining trait isn't that things like this never happen; it's that they happen enough to make you question if stasis is breaking, and
absolutely wrong.
But enough
actually will-
enough to make you feel like you're going insane.
I will say that yes, like there is something distinctive about this where it's something that feels like it happened.
Mm-hmm.
Like it wasn't just something that got immediately digested in sort of the news cycle hysteria. I mean, I think it'll be a lot of, sound and fury signifying nothing, and most of those lizard people are still just going along like nothing happened to them. But it does feel like something happened.
Right.
It's like we're all seeing this, right? Fargo is teaching my goddamn yoga class, and everyone finally realizes that, and they're like, "Yeah, that's a little weird. I'll admit that's a little weird."
Right. But what I'm saying is like part of what drives you insane is the stasis of everything. But part of what makes you doubly insane is the idea that you're going to get out of it.
It's not even that. It's not understand it. It's like get a grip. It's move just even intellectually beyond. Like, yeah, the idea that it's going to be some sort of rallying cry to bring down the oligarchy, obviously that's never going to happen. But it's just, there's just all these crannies and on what felt like just a sheer rock face. That's what drives you insane.
We were talking like just to shout out quickly. Matthew Brady said this a couple of days ago when we were talking about it, and he said that like it just feels like we're living in level 9 of a James Ellroy novel, and I'm not certain what's going to happen if we as a society hit level 10.
Yeah,
that's kind of what it feels like to me. But just to warn you, dear listener and dear co-host, away from the from staring too long into the abyss. This is my second news story about this, and it comes courtesy not of the Wall Street Journal, but a rather more niche publication called Fatherly. I've never heard of this publication before, but courtesy of Fatherly, there is an article here titled "Conspiracy Theories About Jeffrey Epstein's Suicide Harm Kids."
Okay,
which is incredibly funny because it's like, yeah, that's what's harming kids. That's what about this case is harming kids. So it says here, conspiracy theories about Jeffrey Epstein's suicide are everywhere, and they're damaging to kids' perceptions of truth, authority, and democracy.
They should call it repressed fatherly.
So it goes here. This weekend, President Donald Trump promoted a video created by conservative comedian Terrence Williams claiming that the Clintons orchestrated Jeffrey Epstein's prison death. The president, who is no stranger to promoting conspiracy theories, pushed the video to his official Twitter feed in spite of Epstein's death being confirmed as a suicide by his very own Justice Department. Did he mean it? Probably not, but the harm is still done. What Trump and the Clinton body count crowd fail to grasp is that conspiracy theories are deeply toxic to families and can have long-lasting detrimental effects on children.
Look, my twin boys are 16 years old, and they are dead set on the fact that Santa Claus exists still.
You're giving my son Braylon unreality issues with this. Stop it.
They spread a distrust of malignant government and authority that can undermine democracy and even lead to violent ideological extremism. The theory that conspiracies can harm kids is not in itself a conspiracy. In fact, it's based on core principle of the science of parenting. Children look to adults to fulfill developmental needs. Adults help kids understand the world and their place in it.
Unless they're pedophiles.
Adults also provide security and stability.
Unless they're pedophiles.
When adults are loose with the facts or bend them to their will,
or pedophiles,
like when they espouse conspiracy theories, these developmental needs are destabilized. Kids can't decipher fact from fiction like an adult. Their world is instead upended. I mean, the fucked up thing here is that, like, adults absolutely cannot decipher fact and fiction at all anymore. I mean,
absolutely nobody can.
Nobody
can't. I sure as shit can't.
Yeah.
When adults become conspiratorial, they sow distrust on the government and children. I mean, I'm sorry, like, isn't a healthy distrust of government? Shouldn't that be inculcated in children?
No.
I have raised my children to just, get in the back of a van the second someone offers them candy.
Yeah.
The world is good and kind to me. I mean, like obviously you want to raise kids with some sense of security or they turn out all weird and nervous. But you do slowly introduce skepticism about the world to them. Otherwise, they're just going to be these naive rubes that get predated on by pedophiles.
Worse yet, conspiracies can cause children to feel as if they are actively threatened by powerful people, upending a sense of stability.
That's the entire story.
Silly. Come on,
When a
folks.
conspiracy causes a trusted adult to become paranoid, that sense of instability becomes more acute and results in depression and anxiety.
Okay, I'm sorry. This is just really upsetting to me. Does this guy know that Jeffrey Epstein already went to jail?
That's conspiracy.
that he
Trafficking children.
He got a fucking sweetheart deal after abusing children.
I feel like he doesn't know.
It's all like
he
these are
missed
just
that part.
accusations.
Yeah.
Which father wrote this? Dylan Baker from Happiness?
Oh, deep cut. Trump, of course.
This is Simon Pegg and the boys. You're a good boy, Huey. Don't go to MCC.
Trump, of course, is no stranger to conspiracy theories. He's championed such intrigues as Senator Ted Cruz's father being complicit in the JFK assassination, also true, and birtherism, which attacked Obama's citizenship. While many of Trump's supporters are also conspiratorial-minded, Jeffrey Epstein's death has revealed a vein of conspiracy on the left as well.
Oh, no.
There are plenty of liberal-minded individuals floating the idea that President Trump himself had a hand in silencing his old pal Epstein to protect himself from being implicated in child trafficking and child rape scandal. He gets it half right there. That is the liberal side of this. The left-wing side of it that is horseshoe theory, comes right back around. Clinton body count, definitely the Clintons out of jail.
I mean,
for
that's
sure.
the beauty of this thing. As if it has any sort of pedagogical value, it's you might be able to use it to shake people of their knee-jerk partisanship. It's like they're both
It's
bad.
certainly an anti-elite story.
Yeah, they're both bad. There's no good rich people. There's no good powerful people in these stories. There's no, the ones with the D or the R next to their name. They're the white hats.
There's no one over a certain degree of income that isn't a pedophile.
Yes.
Framing the President of the United States as a secretive killer, covering up his dastardly deeds with children is a deeply toxic idea. A child who hears these conspiracies and internalizes them could develop a deep mistrust of political leaders that could poison their faith in democracy. And when enough people lose faith in democracy,
I'm looking up father.
then the country becomes
Is
destabilized.
this an Epstein joint?
Well, I hope you're happy talking about Epstein. Now my son's a fucking car list.
You know what? He won't take off the fucking beret at the dinner table. You know what?
babies are Birchers
It might be a
now.
fucking Epstein thing because I don't know if you guys know this. In the early aughts, Epstein and Harvey Weinstein founded Radar, the magazine, explicitly so that they could buy and bury stories about them.
Yeah. Also, Epstein has a history of, he paid that guy to write
He
for
paid a bunch
National
of people
Review.
after he got out of jail.
Yeah.
He did a PR thing where these reporters were taking $600 checks to plant stories in the National Review about science of philanthropist Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah.
And those motherfuckers still have jobs and blue check marks. It's like you will sell out $600 for a fucking pedophile and you're fine with it. And they're not fired. They're not ashamed of themselves. None of them have committed harikari.
All right, I draw the line at going after people's jobs. We have enough canceling going on, and it scares children to cancel people.
But it just shows the absolute rot. No one has any moral sense of anything. You think yourself a journalist, you'd think somebody giving you a $600 to do any promotional article would give you qualms, let alone a fucking just released pedophile, but not even for a second do you think about it.
It rules so hard that it was the National Review that
Among
published
others.
that.
So
Yeah.
funny.
So he goes, of course, that's the whole point of conspiracy theories. And that is exactly why Russia has weaponized them through social media.
Shit. Oh, fuck.
You guys.
All right, rolling again.
As they condemn this conspiracy theory, the true interesting one, they bring it all back to be, actually, no, this other dumb idiot conspiracy theory, that's the real one. And that's the one that you should promote to your children. They should go to school fearing Russians.
Amber, you just did on the fly some research about fatherly.
Yeah, very brief stuff. So started in 2014 as pitched to the Times as BuzzFeeds meets Vice for parents.
Oh,
cursed. Very cursed. It has some Gates Foundation money.
very sus.
Michael Strahan.
Very sus.
That guy Jeff
Gates
Kinney who wrote those Diary of a Wimpy Kid things, and then like a guy that wrote parenting books, privately held. Hard to dig up stuff on the founders, but we'll keep working on it.
Yeah.
So they bring it all back to Russia at the end here, and it says that makes pushing the Epstein conspiracies, either from the right or left, deeply dangerous. On an individual level, it can erode the sense of stability in our children and ultimately their mental health. But on a larger level, it could erode the foundations of our country. Smart and discerning adults should know better. We should promote facts before we start promoting fear.
Got that, Vladimir? I know you're reading this right now while I'm writing it on my my Google Notes app because you hacked my computer.
Obviously, we got to talk Epstein because, things... It's fascinating because, like, as soon as he died, like, that story just fucking disappeared.
Yeah, almost like that was the idea.
It's odd how that happened.
It's like, hey, this guy, this could be like a year-long criminal case with a bunch of discovery. What if he just died?
I mean, obviously, among, gentlemen such as ourselves, obviously there's still so much going on here. But as far as, like, the official press recognition or following this story, they're like, oh, well, the NFL drafts, the NFL season's coming soon. Like,
why are you bringing up old shit?
Yeah. But this has changed just this week. And I'm wondering if you could what is your take on the appearance of this guy, Michael Baden, who is a, forensic pathologist who is a sort of gadfly in the, autopsy community.
in the body cutting up.
Yeah.
So
he's like the John Gotti of autopsy.
Absolutely.
He's like, because it's like he's the one that everyone can name, but actual coroners. Like, that guy's just a flashy.
He's a he's a flashy. He's me first flashy.
He's a hip hop style.
He's a hip hop style coroner, not a lunch pail 9 to 5 coroner.
Yeah,
but he had that show.
Hip hop style.
Didn't he have that show on HBO, Secrets of the Dead or something?
Yeah,
or like it was like a bunch of
I think it was called Autopsy.
Every guy I knew who had exactly like if I was doing stats with them, they had exact medium intelligence. They were like, that's the most interesting show on TV.
So you got this guy Michael Baden, who I said is sort of a bit of a press hound for this kind of shit, and he is
the Dr. Joyce Brothers of autopsy,
and he is now giving interviews. He has been hired by Epstein's brother or his estate to do like a private examination of this, and he is now giving interviews to Fox News and other outlets, saying, based on his study of the evidence here, he would say that this points to homicide rather than suicide. I mean, no shit. This is what everyone is. We've been screaming for months now.
Yeah.
But like, what do you make? So, Bryce, what do you make of him introducing this again into the public consciousness?
So it kind of throws a wrench in things because obviously, Epstein was murdered, right?
Yes.
But Michael Baden also is a fucking scumbag who is hired by Epstein's team. So like, it makes you wonder, like, oh, was he not murdered? Is this okay? But I think he was murdered, and I think that like it's one of those things where Baden is correct, but he's doing it not to get to the truth of the matter, but he's doing it to sort of obfuscate things in the courtroom. Because obviously, there are these big lawsuits against Epstein's estate, and the money kind of can't move to his brother, Mark Epstein, like it's supposed to without these being dealt with first. So I think this could just add a wrench in those proceedings. But Michael Baden is basing his opinion on the fact that a bone was broken in Epstein's neck, the hyoid bone, which is not like, that's not a bone that breaks when you do what Epstein did.
Which,
by the way,
what I've heard, they said like it does happen sometimes in suicides, especially in older men. Like it's not completely like jet fuel steel beams.
Right? Yeah.
Parody, not true.
Didn't it? I think.
But however,
case,
like it is something that is almost always consistent with a homicide.
Yeah, it's like it's like a circle graph. Like not every time that bone is broken doesn't mean it was a murder. But every time there's a murder, that bone is broken, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
And if both cameras outside of the cell are
you add that.
And all of the guards are asleep simultaneously.
That's the thing that I think that like
we could clear all of this up very quickly if we were just allowed to watch the hours before Epstein's death and to see if anybody came in there and said anything to him or did something to him.
We can't do that.
That
though.
is
the camera's
not going to happen.
The camera's broke. What do you want? It happens.
Unlucky. Bad RNG. It's a bad RNG, dude. It's a battle royale.
Yeah, true.
If the ping at the Manhattan Correctional Center was out of this world.
Yeah. Fucking wireless Logitech products. Always fucking shitting on me, dude. I'm done with it.
It's like everyone was they weren't supposed to be there in the first place, and then the cameras were broken, and then he hanged himself in what is like in a ward of a jail that hasn't seen a suicide for 30 years, and the last guy who killed himself was in the mob. So it's a little suspicious. And it's Michael Baden, of course, himself is I think he was famously fired as it was like something like the it was like some high up position in New York State, like a medical position, because he was giving people advice on how to get away with murder.
The one thing we didn't want him to do.
Yeah. And of course he doing a autopsy on JFK for the House Select Committee on Assassinations, which another one of those things that make you go,
Again, you have very odd, but like as an addendum to this, like you have a questionable person, clearly for what is easily discernible as odd to, suspect reasons, is reintroducing what is a factual and what honestly everyone should be talking about, the fact that he was clearly murdered in custody.
Yeah.
But like this has also inspired a new round of media takes. I'm thinking specifically of a piece I saw in Jezebel that essentially implied that like the headline was like, "Oh no, time for another nightmarish debate about whether Epstein killed himself or was murdered." And they see like the new line seems to be that like, let's just stop talking about this. This debate is sort of ghoulish and cruel, and most importantly, doesn't center the victims. Like his victims are being denied sort of agency or so like some like that having this debate is somehow cruel or gauche when like his actual victims are seeking some kind of justice through, like you said, these lawsuits against his estate, which seems doubly odd to me, because if you take that line seriously, like if he was murdered, that's a very important question, because the people who fucking killed him are almost certainly the people who have victimized, abused, and probably killed other people related to this case as well. So isn't that important to kind of figure out like what's going on here? If you're concerned about bringing justice to these people?
Everybody who has said like, "Oh, don't pay attention to how he was killed, pay attention to what he did when he was alive," is they're in my black book, if you know what I mean. It's obvious that all of this is so connected. Like how he was killed, who killed him, has a very big impact on getting justice for the victims, because it will allow us to finally lock up William Jefferson Clinton. If Jeffrey Epstein was fucking strangled to death in the Manhattan Correctional Center, I believe that is pretty fucking prescient to what happens to his victims, right?
Yeah, like to think that he was killed and it had nothing to do with like other people who were involved. Like, do they think that like, yeah, someone bribed the guards and got into the correctional facility. They did all this shit to kill him, but because he was bad. Like, is that what they think? You would literally have to think that to be like, this has nothing to do with the victims.
Yeah, no, this is like Assassin's Creed or something. Like he was given this mission by a guy on the street, and he came in and just walked by Epstein and stuck him or something. It's totally ridiculous.
It was Karl Marx. He was like, to protect free elections, you have to kill this bad man, Jeffrey Epstein.
There should literally be no other news story except for Jeffrey Epstein.
This is like when we had you on, like, again, back when he was still alive to talk about this.
Yeah.
We compared it to the Mueller report. And now we have this Ukraine impeachment shit, which is, like, in my opinion, way more substantive than anything that the Mueller report produced. But at the same time, I still don't give a shit, because this is the only thing I fucking care about. Like, how can you just have this out there in your consciousness and be obsessing over all this other shit?
No, Felix, speak.
Yeah, it's like the people who are like, my favorite posts after Epstein were like the Pod Save Network people, the crooked media people who were like, just like, well, what are you going to do? Anyway, we have our 70th emergency podcast this month about how Glenn Simpson actually heroically pointed out to the whistleblower that his email was being read by Mark Duragitz and Teddy Ziggurat was seen with Clayton Grimshaw. And it's like, this is the thing you're obsessive about? This fucking thing?
Like,
this bullshit?
We literally have fucking Prince Andrew is like, can be arrested for raping a child. And we're fucking talking about Ukraine. Like, we can finally take out Cromwell's dream. Finally destroy the British royal family. But it's like somehow this is just like, it's a conspiracy theory because it's complicated and because it's not on fucking Mad Out. Like somehow the Mueller report shit isn't a these FISA warrants or whatever aren't a conspiracy theory. But the fact that someone was killed in like actually turns out to be a pretty low security jail is just totally like out of bounds. And there's going to be a whole wash of articles now. In fact, I've seen a few already. Like, well, Michael Baden can't be trusted. Yeah, Michael Baden can't be trusted, but he's right. Like, it's murder. I mean, I can't trust journalists either. They fucking helped do the Iraq War. But like, it's totally insane. And the thing is, some of our faves will be implicated. Like, what to happen?
Right, and
like there's
okay, if Michael Baden can't be trusted, like, okay, so the Manhattan Correctional Facility people can. Like, no one in this can be trusted, but like, yeah, it's like the thing I've seen these like the mass media go after the past 2 days is if the Trump guy was too mean to the colonel who was on TV. Like, are you fucking kidding me? This?
But just as to the issue of the MCC and this suicide, I'd like to suggest not so much like a counterfactual, but just like, maybe I mentioned this before, but like a parallel storyline that I think makes a very compelling contrast to the idea that he committed suicide in like the most secure protection you can be in as the highest profile prisoner in American custody. Prior to all of this, like maybe even just like a month before, El Chapo Guzman was held in Brooklyn, in a similar facility in Brooklyn, and taken to a courthouse in Brooklyn where he was convicted and is now sent to like Supermax prison. Mm-hmm. And they carried out that trial where like every single time he walked into daylight, he was wearing like a bulletproof suit and probably covered by like 20 snipers because he was, up until Epstein, the most high profile person. And like so Chapo is a guy, not only he's escaped from jail twice, right?
He's
he's responsible for the deaths of like countless prosecutors, police, and law enforcement people in Mexico. So there's like always obviously we're very careful about like the idea that he could be broken out or there could be some sort of attack on the trial itself. But further than that, if you're a guy facing life in Supermax prison, you pretty much have like every reason to pretty much kill yourself, right?
Oh, absolutely.
And if he had killed himself in custody, that would have been such a defeat for like the entire weight of like the U.S. prosecutorial apparatus that it would be like unthinkable
like
that they could allow that to happen
before they could hang him.
Exactly. Like if they want you to breathe every second of your life in a fucking box because that's like your punishment and that's the power that they have as the state, you're telling me that like they can't absolutely make sure that you live to experience every second of your punishment. This was happening basically parallel to the Epstein thing. And then and he's just like, oh, he just killed himself in jail. Oops.
Oh, well.
I was talking about this with Catherine last night, the El Chapo connection, and just this contrast here being so vivid. And I just like to say, just for listeners, you can do this too if you have an acute ep-pilled GF.
It's the thing is about Epstein's suicide too, is I have been in jail, and I actually have like had a close friend of mine was in solitary in jail where things are a little bit different. You know, you have even thinner sheets, etc. It's killing yourself with one of these fucking sheets is so hard. Like these things are basically paper. You can rip them. And like the fact that they're saying Epstein hung his like he like hung himself from the top bunk and like leaned forward and snapped
with
his
force.
neck.
With force, he leaned forward with force.
Yeah, it's just totally so out of the bounds of reality that like that should be the fucking conspiracy theory. The fact that they're saying that somebody can kill themselves with a sheet that's like thinner, it's like a millimeter fucking thick.
I mean,
it's not like you get 50 of these sheets. He was having a blast in jail, dude. His lawyers were bringing him hot. Think about this. Epstein had more sex in the Manhattan Correctional Center than statistically most listeners of Chapo Trap House have had in their entire lives. His lawyers would bring him girls to have sex with. And he was in high spirits. The last time he saw his lawyers, he said, "I'll see you Sunday." And we're supposed to believe that he just went back to his cell, got so despondent because he could only read trashy airport bookstore literature there instead of the Gouda and all these other things I'm sure he was used to reading in his mansion. And he fucking killed himself by leaning forward.
He was also in the week leading up to his death, paying off women to not testify against him. He was dispersing payments to keep them quiet. Why would you do that? Why would you bother with that?
Do that?
And everyone who says
people give away their belongings before they commit suicide.
But the one that gets me is just a lot of people say like, yeah, this guy is like this alpha sex maniac. He can't bear the thought of being, in jail. It's like maybe after he's convicted, I might buy that. If he gets like all the tricks up his sleeve don't work, he can't swing a deal, and he gets a real like life sentence. I could see him killing himself then. But they hadn't even fucking tried him yet.
And all his
selected the jury.
And all his previous interactions with, the criminal justice system would have proven to him by now.
Well for him.
Look,
here's the thing. This is a man, as we found out about the Zorro rant stuff, who wanted his penis and head frozen.
Yes.
So presumably they could be attached to some sort of
fuckbot.
Horrible robot later when technology
a post-apocalyptic fuckbot. Yes.
That is exactly. And he spent all this money, all this time, all this research. Like he was, it appears that he was basically dedicating like a good chunk of his life to this sort of life extension, this transhumanist stuff, and then he just kills himself in jail and lets his body sit there for hours while his penis, I'm sure, degrades. His egg-shaped penis, by the way. And then, of course, someone catches just a glimpse of him on camera being brought into the medical examiners, and nothing else.
I gotta say, the thing about him wanting to save his penis really proves that he's a complete psychopath. Because if you have a trash dick like that, like an awful egg dick. And you're imagining some future where you're in a robot body and you get to fuck forever, wouldn't you want like the highest end robot penis to replace your shitty trapezoid dick? Instead, he's like, "Nah, man, I'm sticking with this thing. This got me this far."
That's like the most darkly funny thing about Epstein is how fucking stupid he was.
He was a moron.
Like he was obviously involved in this like international intelligence blackmail scheme, like the types that's existed for a while, but like as a guy, he was just a fucking idiot. Like, like I know that a lot of this is like influence peddling, but like the idea of him just being like, "Yo, I'm gonna get all the science guys to come to my house, and they're gonna tell me how to get pussy." He was a fucking
Stephen
dope.
Hawking on a submarine, man. Like, don't do that unless like you think there's like a 20% chance that you can fuck a girl in the year 2075.
Yo, I'm gonna get Steven Pinker over here, and we're just gonna vibe, and he's gonna tell me how to basically be immortal.
One of my favorite things that's happened since then is that because of this case now, one of my favorite things to do whenever you see some totally obnoxious, just evil person on Twitter sharing their idiot opinions like Larry Summers or Steven Pinker or Bill Gates, just reply to them always with one of the dozens of pictures of them and Jeffrey Epstein having fun together. And I've noticed that when you start doing that, like to Steven Pinker especially, like a lot of like the IDW people or people who love smart people get very angry about that. And what they say is like, "Oh, Stephen Hawking went to Epstein Island too. You telling me he was abusing women?" And I'm like, "Yeah,
absolutely,
for sure, dude." Yeah,
didn't his wife divorce him?
He cheated on his wife with his nurse in his chair. He was able to cheat on his wife in the chair.
Again, to Chapo listeners, These guys are getting more pussy than you. I'm sorry. Even Stephen Hawking. Yeah, it is so like somebody who is so obsessed with something, so especially obsessed with life extension, to do this is just beyond the realm of possibility.
Not when you have cards to play. That's the thing. He had cards to play still.
Right, and people say like
he had basically unlimited funds, and as we know, if you have money, it is a different justice system.
Yes,
even if the fucking media is on you. OJ got.
Yeah.
Right. And like people were like, oh, but it would he got a sweetheart deal last time and it would be different this time because of the media circus. It's like, you want to fucking bet? I mean, like, look how quick the news cycle moves now. Like if they would, like, I'm guessing what they would have done is just drag this out for like 2 years, which is entirely possible if you have unlimited funds. And lo and behold, people fucking forget. They do it all the time.
If he could drag this court case out forever, which I'm sure was and now even after his death still is the plan, he could still have sex 3 times a day, which was what the thing that his life, besides of course being a high value intelligence asset, was devoted to. So like, there's why kill himself because he doesn't have luxury?
Because the food was terrible.
Okay, there's 2 more. I guess we're going to go long on this, but there's 2 more threads that I need to bring up with you. The first of which is, where in the world is Ghislaine Maxwell?
Yeah,
because here's the thing: as these civil suits go on, there are attorneys representing the victims who basically have subpoenaed Ghislaine because she is probably second only to him, like the most integral figure to this entire criminal enterprise, right? They have said now that like literally they don't know where to serve it. Like there was a claim.
Apparently Interpol's looking for her, and there was a thing a couple weeks ago claiming that they had triangulated her cell phone to a resort in Brazil, but nothing has come of that. Nothing has come of that.
Okay, so like just back up for a second though. A while ago, we all know for a fact, like up until about 2015, Ghislaine Maxwell was photographed. If you just search like the Getty archives,
oh my
her
God,
name,
everyone.
She was photographed basically at every single high profile, like the any party being held in Silicon Valley, Hollywood, or DC, of like the heights
and Manhattan, of course,
and Manhattan, and like the heights of like every sector of like power and influence in this country. She was at every party being photographed with everyone. Famously at Chelsea Clinton's wedding, there's that photo of her. She had an aisle seat at the wedding, such that when Chelsea was walking down the aisle to her beautiful, ugly Phil son husband, she was sticking her head out, and it was just like a line of people, and then just her head poking out. Then drops off the radar entirely, is not photographed or seen at any sort of society event for like 4 years. Then after the death, there's a story about how she's been held up in Manchester by the Sea, yes, the film and the town in New Hampshire, with this Silicon Valley type. That's the only like thing that we hear. Then days later, we get the photo of her at In-N-Out Burger reading a book called The Life and Death of CIA Agents,
and
which was exposed as a total fabrication.
It was a fake
within about 24 hours of it happening, and then never heard another word about it.
Yep.
Not a word.
Yeah, she's supposed to be in Brazil, but nobody served her. Nobody's seen her there. And if she's in a resort, some fucking busboy or some waiter or somebody would have taken a picture of her. This horseshit. She does not have she's rich, but she does not have the resources to disappear like that unless somebody is helping her do it, or she's dead, which is my bet, honestly.
It's kind of funny. Her sister actually, or her sisters who are twins, actually came up with this software called Kiliad, which the FBI uses, which is a way to sort of, let's say, coordinate like suspects' profiles across systems. So presumably she has a couple of inside men on that.
And of course, there's the story about the day after the photo was released. The customs network at all American airports went down.
All went out.
Unlucky. Just, dude, there's so much bad luck around this case.
And that means everybody had to do it by hand, which meant nobody could like authenticate the documents using any of the computer programs.
Yeah, she is. So she is said to be in Brazil along with Jean-Luc Brunel, who is this just like lifelong rapist, allegedly.
Monster, absolute scumbag.
A total monster, who is a modeling quote unquote modeling agency like director and talent later in his life just became exclusively a talent scout in Brazil. And there's actually testimony in the that emerged where I think it was Epstein's like houseman or something, like his butler, was talking about how Jean-Luc Brunel was always on the phone getting girls from Brazil. So he has a network down there. And when it emerged that Ghislaine was down there, it emerged that Brunel was down there. So my theory on that is either they are trying quickly to have a baby that will become some sort of like pedophile super baby that will eventually like emerge and repopulate the earth with all these horrible pedophiles, or they are both just dead, which sounds correct to me. Like, I don't think we'll ever see them again.
I tweeted this, and I really think it's true. She is either in one of those doomsday bunkers that billionaires are building in New Zealand, or she's part of the foundation of one.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're using her fucking skull as a goblin somewhere down there, and it's the fact that like she was able to maybe slip out of the country, maybe she had already slipped out of the country without anybody noticing whatsoever. I mean, she was all over the news and airport. I assume one person would be like, "Oh, that's the famous pedophile lady that's like on the front page of every newspaper."
Yes,
but nobody did.
No, but not a single mention.
Well, because it's interesting.
Like every time I go through an airport, I get stopped for a long fucking time, and this lady can go through.
Well, I mean, it's like I said, the fact that she was photographed at like every single society party. And like the interesting thing is, despite being one of the most visible people in the world, she's like, not like her photo ever showed up on like Us Weekly, because like the punters buying it, they would like, who's this person standing next to Bill Clinton or Elon Musk or whatever, right?
Plus, she's busted.
But everybody in that world clearly knew who she was, and she was always like, again, wrangled an invitation to Chelsea Clinton's wedding. I mean, think about the circles you have to be in to get an aisle seat at that fucking wedding. Okay, so then and then she just fucking disappears for like 4 years, and then now nobody knows where she is. And I'm sorry, like, is there any news outlet or journalist looking into this question at all?
I mean, I have every single day I think about quitting at Anchor and just fucking going down there. Because she's either in Brazil or there's rumors that she was in Thailand with Brunel as well, and just cutting my way through the jungle to find the place where her body is buried, because she's out there. Like, I know she's out there. Either her body or her living soul is out there, and I must find her and keep her safe. But yeah, she will never appear on a fucking witness stand. She will never we'll never hear another peep from her. If she somehow is alive, she is just going to be in another country forever, totally silent.
See, that's the thing for me that really clinches the narrative here. Not only do you have all the ridiculous coincidences going around with Epstein's suicide, all of those just stacked up things that make it impossible to know what happened. Oops. You have the fact that this person disappears. Because I remember when it came out that, she's hanging out with this billionaire in Massachusetts, I remember thinking, oh, fuck, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I got too carried away with this thing. But then there was a photoshopped goddamn photograph, and then she disappeared completely. I'm like, okay, never mind.
Not even a particularly well done.
No, that's the thing that's so baffling about it, because it clearly was not invented
like within a day.
It was clearly not designed to actually fool anyone for any length of time. It was some sort of either message or just buying literally a day. That's it.
Okay. Yeah. All right. This gets me to my the second and last thing that I need to bring up here. Matt, you mentioned about like the fact that it was such a poorly done like stitch up of like the movie ad wasn't right for that time or place. It was like so clearly fabricated.
There were artifacts all in it.
Yeah, and like it just like, and it makes you wonder like, okay, well, like who's this to? Obviously, it's not to fool anyone.
Yeah.
But like you and I are not like the received audience for whatever message was being conveyed there, and the fact of the book that she was reading that was clearly visible, another huge tell here.
Well, no, actually the book wasn't visible.
Oh, was
That's the thing. No, it was only reported at first, quote unquote, reported by a witness, and then it turns out it was just reported by her lawyer that the book was about heroes or dead heroes or something of the CIA.
I mean, she runs a book club. People want to know Ghislaine's reading group. What she's on about. Okay, so keep that in mind. Which brings me to my next digression here. Kevin Spacey. You remember at the end of last year when he released that video as Frank Underwood, again, like in character,
Yes.
as his character from House of Cards, where he addresses the camera like this bizarre monologue that when it happened at the end of last year, I was just like, this has blown out everything that's happened in 2018 before. Like, this is the most insane thing that will happen. Like my jaw was open, bleary eyed.
It was a man.
I was like, this is a madman. Like this. Why would he do this? Who around him is like, yeah, Kevin, this is a great idea. Get in character as Frank Underwood and like inveigh vaguely about like, you know, the conspiracies against you. And add to that the coffee mug with Queen Elizabeth's coronation.
Yes.
Which was clearly visible in that video. Again, you asked yourself back then, this makes absolutely no sense. This is the most insane thing I have ever seen. He is completely cracked. Looking at it now,
it was a fucking warning.
Looking at it
was a
now,
warning.
it begins to take on a much different, more. There is a evil and sinister, but clearly logical, rational reason to do this. If you look about it through this light, that you and I, the video released publicly, we're not the audience for this video.
No.
So consider the fact that he is essentially playing the character that he did on House of Cards. Again, Catherine and I were talking about this last night, and I guess I had never really considered it. Consider the parallels between Frank Underwood and his wife and Bill and Hillary Clinton. Frank Underwood is a Southern Democrat who sort of governs from the center right of his party, who is sort of this like, you know, covetous of power and this kind of Machiavellian political figure. That there are these like, you know, parallels that are clearly like on the surface pseudo based on Bill Clinton and Hillary. Mm-hmm. Then you add to that the very, very close relationship that Kevin Spacey had with Bill Clinton post-presidency and the Clinton Foundation. And then add on top of that the veiled threat to the royal family, i.e. Prince Andrew and that coffee cup. And what do you begin to think takes shape with regards to Kevin Spacey? And now we know one of his accusers in one of the trials that he was on, dead. The other pleaded the fifth on the stand and tanked the entire trial.
Amazing.
And now he's free and clear. He's in Serbia. He's hanging out in Serbia right now.
He's in Serbia?
Recently,
Oh my god, that is fucking spook city, Serbia.
Oh yeah.
No shit. So someone made him go there.
So Kevin Spacey went from being like, oh my god, like this guy, like his crimes have been exposed. Like there is like numerous criminal like lawsuits.
He's just
There's,
a
like,
deluded maniac.
Like he's a totally deluded maniac. This guy is like, you know, crashing and burning. Months later, he's off scot-free.
Yep.
So Brace, what do you think? Like again, I'm heavily implying here, but what begins to take shape when you think about this now?
So the "Let Me Be Frank" video caused shockwave. I mean, I still watch it about once a month. It is the most psychotic thing I've ever seen do, unless you consider that yes, that mug at the end, because it's everything in that video is like, you don't just pick that mug. Right? Like there's not a lot of things to look at in the video. And the mug is one of the few things that like your eyes are drawn to, especially at the end where he takes this sort of purposeful sip of it. He toured a private tour of the Royal Palace in I think 2015 and breaking all protocol, which they take seriously there because they don't have much else. He sat in the Queen's coronation chair. So it's either he could be saying a number of things, but we also must keep in mind that, of course, he flew in the Lolita Express alongside one William Jefferson Clinton, Jeffrey Edward Epstein, and for some reason Chris Tucker.
Oh, that'll never not be funny. That'll never not be funny. There's the one fucking rush hour guy.
Yeah,
oh my god,
that's just the perfect touch to know that you're living in like the DMT death dream of a country.
But it, again, shows how dumb, like that Epstein was truly stupid, because it's like, yeah, he got all the business and political leaders he needed to complete his task, his role in the world, but he was also like, yo, Rush Hour was some funny ass shit. Yo, so are you like still friends with Jackie Chan or what?
So it's I think it's a warning to the royal message or to the royal family, or a message to the royal family. And it could mean two things. It could mean that things are about to come, the house of cards is about to come tumbling down. or it means you better kill Jeffrey Epstein. So I can be coronated as ultimate pedophile in the United States.
There could be only one.
It's so interesting because all attention basically has dropped from Spacey, and in fact, he's back. There was just a video of him performing some poem at like some fancy society gathering in Greece with all these hoity-toity types. I think Kevin Spacey is going to reemerge, but everybody else involved in this is kind of it's not necessarily going down because these people kind of can't go down, or at least no one has. There's a lot of people with an interest of that they don't go down, but everybody else has been sort of tainted by this. Like Clinton is, Prince Andrew is, but Kevin Spacey, he's just sipping the tea,
literally,
because they came for him. It didn't work, and now they're coming for the royal family. They're coming for Epstein, and it is going to work. Well, it's also not going to work. To be honest about it.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's definitely a symbol because there's no way that he thought he was going to get his fucking show back. Like,
yeah.
It's just like he becomes like one of those guys who's like, bring Firefly back.
I was out there in Times Square. I was counter protesting the OA guys. I was dancing to bring back House of Cards with Kevin Spacey, totally alone. The only thing that kept me going was that Gandhi quote. First they laugh at you, then you have Francis the House Cards back. So do you like silver lining? Maybe we try not to end on like total pessimism. Will Kevin Spacey be in a movie filmed in Serbia with Steven Seagal?
Oh God, fingers crossed.
Absolutely.
Let's do
Serbian
it.
film too.
I guess like
his whole life has been
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Oh my God. What if they sent Seagal to kill Epstein? They're like, all right, you can finally be of some use to us. And he went in there, somehow found a way to sit down. That's why Epstein was hung from the bed, because it was the only way Seagal could sit down. And he was like, your family hates you. And Epstein's last words were like, why are you making that voice? And he just fucking died.
My theory about Jeffrey Epstein, their death or disappearance, is this is my pet theory, is that his good friends, David Blaine and David Copperfield, the magicians, were able to one was in charge of the cameras and the other was either in charge of taking out Epstein or disappearing him. I mean, these guys,
and by the way,
made the Statue of Liberty disappear.
By the way,
they can make Epstein disappear.
Like pretty much all magicians, but Copperfield and David Blaine especially.
Yeah.
I will say, allegedly, many allegations of them being complete rape monsters.
No, wait.
No. I can't remember. I think David Blaine has a rape island.
Yeah.
Copperfield has a rape island.
Oh, yeah.
Copperfield has a rape island, yeah.
You know who's, like, I've never seen a bad word said about him? The Mind Freak.
That's true.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
no accusations against Chris Angel or Doug Henning. He was a good guy. Gentle Canadian soul.
The only good one, the amazing Jonathan, was going to blow the whistle on all these guys.
And they gave him the heart attack.
But yeah, we got to put. I mean, I hate sort of put a damper. I know witches are often persecuted around Halloween. People doing green face, etc. But we really got to put a stop in magic business until we can either figure out a counter for magic, which is possibly some sort of armor made out of steam, etc., or we can just throw all the witches in some sort of prison, put them in Idlib.
Okay, this is just like one final thing, like to wrap this up. I know you must have seen recently Hillary and Chelsea Clinton being on sort of a media tour to promote their latest children's book, which is about brave women.
Yes.
I know one really brave woman. No one can find her right now.
Like, they made the rounds of the morning shows or whatever. And then again, of course, because the primary was going on, a lot of people were, being like, oh, like Hillary Clinton's booking all these media appearances. Is she going to jump in? Blah, blah, blah. Which, who cares? I am, of course, fingers crossed, extremely rooting for her to do just that.
Absolutely.
But
yeah,
my broader question is, you've got Bill just did a video about suicide awareness. Very, very funny. But
that was so good for my engagement stats.
People love doing suicide. Everyone's aware of suicide. Everyone I know wants to do it. Certainly, if I was about to kill myself, I logged Twitter to look at all the people who make me want to kill myself, and I see fucking Bill Clinton, I'm immediately taking fentanyl.
Bill Clinton just shows up on a Facebook video and he's like, I wish you would step back from that ledge, my friend. I would understand. No, but
it's the best bullshit celebrity cause. Just awareness of mental health. It's the best one.
And like I was gonna say, Bill Clinton, he has scaled back.
Oh yeah,
and it's largely also due to the fact that he looks like a corpse now.
The adrenochrome connect got.
That's the
shut
plug.
off. Yeah,
they ran off on the plug.
Same thing with Biden. That's why his brain is melting.
No, I
plug.
have a theory about Biden. I think so. Biden, like you would think he would be implicated in this. Like he fits the profile of every powerful Democratic politician who would be, but he's not. And I think I know why.
Why?
Biden thought Epstein was gay. Epstein went up to Biden and was like, he just like gave his idiot spiel. He's like, can I interest you? Some rules are meant to be broken. And he's like, who's the queer Jewish fellow with all the daughters?
He's like, I really respect you, man.
Yeah.
He's like, that's really cool that you're doing that. You're open about it.
Yeah, man,
it's not my bag, but good. God bless you,
man. I'm so glad guys like you. They didn't even let you used to get on airplanes. Now you got your own, man.
To tie it all together, like Bill has scaled back his public profile, but Hillary and fucking Chelsea, like Hillary Clinton especially, still out there, fucking like no fucking difference. Just
Chelsea was the best of all of them. Chelsea had the closest relationship with Ghislaine Maxwell.
Yes.
So again, like here's the question that I slam my fucking head into a wall every time it comes up. Why is anyone whose name is Clinton or even tangentially associated with their political machine or their foundation allowed to go on TV and the first question they're asked is not about Jeffrey Epstein?
Seriously?
Because it's like all the people that run these news channels are also like depraved rapists.
It's kind of
so
true.
like if they ask him about Jeffrey Epstein, someone will be ask them about either their own connection to Jeffrey Epstein or like the I'm sure countless rapes they've committed with female journalists. I mean, if the past couple of years have been any indication, all the people like CNN, NBC,
Matt Lauer,
are just
Redstone,
total fucking sickos.
Yeah, it's a mutually assured
once you get a
discussion.
certain amount of money, if you were inclined to be a sicko like naturally, there's like it's God does like a chance roll or something, and if you get like a 6 or above, you just become an absolute like vile piece of shit.
And even if you don't naturally incline towards being a sicko, wealth disconnects you from humanity and makes you less empathetic, more of a sociopath. And 2, they're going to make you do it so they know you're cool. Like
exactly. There's a lot of people that talk about like blah blah blah. Like it is. I mean, a cabal is just a collection of who do weird shit, and like it's obviously rich people. Like poor people bond by like cutting coupons or like following sort of bogus health pages on Facebook, and rich people bond by just the merciless like depraved exploitation of young kids or young boys sometimes.
Whatever they like.
I think people all my coworkers talk about Epstein all the time. Like the people remember Epstein, but like the media has just immediately moved on. And for some reason people have this still like vestigial trust in like the New York Times or CNN or something, just because either the president hates it or because they don't like really know where else to turn to. But like those people are all implicated in one way or another, whether it's the sexual angle or whether it's the intelligence. They're all on the same side, and it's not your side.
Got to get rid of these rich people, man.
Well, I mean, yeah, like when we talked about this with you and Liz, I mean, I think like the real like what is the resolution to any of this? Like how can it be fixed or changed? Like the answer is like there is no resolution, or there won't be any like justice or tidy or anything satisfying publicly that will come of this. But if you want to fix it, just take away these people's money.
Yeah.
Like just take away the wealth of everyone, and there would be like less. There wouldn't be as much of this shit. They couldn't do it.
You can't buy an island without the money.
Rape island if you don't have the island.
Yeah.
You gotta have the money.
So like when Bernie says like there shouldn't be billionaires, like that's the obvious like next thing. If you're like, making a fucking campaign issue, there shouldn't be billionaires. There shouldn't be rape islands.
Yeah.
Like you can't have both.
Yeah, like exactly, and one does.
You can't have one without the other. Yeah.
Exactly. Like it's 100% agreed. Like and also I think Bernie is one of the few people not connected to the cabal.
It's true. I really do believe that, even if that makes me a sucker. I know why he doesn't, but God, I really wish he would come out and say, when I'm president, I am announcing a independent counsel to investigate the Epstein murder case.
When I met him, I was like, there was like a moment I had where I could have been like, Bernie, tell me about Jeffrey. And I fucking blew it. I was like, your labor plan's really good. He's like, thank you. I should have been like, can you investigate Hillary Clinton for eating a child?
I don't know how much we have to say about this, but I got to bring it up. Boys, did you watch the Prince Andrew interview?
I mean,
I thought he was pretty convincing.
He silenced the haters. he basically did the high hope stance all over the haters.
I mean, but it does raise a question. Can you blame a man for being too honorable?
He literally said, my problem is that I'm too honorable.
He's too honorable.
Yeah, and he let down, he used some stupid, what was the thing he said? I let down the side.
I
let down the side.
Yes, by being too honorable.
Yeah,
by being too honorable. Okay, so
by the way, that doesn't work. You can't be too honorable, because honorable is one of those things that has a positive value. It's always inherently good. So you should always be honorable. You cannot be too honorable. That cannot make you do something like hang out with a fucking pedophile.
But he was hanging out to tell him he's bad.
Okay. Two things here. One, who in the royal PR department thought this would be a good idea?
I'll tell you who. The guy who immediately resigned a day after the interview. Not kidding.
Or the real Ep-brain take on this is that they are throwing him to the wolves to make the rest of them seem like not connected to this.
Yeah.
Okay, but here's my favorite thing that he said in the whole interview. There are pictures of him with what's her name?
Virginia Guthrie.
Virginia, yeah. There are pictures of them together.
Yep.
So he can't really deny meeting her. So all he can say is, I don't recall ever meeting her.
Oh, that's the...
And the person brought up the statement she had made where, like, I remember him sweatily, touching me and, like, all his... And he goes... He said, rather than just saying, I don't remember that interaction, he said that I had a medical condition at the time that made it impossible for me to sweat and that I don't have anymore. I'm sorry, like that is
masterclass.
That is
absolute masterclass.
And he said, Matt, you would be interested. I mean, like you're like, how could I catch that condition? And he said he got it when people shot at him during the fall.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Okay,
his war heroism gave him a temporary inability to sweat.
Yeah,
at the exact moment that he would have been getting all over a underage woman.
Yeah, no, it's really crazy. Like, I took some demons home with me from the Falklands. Like, one thing is, for about 10 years, I had completely clear skin. I never needed a cleanser or anything. It's like, we all carry baggage with us. It was
what I love about that
masterclass.
is like you can like the best you can do in that situation is just say I don't recall. This is the answer that every lawyer says is
Absolutely.
the best answer you can give if you're guilty of something. But it's the perfect pointless elaboration of a bad liar to try to come up with what I guess a more plausible excuse. Well, that couldn't have been me. I'm simply unable to sweat.
And I can't. Like, I've never heard of that. What is the explanation for that? Like his fear glands, like it was just like a CPU overloading and just cooking a motherboard.
Also, he would have died.
Yeah.
Because he was sweating through his mouth like a dog.
Because, I mean, have you ever heard about the kid who covered his body in antiperspirant and died?
Well, it's like Goldfinger.
Yeah. You get suffocated. You overheat without having the sweat to regulate your temperature.
Sorry, just one of the things.
Is that signaling? Maybe he's whistleblowing that he's actually a reptilian.
I mean,
reptiles don't sweat. Like,
no, yeah. Well, he had that. He instead of sweating, he had to roll around in mud like a pig.
Sorry, just one other thing on this. God, I love the British press
They're the best.
there's just nothing that they won't say or do.
They are
and I was
absolute
particularly
scum.
in the Times. Dominic Lawson. I stayed at Epstein's house, so don't hound Andrew. Cool, dude.
Who the fuck are you, buddy?
And he just says Prince Andrew has been damned for his choice of friends, but he is blessed in his enemies, like Labour MP Chris Bryant. This guy Dominic Lawson, he's just like one of those columnists. There's a photo of him with his arms crossed looking at you.
He looks so complete nuts.
But he just says here, guilt by association is a conveniently elastic property for the press when it's engaged in a manhunt. In this case, the man is Prince Andrew, Duke of York, and he has been associating with a sex offender named Jeffrey Epstein.
Here's the advantage the royal family has in this in the wake of the worst interview in human history, or best, depending on your perspective. The British press has something the American press doesn't have, which is a human wave attack.
Yes.
The sheer volume of columnists makes it like it's an opinion writing Stalingrad. Like, if this guy gets struck down, there are 3,000 other guys who have sort of like, how do I describe it? Like sort of like Capellini textured hair, the same like dumb look on their face, the same pose where they're like, I'll be cutting through the crap of both sides. Like
but
the
like,
same like leaning on their elbow type thing. And they're ready to write articles that are like, how do you even like what even is age?
No,
you don't know what it is.
It's like the Stalingrad. Like as each one of them drops the rifle with no bullets in it, by the time it gets to the end, they're going to be people writing columns like in the Telegraph or whatever. Be like, I'm announced too. It's no problem. Like end judgment against it. Prince Andrew did nothing wrong.
There's gonna be like it's gonna be like there two turnkeys go in, series of like cryo chambers open, like fucking like bank vault shit, like and then like just a Magneto type prison, like a sheer like glass prison. And Gary Glitter's in there. And they're like, Gary Glitter, we need you to write the greatest op-ed of all time. This for the Queen.
Gary Glitter, we need you to do rock and roll number 3.
That's the issue. That's what this election is about. Boris Johnson's like, I would absolutely the nuclear option. Gary Glitter writing a column in the Sun.
Yeah.
And Corbyn's like, I would absolutely not have Gary Glitter write a column in the Sun.
That's anti-Semitism. By the way.
Yeah. No, it's anti-Semitic. Yeah.
Oh God.
Just a quick check-in on that. I mean, Chris, could you just edit in some of Andy's responses into this? His stammering, fucking sweaty.
But you were staying at the house of a convicted sex offender.
It was a convenient place to stay. I've gone through this in my mind so many times. At the end of the day, with the benefit of all the hindsight that one could have, it was definitely the wrong thing to do. But at the time, I felt it was the honourable and right thing to do.
You know, it's like that dumb
Aurora
bullshit.
Borealis on Little St. James Island this time of year. Yes, actually.
You know what it is though? I watched that interview and it's like, you know that idiotic thing where like who's that like it was a Democrat who was a prosecutor who was like, if you look the way his eyes go to the left, that's the total horseshit that everyone literally the movie The Negotiator with Samuel L. Jackson and Kevin Spacey invented that. But when I watch that video and you just hear him talk and you see his eyes and face dart all over the it's just there's no other word for it.
Yeah,
okay.
you can't do 4 Johnny Carson collar tugs in a row.
Yeah, Prince Andrew was wearing a cummerbund attached to a piece of string. He was just pulling it back and forth the entire time.
The flapping dicky.
Yeah.
Well, why did his bow tie keep spinning every time they brought up the girls he was reportedly with?
He had a top hat that opened like a can of beans every time he lied.
Oh, holy shit! Though it's just they're not even trying.
No, they don't have to. That's the thing. Everything now is just a vulgar display of power, meant to make us feel totally impotent.
Well,
if you have a relative that is speaking highly of Pete Buttigieg, speaking more, again, this is a very Will-specific thing, speaking to Will's specific situation. If they're speaking highly of Pete Buttigieg, it is a good idea to back them into a corner and ask them what happened to Jeffrey Epstein. Because they probably know. They were probably involved.
At least they might have some intel.
I will say this. I was going to say it if we didn't get to it. If you do have MAGA relatives, like I do, Epstein. That's it. Just talk about Epstein.
They've already have a thing for that.
No, of course they do. But no, you just keep talking about it. You just keep talking about Bob Barr, talk about his dad, talk about just talk about the DOJ and how they've ruled it a suicide.
And Alexander Acosta.
Yeah, Acosta and Trump. Just talk about all of it. And they can, they'll just give you Pepe's back or whatever. But, I mean, do you really want to argue about fucking single payer with some fucking MAGA dipshit. No, that's tedious. Talk about whether or not you can strangle yourself and and underground bubble cities and shit like that.
Choose your battles, and when it's not worth having, just like make up conspiracy theories of your own and like have fun with it. Like just have a good time. Enjoy your family over Thanksgiving.
Me and my grandsons, we're gonna meme on our soy relatives. We're gonna just meme all over the cucks.
Here's where I'm going with this, guys. And we're going down this rat hole right now.
Oh yeah.
Here's the thing. If you've listened to our show, if you're a fan of the show, you know that we've talked about, how should we say, stories, news events, some might say conspiracy theories on the show. History, right? We've talked about, Matt has done a solo episode on Operation Gladio. We did.
I did stuff on I did an article about the infiltration of various left groups.
COINTELPRO, yeah.
Yes, by COINTELPRO, which was, by the way, based on just released FBI documents that they have publicly acknowledged are true.
Mm-hmm. We did an interview with the journalist Tom O'Neill about the connection between Charles Manson and the CIA's MK Ultra program. And of course, we have talked extensively about the Jeffrey Epstein case. Now, what do all of these stories, shout out TrueAnon, yeah. Now, what do all of these stories,
TrueAnon live in New York, March, by the way.
By the way,
We will be there.
Spread the word now as well. We're closing out this tour in San Francisco. Special guests, Brace and Liz from TrueAnon.
They will be at our live show in San Francisco.
I'm announcing that now. So, we've talked about these stories, right? What do they all have in common? They all have the veneer of what some might call conspiracy theory. But on some level, they're only based on nothing that requires any huge leap of faith on your part or incredible evidence that we need to tell you or are holding back from you. Yep. These are stories that are assembled based on basic matters of public record. Yes. When you add them up, just like think about it this way: in each one of them, you add them up, and the official story is simply incredible. It doesn't make any sense. Whether it's Jeffrey Epstein, Manson, Gladio, think Epstein now. Right? So when you begin to assemble these facts or go down these various rabbit holes or look at the bigger picture, you will never ever get, and this is what Tom O'Neill said to us that's very important, you will never ever get to a point of capital T journalistic truth that can be published in the New York Times or ever achieve a level of closure, satisfaction, or justice that these things shout out for. It will never happen. But if you begin to look at everything together, they all take on a similar shape.
And if you guys want to really destroy your brains, look up something called Operation Mockingbird, which is a CIA operation that was uncovered by the Church Committee in the 70s, whereby the CIA was suborning through blackmail and bribery the acquiescence of foreign and domestic journalists to literally parrot what they wanted to be said. And they said after they got caught, we're not going to do it anymore. But man, if you believe that, I got a fucking bridge to sell you in Brooklyn.
Would you like to just to close out, would you like to share who one of Pete Buttigieg's biggest campaign contributors is?
So if you guys are aware of a guy named...
Okay, look, I got the name wrong when I was filling out the ActBlue form. And, some of his policies are okay.
Okay, so if you guys are aware of a guy named Jeffrey Epstein, right? Okay, we all know all the billionaire scumbags who were on his jet, were friends with him, etc. One of the big ones was a guy named Glenn Dugan. He is married to a former Miss Sweden who is Jeffrey Epstein's former girlfriend from the 90s before she aged out of his preferences. And they not only are friends with Epstein, after Epstein got out of his fake imprisonment, his fake year of service in Florida and tried to move back to New York, and he wanted to get his sex offender registry expunged. And his wife, Glenn Dugan's wife, wrote a letter to the DA saying, Jeffrey Epstein is an upstanding man. I would let him alone with my teenage children. I love him. He's fine. They literally said that to try to get him. And by the way, apparently, according to a number of sources, there was an effort shortly before he ended up getting in trouble and going to jail where he was going to marry their daughter so that he could start reproducing and creating those monstrous Epstein clones that he was thinking about. That guy, Glenn Dugan, maxed out donor to Mayor Pete. And you guys are aware, of course, of the Shadow app, right? The one that fucked up Iowa on purpose. The main funder of that app is LinkedIn and Netflix honcho Reid Hoffman, if you know who that is. Reid Hoffman was essentially the guy who laundered Jeffrey Epstein's donations to the MIT Media Center. He's literally his bag man. And he has his fingerprints all over the fucking Iowa caucuses. Epstein, fucking Mayor Pete is at the nexus of every black ops, CIA fucking thing in the last 30 fucking years.
Before I can continue, yes. Okay.
His bladder is full of conspiracies.
Okay, here's what I want to say. So, like, that's a narrative that you can create. Again, requires no leap of faith on your part. All of these things are part of the matters of public record. And I remember early on the show when we were making fun of Pete by calling him Agent Pete or saying he's a CIA op. And of course, I was half kidding then. Am I half kidding now? I will leave it to you, the audience, to judge for yourself. So I was joking about it online, and some, fucking globe emoji shithead replied to me and being like, oh, yeah, real good idea by the CIA to just, have a mayor of South Bend run for presidency out of nowhere, right? Good investment on their part. And at the time in my head, I was like, you know what? There's a logic to that. Yeah, it kind of seems like a long shot, right? After everything you just heard, doesn't it actually kind of make sense? Yeah, that is fucking weird, right?
Because if you're a senator or governor, you have power in your own right.
Yes.
You would not be a catspaw for the CIA.
Exactly. Because that's the thing with Epstein. The reason they picked Epstein is because he had no independent power. He was just some asshole from Coney Island. He's just some asshole from fucking South Bend. They could run his shit. And by the way, while I was taking that leak, somebody who's some king or queen in the audience added me to tell me, thank you, I didn't know this, that another maxed out donor for Pete Buttigieg is David fucking Geffen.
Oh,
if any of you are aware of the Bryant Singer West Coast Epstein shit, you know what that means.
Okay, I can explain. Okay.
But
so we've given you one version of one sort of lens, one heuristic through which to look at, the reality or facts that surround us. But there is another way as well, and we want to pull you back from we don't want to tell you this to drive you insane, because as Tom O'Neill told us about this, what would you do if you were looking into the Epstein case? And Tom O'Neill says, I wouldn't unless I was getting paid to. So unless you're getting paid, you should not. It's titillating, it's exciting, but it is also a distraction. So here's another way of looking at these same facts and reality.
Okay. Let's say you're like me, and you believe that yarn is for knitting sweaters. You don't want to connect a bunch of things on a corkboard. And when the Epstein shit happened and everyone was freaking out around you, including your beloved podcast co-host,
normal, totally being normal,
screaming about how the world is run by billionaire pedophiles, and you were like, yeah, obviously. And it doesn't really matter. Because fundamentally your job is not to necessarily bring everyone in on the conspiracy that you thoughtfully have considered and maybe have developed an instinct about, because we don't need the conspiracy, because he's bad enough on his own. And that's the thing that you absolutely need to remember, because it is actually really important that we don't look crazy. It's really important that we don't look crazy. And for me, this shit, I think it started with actually the Catholic Church abuses, which is why, the whore of Babylon, I got my eye on you. I was just like, oh, at a very young age, I was like, oh, okay, well, clearly when there are really large, opaque networks of wealthy people that have formed their own institutions, they just all become pedophiles. Look, over a certain income level, you're going to fuck kids. I'm sorry, it's just true. or you're going to be CIA, or both. But at the same time, you kind of have to internalize that shit and move forward. And you don't really have time to construct a corkboard full of like strings of yarn and thumbtacks at every door. So knowing what you know, because we're a very specific group of people here. We're weird. We just have to acknowledge that as a hyper-politicized people, yeah, you're extremely normal. That is an extremely normal blazer you have on, and I definitely don't have vertigo, and you don't look like a butler in Tron. Look, I'm missing the Oscars for this, and I miss my homosexuals, so I'm feeling fashion bitchy.
The claws are out tonight, honey.
Do we got Donald Trump on the stage?
New Hampshire Fashion Week is no longer hot. No big stars, no daring styles.
But it's not your job to go out and reveal everything to everyone at all times. You can have your instincts. And think of it as during the Epstein shit, I watched a lot of Coen Brothers movies. It's a very good thing to watch because it's like, I don't know, maybe there's a reason to the universe. Maybe there's a God. Maybe he doesn't care. Maybe there isn't one. It doesn't matter. What we know for sure is that Pete Buttigieg will not succeed. Whether he's CIA or just the kind of anti-Debs, as you will.
Either way, you can have fun with it. If he is some up-jumped little piece of shit who's just got too big for his britches, you can feel the satisfaction of squashing
Doesn't matter.
and bringing him back down to where he belongs. And if you, like me, believe that he is a literal emissary of the deep state, attempting to sabotage.
But maybe chill a little bit.
Pull him back, Amber.
If you believe that he is literally is here to short circuit a leftist movement, either way,
it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
You can either get the enjoyment of just watching this little ump piece of shit get brought down to size, or you can come together and realize this is the evil. Like, this is the dark heart of America that prevents things from being good. And they are so fucking scared. They are so fucking scared that they've got in front of their little fucking cauldron and they put in the nude eye and the bat ear and whatever the fuck and brought forth this disgusting homunculus, and we still fucking beat him.
Here's the thing, though. Your job at doors is not to get everyone to understand your entire worldview. It's to get working people to follow their instincts about who is on their side and who is not.
So Mike Bloomberg has 5 different numbers in Epstein's black book, which I know, fellas, a lot of us kind of found our ways in there, but it's usually 5 is a lot. Do we got the pictures?
Let's go to the first one.
So we have here, first of all, Jeffrey Epstein is doing like the Felix thing. He's got a Navy SEAL's uniform on.
Lieutenant Colonel Epstein.
Yeah.
Incredible valor.
Ghislaine is doing kind of a Virgil thing.
Yeah. It's Virgil's just really weighty breasts.
She's peacocking.
And of course, we have Clinton confidant, Harvey Weinstein. Looking like
God, imagine being raped by a penguin.
Ooh. Yeah. I mean,
Saggy
it's
bag of human offal.
Between these 3, they've raped like possibly thousands and thousands and thousands of women.
He looks like a sentient intestine.
Yeah. Yes.
It's hideous.
Well, anyways,
it's like a really dark game of Clue. With the candlestick? Really? Jesus.
Anyways, real quick, Chris, can you go to the next picture, please? So,
vibe check.
We've got Mike Bloomberg here with the guy who does Fuck Jerry and Harvey Weinstein on the far right here.
Oh my God, can we talk about his outfit?
Which one?
Okay, culottes.
Yeah. Why do you guys keep saying cool? What are you saying?
Culottes.
What is that?
That is
He's
like
wearing
it's like a
culottes.
long
He's wearing
short
culottes.
for ladies.
Yeah, it's like they
The ladies'
flare
long
as shorts. Look, they're not flattering for me, and they're not flattering for him.
Usually they're high-waisted.
I don't think he's wearing socks.
Well,
He's
he
got-
high-waisted for him.
No,
would
he
be
is
over
wearing
his
socks. He's wearing
Yeah.
flesh-colored socks.
Very cool.
Bloomberg is dressed like he's getting a UTI from having unprotected sex at Tisch School for the Performing Arts.
It looks like he's like shrinking into his outfit.
So well, he cannot. Actually, I don't think he literally can shrink anymore than he
know.
is. So Bloomberg and Harvey Weinstein have a very, very, very close connection. Of course, both of them are connected to Epstein, but I think this is just interesting. Weinstein actually recorded a robocall for Bloomberg in 2005, and he referred to him. So Weinstein is a Clinton surrogate, and by Clinton surrogate, I mean a serial rapist. And he...
Allegedly.
Yeah, and...
Oh, wait, no, arrested.
Not anymore.
No, not allegedly, dude.
Ooh, freedom from allegedly.
Unfortunately, the people who arrested him are also like covering for a pedophile ring, so I don't know. But yeah, Weinstein like loved Bloomberg. They were good friends. In fact, he called him a transvestite Republican because he was such a
that's
Democrat.
problematic.
I know. It's don't listen. It was 2005. Don't dig up people's old tweets. It's like people change.
He was posting on something awful.
He's a bit thinner than most of those guys. But yeah, good friends. Let's go to the next slide real quick. Oh, wait, that's just more of that. Sorry, I sent you too much email. Next one.
Wow, good quality, Brace.
This is a drawing I did. All right, hello.
Hello.
Dude, her breasts get larger and saggier as the... How do they get bigger?
That's called aging.
I think she got
bigger?
I think she had a boob job.
Yeah, she probably had them done.
Yeah.
But it doesn't look...
Usually when you get them done, though, you also, push them up.
No, she got him done in her 40s.
Oh, I love this. You're all like Joan Rivers for pedophiles.
Yeah, yeah. So
You know what,
of
guys?
course, is Michael
now
Bloomberg.
is not the time to body shame.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Do better.
Sorry. I love to do bodies and spaces.
I do.
More
not get me
proof that
started how much I
Mike
fucking love
Bloomberg is
body
5'2". Mike Bloomberg is 5'2".
Damn, it looks like you're really smoking a cig.
That's why I
He's
bought
here
it.
with Ghislaine Maxwell. Ghislaine Maxwell, as many of you know, is the secret prime minister of Israel. The daughter, check this shit out. Check this shit out. She is, I don't know why I'm doing it like this. She is, I gotta stand up. I'm so excited to talk about this. Because we have not only a Bloomberg connection here, we have a Pete connection as well. So she is the daughter of Israel, well, technically British Czech, but really Israeli super spy, Robert Maxwell, who was pushed off his fucking boat,
Who
died.
also, pushed off the boat, which was named Lady Ghislaine, who also had a huge hand in busting the 1984-1985 miners' strike, which brought down the British welfare state.
Really?
Yes.
That's weird because he was also a Labour MP.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, funny how that works.
They were good for like 2 years. You guys don't have to like them anymore. So, she's standing here with them. All right, you might think, okay, whatever. These are just like some socialites hanging out. But her whole family. So check this shit out. One of her nephews.
Speak on it.
Was working about when is this? 2013? In fact, this very year. Was working in the Clinton State Department. The Bureau of Near Eastern Affairs. Now, Near Eastern actually means Middle Eastern. It goes from Iran all the way, I think, to Libya. And her nephew actually presided over the Friends of Libya group, like working group in the State Department, which was the group that coordinated the attack on our fallen martyr, Muammar Gaddafi.
Yes, not the best friends of Syria.
No,
Libya
frenemies.
The other group he was part of while he was working in the State Department was the Friends of Syria Committee, trying to overthrow the democratically elected president of Syria, Bashar al-Assad.
The lion.
The lion. Unfortunately, he was vanquished. So you'd be like, damn, that's
Imagine
crazy.
someone going there to do that.
Yeah. No. Oh, yeah, because Felix's ISIS thing?
Look, everyone has a gap year.
There were, yeah. So you're like, oh, damn, that's fucking crazy. He's one of 2 political appointees in the Clinton State Department. The other one is George Mitchell, who's one of the people that Virginia Giuffre, one of the main Epstein victims, said raped her. So both Clinton appointees to the Bureau of Near Eastern Affairs were intimately connected with Ghislaine Maxwell. Her other nephew, who I won't name because I feel like I get in trouble for it.
doxing.
No doxing. Currently volunteers on 18th and Castro for Pete Buttigieg every weekend.
Yeah.
Respect. I don't know. I like it when people get politically active. All right, let's go to the next one. Yes.
There we go.
Oh my God, so good looking.
Yeah.
That is the most vibe checks ever passed.
Okay,
I'm sorry, I'm
tag
still taking
yourself.
this in.
Tag yourself.
I'm Leslie Wexner.
I am the bow-tied pervert.
The bow tie guy is like dark Matthew Lesko.
Yes.
Well, isn't
That's
he like
the
he's
evil
a college
Lesko.
president, right?
Yeah.
I don't
he's
fucking deal with
no,
that shit.
he's the ex-president of, oh man, now I'm going to get really into it.
Is it Orville Redenbacher?
Of Ohio State University. Now, you guys might know a little bit about Ohio State University and their athletic department.
Why would they know about that?
Because I'm
okay.
Brace, you're supposed
Because
to know
of
about this.
the what's his name? What's the Republican? Jim Jordan.
Oh yeah.
Now, yeah, I should say that I believe, this is allegedly, I'm glad we're recording this, so this will be on record, but this is off the record. I think Leslie Wexner is a big contributor to the Ohio State
Yes.
University athletic department.
Oh, big time.
Definitely is. Yes.
Now, if any of you are sports fans, and I should say I am, because I'm based as hell,
Yeah.
you know
You're
that
cringe and
Ohio
blue-pilled.
State is, I mean, that's the #1 college football department in the country. And a lot of it is because of the funding that they receive. So you can thank these guys up here who are in no way connected to allegedly international pedophile rings and the CIA for that fucking shit.
Say.
So a little
Go
more
Badgers.
about Leslie Wexner. Leslie Wexner is, there's a lot to go in about Leslie Wexner. He is like, but he is the guy who gave Jeffrey Epstein his like real start in life. He taught him how to fuck kids. He basically like when he owns Victoria's Secret, right, among a bunch of other things, including unfortunately the majority share of TrueAnon. But
That's just through the CIA.
yeah, well, it's it's a cutout, whatever. He actually did own what became, or he didn't own, but he was a frequent and most frequent user of Air America's next iteration after Air America, the Heron.
Not the
Jeanine
Rachel Maddow
Garofalo and
radio
Sam
program.
Yeah.
He was always
actually, that's what. What's the handsy guy who got who was the fucking congressman?
Yeah.
Yeah, that guy. Yeah, he was friends with Al Franken. That's not true. So he owned Victoria's Secret. When he owned Victoria's Secret until...
Nothing we say is true.
Yeah, it's all alleged. Until a few days ago, he owned Victoria's Secret. Now, when he owned it for a long time. I think he was the longest-serving CEO on like the Fortune 500 list or whatever. Jeffrey Epstein would pretend to be like a talent scout. These guys love pretending to be talent scout. Ladies, listen.
There's no such thing as a talent
There
scout.
is no such thing as a talent
There's
scout.
no such thing.
Do not fall for it. Sometimes people are like, you would be great in a podcast. We should go out to dinner sometime. But, actually, there's no but to that. I think all of you would be great on a podcast. So Jeffrey Epstein would pose as a talent scout, and you know the rest of that. So Leslie Wexner, a few days ago, after some more revelations about one of his right-hand men, Ed Razek, who, of course, who would have guessed, is a serial rapist. Every guy who works at that company, allegedly. Come on, you're working at Victoria's Secret? You're 65 years old? You're trying to get some pussy.
Yeah,
Jesus.
it's not a well-kept secret.
Don't fucking, yeah, perverts. Anyways, I used to be a model, so this is difficult for me. Leslie Wexner is basically forced to step down from Victoria's Secret a few days ago. Victoria's Secret, immediately the majority share is bought up by something called Sycamore Capital.
Yes.
And our dear friend of the pod, Lee Fong, discovered that Michael Bloomberg's money is heavily invested in Sycamore Capital. So it's looking likely that while Leslie Wexner steps down, Michael Bloomberg steps in. So,
That's called leadership.
That's the pedophile
Bloomberg's
giving
trying to
circle.
take over the whole board.
Yes, for
He's
every
trying to run
pedophile
everything.
that steps down in Washington, Michael Bloomberg will step up.
Yep, he's going to
With the
take
help
over.
of a ladder, because he can't really...
He's going to take over the weird pedophile parastate. He's going to become president. He's
We're
going to
bringing
control
back
everything.
girdles. Women are wearing girdles again. I can't wait to see what he has in store for the line at Victoria's Secret.
There's
a lot of
one more-
flesh-colored, full coverage bras.
It's actually more like a sheet. That, like,
We've got a new type of corset that hurts women even more.
Very, very interesting. Very interesting in retro, watching this film in 2020, thinking about Alan Dershowitz. And then, of course, he completely wins her over, and he says, and then he also makes a big point about the system, why I'm a lawyer, and why I fight for the system is for the one innocent person out there who's wrongfully accused. And then he goes into this whole thing about being okay, imagine you get divorced tomorrow. And then you're accused of molesting your son. It happens all the time. It happens all the time. Everyone's looking again. Even the mailman won't look at you. Everyone flees from you. Everyone thinks you're guilty. Your lawyer is the one person you have in your corner when you're falsely accused of molesting your son in a divorce proceeding. And he just says, it happens all the time.
Very interesting scene. The first of many interesting scenes. Happens all the time. That was a big one. Bringing in a private lawyer, a private prosecutor. Also interesting when you know about the legal warfare between David Boies. How do I pronounce that name?
Yeah, David Boies.
Yeah.
Okay, it's like John Boies. John Boies' son, David. And Alan, concerning the Epstein case.
Just imagine you're just a kid from Brooklyn. You're just a kid from Coney Island. You're a math teacher. You're a nobody, and then out of nowhere, everyone turns against you. I'm the one guy who's going to help you in your appeal.
Yeah, imagine you're just a simple man who lives in Palm Beach.
Going on, and then it's as they begin to look into the case, it becomes more and more clear that Sonny von Bülow, as played by Glenn Close, was also a true piece of work. Who was she would take something, she would smoke 3 packs of cigarettes a day. And pop something like 30 aspirin at a time, or she was just popping aspirin and pills of every kind all day long. And she describes her daily routine, which is get up at 9, have a light breakfast, go shopping, and then be back in bed by 3. Of which she'll stay in bed for the rest of the day, eating chocolates and smoking cigarettes, even though she was hypoglycemic. So there's all of these other things that just were point that this woman could have dropped dead at any fucking moment, regardless of what her husband did or didn't do. She was a very unwell person.
I had your reading on Sonny von Bülow that she's a real piece of work before I saw the scene with TV. And then when I saw their shitty TV and the only other thing they can do for fun is read a book on land surveying practices of the 1700s. It's why wouldn't you just try to kill yourself with candy and barbiturates? She's right.
There's also that she took 24 laxatives a day as well, and wouldn't let anyone in her bathroom, which of course
The lady loved to shit. What?
Well, that's where they found her
Who
body
amongst us?
too.
She probably
doesn't love pinching a loaf.
She probably left really thin, elegant loaves. That's what they teach you in European finishing
Tapered,
school.
like calligraphy.
Yeah, they were like little cigarillos.
So but as it goes on, and Dershowitz gets more and more involved in the case, and he keeps telling Klaus over and over again, "Don't tell me your story. I don't want to hear your side of the story. That's the worst thing a client can do for a defense attorney, because the more you tell me, the more I'm constricted to the defense that I can make on your behalf. So tell me the bare minimum. I don't want to hear your side of the events, because then I'm locked into a defense that I might not be confident about." But as it goes on, he begins to sort of convince himself that I actually do think he's innocent, and I do think he maybe was framed or set up by his stepchildren and their prosecutor or private investigator, or they were looking for a way to get rid of him and not vice versa. And then it becomes this thing about can I stake my reputation on this man that I don't understand or that I have questions about in some way? And, like his whole thing, or like he keeps saying, like, my clients are the people I care about, which again, O.J. Simpson, Jeffrey Epstein, these are his friends, like he said, I take a case when I get pissed off. And I guess that's why he took Jeffrey Epstein's case, is because this is a guy I care about and I'm pissed off that he's being railroaded by like overzealous prosecution.
Yeah, the politically power lobby of 13-year-olds is coming for this man.
And then also, what's her name? Annabelle Sciorra also is in this movie, and she plays like one of his former students who's her own attorney, and they've had a prior romantic relationship, and he brings her on board the team, and she's like, I want this just to be strictly professional, Alan.
That part of the movie probably pissed me off than anything else. If I fully believed Von Bulow was guilty and they just like sort of bought his way out of it, it would be less enervating than Alan Dershowitz dating Annabelle Sciorra. Like, just like one of the hottest actresses ever, and just like really.
That's Tony's. You're talking to freaking Tony's Pitbull over here.
And she sees a guy with like clown hair who's like, I didn't kill my wife. And she's like, God damn it, I still love you. Like, that angered me deeply.
There's a scene where they have an argument, over a legal issue or a question of strategy in the case. And he's sort of berating her, banging the drum. He's like, I know this is a Brady violation, but we can't argue it on a technicality, blah, blah, blah. And then she just goes, Alan, you always have to have the last word, don't you? And again, it's like, yup. That's our Alan. He needs to have the last word. That's why he's still on TV every fucking night instead of just, I don't know, going away or shutting the fuck up. He's still on Hannity every night going like, I've never not worn a bathing suit when I was on Little St. James.
That's like, there's literally just, it's like a segment in Tucker's show now. It's like Jon Stewart's moment of zen. They're like, all right, it's the last 10 minutes of the show. You know what that means. And then there's just a side swipe and Al Dershowitz is already talking. And he's like, and there's another thing. If somebody's wearing fingernail paint, it's not like their hand is touching you. Virginia Jeffrey, you painted your nails.
It's like Andy Rooney on 60 Minutes.
Yeah.
And now Alan Dershowitz, and it's like Alan's corner. He's like, you know what grinds my gears, folks? Les Wexner. Look into that guy.
I love the day that they picked Kamala as Joe's running mate, and like there were like literally 100,000 posts about it, like for, against, by MAGA people, by Biden people, by KHAB people, and then just like it's like the heat waves in the background of the universe. Alan Dershowitz was in the middle of a 40 tweet long thread where he's like, I challenge Les Wexner to prove that I've ever French kissed anyone but my wife. And it's like, thank you, Alan. That was awesome.
And that's kind of like the final statement of the film and its ambiguity about, the role of a lawyer, the role of Alan Dershowitz, and like how we're supposed to feel about Klaus von Bülow. Is that like maybe like on the surface, like as a lawyer, like it did have merit and he was right to get off, but like morally, we're all on our own. Like truly, like the only real law is what we can live with ourselves, and if we get away with it, So he says morally, Klaus, you're on your own. But also kind of a reflection on Alan Dershowitz himself. Morally, you're on your own, Alan.
Well, that morally on your own was interesting because he was basically saying, like, I'm not going to hang out with you after this case is done.
Yeah.
Because, like, I know what the legal reading is, but I know what morally, like, it's too fucked up. So what was different about Jeffrey Epstein?
Yeah.
Because Alan hung out with him a lot.
Yeah, a lot. A lot.
All the time. They would be in each other's top 8 on MySpace.
They're in the inner ling in those Twitter surveys.
Well, I mean, honestly, like, I think the difference is like, well, one, Epstein had a fuckload more money than Klaus von Bülow or any of his families ever did.
Klaus may have been awesome, like pro level at killing your wife, but you don't get LeBron money for that sport yet.
But also, like, Epstein was a guy who was, like, a Jewish kid from Brooklyn, so, like, and who didn't, like, he wore sweatsuits everywhere. Like, he dressed like a bum and, like, was sort of, like, also never graduated college and shit. I don't know. Maybe it was easier to hang out with Epstein than it was with Bulow because, like Alan says to Bulow, it's hard to trust someone that you don't understand.
Well,
and I think he did. I think he did understand Jeffrey very well.
Okay, so that's why, that's why like Bohemian Grove is so beautiful. Why the Clintons should be lauded for their international child sacrifice thing, because usually when people sacrifice children to Moloch and fuck them and do all these occult ceremonies, they just stick to their own race. Like Epstein, he's doing it with Dershowitz, allegedly. The UK Parliament, they're only doing it with each other, with only other Anglos. I assume it's that way in every other country and culture. But Bohemian Grove brings in people from all around the world to do it. And that is the message of this movie. That if you're going to sacrifice children and kill your wife, you should do it. It should be with a progressive stack. It should be with everyone. And that's how we'll truly overcome all our differences. And that is the
we need to let the hoi polloi, the meritocratic strivers of the ethnic groups be intermingled with our WASP traditional ruling class, so that the system can strengthen itself over time rather than become inbred and brittle.
And thinking about like his relation to Epstein, it's just like, all these people are like, Klaus von Bülow is a fucking weirdo. Like, dude, I guess I'll work on his case, but I don't want to hang out with him. But then you think about like all these people that were like won over by Epstein, like whether like was he any less fucking insane and bizarre, or like the rumors about him than Klaus von Bülow? What's that got to do with that
pussy? What's that got to do with pussy?
That's the cool. Well, Epstein, like von Bülow, is just like a weird European vampire. He's just like, one of those people you meet in real life who's like, was your dad Dracula? What the fuck, dude? But Epstein was just like a dumbass. And that's like more relatable. Like he would just it's a really dumb guy thing to do, to be like, I'm gonna get the best scientists, and you get like Steven Pinker. And B, you get all the best scientists, and you're like, yo, what if I made a clone of myself and he became a police officer? It's like he was a fucking dolt. That's the coolest thing like about this whole thing, is that Epstein was just like, I guess you would say clever, but like as intellectually just very dull. And we were actually talking about this after the movie, how Matt pointed out there were only like 4 billionaires in America during the 80s. Epstein's thing, and this show's clever, not intellectual, saying in the 80s that he only managed the money of billionaires, which limited him to like 7 clients, you know? I mean, an interesting tale. If you are considering getting into the sport of wife killing, definitely watch this movie. I like the scene at the very end where Klaus von Bülow is going. He's like, I'm gonna move to London because they have more favorable laws for wife killing. But he goes to a bodangle, and he's on the front page of the Post being sold at the bodega, and he's like, could I have 2 packs of pedophile menthols, or like whatever Dracula's smoke? And the woman's like, yeah, here you go. And he goes, oh, and could I have a needle of insulin? And she looks at him like, what the fuck? And he gestures to the picture of himself on the front page of the Post, and he's like, just kidding.
He just
I killed my wife. Bye.
He just gives his intensely unsettling little like thin-lipped smile and nod of the head to this like this clerk lady who's just sort of like, what? 2 packs of Benson and Hedges and a shot of insulin, please.
Yeah.
And then he's just like, yep, that's me on the paper.
Yeah. But yeah, I do have to say, I wish they still made movies like this. They don't make movies like this or Michael Clayton. They don't make like mid-tier or even high-tier like Michael Clayton legal thrillers that are like of a medium budget anymore. It sucks, man. It's ass. Like the only movies we get are like a movie about a comedian where like, I don't know, he fucking his wife has imposter syndrome, or Marvel movies. There should be, just make a movie about make a Alexander Payne movie about Alan Dershowitz now.
And the other thing I was thinking about is like, like all of these scenarios that Dershowitz in the movie sketches out about how, our legal system is for the one innocent person who everyone else has decided is like the most evil scum imaginable, and they've been abandoned by their friends, family, the public, the media. They've been ostracized. And, if you're the innocent person, or even if you're not in that situation, like our legal system is such that like everybody deserves a defense, and like your lawyer is the only person who will truly be in your corner in that situation. And I was just thinking that in light of those like articles that came out like a year ago that like wasn't even about Dershowitz's connection to Epstein. They were just about his relentless shilling for Donald Trump in the impeachment case, and his like going on Fox News all the time to like make some spurious legal argument in defense of Donald Trump. And it was just all about how like he was like a profile like highly featured about him, about how no one is friends with him in Martha's Vineyard anymore. And I was just wondering were they friends with you like after they knew about all this fucking like Epstein shit too, dude? And apparently he was like a notorious horn dog on Martha's Vineyard too, and like would walk around on the beach with like a boner out like all the time. Allegedly. I don't know.
I didn't know that.
You didn't ever read? No, I read that. Yeah.
Fuck? Was Martha's Vineyard hard for me? Let me see. I was 78 years old. My name is Alan Dershowitz. I was 5'4", wore a bathrobe at all times, and had the word pedo instead of a mouth. Both my parents were Jeffrey Epstein. Long story. God, just a hard-on? That's pretty impressive at his age. Was he a Blue Chew customer?
I don't know, but like I just like I said, like I think the film is interesting in and of itself. Like I wouldn't really call it a legal thriller. It's really more of a procedural. But like I think what the movie is really about is this kind of state of moral uncertainty and ambiguity that we all live in. Like, and that like it comes to fore in a trial, like can never really be resolved by any case. Like if you like the more you look at like any case or really investigate it, like the less sure you are about anything. And like that you can never really be. And in Glenn Close's narration of the movie is like, by the end, it's like, it's never really 100% totally resolved what happened to her. But like in her sort of from beyond the grave narrations, he says like, like this is the bed I am in and I will always be in. You now know like all that you ever will know, and you never will until you're where I am right now. And that's kind of like the final statement on it. And I thought it was like, it was a very interesting procedural, like I said, that is shot through with these very like I think very like slyly subversive and perverse sort of flourishes in its portrayal of these two men, Alan Dershowitz and Klaus von Bülow, that I think come from Barbet Schroeder's sensibility, that I think you can sort of draw out of his other film, like his oeuvre, his canon of work. But like also just like Dershowitz is now basically in the position that Klaus von Bülow was in the 80s. Like his name is about as shit.
Everyone likes him.
Everyone thinks he's cool. Yeah, he's a celebrity. Everyone likes him. But yeah, like his name is now synonymous with, I'll just be as charitable as possible and say going way, way out of his way to defend his friend, the serial pedophile human trafficker. And like he was, as we've discussed many times, was intimately involved in crafting the plea deal that like kept him out of doing any real jail time the first time he fucking got arrested for this shit.
Because there was a very serious legal principle.
Yes,
That's why
exactly.
he chose him as a client, because those are the only clients he chooses.
Yeah. No. I recommend everyone watch this for themselves through the lens of today.
But then also, like, think about, like, after Von Bülow, like, his next most famous thing was the fucking OJ case, which is, like, kind of, like, maybe even more a clear-cut example of helping a rich guy kill his wife.
Well,
again, if you look at that actual case, like, the prosecution did, and the cops completely fucked it up. And, like, you could have made a case, like, if you were on that jury to acquit based on how badly the fucking, like, they handled the evidence and, like, all the witnesses they used, like, they created that reasonable doubt for what, let's be honest here, was almost certainly a guilty man. But Alan Dershowitz, like the celebrity that came from it, like the feeling of doing the impossible, but again, it always, like, again, standing up for the principle over, like, your amidst your immediate moral judgment. It does seem a pattern forming here of finding that important legal principle to make a stand on behalf of guys that kill their wives or sex traffic children or have driven an earlier wife to suicide, maybe, perhaps, allegedly.
Do what you love, and you'll never work a day in your life.
That is very true. That is a great postscript for this.
Hot goss coming to you straight from the pages of the Daily Beast. Headline: Jeffrey Epstein gave Bill Gates advice on how to end, quote, toxic marriage, sources say. A person
Sometimes
who attended
the side bitch isn't a bitch at all.
A person who attended meetings at Epstein's townhouse said Gates enjoyed holding court there. Holy shit, are Melinda Gates' lawyers and PR people putting Bill through the fucking ringer right now? Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it's like, what the fuck? I mean, this is... She's going to get like $1 zillion no matter what. I mean, are they trying to make sure that she gets like the Da Vinci Codex that he has or something? Fuck.
This entire thing has been funny because it's like seeing how much people default into just everything being like one of their stories where it's like, oh, in the Bill and Melinda Gates relationship, there was a good guy and a bad guy. Like, one of them is the protagonist of the relationship.
Let's check out what the story said here. It says, bachelor sex offender Jeffrey Epstein gave Bill Gates advice on ending his marriage with Melinda after the Microsoft co-founder complained about her during a series of meetings at the money manager's mansion, according to two people familiar with the situation. Gates used the gathering at Epstein's $77 million New York townhouse as an escape from what he told Epstein was a toxic marriage, a topic both men found humorous, a person who attended the meetings told the Daily Beast. The billionaire met Epstein dozens of times starting in 2011 and continually through 2014, mostly at the financier's Manhattan home, a substantially higher number than has been previously reported. Their conversations took place years before Bill and Melinda Gates announced this month that they were splitting up. I think what's funny about that is, he's like, oh, he loved holding court at Jeffrey Epstein's mansion, and he loved complaining about the Melinda, shaking the rolling pin at him or whatever. In 2011 to 2014, like this is years after he had like served jail time for being a sex offender. You know what I mean? Like a lot of these stories where they're just like, I found his lifestyle very interesting. It was just like you were hanging out with this guy after it was like public record that he had gone to jail for soliciting a teenager for sex.
Yeah, but he also had a lot of really good relationship advice. Not a lot of people can say that,
Yeah.
Those are precious resources.
Well, Jeffrey Epstein, the real reason he was rich and like had all those friends was that he was actually like Hitch.
Yeah.
The movie was based on him.
He was the Hitch for the rich people. He was not doing the sexual style assaults.
Sort of like
that's why Leon Black gave him like $1 billion fucking dollars. He's like, you saved my marriage.
Yeah, you taught me how to dance funky so that I can get my wife back.
Elbows 6 inches from the waist, 90-degree angles. Don't you bite your lip. Stop it.
All these sad sack Kevin James types are just coming to them like coming to him hat in hand. It's just like, help me, Jeffrey.
Yeah,
I need swag.
Yeah, Glenn Dubin was like, you gave me so much swag, I'm going to sell you my daughter.
It says here, Gates, in turn, encouraged Epstein to rehabilitate his image in the media following his 2008 guilty plea for soliciting a minor for prostitution, and discussed Epstein becoming involved with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. I mean, yeah, like that is what these charities are kind of for, right? They're just like, oh yeah, why don't you get involved with our foundation? It'll help you really, really help your image out after the whole buying teenagers for the purposes of having sex with them. The people familiar with the matter said Gates found freedom in Epstein's lair, where he met a rotating cast of bold-faced names and discussed worldly issues in between rounds of jokes and gossip, a men's club atmosphere that irritated Melinda. Hell hath no fury like what? A woman scorned.
Well, like she should have found like a girl Jeffrey Epstein to hang out with.
I just love the idea that they're treating Bill Gates hanging around with this guy who is like a Luciferian figure of unfathomable evil, like it's like he's Ralph Cramden going to the Moose Lodge. And his wife is just waving the rolling pin at him.
I love it when I get home from like putting live infants in a burning Moloch statue. And
doing the brazen bull with a pre-K class.
Just fucking vaporizing them. I just come home like just smelling like ash, like blood rubbed on my face, and my wife comes out in a bathrobe and her rollers, and she's like, "Where have you been?"
Oh God, some more of this. Oh boy. I got a hard day's work at the Microsoft thing, piling up the foreskins. All I want to do is blow off some steam.
I have to do 5 videos tomorrow where I drink poop and like try to airdrop condoms on sub-Saharan Africa.
I'm figuring out a way to make it so that millennials will live in dog cages, and I got to hear this when I come home.
One of these days, Melinda, pow, right to the island. It's not an overstatement. Going to Jeffries was a respite from his marriage. It was a way of getting away from Melinda, one of the people who was at several of the meetings said, adding that Epstein and Gates were, quote, very close. A representative for Bill Gates told the Daily Beast, your characterization of his meetings with Epstein and others about philanthropy is inaccurate, including who participated. Similarly, any claim that Gates spoke of his marriage or Melinda in a disparaging manner is false. So he wasn't just the bitch about your wife club, according to Bill Gates. You know, I just go over to Jeffrey's house, hang out with the dudes, and complain about the old battle axe at home. And by the way, if you're as rich as Bill and Melinda Gates are, like, is it really a problem to be in a toxic marriage? You could just live in a different continent.
Yeah, no, I mean, and at that point anyway, it's like you're 2 multinational corporations. Even when you fuck, it's like the CEO of Nabisco and the CEO of Exxon, like, shaking each other's hands.
Bill never received or solicited personal advice of any kind from Epstein on marriage or anything else. Bill never complained about Melinda or his marriage to Epstein. A representative for Melinda did not respond for request for comment for this report. I mean, they didn't respond for request for comment from the report because they wrote the report. They're like, no, we gave you the comment. Yeah, it was just in all the sources we put you in touch with. As the Daily Beast exclusively reported, Melinda Gates was furious over Bill's relationship with Epstein and was put off by the creepy financier upon meeting him in September 2013 after the couple accepted an award at a New York City hotel. Melinda's anger, people familiar with the matter said, eventually led to the demise of Bill and Epstein's friendship. Shh. Yo, hold on to that L, folks. That's cringe.
Yo, sus. Yo, it's like Among Us, dude.
Among Us.
Yo, Melinda's sus. Goated.
I mean, I hate it when the wife gets in the way of bro time, you know?
Yeah.
Guys need to be guys.
Honest question.
Guys, look, we don't. What was it Andrew said on the stream? I was like, guys don't even have Spike TV anymore. There's nothing for guys to watch.
Honest question. Like Bill Gates, like obviously loved hanging out with Epstein, and then it's like Melinda made them break up like a year before he committed suicide. And do you think he like cried when that happened? He probably cried and was like, "Fuck you," and like slammed the door on his aircraft carrier. Or did he just like know it was going to happen and be like, you know, that's why I wanted more time hanging out with him. We're killing him soon.
I want some more of that great relationship advice before that we fucking stage his death.
I am like interested in his internal emotional world because it's like he probably knew that was coming, but there was also the part of him that was like, oh, I really liked hanging out with him. And now I can't even say goodbye because of my bitch wife. I mean, like it's just such a weird, like it's such a weird thing to try to navigate the human side of it, which I realize is weird to say with Bill and Melinda Gates, but it's fascinating to me.
Yeah, I know. It's just like these are 2 of the most Olympian demons of Earth. Like these are archons of evil, like presiding over the coming, you know, liquefaction of a huge percentage of the global population. And they're also like the Lockhorns at the same time.
Yeah. It's so, because it's like, as awful as they are, it is like they are human beings who like have relationships with other human beings, even if they're like, you know, all right, we have to kill you for the guy that lives on the Denver airport mural. And it's like, I don't know. I'm so curious about it.
I mean, I just love the whole idea that like, yeah, like he was just seeking advice from Epstein on how to be swag. Like I would give anything for like the minutes of those meetings where he's just like, now Bill here, it's called surging. You want to put on a really wild hat when you go out.
And it's also like Epstein just like bought like 15-year-olds.
He looked like shit all the time.
It's like asking Jimmy Seville for like pickup tips. It's like insane.
No, I mean, again, like what's I love what like, unspoken here in the thing is just like he's had a boys' club atmosphere. He loved hanging out with Epstein, and like, oh, his lifestyle was intriguing. I mean, it's like, yeah, because he was a pimp for like every one of these rich nerds who were like, demonically horny but have zero swag. So like that's why everyone in Epstein's circle is a guy like Bill Gates or Alan Dershowitz or Larry Summers or Steven Pinker, allegedly. I mean, isn't there a certain profile to all of these these lame nerds?
He collected the powerful and influential dorks.
Yeah,
and it's like, hey, I can get you laid without you having to do any of the awkward stuff.
Yeah, it's literally like get me the richest and most annoying men on the planet.
The guys who can't get laid even with all that money because of how fucking lame they are.
Like imagine Dershowitz like before this trying to have an affair.
Yeah.
How do you think that went?
I mean, again, like I think all of them are like, even with their wealth and power, are limited from like the, like typical like angry husband affair having tactics, because like in order to have an affair, you have to talk to a woman.
Yeah,
and like I mean, like Alan Dershowitz bending your ear about anything is just about the most insufferable thing imaginable. So I mean, just just remove all that and just buy teenagers from a from a dark money funded fucking global human trafficking pimp and financier to the rich and powerful.
It's like imagine you're like a 28-year-old woman, you're in like sort of an upscale like upper Manhattan bar, you have like a form-fitting dress on, just hanging out, and then just like you just smell like onions. This guy taps you on the shoulder and just like, have you ever been to Tel Aviv? It's like, yeah, I'm gonna fuck this guy, sure. Like, no, yeah, that's the whole point of Epstein.
No, he's like taps you on the shoulder. He's like, excuse me, my massage therapist, who's an 80-year-old Russian woman, she canceled on me last minute. I know this seems like an odd request, but I was wondering if you could just massage my shoulders for the next hour or so. On May 3rd, the high-powered couple announced they were ending their 27-year marriage in a statement that read in part, "We no longer believe we can grow together as a couple in the next phase of our lives. We ask for space and privacy for our family as we begin to navigate this next life." In her petition for divorce, Melinda said her marriage is irretrievably broken and indicated the couple had settled on a plan to divide their vast assets outside the courtroom. Last week, the New York Post reported that Gates told his golfing buddies he was in a loveless marriage, which had been over for some time, while people described Epstein as a sore spot in the couple's relationship. I mean, like, that's what's so, like, okay, so this is like, this is coming out now in the context of like their divorce, and I'm sure this is all being seeded by their various PR people and lawyers or whatever, but like still even reading this in the Daily Beast, this is all so veiled about, but it's so obvious what's absolutely going on here that both parties from the get-go knew exactly who Jeffrey Epstein was and everything associated with him and like what going over to hang out with Jeffrey entailed.
Absolutely. The only other explanation for this divorce here, and maybe even the Bezos divorce too, might be that these people are like liquefying assets before a coming global collapse that they don't want to get caught overexposed on, and they're just having these as like as a public explanation for what's happening with all their money. But if you're doing that, it still makes sense to cover that with another thing that's true, which is that Bill Gates loved going to hang out with Jeffrey Epstein.
People close to Bill Gates told the Daily Beast that the deterioration of the relationship could be seen in Bill and Melinda's body language. The couple used to interact with more laughter and ease, said one friend of Bill, who added that eventually being around them was like arriving at a summit. It wasn't like arriving at dinner with a couple or something. It was more like two heads of state, the friend added. So that's why Epstein could have been a factor in their split. But was it the factor? That I fundamentally don't believe. The friend said that the couple's strictly regimented existence as billionaire philanthropists supplanted the more normal life and levity they enjoyed in the younger years. Bill is far less comfortable being out in the world, the person said. For Bill, it was just so rare he was allowed to do normal things, which is what I think he really craved. Yeah, he craved doing normal things. Normal things. Normal guy stuff.
Yeah, like every neighborhood has the hangout for the married men where you summon the demon Baal.
That sealed chamber underneath Little St. James, that was just a man cave.
Yeah. No, everyone has sacrificed children to the misery pit. Every guy does it, and he didn't get to do it because he wasn't normal enough.
Gates may have visited Epstein, a person said, because Gates enjoys talking and ideas and basically arguing with people, and he can be a really brutal person to argue with. He likes nothing better than to get together and debate or lecture people or tell everyone he's doing what he's doing with the polio vaccine. He has an ability, unlike any other person I've met, to lecture to a table of people without stopping for an hour. Boy, wouldn't you love to hang out with this guy?
Can't believe
awesome.
he had trouble finding friends.
Yeah.
It's awesome too because it's like people say that about Epstein, where it's like, oh, before 2018, it was like, oh, he just loves big ideas, and then it's like you find out Epstein was just like stupid. It's like, oh, it turns out the only thing this guy, the only thing this guy like knew anything about was pedophilia. But like when he would get scientists in a room, he would be like, yo, like is pee sterile? Yo, could you like clone me?
What about you? Could you freeze my dick?
Yeah, and it was like, yeah. What were they? What were him and Bill Gates talking about then?
Big ideas, like if I nut into the freezer, can I come back to life 1,000,000 years from now?
Yeah. Yo, could you like make a dinosaur?
I mean, I wish
Big
they were talking.
ideas,
I wish
smart
they were
debates.
talking about how to fucking do Jurassic Park. They were talking about how to
my
fucking
God.
how to create the T virus or something. I mean, it was just like no, but it was all it was men that fit that profile. From like Epstein himself to Bill Gates to Dershowitz to fucking like all like Les Wexner, like run down the fucking list of all these guys. They would get together, obviously avail themselves of, victims of sex trafficking. But and then like the big ideas they would talk about is how can I live forever? And how can I make sure that every child born in the future carries my DNA?
Yes.
How can I become all father to the new race of Morlocks that we're creating?
Yeah.
There was also that line that I just read.
Information the world lost.
There was that line I just read where it's like Bill Gates, he loved to argue and lecture people. He'd love to tell you what he's doing with the polio vaccine. What's up? Wait, run that back. What is he doing with the polio vaccine?
I wanted to,
I thought that was sort of a settled issue.
A while.
Yeah.
What's he doing with it?
Well,
God damn it, Bill. Are you putting foreskins in the vaccine again?
I mean, we all know the main problem with the polio vaccine is that its IP rights aren't strong enough, and he's finally going to fix that.
Yeah, he's going to make sure somebody makes money off of it.
Yeah, it's like you did. Like, do you think you invented that? Like, what the fuck are you talking about, man?
Finally, here it says, according to the ex-employee, Melinda seemed to have a chip on her shoulder because no one really did see her as an equal to Bill, and her work didn't get as much media attention. It really irritated her that people were more into Bill.
I'm sorry, but I'm going to
like, what do you
with Bill
expect
on that one.
Yeah, like, I mean... You're not the head of Microsoft.
He's the guy who stole all the ideas about the computer. He's the guy who did all the illegal antitrust shit. He's the guy who's taken all the foreskins. He's done the work.
Yeah,
Respect on his name, please.
Oh man.
And
I
it's
mean,
like
she got her wish now because there are people who are like, yes, I stan Melinda Gates. My husband is also hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein. Gave me the courage to stand up.
It's this year. Another former employee told the Daily Beast that Epstein was a topic of conversation among staff even in 2017, 3 years after the men's friendship reportedly fizzled, because of concerns that Gates' previous ties to Epstein could harm his reputation. When you work at the foundation, your whole job in life is to protect and preserve and build up the reputation of Bill and Melinda Gates, the person said. I think that's why it still came up. It's because everybody in the fucking building knew what was going on. Yes. Every fucking single person, which is insane to me. Like, I mean, Melinda Gates is such a fucking hero now. It's like, I mean, Jesus Christ, took her this long to divorce the guy. If she raised an eyebrow about this back in fucking 10 years ago. Well, I guess when there's that much money involved, it's very hard. Things move at a glacial pace.
Yeah, you got to figure out like who gets the clone slaves. That takes a while.
Yeah, like exactly. Like, are we gonna split the space and the shared mega AI hard drive where we're going to upload our consciousness into when we die to become immortal. How much megabytes is going to be?
Can you
allotted
imagine
to each
that? Like
person?
they die and then they get uploaded into the cloud and they're like in the same cyber chamber or whatever the fuck for eternity.
Oh no, that's like Parent Trap. Like there's going to be a Parent Trap thing where like all of them are like immortal evil spirits, but their kids are like, oh my God, we should put them in the same blood crystal so they have to get back together. They're becoming like, they're morphing into Lovecraftian great ones, and they're like, oh my God, we both have to be the awful god of the cosmos amygdala. This is never going to work. But then they like work.
You know
out
what?
their
They fall in love again.
differences.
They get their groove back. They fall in love again. You know, and then like, you know, having every atom in their body pulled apart by like the great abyss really taught them. They found that levity and joy. You know, that flirtation, that spark that was there when they first started dating.
It's like, you know what? We had problems in our awful terrestrial bodies, but now that we've made Bloodborne real and we're great ones, like, we found out why we first fell in love.
It was the human misery. We somehow forgotten that over all those years. We gotten used to all the human misery that we were, all that psychic anguish that we would huff like fucking gasoline. We finally realized, oh yeah, that's what gets us off.
Now, the interesting part about this quiz is the answers that they give you that are supposed to correct you. So, obviously, the first one, it's if you believe that Jeffrey Epstein killed himself, like you were, I mean, like I just don't understand like how you can justify that in your head. So, Jeffrey Epstein, the billionaire accused of running an elite sex trafficking ring, was murdered to cover up the activities of his criminal network. Absolutely true. According to the Washington Post, wrong. Here's how they justify it. New York City's chief medical examiner concluded Epstein killed himself, and there's little credible evidence of an alternative explanation. Still, half of Americans think there's more to this story. Gee, I wonder why. There is little credible evidence to suggest otherwise. I mean, like
They're not reading enough Washington Post. You got to read the Post, folks, to get the truth.
Can I just say how funny it is? Like, this is the thing that's supposed to draw you back from conspiracies.
Yeah.
Is like the thing that might as well be like the internal newsletter at the CIA.
Yeah,
being like, you're being unreasonable.
Yeah, I mean, but of course that's not the point. Like, there is absolutely no. I don't think anyone involved in this has any belief that they're going to turn anybody from conspiracy theories. This is pandering to their audience of lanyard dickheads who can like click on the right answers and then pat themselves on the back that they're not like those crazy people.
Yeah.
Just for the JFK one, President John F. Kennedy was killed by a conspiracy rather than a lone gunman. It says wrong. The evidence is clear. Lee Harvey Oswald acted alone to assassinate President Kennedy. But 44% of Americans believe this theory, and half of Americans think Epstein was murdered. A third of Americans think a secret cabal controls the world. The evidence is clear, takes you to a hyperlink, and it goes to a Slate.com article by Fred Kaplan.
I'm surprised they didn't just link to Gerald Posner's shitty book.
Yeah, so there is no credible evidence to suggest that Jeffrey Epstein did not kill himself. The Manhattan coroner's report, it's all there. I mean, the thing about his hyoid bone being fractured, or just like how physically he could have hung himself in that cell, and just like leaving all of that aside, just the fact that he literally was a sex trafficker connected at the highest levels.
And all the fucking cameras just malfunctioned because the guards had Victorian sleeping caps on.
Connected intimately to one former president, one current president, and the royal family of England.
How do these people like rationalize when Acosta said like, oh, I was told not to really go that far because he belongs to intelligence.
He belongs to intelligence. That's part of the public record. Okay. The conference passed out its own jet black KN95 masks to be worn at all times inside. Well, what the fuck? I mean, if everyone had to produce negative COVID test results and vaccination passports, why are they making everyone wear black gas masks during this fucking thing? It says here, dozens of hall monitors in hot pink vests milled about, unafraid to admonish any rogue member of the global elite whose mask slipped. It's metaphorically speaking. They're not admonishing anyone whose mask slips on stage, and they're like, Slavery. I think it's a new innovation in the labor market. I think we should take advantage of.
No, they're going around to people being like, "Excuse me, sir, but the reptile scales are showing under your eyes. You might want to just pull up the skin suit a little bit."
That's the real reason they have the N95 masks.
Yeah.
The irony was plain. Michael Milken made his Wall Street legacy flouting the rules and eventually the law. At age 75, having received a pardon from last year from Donald Trump, Milken moderated several eclectic discussions, including ones on the global pandemic recovery and development in Africa, while he served up a few zingers. Before one session, Milken chatted warmly with Maxine Waters, the Democratic congresswoman who has long represented the predominantly black neighborhood of South Los Angeles. Reverence for Milken came from his former colleagues. Leon Black, the former Drexel merger banker turned private equity kingpin, showed up months after he resigned as head of Apollo Global Management following the exposure of his financial ties to pedophile Jeffrey Epstein. Like, if the New York Times wrote this article, you would not hear the phrase pedophile Jeffrey Epstein or economic Darwinism.
These guys love talking about development in Africa, and it always sounds so insidious, you know?
Yeah, I got the Gates Foundation. That's the Gates Foundation's job. Milken, stay off
exactly.
it.
Yeah, hands off these foreskins. Those are Bill Gates' foreskins. Okay.
Was Milken running this thing from jail beforehand, or were they just did they just keep naming it after him to celebrate?
Yeah. This is the return of the Mac. Black and his wife Deborah attended a distressed debt discussion where their son Ben explained how his own investment fund was playing the SPAC craze. That's SPAC. What is you have guys any idea what the SPAC craze?
I'm taking notes here, Mark Cuban style. What does it not elaborate on what that is?
Let's see. Amid the rich and famous were a group of once disadvantaged youngsters who had been selected as Milken scholars. Little Lebowski urban achievers.
They have fucking keg tappers in the back of their heads. Just you can go over and just get a shot of adrenochrome and just walk back into the party.
It's like the heart plug in the Lynch name.
Yeah.
Amid the rich and famous were a group of once disadvantaged youngsters who had been selected as Milken scholars with their college tuition paid by the Milken family and a lifetime of mentorship. He does not want to have to do any of this, said Ahmed Reza, a son of Bangladeshi immigrants whose Ivy League schooling 2 decades ago was paid by Milken's foundation. He still wakes up at 4 a.m. and goes to work. I wake up at 4 a.m. too. Why? Because Michael does. Yeah. He's still institutionalized. You know what I'm saying? It's hard to fucking get out of those habits once you've been inside. Going on here, it says, worrying about the oppressed. Milken began organizing gatherings in the 1980s to evangelize his junk bonds in an edgy convention that became known as the Predators Ball.
An edging convention.
Back to Jeffrey Epstein here. Back then, corporate raiders were widely condemned as avaricious asset strippers. Perhaps one of the more insane things I've read recently. And I would like to frame this as I know I'm violating our our blackout on any news coming out of the United Kingdom, but this one is good because I would like to sort of to frame this reading series as, in my opinion, the most British thing ever written. It is, of course, Rachel Johnson, the sister of PM Boris, writing in The Spectator, "It's hard not to pity Ghislaine Maxwell. We met briefly at Oxford."
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Well, Ghislaine, the trial's coming up. What do you guys think? I mean, I'm shocked she made it this far.
I me too. I've honestly stopped believing anything anymore because, like, when she was not dead, I was like, "What?" And now they're putting her on trial. I don't fucking know. Is she a hologram? She like a clone? I have no idea.
I mean, I think my instinct would be that like anything conceivably revelatory that could come out of the trial has been well stitched up before then. And like deals have been made, so I'm not concerned for her life anymore. Okay, so it says this is Rachel Johnson writing in The Spectator. "This week I'm having puppies. First litter. The Johnsons were not doggy as we always moved around too much. My late mother claims it was 32 times in 17 years. But once you have a dog, life seems boring without."
Why did they move 32 times? Like, that's something a clown during the Depression does. The fuck?
I love
every time we would get settled. Suddenly, the townsfolk would start asking questions, and
about
posses would start getting formed. And all of a sudden, we were on to the next town.
What was your dad's job? Oh, writing bad checks.
They were like a family of Judge Holdens. Every town they came to, the kids just disappeared, and then they were like, on to the next one. I do love the phrase, though. The Johnsons were not doggy. That's a lovely Britishism, because there are doggy families and there are non-doggy families. And the Johnsons, they ain't doggy, folks.
Well, yeah, because in the predominant religion of Turkey, Islam, they prefer cats.
That's true.
They had to move all those times because people saw them doing the Quran challenge. They're a Turkish family.
Goes here. I have a theory that children give couples something to talk about, and when they go, only a dog can fill the conversational void. The mother, or dam, is Ziggy, who entered our lives 1 week before lockdown after I had a sudden strong urge to get a dog. On March 13th last year, I drove to a farm in Somerset and fell for a puff of white fur with 3 black dots for a face, which I shelled out a 4-figure sum. I'm afraid she is a cockapoo, like every other dog in London, but that's not her fault. Anyway, 2 months ago, she married Baxter, the scrappy terrier belonging to Mr. and Mrs. James Mates of Bark Place. Remember when I said that this is the most British, essay ever written? I just want to read that sentence again. Speaking of her cockapoo, she says, 2 months ago, she married Baxter, the scrappy terrier belonging to Mr. and Mrs. James Mates of Bark Place.
Sounds normal. I don't know what you're talking about.
It's kind of cute. I don't see why you don't like it.
Every time Fiona Mates and I see each other, we shriek, "We are a grandmother." I have also ordered the Bible, the Book of the Bitch, great Jackie Collins energy, and have set my tail to permanent wag as I'm having puppies for Christmas and for life.
It's so funny that these people did the Holocaust every year for 200 years. It's like it's them. They're the most evil ones.
Another aspect of how British this is the name of the people that they're marrying their dog to is Fiona Mates. It's like a Dickensian name where the last name tells you about their character. It's the dog mating family. It's James and Fiona Mates of Bark Place. I mean, this is like a story time village. What the fuck?
Yeah, it's like if Richard Scarry was really scary.
By the way, this article is about Ghislaine Maxwell.
Yeah.
Since my beloved mother died, I have become an executor. I have this tip-top tip to pass on. When you register a death, the name on the certificate has to be exactly the same as the one used on all important documents for probate to happen. If it isn't, you are in a world of pain as well as grief. Well, I was pretty confident my twice-married mother's name was Charlotte Maria Offlow Johnson Wall, but it turns out...
Offset Johnson.
Charlotte Maria Offlaw Johnson Wall. But it turns out Maria was her invention, either because when she became a Roman Catholic or after her second marriage to an American whose middle name was Maria, and she went by around 8 variants of her names, both here and in the U.S., where she was Mrs. Wall.
Okay, yeah, this woman is clearly wanted by Interpol.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's why she had so many different names. The fucking old Bill at Scotland Yard was after her.
Yeah, this is like what Albert Fish would do.
I am happy to apply to the General Register Office in Southport for as many of these variants as possible to be added and start all over again. If this isn't an argument for women sticking with their maiden names for life and for lunch, I don't know what is. It has been a source of mystery to me, and no doubt many others, that I managed to host a radio show without landing in the soup more often. I'm always saying things like, but are we allowed to say Liverpool Women's Hospital anymore? And I only want to see someone in a surgical face mask in an operating theater. And if lockdowns work, why are we having another one? And if lockdowns don't work, why are we having another one? She's in the, talk about being in the soup.
She should be at University of Boston. Sounds like a real
she's asking the
firecracker
hard
of a
questions.
dame. Yeah.
But then I realize I'm a mere soggy centrist snowflake compared with some. How I long to have the tungsten nerves of Lionel Shriver of this parish, who stars in my Difficult Women podcast this week. After discussion with my producer and the execs, we decided not to issue any trigger warnings before dropping the podcast that contains firmly uncompromising views on immigration, cancel culture, trans issues, cultural appropriation, and having children. She is strongly against, as you don't know what you're going to get. You must listen and judge for yourself. Get to the Ghislaine Maxwell.
I'm good.
Well, I
don't
think
need
like
to. I don't need to listen.
You have to like read all of this as code because like my thinking on this article isn't literally like, oh, I'm appealing to the public that they should feel bad for Ghislaine Maxwell. It's like a message to her. It's like, okay, remember, like everything's in place. Like don't fucking talk. And the dog thing, who knows what that is? It's like, oh, we'll like feed you to dogs. We'll like kill you and feed you to dogs if you talk or something. Maybe they just like both spend a lot of time reading their mutually favorite account, We Rate Dogs. And that there's video of them doing this. And then the executor of the will thing, that's obvious. The different names thing, that's obvious.
Yeah. No, yeah, you're right. I think this is like similar to the Scooter Libby letter to Judy Miller about the roots turning together when the trees change in the fall. Yeah, I think this is a coded message for her to clam up.
Yeah.
It's like, they often called my brother the bitch killer because of how many dogs he killed. How many dogs who barked too loudly at the bark place.
Yeah, because like even for a conservative British publication, it's like kind of even they would be like, wait, like really? Are we really just like going to like straight up be like, appeal to the normal reader, just anyone who sees this, like, oh, I like feel bad for her.
And also the whole thing about how the things I say on my podcast will land me in the soup. But okay, finally we get to Ghislaine.
Yeah, they're saying we're gonna let you out, and you can be on the rebooted Talk Soup with Joel McHale, your favorite show.
So here we get to Ghislaine. It says, it's hard not to feel a bat squeak of pity for Ghislaine Maxwell. 500 days and counting in solitary confinement.
Okay, this is saying I want to give her a backshot of pity.
I intersected briefly with her at Oxford. As a fresher, I wandered into the Balliol JCR one day in search of its subsidized breakfast granola and Nescafe offering and found a shiny glamazon with naughty eyes holding court astride a table, a high-heeled boot resting on my brother Boris's thigh. She gave me a pitying glance, but I did manage to snag an invite to her party in Headington Hill Hall, even though I wasn't in the same college as her and Boris. I have a memory of her father, Bob, coming out in a toweling robe and telling us all to go home. I'm sure fair-weather friends would not reveal they went to a Ghislaine Maxwell party. As Barbara Amiel's brilliant memoir, Friends and Enemies, proves, you only know who your real chums are when you're in the gutter. Imagine... She's the sitting prime minister's sister, and imagine she's just talking about how like Ghislaine was tonguing his ear at uni.
Yeah, your brother's in charge of the country, and you're writing an article that's like, yeah, he was hanging out with this child trafficker at Get Headington Hall.
And then also talk about coded messages. Brings up Ghislaine's father, Bob, emerging in a toweling robe. What does a toweling robe do? I presume it's something that gets you dry. Bob, how did he die? Fell off a boat.
Fell off a boat.
He fell off a boat.
Got wet.
He got wetted up for sure.
Yeah, he got wetted during work.
And then she says, you only know who your real chums are when you're in the gutter. So again, she's saying to Ghislaine, remember who your real chums are now that you're in solitary confinement. I mean, I'm saying this, but it's probably unlikely that Ghislaine gets copies of The Spectator in solitary confinement.
That's
but who
the
knows?
only thing they let you read in Supermax.
And then it says here, P.S. Everyone wants to know if 1, we are going to keep 1, and 2, are we going to sell them? Well, Ziggy has cost me $8,000 for various reasons so far. All I can say is take a numbered ticket, having arranged a second mortgage, and get in line.
That's it.
That's it.
Why would she jump from the college thing to the dog thing? This is code. This is fucking code.
Yeah, I mean,
she jumps right back to the dog thing. Who knows what numbered ticket means? Maybe like your golden ticket out of solitary. Who the fuck knows? But this is like no. This is not as it appears.
Yeah, because I mean, this is just 3 paragraphs. Only one of them is about Ghislaine, and like, I know she's the prime minister's sister, but like, why are they letting this daffy broad write just nonsense about like what cockapoo she's breeding and how much money she spends
because
on
that is the number one occupation in the UK. Columnist.
Yeah. That's why they did Brexit. Polish people were coming over and writing columns. But yeah.
We need to have a frank discussion about screen doors in the Trident program.
I mean, honestly, though, like, the reason they're, like, letting her do it, like, letting such an insane thing run is, like, I mean, Boris has it on lock. Who's going to unseat Boris? Keir? No way. This is a double function. This is primarily a coded message, but this is also, like, dabbing on everyone. It's like, wow, it's going to be awful when Labor takes advantage of this. This will have no effect.
No.
And, you know, like the whole thing about the current prime minister being Doolally with a noted sex trafficker at uni at Headington Hall. I mean, it's just sort of like, I know like the Tories are going through some sort of corruption scandal right now, but it's not going anywhere and no one gives a shit because corruption is just the lifeblood of the economy. And in England, I think maybe to their credit, they're just much more like okay with that and open about it. The fact that all of these like Tory backbenchers have other jobs where they're like passing legislation that like helps the other people they work for rather openly. And I guess with Boris, it's just like, you know, he still thinks Ghislaine is a right geezer and would like a shag.
Yeah. And apparently right now, because of this scandal, the Labor is now, for the first time since Starmer took over, like equal or ahead in the polling. But that will not last.
I'll believe it when I see
2 weeks from now, Keir is going to do a Harlem Shake video with CGI Jimmy Savile or something, and it'll be right back to where it was.
So that's
Keir does not have it in him.
No,
he really doesn't. He's not meant to.
No, yeah, he was there to kill the club, and he did the job.
Well, there we go. That's a brief violation of our blackout policy on news coming out of the United Kingdom. Oh, the Queen is dead too, though.
Oh yeah, right.
Oh yeah,
I forgot about that.
Yeah, she is 1,000% dead right now, and
gotta be.
The Ghislaine Maxwell trial is starting today. Boys, let's go. Our girl is she's seen the inside of a courtroom for the first time. A jury has been selected, and we'll see where this trial goes. I don't really know what to expect here. My suspicion is nothing interesting or of note will come out of it because the fact that she's still alive means that probably
she's been replaced by a robot, obviously.
Yeah.
But I would just like to go into some news coverage of the trial today. Or not news coverage. This is sort of like this is a piece in Bloomberg. This is under the Bloomberg equality vertical. Titled, Ghislaine Maxwell Jury Confronts Rare Case Alleging Female Sexual Predator. It says here, Ghislaine Maxwell's sex trafficking trial is set to kick off as one of the biggest of the hashtag #MeToo era. But the jury selected Monday may have to grapple with a unique question. Is Maxwell herself a victim?
It's a good question.
It is very good.
Most criminal defendants are men in these sorts of sexual predator cases, said Moira Penza, a former federal prosecutor in Brooklyn, New York. This case is unusual because we have a female defendant. Whether some people might be more or less sympathetic to Maxwell, 59, a woman has hung over the jury selection process. The 12 jurors and 6 alternates were picked Monday in Manhattan federal court, with opening statements to begin soon after in a trial expected to last into January. If convicted, the British socialite faces as many as 40 years in prison. The jury selection got off to a bumpy start on Monday, with 2 potential jurors not showing up at all, and another who forgot getting into the courthouse late. A few also raised their hands when U.S. District Judge Allison Nathan asked if they had read or heard anything since last week and could still be impartial in the case. Among those dismissed was a private equity worker who had previously expressed concern about serving on the jury due to his, quote, proximity to high-profile individuals who have been linked to Maxwell's ex-boyfriend, Jeffrey Epstein.
That guy, yeah. No, high-profile individuals, not like, I'm sorry, I like bought my wife from her. My bad. So the lawyer asked if they had heard or read anything that would like sway them. Gotta say, another huge L for article heads. If you read an article, fuck you.
I'm just imagining getting like paneled in jury duty for the Ghislaine Maxwell trial, and I'm sitting there, and they're like, I'm sitting in the jury box wearing the TrueAnon Bush did 9/11 T-shirt, and they're like, now, have you read anything about this case or can counter anything that may bias you? And I'm just like, nope, definitely not. Not familiar with it.
If I got asked to be on the Ghislaine jury, I would absolutely lie my balls off.
Oh God, yeah.
Yeah.
Like, have you ever recorded yourself talking about this case and released it publicly in any manner? No, definitely not.
Yeah, you just have to be like, I've never read an article. My TV has never. I have never actually seen anything except for NBC's Wednesday night lineup. That's the only. I've never seen a piece of media that wasn't run through Ken Olin.
That's why I feel so bad for these jurors, because they are just pristine minds. They're just holy innocents who are now just going to have to be waterboarded with this shit. Today when they were talking they were doing like the jury impaneling today. They asked one of the jurors if they had any knowledge about the case, and they said, quote, "I believe I was watching football and I just switched over and the news was on and I just, heard that he committed suicide and Miss Maxwell's name was mentioned briefly and I just kept it and went back to watching football. That's all I could really remember."
Oh my
that
God.
That guy is so pure, and now he's going to have to fucking know about this stuff.
That is, I didn't think about it from that angle. That is really sad. Like, holy fuck, like so many like just perfect like cattle Americans who are like, I never miss an Oakland Raiders game.
Yep.
I did a semester at sea that docked out of Oakland in 1981. And so I love the Oakland Raiders, and I only watch that, the United States of Ale. And he's gonna that guy's gonna hear the most sordid shit in the world. It's gonna be him. It's gonna be like 3 old women who are all named gay. It's just perfect innocent Americans. Very sad.
Do I know who Joe Biden is? No, I don't. I've been watching NBC's La Brea.
Yeah, they're gonna seek out people who think that Joe Biden is Donald Trump's dad. That's going to be who's on this fucking jury.
I mean, like, that is really the way jury selection works in any case in America. Like, they're trying to find like the smoothest brains in America, like the people who don't have any frame of reference for anything that's going on.
Yeah, you say smooth brains, I say transcended and enlightened brains. Because what the hell does all of this information do for anybody? What is knowing this stuff? How does it help?
Well, gets you out of jury duty.
They are right.
Yes,
they are
that's
right.
the one thing it does.
But it gets you out of jury duties for what? So you could read more fucking articles? Like, okay. So, we've seen a lot of this shit where people are like, go to trade school. You'll make a lot of money. Well, I mean, they're just, look, if everyone you're telling goes to trade school, I got bad news for you about how much money all those jobs are going to make. But one job that is going to make a lot in the future, no matter how many, because most people can't do it, most people won't do it, is you can be someone who you are a professional juror. You've never read an article, you don't know fucking anything, you don't know how to open Twitter. You have to call your building superintendent to turn on the oven every day. You're not allowed to just operate it on your own. And your job is that you serve in different juries, because too many Americans in major cities spend 18 hours a day looking at their phone and getting mad and reading articles.
Mm-hmm.
They can't be on juries.
No. We need a class of people who are just essentially kept in veal crates watching reruns of The Office.
Yes.
Like, oh, that Michael Scott. He's like my dad.
That will be like the only job with social mobility. That's the only way that you can become PMC is by being a professional juror, if you're not already. But then, unfortunately, your kids will be article readers.
I know, yeah. I mean, we're back to the fucked drip cycle. But no, it's like like the people who want to be history's actors the most, the people who who want to be a one of the 12 angry men. They don't get the opportunity to because they know too much. They know too much, so they by being moderately aware or having opinions about current events, they prejudice themselves before a lawyer even gets a chance to do so for them, which is dangerous. So, I mean, like, I just worry, though, because, I mean, obviously, it's hard if you want to see justice done in this case, and obviously that would mean Ghislaine being totally exonerated, to get on the jury and do that, But you know what? Let's read the article more, because I think it's painting a picture. So it says here, Cheryl Bader, a former federal prosecutor who now teaches at Fordham Law School, said such a defense could work with some jurors, referring to the idea that she was a sort of in thrall and a scapegoat to a rich and powerful man. People hold complex worldviews, said Bader. A Me Too juror seems more likely to want to hold Maxwell accountable for her enabling role. But they might also be open to seeing Maxwell as herself a victim of a controlling, abusive male. I think it will come down to how well the defense can cast Maxwell as just another victim of Jeffrey Epstein. I'm going to be watching the trial to see how well the defense can make that case.
I honestly don't know what the fuck to expect from this trial. I have no idea. I would move to think that whatever fix could be in is probably already in. I do think it's interesting. Did you guys see that list of like fake Maxwell co-defendants for the criminal trial go around?
Oh yeah. And it was like, Jay-Z and Kanye West were on it or something?
Yeah. So there was someone, I feel like that's, because now this is like out of, even though this is a federal trial going on that should be pretty high profile, I don't feel like it's going to be covered with the same breathlessness that Epstein was covered, 3 years ago and 2 years ago. But I do think that like the move, now that it isn't in the public eye as much, the move will be people like that will just you'll have like a fake list of co-defendants where you're like, oh, actually, like she's on trial with like Jay-Z and like Chrissy Teigen and like all the people like if you're like an online if you're sort of a QAnon adjacent person, it'll be perfect for you
because there'll be just such a wealth of spurious, but nonetheless tantalizing details to keep you sort of spinning at all times. I do like this idea,
and it's the perfect zone flooding too, because it's like I'm sure, like as we know, there are like actual celebrities in the flight logs and in the books, but like it keeps you from looking at people like Glenn Dubin or like Leon Black, like huge finance titans, and people like Bill Barr's dad. It will keep you from looking at someone like that if you're like, oh, when are they going to call Jay-Z to the stand?
Well, I mean,
if there aren't that many people posting about it or talking about it, but half the people think that Jay-Z or like Meek Mill are co-defendants, that's perfect for them.
Well, I mean, I think you can see it starting a little bit already in the way this article is framed, which is in the context of like this is a Me Too trial. And how will like in the post Me Too era, how will jurors react to like a female sex criminal or a female sex victim? And it's just like I don't think that's despite the fact that this case does involve sex abuse and rape. I mean, like is that really the way? Is that really what's being adjudicated at this trial here? Because it's like I'd be interested to see how her defense is going to swing this idea that she was enthralled to Jeffrey Epstein or a victim, just like many of the people, the people she's being prosecuted on behalf of. Because it was like, she's just like, I just want to make it clear here. Enslaving teenagers for the purposes of blackmail scheme is totally not my bag, baby. I would turn the jurors' attention to Exhibit A. Enslaving teenagers for the purposes of blackmail totally is my bag, baby. Written by Ghislaine Maxwell.
No, yeah, they're going to try something called the Smithers defense.
How does the Smithers defense work?
It'll be like the lawyers who are getting paid like $7 million in slush funds from this trial are just going to be like, this bitch like Smithers. Jeffrey Epstein was Mr. Burns. I rest my case. And then they'll be like, oh, there's a gas leak in the courtroom. Mistrial. Jay-Z was indicted.
It says here, there has been a societal shift now, and I think often men may view certain witnesses as people who could have been their sisters, their daughters, their friends, she said. And so I haven't seen such a sharp division between how men react to victims of sexual violence versus women. Potential jurors were also quizzed about possible biases against wealthy people leading lives of luxury. Maxwell, an Oxford-educated daughter of British publishing tycoon Robert Maxwell, has an estimated net worth of about $22.5 million, and testimony will likely include accounts of how she managed Epstein's 5 homes, including a private island in the Caribbean. Before she was arrested in July 2020, she had been hiding out for a year in a $1 million rural New Hampshire country house that was paid for in cash. A major issue in all high-profile trials is how much media jurors may have consumed about the case. Since his death, Epstein has been the subject of a flood of news articles, podcasts, and the 4-part Netflix documentary Filthy Rich, which included interviews with victims who said Maxwell recruited young girls for him. Her defense team has long questioned whether she can get a fair trial given the cloud of massive negative publicity that surrounds the case, and potential jurors were questioned about their knowledge of Epstein and Maxwell. One man who said he had once briefly met Epstein was excused after he said the meeting led him to follow the case more than he would have. That man's name, Chris Tucker.
That is like, are we ever going to get to the bottom of that?
No.
I feel like that is like, that's the weirdest thing about the entire Epstein thing. Like everything else is like awful and sordid and insane. But it is like, it's like, you know what it is, right? It's like a Craig Spence type thing. Oh, this guy was running like an international blackmail thing at the behest of intelligence agencies. But like, you know, in an ideal society, there would be like a church committee where you figure out how Chris Tucker was there. Like what's going on here?
I mean, I think you're right. I mean, not so much about Chris Tucker, but like the church committee like model is that like in addition to this trial, which is like, look, her legal defense is entitled to make any argument that they think will work. But like, you know, like I said earlier, about like framing this as an issue of like, oh, like a post Me Too case, when it's like the ramifications of this case are not about, I mean, they are about in terms of like the people who have been victimized by these two people, but like there are much larger implications about, like you said, like his connections to the heights of finance, tech, media, and most importantly, the intelligence community. That, you know, that like a trial of this nature like won't get to the bottom of, but like, you know, like has there been any hearings in Congress on like on this matter whatsoever?
One of the epic senators, John Kennedy from Louisiana, he's like a Benny Johnson type senator. He like said something about Jeffrey Epstein not killing himself in like an unrelated hearing or something, and then of course like nothing, no one held any hearings or anything, nor will they. I mean, if during the R. Kelly case it had come out that during the original trial in Chicago all those years ago for the tape with that girl, if it had turned out like the prosecutor or the judge in that case had been like, oh, I had orders like not to pursue it that much because like a guy higher up at DOJ was a fan, you would have heard about that. But Acosta being like, intelligence told me he's off limits, that just nothing, even in this coverage, we don't hear about that. That was just an aside. That was an aside that we've never gone back to, and there will not be hearings about it because, again, like this isn't, people aren't talking or thinking about this in the same way that they were 3 years ago, which is pretty favorable for them.
Yeah.
And they're able to flood the zone with like just complete fucking bullshit.
Yeah.
With the remaining people who are talking about it.
And just like like I said, the way this article is presented about like, oh, like, you know, could it possibly be that jurors will think she's the victim too? Like left unsaid being like, you know, the implication that like, oh, like maybe she is a victim. And the fact that this is in Bloomberg opinion. Bloomberg, the media outlet named for Michael Bloomberg, who has featured at least 30 photos with Ghislaine Maxwell at various parties and social functions.
Yeah. But I mean, that's been like all over the coverage. Like, do you remember like Vicky Ward, who wrote like the Daily Beast article that people like attribute with like kicking a lot of the shit off? Like, didn't she like fucking hang out with Ghislaine? They were like, oh, everyone knows her.
But yeah, like I just think it is curious the way this Bloomberg article seems to be framing the case as the trial actually begins. But to move on from that, I would like to take some time now to look into like in terms of the way this case is being framed. So the trial started today, and last week, the New York Times wrote a big article based on newly released records. Headline: Epstein's Final Days, Celebrity Reminiscing and a Running Toilet. The point of the article is to be that like they looked at the case again, and based on new documents, they can say again that he definitely did kill himself. And, you know, obviously the timing of this is quite obvious, but nonetheless, this is a very interesting article, both for what it does say and what it doesn't say. And I think I know I alluded to it on last week's episode, but there's a lot here that I think is worth going into. So this is a big splashy piece in the New York Times. New Newly released records show the disgraced financier living a mundane existence in jail before his suicide, while also spinning deceptions until the very end. The deception here that he is spinning seems to be that he was murdered. Like that he killed himself, but in doing so, he was like continued to perpetrate this world of deception and illusions that he catered to and was a part of.
He was doing like an epic prank, basically.
Yeah. It says here, the article begins, the disgraced financier, jailed in Manhattan on federal sex trafficking charges involving teenage girls, was found unconscious on the floor of his cell one morning in July 2019, a strip of bedsheet tied around his bruised neck. In the hours and days that followed the suicide attempt, Jeffrey Epstein would claim to be living a wonderful life, denying any thoughts of ending it, even as he sat on suicide watch and faced daunting legal troubles. I have no interest in killing myself, Mr. Epstein told a jailhouse psychologist, according to Bureau of Prisons documents that have not been previously made public. He was, a quote, a coward and did not like pain, he explained. I would not do that to myself. But 2 weeks later, he did just that. He died in his cell on August 10th in the Metropolitan Correction Center, having hanged himself with a bedsheet, the medical examiner ruled. After a life of manipulation, Mr. Epstein created illusions until the very end, deceiving correctional officers, counselors, and specifically trained inmates assigned to monitor him around the clock, according to the documents, among more than 2,000 pages of Federal Bureau of Prisons records obtained by the New York Times after filing a Freedom of Information Act lawsuit. The detailed notes and reports compiled by those who interacted with Mr. Epstein during his 36 days of detention show how he repeatedly assured them he had much to live for, while also hinting that he was increasingly despondent. The clues prompted too little action by jail and bureau officials who made mistake after mistake leading up to Mr. Epstein's death, the records reveal. He says he passed many days closed in a conference room with his lawyers, avoiding the confines of his dank and dirty cell. In conversations with psychologists and other inmates, he spoke of his interest in physics and mathematics and offered tidbits of investment advice. He reminisced about socializing with celebrities, even as he complained about the running toilet in his cell, the orange prison garb, his difficulty sleeping, his dehydration, and a numbness in his right arm. I just like he... Even in prison, he's still trying to recruit people for the various scams and just like various like money shenanigans that he was up to, and doing it by being like, "Oh, you should definitely consider investing with me. I know Kevin Spacey. I've hung out with him."
Prison has to be like, I mean, no one wants to go to prison, but for like a middle-aged Jewish guy, it's kind of like, you know, it's said that like Biden actually loves it when bad things happen to him because he's Catholic. Like that's the Catholic thing. I think for a Jewish guy, like a jail, like there's a lot to complain about.
You can complain nonstop. You can natter at people and they can't go anywhere.
Yeah. My bed's small.
The food is terrible in such small portions.
There's a breeze. And you'd be right. There would be. That's why I really don't believe that. When I'm elected as senator from New York and do finally hold these hearings, I'll be like, he wouldn't have killed himself because a Jewish guy that age would love jail. There's so much he could have whined about.
I mean,
it's okay. I'm that age now. I'm 60 when I get elected.
Going on here, it says, the newly obtained records offer no support to the explosion of conspiracy theories that Mr. Epstein's death was not a suicide. They also shed no light on questions raised by his brother and one of his lawyers that he might have been assisted in killing himself. But they do paint a picture of incompetence and sloppiness by some within the Bureau of Prisons, which runs the Federal Detention Center. An intake screening form erroneously described Mr. Epstein as a black male, and then in parentheses, he was white, and indicated that he had no prior sex offense convictions, even though he was a registered sex offender with 2008 convictions in Florida for solicitation of prostitution, and procurement of minors to engage in prostitution. A few social phone calls were not recorded, logged, or monitored. Records show an apparent violation of jail policy. So I mean, just that paragraph alone, right there, is very telling. And I understand the people that are writing this, like they set it up to be like, there's been no evidence that he killed himself. But what there is evidence of is a ton of bungles on behalf of the Bureau of Prisons. And I just got to say, I mean, one of these things would be pretty ridiculous. I mean, entering him into the system as a black man is pretty fucking funny. It's almost like they were sort of trying to lose track of him, and then logging him into prison as someone without any prior sex offenses, also a bit strange. And then the fact that his phone calls were not being recorded or monitored on a number of occasions. I gotta say, one of these Mongols, okay, understandable. Two, okay, that's something smells funny. But like all three of those, like I said, the details in this story I think are telling in a way. It's like that was someone who wrote this article like trying to make the opposite case. Because, like, I think that there's a number of these telling details in here. Like the fact that he kept telling his psychologist, quote, I have no interest in killing myself over and over again.
Yeah, the phone calls one is the one that sticks out the most to me. Because it's like, you know, I don't know, yeah, whether the individuals that wrote this article, whether they had to write it that way or whether, you know, they're along for the ride. But, like... Oh yeah, just another oversight that they didn't record this specific guy's phone calls amidst everything else. I mean, it does make me think of people kind of discarded this one. People aren't as into this one anymore, but it was pretty big a couple of years ago. The theory that he didn't act like he's not dead.
Yeah.
It does make you think of that one. That one's pretty interesting.
It says here, the night he killed himself, Mr. Epstein lied to jail officials and said he wanted to phone his mother, who was long dead. He instead called his girlfriend. Jail personnel left him alone in his cell that night, despite an explicit directive that he be assigned a cellmate. I mean, like I read this whole article now, and they just set up bungle after bungle on behalf of the Bureau of Prisons, but like there's no effort in this article to like I don't know drill down on any of the people who made these fucking errors. Like the fact that the most high profile inmate in federal custody could just tell his jailers, I'd like to call my mom, and have them not be aware that his mom is dead. Like I said, I mean, I could see that happening for someone who was just booked for like drunk driving or something like that, but not a case like this.
I mean, the only way it works is if you're basically saying, you don't understand. Nobody's calls are getting recorded. Nobody's information is being recorded correctly. This is literally a bunch of submental dipshits just banging into each other and getting paid to do so. And but the thing is, if that's the case, then why the hell should any argument be credited that says that somebody couldn't have gone in there and fucking killed the guy?
Yeah.
And also, I mean, the recorded calls thing, we know for a fact that's not true because people in New York, like, they've had things from their jail phone calls rolled into their RICOs in a lot of gang cases. So we know that's not fucking true. Like in the past few years, in the same time frame. But yeah, as Matt said, yeah, it sounds like, wow, I mean, yeah, it sounds like you're running a loose ship where fucking Les Wexner could kill anyone in there for what, like $50,000?
Yeah. Yeah, you're making an argument that is such a poorly supervised and underfunded thing, which I believe that I can't believe anything you say about who was allowed near the fucking cell, how closely it was supervised. I can't have any faith that anybody with a little bit of money and motivation couldn't just do whatever they wanted in there.
Yeah, exactly. Like, exactly. This entire article is like, oh yeah, and for 3 weeks he was in a blanket fort, and we couldn't find him. And then another week he told us all to close our eyes and just walked around and like left and came back. But like, if someone came in here, we'd know.
No, I mean, okay, like so. Sorry, just read this once again. It said, the night he killed himself, Mr. Epstein lied to jail officials and said he wanted to phone his mother. So he's in his cell, and then he's just like, guard, I'd like to call my mom. I'd like to talk to my mommy right now. Like, does anything you know about how you're treated in prison or even just awaiting trial in this country jibe with the idea that he was like all the fucking, that he was just allowed to just be like, hey, can I call my mom? I'd like my own cell, please. And they're just like, yeah, okay, sure. I mean, they might as well be saying, in addition to these bungles, on several nights during his stay in the MCC, during night, all the doors became unlocked for several hours. It says here, 2 days after the suicide, William P. Barr, then the U.S. Attorney General, said that there were serious irregularities at the correctional center, but did not elaborate. he later blamed a perfect storm of screw-ups.
I hate those perfect storms of screw-ups.
A 15-page psychological reconstruction of Mr. Epstein's death, compiled by Bureau officials 5 weeks later and never before made public, concluded that his identity, quote, appeared to be based on his wealth, power, and association with other high-profile individuals. The lack of significant interpersonal connections, a complete loss of his status in both the community and among associates, and the idea of potentially spending his life in prison, the postmortem continued, were likely factors contributing to Mr. Epstein's suicide. Well, I mean, for that bulletproof fucking bit of mind hunting right there, is a profile that one could write of virtually anyone incarcerated.
Yeah. It's like, hey, their self-worth was defined by not being in jail. All the things that made life worth living for them involved not being in a small cell with other guys.
Being able to leave a room when they wanted to.
The Inspector General's report recommends that all inmates read Adbusters. You are not your fucking table.
He seemed happy and in good spirits until he was facing 20 years to life in federal prison. I think it was like one of the factors that contributed to this state of despondence was going from a very, very high level of comfort and luxury to a comparatively very, very low level of comfort and luxury. And in fact, one might say none at all in the most squalid conditions imaginable. Going on here, it says, the Times obtained the materials after suing the Bureau of Prisons, which had repeatedly rejected its public records requests. As part of a settlement, the agency agreed to turn over internal memos and emails, visitor logs, handwritten notes from inmates, and the psychological reconstruction of Mr. Epstein's death. Many of the documents were heavily redacted. Some were withheld entirely, including a number of records associated with the earlier suicide attempt. All right, so we have a very full picture here of his mental health in the days and hours leading up to his suicide. Going on here, it says, talking about celebs. This is a subhead. Mr. Epstein's stay at the detention center began on Saturday, July 6, 2019, after his arrest at Teterboro Airport in New Jersey, where he had arrived from Paris on a private jet. Going on, it says, he initially was placed in the general inmate population, the jail's least restrictive area. In an internal email, okay, keep in mind here, it says, okay, so he was arrested, one of the most high-profile cases in U.S. history. He's arrested at Teterboro Airport after coming back on his plane after coming back from Paris. So significant flight risk. He's arrested. We know from earlier in the article, he's then logged into prison as a black man with no sex offenses on his record, and then is immediately put in general population, quote, the least restrictive part of the prison. Do the earlier fuck-ups in this perfect storm of bungles begin to, take on a different light here? I don't know. Just asking questions. It says here, in an internal email, Hugh Hurwitz, then the Bureau of Prisons acting director, later attributed this to an oversight by the U.S. Marshal Service. Raylan, what did I tell you? Raylan, he saw a sexy lady before you logged him in, and then he tipped his hat and said, ma'am.
I hate to admit it, but yeah, Raylan Givens would completely fuck this case up. Oh my God. He would fuck Ghislaine before the case, completely honey trapped, not even realizing it. He would lose Epstein 40 times. He would make it so it's really weird. I have to have an Old West shootout at an abandoned public school in upstate New York against Les Wexner's goons. The last thing I wanted to do.
It says, apparently the U.S. Marshal Service did not indicate that he was a high-profile inmate, and staff were unaware that he was coming, so no plans had been established, he wrote. Look, I will accept a lot. You can this is the brilliance of this, because you can get a really long way with the argument that every single institution that governs American life is run by absolute fucking numbskulls who have no idea what they're doing.
Yeah, I buy it.
Yeah.
Plausible.
I get it. But the FBI or the U.S. Marshal Service, if they were booking someone into jail on a minor drug trafficking charge, they would have this shit sewn the fuck up. I mean, it's just the incompetence things only goes so far when you see so many other people getting fucking nailed to the wall with every possible millimeter covered of just squashing out their life and throwing them into the carceral system that I just don't buy this idea that the U.S. Marshals are just yeah, sorry, we forgot to tell anyone he was coming. and then logged him in as a black guy. It says, that evening, according to the post-mortem reconstruction, a facilities assistant found Mr. Epstein in his cell looking distraught, sad, and a little confused, she said in an email to 3 jail officials. When the assistant asked if he was okay, he said he was, but she was not convinced, she wrote. He seemed dazed and withdrawn. She added, just to be on the safe side and prevent any suicidal thoughts, can someone from psychology come and talk with him? No one did at first, according to records. Okay, so let's just go back here. So the U.S. Marshals forgot to tell anyone he was a high-profile inmate. He was booked into prison basically as a completely different individual in general population. And then from the minute he was in jail, we have a paper trail being created of people writing in official emails. He looks sad. He looks withdrawn. He looks like he's sort of lost the will to live. Better check up on that and send a psychologist to, further backstop this alibi here. You know what I mean? Like, it's just sort of like a narrative is already being constructed. And this is what I find interesting about this article here.
Yeah, they let him watch the ending of Game of Thrones. So he would feel all sad and vaguely confused. Very devilish.
On Sunday, July 7th, the center's warden, Lamine Nadeh, properly identified Mr. Epstein as high profile and had him moved to the special housing unit, or SHU, on the 9th floor, out of concerns for his personal safety and general population, according to Mr. Hurwitz's email. But it was not until 9:30 a.m. that Monday that Mr. Epstein was taken for an initial psychological evaluation, as had been suggested when he arrived. That afternoon, Mr. Epstein was set to make his first court appearance. Anticipating that he would be denied bail, the jail's chief psychologist recommended that he be evaluated for suicide risk upon his return, given the media attention and nature of the charges. I mean, like, do you know how many people kill themselves in Rikers Island every year? Like, I mean, like, is the teenager who has been in Rikers for 5 years for hopping a turnstile that everyone forgot about? I mean, are like, when they're booked, do they go, God, he looks sad? Do you think the fact that he's being lost in this Kafka-esque nightmare with like no hope for the future or of ever getting out or even knowing what he's charged with would lead him to kill himself? I don't know. Let's book him some time with a psychologist. It's just, like you said, at the same time, it's like everyone is perfectly incompetent, but there's this like boutique psychological treatment for every fucking every inmate that's awaiting like or serious charges or may be denied bail. I mean, like, again, you can believe everyone's incompetent, but like what we know about the U.S. prison system is that it is like comprehensively hell on earth for everyone involved in it. And then there's just all these emails being like, he looks sad. Can we cheer him up? Is there anything we can do for the guy? He just looks so down.
Yeah, they had NBA Youngboy, who's a pretty popular rapper. They had him in federal lockup in Utah from March until like last month. I do not remember anything like this about him. And his charge was way less serious. No one seemed to lose track of him either, interestingly.
Yeah. Inmate Epstein will likely be receiving bad news in court today and has multiple risk factors for suicidality as identified by BOP statistics, the psychologist wrote. Let's be proactive. I mean, I'm sorry, like Federal Bureau of Prisons officials, I do not believe that they are proactive in like sort of buttressing the mental health of people trapped in their gulags.
Most of their prisons are designed to make people want to kill themselves.
So it goes, Mr. Epstein spent his nights pacing his cell, sleeping fitfully, and talking with other inmates, according to handwritten notes taken by those observing him. Often the entries were mundane. Epstein is drinking water at the sink, but some were more evocative, suggesting at once his grim predicament and his unrealistic expectations. Epstein is sitting on the edge of the bed with his head in the palm of his hands, one inmate wrote on July 29th. I mean, I would imagine that would be like a common position for you if you're in a jail cell awaiting fucking trial for sex trafficking or anything. It's just like, wow, this confluence of details just seems to add up that he was really not happy being in jail. In conversations with his minders, Mr. Epstein seemed to stick to subjects that would convey the impression he was approachable, yet well-connected and successful. Epstein and I are talking about the escort business, an inmate wrote 8 o'clock one evening. An hour later, Epstein and I are talking about arbitrage. 30 minutes more, Epstein is talking about celebs he knows. The notes do not name any of the celebrities.
Wow.
Those are all the redacted documents that the New York Times couldn't get access to.
Did they have Vicky Ward in there on a DUI? What the fuck?
In another entry, an inmate noted that he and Mr. Epstein had talked about driving taxis in New York. We both drove, the inmate pointed out. Throughout it all, Mr. Epstein remained curious about his surroundings. On one of the first evenings, he asked an inmate, whose name was redacted from the records, about the kinds of crazy things he had seen in jail. Close to midnight, an inmate reported Mr. Epstein was offered dinner, but refused it because it was nasty. He is right. The next subhead for this New York Times article is the quote, "Being alive is fun."
Well, what's up, man?
Okay. On the morning of Tuesday, July 9th, Mr. Epstein underwent the requested formal in-person suicide risk evaluation. The psychologist whose name is redacted from the documents, it's actually Jolly West, probably. The psychologist whose name was redacted from the documents found Mr. Epstein to be polite, cooperative, organized, coherent, and even showing a sense of humor. Epstein adamantly denied any suicidal ideation, intention, or plan, she wrote in her notes. He requested a phone call, a meeting with his lawyer, a shower, and to brush his teeth. Mr. Epstein described himself to her as a banker with big business and said that being alive is fun. He denied having sexually abused anyone and said he would have a renewed bail hearing the next week, where he believed he would be released. He was future-oriented, the psychologist wrote. She concluded that suicide watch was not warranted, but that out of an abundance of caution, Mr. Epstein should remain on psychological observation. The next day, Mr. Epstein asked to be single-celled, but was told he could not be housed alone for safety and security concerns. And the day after that, a psychologist wrote, he was smirking and said, "Why would you ever think I would be suicidal? I'm not suicidal, and I would never be." Once again, we have this thing where, like, prison psychologists and the prison itself are noting in the official record in their log entries over and over again that he seems sad, despondent. But you know, like maybe, but also like unrealistic expectations about like his future. And then Epstein, knowing who he is and what he probably knew, made very sure to say to his jailers and his psychologists over and over again that I'm not suicidal and I love being alive.
Life fucking rocks, dude. It's my favorite. Never kill myself.
I love life. My life a movie.
My life an illegal movie.
The logs are, let's go serious. The logs are also revealing for what they lack. Any sign of visits by the famous and wealthy friends he socialized with after his 2008 sex offense convictions in Florida. Instead, the logs show a far more mundane cast of visitors, including a parade of lawyers. On July 18th, it became apparent that Mr. Epstein was unlikely to return to his former life and friends anytime soon, if ever, when Judge Richard M. Berman denied a renewed bail request. 5 days later, in the early morning hours of July 23rd, Mr. Epstein made his suicide attempt. The denial of bail was cited as a significant disappointment for Mr. Epstein and likely challenged his ability and willingness to adapt to incarceration, according to the post-mortem psychological reconstruction. Given the potential impact of the judge's decision, a psychologist should have assessed Mr. Epstein's mental status upon his return to the institution, it said. He was removed from suicide watch after about 31 hours, according to the documents, and again placed on psychological observation.
Did they talk about that psycho?
Yeah, when did that guy try to kill him? Yeah.
Yeah, that's the suicide attempt they're talking about.
Yeah.
That guy.
Yeah. No, that's what I was saying. Like, and it's very unclear in this article. They're like the first suicide attempt that didn't work, and then he was like not placed on suicide watch after that. I think they're referring to that roided out Long Island cop that murdered all those people for the cartel and fucking tried to kill him.
Yes. No, that's exactly the thing they're talking about.
It was not a suicide attempt.
The evil Mr. Clean.
Yeah. Talked about that guy in our very first episode with TrueAnon.
Yeah, the guy who he
Tattaglione.
Who
he was a dude who was burying people in his front yard in Westchester.
And like again, like they don't like. There's not a lot of details about this first suicide attempt, other than that he was taken off suicide watch.
Yeah.
He goes, in conversations with people from psychological services over the next week, Mr. Epstein repeatedly denied having suicidal thoughts. He smiled and cracked jokes. He told them he was Jewish and suicide was against his religion. Felix's theory is being further buttressed by the documents here.
I will be the new Frank Church. I will be the senator from New York.
He also reiterated complaints about the running toilet in his cell, which left him feeling agitated for hours. He said he sat in the corner and held his ears, a psychologist wrote. Mr. Epstein speculated that he might have autism, noting that Dustin Hoffman's autistic character in Rain Man had an aversion to noise. Gotta call Wexner. Gotta call Wexner. Got a 330 Wexner.
That's when the inmate notes get more specific. Yeah, he talked to me about Beyblade for 6 hours. Knew the name of every Bionicle.
Some within the justice system voiced concerns about his mental state. Federal marshals who had escorted him to a July 31st court hearing returned with a prisoner custody alert notice, which said Mr. Epstein might have suicidal tendencies. It turns out he was just wearing a T-shirt of his favorite band, Suicidal Tendencies.
All I want is a Pepsi, and shit wasn't given to me.
This prompted another suicide risk assessment by a psychologist. Mr. Epstein again denied having suicidal thoughts. The psychologist was persuaded, according to the documents, writing that a suicide watch was not warranted. He stated he lives for and plans to finish this case and go back to his normal life, the psychologist wrote. Among the documents obtained by the Times was an undated sign on an orange paper that read, "Mandatory rounds must be conducted every 30 minutes on Epstein, prisoner number 76318-054, as per God, G-O-D." The word mandatory was misspelled and underlined in pen, and the question mark was written after it. The records offered no explanation of the sign, and Bureau officials declined to answer questions about it. Epstein, as per God. Exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point. Mandatory misspelled. This is like the Lionel Hutz card. No, money down. Okay, so I guess the last day. When he arrived back in the SHU on July 30th, Mr. Epstein was given a cellmate, Ephraim Reyes, a prisoner who was assisting the government in a drug distribution conspiracy case. Mr. Epstein complained that the man's talking kept him awake at night. That all changed on August 9th when Mr. Reyes was transferred out of the jail and the staff was alerted that Mr. Epstein would need a new cellmate. We know what's coming. I mean, he got a new cellmate, that's for sure.
Yeah.
The same day, the day before Mr. Epstein died, as he huddled with his lawyers in a conference room, a federal appeals court unsealed about 2,000 pages of previously confidential documents in a defamation lawsuit against Ghislaine Maxwell, his longtime associate and former girlfriend. Ms. Maxwell, who was charged last year with sex trafficking and other offenses, faces trial this month in Manhattan. The materials revealed highly disturbing details at Mr. Epstein's alleged sex trafficking ring, including graphic depositions, police reports, and an Amazon receipt for books like Training with Ms. Abernathy, a workbook for erotic slaves and their owners. Officials later surmised in the psychological reconstruction that the document release worsened his mental state, further eroding his previously enjoyed elevated status and potentially implicating some of his associates. I mean, I don't buy this. He's been booked for sex trafficking charges in prison, and I don't think his status could erode any further at that point. However, the note about implicating some of his associates is interesting to me. That evening, according to the reconstruction, a unit manager at the detention center helped Mr. Epstein make a social phone call. Again, like, are you allowed to make I guess you are allowed phone time in prison, but like, I don't know. This just seems like he's just asking people, hey, can I make a phone call? And they're like, sure. It's like, it's fucking like camp or something. I don't know. The manager dialed Mr. Epstein and let him speak for 15 minutes. The call was not properly logged and does not appear to have been recorded. It is not clear from the documents whether the call was on a monitored line. I asked inmate Epstein who he was calling, the unit manager wrote. He stated his mother. Mr. Epstein's mother died in 2004. The call was to his 30-year-old girlfriend, whom he had helped put through dental school. This said 3 people with knowledge of the phone conversation. I mean, if this call wasn't logged or monitored, how would any 3 people have knowledge of the conversation? And who are these people? Interesting question.
Who are these people?
Mr. Epstein, they said, gave no indication during the call that he planned to kill himself. The call that night, however, was not included in the phone logs provided to the Times by the Bureau of Prisons. The logs show only one social call during his stay more than a week earlier to Miss Shuliak, his girlfriend. After finishing the call, Mr. Epstein returned to his cell where he was alone because no new cellmate had yet been assigned. He was also left unmonitored by 2 officers on duty, whom prosecutors later accused of spending their time surfing the internet and appearing to be asleep. A psychological profile later revealed that the guards were sleeping in a hammock with a single feather being perpetually pushed up and down as they went. This May, the 2 officers entered into a deferred prosecution agreement on charges they had falsified jail records about checking on Mr. Epstein. At 6:30 the next morning, he was found with a bedsheet tied around his neck like a noose. He was pronounced dead an hour later. About 2 months after Mr. Epstein's death, an inmate who appears to have worked in the kitchen emailed the psychology department about a conversation he had with a man whose cell had been next to Mr. Epstein's. He said the other inmate had told him, Jeffrey Epstein definitely killed himself. Any conspiracy theories to the contrary are ridiculous. The man had heard Mr. Epstein tearing up his sheet before committing suicide, the kitchen worker wrote. He wanted to kill himself and seized the opportunity when it was available, he added. Such is life or death in this case. That's the end of the article. The end of the article is a detail about how a guy who worked in the kitchen emailed the psychology department about a conversation he had with a man whose cell had been next to Epstein's. And that man's opinion, or that man's just stating for the record that Epstein, quote, definitely killed himself. And the evidence for this is that the guy he talked to who had been in the cell next to Epstein heard him tearing up sheets before committing suicide. Well, I mean, he could have heard someone tearing up the sheets. But I mean...
No, he heard him. He was saying, I'm Jeffrey Epstein, and I love tearing sheets before I kill myself. It's my favorite thing to do. I used to love being alive, but this is actually even better.
Being dead.
Being dead is awesome.
Being dead is the new being alive. It rules. I mean, again, like, it's so weird that the New York Times published this article, like, the week before Ghislaine's case, and on the anniversary of the Kennedy assassination too.
Mm.
Very funny. But like, I can't help but think that this article is written to give you the unmistakable conclusion that Epstein absolutely was murdered in prison, because the constellation of details in this article that are supposedly exonerating or like, case closed on any conspiracy theory are so fucking strange. And then the conclusion in the last paragraph of this like jailhouse informant 2 degrees of separation away from Jeffrey Epstein is the final word on the fact that he definitely killed himself is so fucking odd. It's either they're not trying at all and they don't care because they don't have to try, or they're trying to send coded messages to true seers and investigators in this case. Because, again, like the constellation of details here is so odd about how he kept telling people on the record that he didn't want to kill himself. And look, I mean, like, you may say that and then may end up killing yourself because, like, you're in jail and facing life behind bars. Okay, fair enough. But then the fact that jail officials, even after his first suicide attempt, kept taking him on and off suicide watch and then kept creating this weird paper trail where they were like, yeah, this guy definitely might kill himself. Better follow up on that. And then didn't follow up on it ever, but had emails just saying, it's sort of likely this guy's going to kill himself, right? We should probably, take proactive
Even though he keeps saying he doesn't want to, even though he's pretty adamant in the words that he says that he doesn't want to do it.
Very strange, but I would say very fascinating news article here by the New York Times. And just like, okay, the fact that they're like, oh, this is based on all these new documents that we got. By the way, many of those documents were heavily redacted and not released to us.
Yeah.
And also, there's no explanation for like why all of these phones, like the last phone call he made before he died was not logged or monitored by anyone. But sources assure them it was to his girlfriend. Well, I mean, you know what I make of all this. I mean, it's how you could read this article and come away thinking that he wasn't murdered is astonishing to me.
I'm sorry, but the guy who was in the kitchen and heard from the other guy who was next to him said that he did, which is evidence that if you were to use it to claim a conspiracy would absolutely be accepted by the New York Times.
In the Bloomberg opinion article, they talked to El Chapo's lawyer, who, as a high-profile inmate facing a high-profile trial, went through a similar process. I would just like to compare the details of their incarceration. What do you think the chances are that any of El Chapo's calls to his mother, girlfriend, friends, associates, social calls were not monitored and logged by the Bureau of Prisons. I mean, if that's the case, I'd love to know about it. Another spectacular bungle on their part. What are the chances that El Chapo could have killed himself in that jail cell? Or that the guards were told to check up on him every half an hour to make sure he doesn't hang himself were just sleeping all night or surfing the internet? What are the chances that if he did kill himself or died under mysterious circumstances, they could talk to like a guy who talked to a guy who was just like, yeah, don't worry about it. What about, again, like I go back again, what about like what you know firsthand of, or what you've simply read about or know through like just your gut feeling about what it's like to be incarcerated, what it's like to be in jail awaiting trial in this country at like Rikers or the MCC or any of these facilities where you're like held, denied bail, awaiting trial. Like, does the portrayal of his treatment by the Bureau of Prisons line up with just what your gut feeling or what you've read about what it's like to be incarcerated in this country is? Does it line up, would you say? And again, does El Chapo's being held in custody in a very similar facility, who made it to every fucking minute of his trial and is now, I think, in what, ADX Florence or something, and now in Supermax? Like, how come none of the guys in Supermax have been able to kill themselves yet? The Unabomber, like any of these guys, like, you think they might want to kill themselves after being like in a closet 23 hours a day for the rest of their lives. But for some reason, that's impossible for them to do. Oh, right, because it's like, these facilities are designed to make sure that you can never end your suffering, while at the same time making you want to kill yourself every second of the day that you're awake. Doesn't add up. I mean, like, doesn't add up.
Right. No. Well, I do really like, my favorite like interpretation of this whole affair is when people take like the Elizabeth Warren approach to it, where they're like, there are some structural issues with prisons. And it's like, well, yeah, no shit. But like, I don't think that's all of the thing here. I think you're kind of missing the forest for the trees.
I mean, like,
it's like mostly out of public conversation. So they got what they wanted.
Yeah, like I said, if you were just, if you were sent to Rikers because of like, some fucking some misdemeanor that was never fucking adjudicated, or some petty crime or something like that, and they just like lose you in the system. Like, there are dozens of examples of like teenagers being sent to Rikers Island and then just forgotten about, like not even charged with a felony, who have been there for years in like the most nightmarish conditions imaginable for a person. And then when you make, like, when you set up this idea that like, everyone is just so fucking bad at their jobs that like anything can happen. Like, okay, true, that happens every day. We see that all the fucking time. But like, there are so many examples of like the government or these same institutions being 1000% on point when they want to be. It's just a question of like, when do they get to be incompetent and just like, the Keystone Cops, and when do they get to be like the most powerful government in the world? And I think the disparity between when and who this happens to is quite telling. So there we go. That's the life and death of Jeffrey Epstein. Good luck to Ghislaine on the trial. Best of luck to her and her attorneys, and to everyone on the jury, because it would suck not being able to, as you said, read articles or watch the news for as long as this case takes. Special bonus episode featuring two very special guests who have been dedicating themselves for the past week and for the weeks into the future to good old-fashioned shoe leather reporting. I'm referring, of course, to Brace and Liz, who have been in the courtroom every day for the Ghislaine Maxwell trial. The hosts of TrueAnon, welcome back to Chapo.
Thank you, Will. It has been, Jussie Smollett has been a big friend of me and Liz's for many years, and it's just been an honor for us to go and actually cover the truth about what happened.
Yeah. We're faking all the reporting for right now on the Ghislaine stuff because we're actually in Chicago covering the Jussie trial.
Yes.
Well, it's courtroom revelation after courtroom revelation. It's like a friggin' John Grisham novel around here. But so yeah, you guys have listeners to TrueAnon will have been you were one of the only really one of the only media outlets that is providing, as you described it, gavel to gavel coverage.
It's so weird to hear you describe us as a media outlet, but I guess we are. We're definitely sitting there watching the trial with real live reporters.
Well, the thing is, a lot of media outlets are afraid to say that I didn't like that guy's attitude, or I thought that guy looked weird, or that bitch is lying.
Or do you think the U.S. Marshals want Christmas cookies?
Which they absolutely do. Yeah,
of course they do.
It's been really interesting. The first day was a total madhouse. I mean, we got there at like 6, like early 6 at time, and we thought we were being so clever. We were going to get there so early, and it's so cold. And we were, it wasn't exactly clear how this would shake out in terms of overflow rooms. And we were afraid we wouldn't get in one of those. I mean, there was, frankly, a lot of media people saving spots in line for their friend. But we were maybe 40th in line. And we did definitely get in. We've been getting in every day. But it was after that initial circus of the first day and then sort of waning crowds every day since. It's been we've got ourselves locked into a pretty good routine here.
So day one is like when Supreme has a new dropout and like, the sneakerheads are lined up around the block.
Kind of
they're just going to buy them and resell them on online or whatever. But the true Ghislaine heads are staying for every minute of this trial.
And she has been head to toe cookies she's been wearing. It's been horrible looking. But yeah, no, the first day was mostly taken up anyways with the judge really getting granular with the schedules of the jury and if this one guy to take a Christmas vacation. But eventually they got to opening statements and I think the prosecution's was about less than half an hour and the defense took quite a while.
I was reading some an analysis of the trial, and according to the legal eagles out there, they said that the prosecution's opening statement, clocking in at just under 25 minutes, was astonishingly low and one of the quickest opening statements they've ever seen in a criminal trial of any kind, let alone one this high profile. So, I mean, just based on the first week you guys have been, watching this trial, how would you rate the prosecution's performance thus far? Can you get a sense of like what's the case they're making and how they're behaving as they conduct this trial on behalf of the state?
It's interesting because my thinking and my feeling, and I think Bryce, you're the same, has gone back and forth kind of as this week has gone on, where from opening statements on, I was like, oh man, what is the prosecution doing? They seem unprepared. This case seems very tenuous. Like, how are they really going to get, you're talking about a lot of what the case hinges on is something called grooming, which we all kind of understand, but doesn't actually have like a legal basis, right? No legal definition, clear-cut definition, let alone all the other stuff that has to get negotiated legally, right? So when it opened up, it felt like, oh my God, the defense, whole sharks. Ghislaine's defense team comes straight out the gate. Opening defense statement is like, ever since Eve got blamed for Adam. I mean, it was like theatrics wazoo. I mean, it was crazy.
Also, let me get something real. Let's be real here. Adam and Eve, both guilty. You can't get out of that by saying they're both guilty, just like in this case.
The snake groomed Eve to eat the apple.
Yeah. Well, he's Israel, but yeah, it's. I mean, exactly like it was. They came out looking like real, like badass, not like tough lawyers.
And the physicality of the two is really interesting. Like the prosecution, first of all, the team, except for one lawyer, they're all young women.
Yes.
Two of them have the same exact voice, which is very weird.
Makes it
and
difficult.
They have this kind of affect of like giving a school presentation. Like we were joking, it felt like they opened their opening statements with like the Webster's definition of sexual assault. Like it just like had this kind of like, I was calling her like Tracy Flick, but without the charm. Like there was something very like, get straight A student about the prosecution. And then we immediately are like, I mean, Bobby Sternheim, the, kind of like Ghislaine's main lawyer, literally looks like a Far Side cartoon.
Absolutely.
I mean, she is a performer's performer. She's like Clarence Darrowing all over the place, like just an incredible presence on,
the
in front of the jury. Yeah, on the court. But as the week has gone on, it seems like the defense really has no strategy.
Well, so that's the thing, right? I mean, a lot of these charges, in fact, all of these charges basically revolve around the manipulation and physically moving and enticing of minors and trafficking minors across state lines and into these situations, right? And so really what Ghislaine's team has to do is, and we were actually just talking about this, is like in most cases, I feel like they'd be like, I didn't do it. You know what I mean? And in this, like, she's kind of trying to say she didn't do it, but if she did do it, it was legal to do. But like, also, she didn't do it because these girls want money, and besides, they're whores. But it doesn't matter that they're whores because nothing happened anyways. But if it did happen, it was all Jeffrey Epstein's fault. And I don't even really know Jeffrey Epstein. I just worked for him, and he was so cool. Like, that's literally been their strategy so far. And it's like, I mean, as sharp as the lawyers have been, because it's not just Sternheim that's sharp. It's basically everyone except for this one guy we call Pagliacci. They're pretty smooth operators. But once you sort of like take away the very lawyerly bluster that they have and like the sharpness and the quickness of their questions, it's like, frankly, I don't see a winning strategy. I mean, what I have in my consultation with lawyers, they have been AKA sharks. I've been going down to the aquarium. But in talking to lawyers, it seems like really her only strategy.
That famous thing they keep at aquariums.
Every time we mention sharks or lawyers on the show, I just make a shark reference because in my head, that's how people think. It's like an email you get. Like, what are the difference between a shark and a lawyer? Nothing.
Oh my God. Remember when people were like, well, do you have any good lawyer jokes? That used to be a thing.
I know thousands. I'll do them for the rest of the episode.
God. No one does those anymore.
What's better than a football field full of dead lawyers? Picking them off your cleats.
What? Incredible. That's true. I did do that at Notre Dame. But
so what you're saying is that like the defense, they're obviously they're killers.
Yeah,
you get what you pay for, and it seems like they're coming out of the gate with a lot of razzle dazzle of like reaching back throughout history, like women have always borne the brunt of the sins of men. But also they're also those same women not guilty, even if they did bore some of the sins and commission of those sins, and funding and aiding and abetting these crimes. But still, but like the first week, the prosecution gets them; they get to go first, right?
Yeah.
So essentially, what does the defense, with all their razzle dazzle, what do they have to counter? Like, what is the case that the prosecution is building here? And was there anything revealed, at least in the first week, that came as a surprise to you guys as close watchers of this case?
Well, so I actually, I still sort of think that. I don't think that the prosecution, from my perspective and from where I'm standing with my knowledge of the evidence, has a super solid, strong case, because the case isn't like, did Ghislaine Maxwell do weird shit? Because she obviously does. That takes 2 seconds to prove that. But did she traffic minors, and did she get these minors to cross state lines? And so a lot of their case revolves around both the actual nature of her relationship to Jeffrey Epstein, and then literally if she booked certain flights or not.
Yeah.
And so that makes it a little. I think they can win, but it's not as simple as a case that many people would think, oh, Ghislaine Maxwell is on trial for having sex with children. Fucking, open and shut case. It's not like that. Surprises have been, well, Liz, there have been a few surprises, I feel like.
There have been. Today, we actually finally saw introduced into evidence we haven't seen the photos yet, but they will be introduced tomorrow, some photographs that were seized by the FBI out of CDs that were in binders that were in Jeffrey Epstein's townhouse that were seized when they stormed in there in July 2019. So
just like CDs full of photo images in a binder of CDs, where it was next to his Dave Matthews live album, his concert rips or whatnot.
Yeah. It was mixed in with, but no, these were more we were shocked at how many CDs there were.
So,
what are these photos?
We see a photo from the townhouse of a closet in, I believe it was the 5th floor. Of the townhouse, which had 8 floors, which is crazy.
2 subs underground.
Yeah, I don't know how you have 2 basement, whatever. Anyway, so in the closet, top of the shelf is you counted 13, right, Brace?
Yeah.
13, maybe, 5 to a range of 5, 8, 12-inch binders full of sleeves stacked with CDs that are all photographs.
Is this literally binders full of women?
I wrote that down in my note, but immediately.
Minors?
The thing is, we actually don't. I mean, this is sort of the thing about this. So the like labels on the side of the binders were redacted, and so on every single one of them, because of third-party information, which we don't know what that information is.
So that's third-party names.
Exactly.
There would be identifying information on there of third parties.
And so they were all blacked out, which was obviously, as you can imagine, very frustrating to many in the courtroom, including ourselves. However, I mean, this was also, so we'd known that there were binders full of women or full of girls in this house that had been taken out from his safe. We had not known about such an insane amount of, I mean, this is truly like an incredible amount of CDs. And it wasn't just those 13 binders. There was also like boxes full of CDs.
Yeah. Drawers full and like a storage bin. There was like drawers of just CDs.
Yeah, with women's
photos.
names on them, and also hard drives, which we do not know the contents of. And so up tomorrow morning is actually, they have, this is really where they cut it off tonight. She spent about 10 minutes on the stand. A data analyst with the Child Exploitation and Human Trafficking Unit at the FBI, who has seen some of the photos, is going to be talking about them, and I believe they're going to enter some into evidence. However, this does not mean that we're going to see like Bill Clinton, like making out with a 4-year-old. Like, it's not like, I don't think that is going to come out here.
The thing that's been frustrating to see, although we don't ever see it until later in the day because we don't get our phones with us for 8 hours a day, is all of the kind of like blockbuster Twitter accounts that have appeared up, and they just say like the defense has named Donald Trump, or Prince Andrew has been named, and they're getting all these retweets or whatever. And I think there's this expectation that all of this, like all of these people are going to get named in this trial. And one thing I would say is like the prosecution, their focus is so narrow because
they don't want to bring all that stuff into the trial.
They're literally
because,
trying to just convict Ghislaine on these crimes,
like,
and
honestly,
they don't
like,
want to mess everything up with
bringing in like Glenn Dubin or Les Wexner or Bill Clinton or Donald Trump, that would help the defense's case, if anything.
Absolutely.
Like by making it a story about like these powerful men manipulating people in their orbit.
Exactly. And that's what they were that's what the defense was talking about, even in the opening statement. It's like, Ghislaine is not like one of these like rich, powerful, and you could tell so badly she wanted to say white men. Like, she's not like one of these, like, obviously bringing to mind Weinstein or one of these guys, but like she is like one of these guys. I mean, there's like literally no difference except
she was making out with Boris Johnson at uni. Like,
if you hooked up in any capacity with Boris Johnson at any point in your life, like, you are worse
you're
than
in the club.
You're a devil. Actually,
you're guilty.
He wasn't a bad looking chip when he was younger. I'll give him a right sack.
Oh no! So in the first week, who were some of the witnesses that the prosecution called, like to assemble their case? Which is, like they're trying to keep laser focused on simply an issue of like, did she book flights for these underage girls to be cross state lines?
So the way it works, and we're all figuring this out in real time together because we are sadly not lawyers, but
Jewish.
The way it works is the prosecution has to kind of set the stage to build, like, so one, witnesses and evidence builds off each other, right? With this idea of like everyone, the jury is sort of like brand new babies, and it's sort of like, imagine they don't know anything about anything, and so you have to start from the beginning. And so the prosecution first calls their first witness, Jane, who tells us her story. One of Epstein's victims. And then from there, they bring in Epstein's pilot, longtime pilot. He was with him for 30 years on his 3 different private planes that he owned throughout the decades. And they use him to establish the different locations that Jeffrey Epstein would fly to. From there, they then move to the house manager of his Palm Beach estate, which then is able to establish the kind of like the actual like physicality of the estate itself, so that they can give context and corroboration to some of Jane's testimony of where things happened in the Palm Beach estate. So everything kind of has to like build off each other.
And throughout all of this, there are like some witnesses. Like there's, for instance, there was like the finance director of Jane, like, you know, the Baden victim. It's not her real name. There, 3 out of the 4 victims involved in this are using pseudonyms. But Jane's, like the finance director of the high school she went to, and then like, you know, this other guy, I think the admissions director of a camp she went to, and these guys are brought on for like 10, 15 minutes and maybe an hour, and like, so it links in these like these long segments and then these short ones with you know, all of witnesses, like Liz said, building off of each other.
I mean, like, you need these other witnesses to corroborate aspects of Jane's testimony, but like, you know, independent of that, how did you find Jane's testimony? Did you find it compelling? And like, what in her testimony, like, what did she say Ghislaine like actually did to her, or like how was she involved in these crimes?
Well, so I mean, I believe actually all 4 of the victims have told their story publicly in some form before. With minor victim number 1, she is an actress, and I remember like when they brought her on, I was like, oh, I know who that is, and I was familiar with her story too. You know, she was recruited by Ghislaine and Epstein at a camp, Interlochen, like arts camp. And she lived in Florida. Her father had recently died, and it was a classic situation that really actually was reminiscent of some of the testimony we heard today from another victim, where essentially Ghislaine groomed her, normalized this, like, I mean, this is a 14-year-old girl, normalized, sexualized, like contact and talk and all this stuff with this older man, Jeffrey Epstein, and then, you know, the massages and giving money, and this sort of relationship built from there. And so it's a very, like, I guess, classic kind of Epstein case, and it involves like a young girl from Florida giving him, you know, these sexualized massages in his mansion there, and all of it facilitated by Ghislaine. You know, and she flew on the plane, she visited, you know, different properties with them, and that was a big part of it, because you have to show that Ghislaine
was always the initial point of contact for these teenage girls.
Yeah, I mean, even this, when she was with Epstein, it was Ghislaine that walked up first, and so that's like, that seems to be a big. I mean, we you know, one of the other victims is public, so Annie Farmer, so we sort of know her story already. But yeah, I mean, I think that's going to be a pretty common thread here. But it was really affecting testimony.
And how did Ghislaine's attorneys cross-examine or I don't know, call into question the credibility of these these first-hand accounts?
I mean, it's almost like comical, their approach, and by that I mean, like, I didn't, you know, it's like on Law and Order, where you see kind of classic defense attorney shark who's like kind of cartoonishly painting a rape victim as wanting it, or it being transactional, or, you know, oh, she's just a slut, or, you know, all of these like cartoonish portrayals. Like, they're actually going that route. They're trying to discredit them by suggesting that they were trying to advance their careers. They were all trying to get something out of it by being in Epstein's orbit, you know, or
Isn't
they
that
wanted it.
complicated by the fact that they're 14 years old? Because like, even if what they're alleging is true, like, that doesn't get anyone off the hook for
absolutely
the sex crimes they committed.
Yeah.
Because if it's like a 14-year-old who's trying to network and fucking social climb by doing this, it's like, well, if you're still doing it to them, it's not like, you know, like, I mean, it's just like,
well, yeah. I mean,
of course,
it doesn't seem to exonerate the person you're trying to defend.
No, I mean, that it's really horrific stuff, to be honest. Watching that happen in real time, I don't know. I was a little shocked the defense went that strategy, but that's kind of like what we were saying, where, you know, the defense for Ghislaine is so confused that they want to have it all these different ways, right?
Yeah, like, they want to make a case about how, like, women, Ghislaine included, are abused and used by powerful white men, but at the same time, they're basically calling Ghislaine's accusers like money grubbing harlots.
Right.
I know.
Yeah.
And if they're money grubbing harlots, what does that make Ghislaine?
Well, exactly.
It's
like, and everyone is under the spell of powerful white men, except for the ones who are asking for it. It makes absolutely no sense, you know?
I mean, it's totally ridiculous too, because like you said, yeah, a 14-year-old trying to advance her career is what's actually happening here is these two much older people with a lot of money are telling this 14-year-old girl that they can make anything happen for her, and like, oh, your dad's dead, like, oh, like, well, don't worry, I'll get you into this school, I know all these people, in exchange for sex. And so it's like, well, yeah, it doesn't matter what this girl thought she was getting out of it. It's really not clear that she thought she was getting, much out of it. I mean, Epstein was paying for voice lessons or whatever, but that doesn't like, the thing is, like, that's like Liz is saying, they're trying to bring that stuff up. Like it makes it not illegal, or it makes it okay to do this.
Yeah.
And the defense laid out in the beginning that this trial is, and they repeated this several times, it's about memory, manipulation, and money. And so what they're trying to say is these girls have faulty and they say corrupted memories. They left the question of manipulation open because they're saying they were manipulated by their lawyers into trying to get money, but also manipulated by Epstein, who also manipulated Ghislaine. And money, I mean, like, they're all trying to get basically a piece of. That's the most bullshit one, because it's like they literally are legally forbidden from suing Ghislaine because they got money from the Epstein victims.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, it's ridiculous.
Well, what about the woman of the hour, Ghislaine herself? I mean, can you make out anything? I mean, just reading the tea leaves, or her body language, her demeanor, the way she dresses. I mean, like, how does she appear in court?
Oh,
Liz. You know, it's interesting.
Are there just stink lines wafting off her that say guilty?
Okay, so it's interesting. I noticed something today. So we heard from a second victim today, who's actually the third victim in the indictment, but she came second in the order of testimony, of victim testimony. During Jane, the first victim that we heard from, her testimony, Ghislaine was furiously writing notes to her defense lawyers and kind of like, I was a little shocked at her demeanor. I mean, she was very much like looking around, like kind of scoffing a little bit, like she didn't believe anything that Jane was saying, that, oh, no, she's got this totally, like, it seemed like that's kind of what was going through her mind, like, oh, this is not what happened, blah, 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 blah.
So, like,
right?
she seemed like she wanted to interject during
Almost,
the victim testimony.
Yeah. Like, as animated as one can be sitting there silently, I guess.
Right,
I know that sounds a little crazy, and I'm being like one of those CNN body language experts that you're like, that's not a real job, but I swear that's what I saw.
Mm-hmm.
But then today, and I have to say that the testimony we heard today from victim number 3 was very difficult and moving, and she was very affecting, I think, or just like a really difficult couple hours there. Ghislaine had her hand over her head the entire time, like covering her eye, leaning on the table, not making eye contact with this woman, not looking at her attorneys, like maybe would sometimes whisper something, but was really, it was a very different like pose that she had. And it was striking how different she appeared in court.
Yeah, I mean, the fact of the matter, she's got that little damn muzzle on her, that fucking
I know,
scamdemic muzzle. But so we can't see like her, like licking her teeth or anything like that. I will say her sister Isabel Maxwell was behind her today, dressed exactly like Curtis Silva. And
what, she had the beret on?
She had red beret.
She wears a beret every day.
Yeah, but today she was fully guardian angeled out.
Oh yeah, she had a red sweater with a matching red beret with a black vest over it. Like she straight up looks like a fucking angel.
I mean, I'm wondering, like in the world outside of the courtroom itself, which the law tries to keep as hermetically sealed as possible. I've been following this trial through you guys, and just like the media coverage of it. I'm wondering. I'm sure you guys saw the courtroom sketch of the courtroom artist of the case portrayed Ghislaine like making eye contact with the artist and sketching them.
Yes. No, I have no doubt that was. So there's a lot of courtroom artists, and Liz and I got a little.
This was a whole thing I didn't know about.
We got a full
economy
briefing on
of
how
courtroom artists.
I'll be real with you. I thought courtroom, there was just like a guy.
I thought there was one. I thought there was one official courtroom
there's
artist.
like
So get this.
50.
They're all freelance.
Wow.
Some of them are on contract with like the big papers, Reuters, whatever.
COVID really smashed their boardwalk business, where they're doing caricatures of people being like, "So you like roller skates?" Tell me what bands
no one
you
mentions
like.
how the pandemic took out the lowly court reporter business.
Caricaturist. And the caricaturist.
Yeah. No, it's so we were sitting, oh my God, we were sitting right behind this mother-daughter
This was a
duo
nightmare.
that are courtroom sketch artists.
Also,
And
both somehow 95 years old.
incredible. They are so old. The daughter is older than the mother. It's a real little Edie, big Edie situation.
I actually couldn't tell which one had. I just assumed the smaller one was the mom because people shrink.
She was covering the Inherit the Wind trial probably back in the 20s. She was sketching Clarence Darrow and fucking.
Yeah.
They are they have the worst posture I've ever seen in my entire life. Hunched over. And they're bickering the entire time with each other.
Screaming at each other.
We need some. Okay, this is a prime sitcom opportunity.
Yeah,
The mother-daughter courtroom artist. Every week a different trial. Every week a different argument.
I was completely and totally enthralled by the drama between the two.
Well, also we couldn't hear the actual proceedings because they were
so
not
loud.
only they were yelling at each other, but they were also. I sound like such a bitch saying it. The loudest little chalk noises I've ever heard of. It was like,
and they're drawing like a glass box. Like they're not even. I was looking at what they were drawing, and it was not. It's like, lady, no one's buying that one.
But we found out from I won't name on this and catch him out. But we found out from this dude we know that apparently a large part of court reporter business is actually just suing outlets. And because you'll do this court sketch, but
and then it'll show up in the news,
somewhere
and it won't
else,
be credited properly.
Yeah. I guess
you won't clear the permission.
I guess these two little ladies had sued so many outlets that they were having trouble actually selling their artwork to any of them anymore because they'd done so many lawsuits. And so
And
that is a
the other
fascinating
sketch
subculture.
artists don't like them, and so they didn't let them in their room with the other sketch artists, and so that's why they were exiled to our room.
Yeah.
It was like a whole thing. What they got to start doing is putting Taylor's version on their courtroom sketches, so then they can maintain their own copyright.
Exactly.
I want to ask you about two things that happened outside the courtroom, very much as it relates to this case. The first. Being the accidental revelation of something like 700 previously undisclosed Jeffrey Epstein flights.
Yes.
And then the other being the claim made by some that Ghislaine had a Reddit account and was posting under real Maxwell 1 and then up until her trial date. So I want to get your take on both of those aspects outside the courtroom.
Okay, I'll take the first one, and I'm going to leave the second one to Brace because he's already physically disturbed. The flight thing, I think, is shocking only because they disclosed it by accident. That they responded, they denied the request and then accidentally sent the records is an incredible detail that I love. But I think that, they're FAA records, so they're always going to be different than the ones that were kept privately, which is what the logs that we've seen are, right? And so from those flight records, we don't know exactly who was on it, but seeing all the different trips, I think is fascinating, absolutely interesting. And you can kind of do a little bit of forensic detailing there to try to guess and figure out what's going on.
All right, Brace, what is the deal with this Reddit account?
Didn't listen to a fucking word just said there because I've just been looking at these.
He has the little alien pulsing in his brain. Oh my God.
So all right. So for those who don't know, who haven't had this sent to them 5,000 times a fucking day by the most lame brain. First of all, don't tag me in anything ever because I've seen it. You think that 500 other morons have done the same exact? People love sending me dude, do you know Epstein died? It's DMing me that check this out. Just don't do that.
Yeah, we know almost everything already.
But all right, so for those of you who don't have that happen to them, there is this theory, and boy, don't get me started. There's this theory that Ghislaine Maxwell had the most I guess karma is a point system on Reddit where you get it the lamer you the more you post. I don't know. I've used Reddit twice in my life, and so I don't know exactly, but she's a mod on all these subreddits and stuff. And the username is Maxwell Hill. And apparently, I guess it stopped posting that the day that that Ghislaine Maxwell got arrested. And so people look through all the post history and were like, they did this, like they're sympathetic to pedophilia. I'm like, all this other bullshit.
I mean, that's just because they're on
fake
Reddit.
I'm like, dog, you are also a pedophile. You are on the website Reddit. You should be in prison for longer than her. Like, I hate you.
So you're calling bullshit on the Reddit account.
I'm calling such bullshit. All the people love to see a bullet point of fucking shit that some of it's bolded and be like, yo, look at how much evidence there are. None of it is fucking evidence, dude. None of it is fucking evidence. Zero of it. You just want it to be her so you can be like, look, there's someone who's more of a pedophile than me on this fucking website. Fuck you. It's fucking Wayfair bullshit. It's fake. It's fake. It's fake. It's fake. It's not real. It's fake.
I believe it just because it pisses Brace off. So that's enough for me.
Okay, I got two small questions about things related to the trial that I was hoping you could help clarify. The first being the very detailed instructions on the gun that should be left in Jeffrey Epstein's nightstand.
Yes.
And then two, even more fascinating to me, the staggering number of framed photographs in Jeffrey Epstein's house.
Yeah.
Very both. I mean, like, one is just like, well, you tell your manservant, make sure there's a gun in the nightstand. The other one is way creepier to me.
Well,
not a surface exists in that house that is not covered in frames.
Yeah, I implore you, if you have not seen interior photos of Jeffrey Epstein's Floridian abode, check them out because there's nowhere to put a single cup. Because you'll be knocking over 50 frames of
oh my God, Brace, you would knock over every single one of them too.
Like dominoes.
Bull at a China shop. Just
Yeah. I'm clumsy. What can I say? No, people just shouldn't put things weird place. I will say, if anybody out there has access to some kind of database in Florida that can tell me what gun Jeffrey Epstein had, that is my most urgent mission right now to find that. Also, second most, that and the Ghislaine Jew thing. She's not Jewish.
Yeah, you're on that tip right now. I want to say one last thing I'll say about the frames is it strikes me as just such a like classic like shitbag rich guy move where it's just like tons and tons and tons of framed photographs everywhere in some bragging capacity, whether it's diplomas or famous people or, in the case of Epstein, fucking young girls in their underwear or, whatever it is. All of those three things combined, well, not diplomas in his case because he dropped out of college twice. But it just seems like it's just like total rich guy brag, every surface covered with more and more evidence and shrines to my greatness or whatever. Just awful, awful shit.
Well, I mean, just like as the trial going ahead, I mean, like the funny thing about any legal case is that like no matter what the facts or preconceptions of people going into it, it really does become about two sides competing to tell a better story to 12 morons. And when that happens, like literally anything can happen. So I mean, like you sketched out like the defense has a very tough case to make, but it's sort of the vagueness of it. Like it adds to like the ease with which they can make it. It's sort of like not only does it not matter how contradictory what they're saying is, it actually helps their case to make it as confusing and contradictory as possible.
Yeah. I mean, all they have to do is just, put the smallest bit of doubt so she can't be convicted beyond a reasonable doubt, and then she won't. But the thing is, I don't think they can. I mean, at the end of the day, you'd be like, this lady fucked kids.
I mean, yeah, I think their strongest move is always you can't try her for Jeffrey's crimes. There's a little bit of scuttlebutt that I've heard down at the old courthouse that the original case, like basically the prosecution had Jeffrey, and I think that's very clear that it would be very, very easy to convict Jeffrey Epstein and put him away for a very, very long time. And then he, we know what happened. And they had to basically rework everything in order to prosecute Ghislaine, which
she's
they were
the one holding the bag. She's the one left alive that's going to take the for these.
And they just were not. I don't think that was originally anticipated. One, I think that's why it took a year for them to arrest her. But also, you can see it in some of the way the case is laid out, I think.
Yeah.
As well.
Yeah.
And that speaks to those kind of like the holes that you're mentioning and the way that the defense can kind of, has a lot of space to sort of muddy things up a little bit.
Well, I mean, like taking like the broadest view. I mean, like this case is about the people, like the Jane and the other witnesses who are testifying about what happened to them. And like, in the strictest sense, the prosecution's job is to obtain for them some level of justice. But obviously this case is about a lot of broader things as well. And I think this case is about state crimes rather than just individuals, the avarice and fucking malevolence of a group of or single or partnership between these two people. But like the broader context of like the state crimes that are at play here. I mean, do you see any hope, any chance that this trial will, if not shed light on them in a court of law, then to like at least, I don't know, advance the ball further in terms of like the public consciousness of what the broader implications of this case really represent?
No, I mean, I think that's our job. I don't know. I don't think the case itself does that. I think that like we all have a responsibility to put these things in the kind of context that can help open up some of that discursive space, or that, that kind of, the space to kind of understand and view the world a little bit differently, and how these crimes are aided and abetted and continued and reproduced as, in the same way that wealth is. But I don't think, I don't know. I don't know how you feel, Brace. We haven't actually really talked about this, but I don't feel like, one, not a lot of people are covering it, but I don't feel that, I don't know. I don't think the case in and of itself is going to do much on its own, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think, at the end of the day, we could sort of spell this out. We spelled this out on many episodes, or talked about it even tangentially or directly, but it's coming to play on a lot of our episodes, is that it's pretty clear that there's something going on with Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell, and intelligence agencies and international agencies, both involving many people very prominent in American politics, but also in Israel's politics, but also in places like Colombia and various other places in South America.
The UK.
Britain, the UK,
Yeah,
especially.
of course.
Exactly. And it becomes very clear that Epstein is a part of this patchwork. And to me, I think Ghislaine, Epstein's a fucking dope. Ghislaine is the person who is the daughter of, one of the people who was, according to some, one of Israel's most valued spies in that nation's entire 5,000 year history. And it's like, that's the thing. It's like, at the end of the day, it's like, you got to pull back and be like, whoa, okay, actually, this is the daughter of not only a prominent, businessman and fucking thief in Britain, and of course, former Labor MP, but a very prominent Israeli spy who mysteriously died himself off of his boat that was named after his daughter. That man's daughter is the one on trial. And like, that is an important thing to keep in mind, there in the fucking crowd, Isabel Maxwell, watching her sister, on the docket there. Isabel Maxwell took over Information on Demand, or I think changing its name to Research on Demand, from her father in the 80s in Silicon Valley. And that was one of the companies that he used to sell Promise software, which he had stolen from an American company and then sold to a bunch of different intelligence agencies all around the world, with a backdoor in it that Israel could use to track all of their data. And so it's like, there are these very clear and clean connections here between both the past and what's going on today. And we're actually watching them in the courtroom. But are they going to bring that up in the trial? No, they're not.
No,
well, and as we've discussed, I don't think it would behoove the prosecution to do that either. I think that would make
no.
Yeah.
Well, depending on the makeup of the jury.
Yeah. Sorry, one last thing that I saw today. There was something like, I don't know if this is a new revelation or not, but it was just like of like some company that Epstein sold to one of his associates, and then the exact same amount of money showed up in Ghislaine's checking account the next day.
Mhm.
Yeah,
like $18.3 million or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, he was funneling a lot of money to her, it turns out. Also, he bought her townhouse, we found out, which I didn't know.
Yeah.
He was moving money to Ghislaine, and then Ghislaine, we found out today, was then using that to buy a helicopter, which was purchased by her company, Air Ghislaine.
Yeah, it's the funny thing. Like, there's been a list of Ghislaine's little like front companies before, and a lot of them are like Ghislaine,
They're really
whatever,
funny.
G-Max. She loved calling herself G-Max.
That's what her signature looks like, too.
G-Max?
Baby doll. Shut the
G-Max.
Well, G-Max. I mean, like Brace, you alluded to it, like, Epstein is something of an oaf, but like, and then Ghislaine is the one left holding the bag for his crimes. But like, would Jeffrey Epstein have been Jeffrey Epstein had he not met Ghislaine Maxwell?
I mean, the thing is with either of them is there's no indication. I mean, there's the guy was insanely horny, so he probably would have been some version. But I mean, Ghislaine is the one who got this machinery moving.
Ghislaine is the one that makes this case. Like, it takes it from the sex crimes of a depraved and rich individual to something that touches on the international intelligence agencies and the world of like finance, tech, media, everything.
Yeah, I mean,
Ghislaine's entire like raison d'etre for her, the entirety of her relationship with Epstein was, I need to take care of Jeffrey's needs. What Jeffrey needs is to rape, molest, assault young girls. And she took care of that for him and provided that for him. That's the thrust of the case, and that's what happened. I mean, it's all right there.
Yeah.
Well, TrueAnon, I got to thank you guys for your round the clock. Once again, I must stress gavel to gavel coverage of the Ghislaine trial, but they
don't use gavels.
They don't.
They don't. There's no this fucking lady. No, she just like says it. She's just like stop when
wait a second. There's no gavels at this trial.
She might have a gavel, but it might be a decorative gavel.
Okay, but like sovereign citizen brain turns on. Let's say she gets convicted. If there have been no gaveling throughout the trial, can she really say to have been? I mean, she's under maritime law. There are no gavels on ships.
No, not at all. I mean, I've been bringing a gavel every single day, and whenever anyone says something, I bang it.
All right. Well,
it's ridiculous.
Like you guys have been posting daily updates from the trial. You already know what time it is. TrueAnon's the podcast. Please check them out for, like I said, in-depth coverage of trial of the century. I mean, it's a young century so far, but it's what we got.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I got to say, this Jussie and Holmes trial all coming together to form the pyramid that the all-seeing eye, which is all three of them getting both not only found not guilty, but starting a new company together. You can call me Jussie Theranos Maxwell, because let me tell you, that is what's gonna be leading us. That's who. Forget Trump. That's who's running in 2024.
Yeah. We can call it Jussie's girl.
Yeah.
I don't know. I like G-Max.
Yeah. God, she looks terrible. Well,
yeah, you describe this as a universe that encompasses the refined industrial destruction of children and its cover-up. You mentioned the Jeffrey Epstein network, and reading your book, the similarities between what Lawrence King and Franklin Credit were doing and their connections to Washington, D.C., one can't help but notice the staggering similarities between both the men involved in it and the nature of their crimes. And then, secondary to the unspeakable abuse of children that's going on here, the thread that unites them is some staggering connections to the intelligence community in the United States. Could you talk about Lawrence King, the guy who was the main pimp and human trafficker involved in this? Could you talk about his connections to William Casey, the former CIA director?
Well, Lawrence E. King and Casey were very good friends. Here's my hypothesis, because the two primary pimps, as I said, were Lawrence E. King and Craig Spence. They were both in Southeast Asia during the Vietnam War. King was in Thailand, and he had a top security clearance, and Spence was in Vietnam covering the war for ABC. And both were inveterate, hardcore pedophiles, unrepentant pedophiles. And my surmise on how they came together is that they were both of them were probably busted molesting kids in Southeast Asia. And at some point, they had a nexus with intelligence, because Craig Spence was definitely a CIA asset. And I wrote a second book about this called Confessions of a DC Madam, The Politics of Sex, Lies, and Blackmail. And I get into the CIA connections a little bit closer, or the intelligence connections. So very much like Epstein, the Franklin Network was definitely an outlet for intelligence to compromise people. And here's the thing. These U.S. attorneys in both the Franklin Credit Union scandal and the Epstein scandal, these U.S. attorneys were told to stand down. And there's only two people that have the power in the United States to tell a U.S. attorney to stand down. That is the Attorney General and the President of the United States. So that's the kind of power that was deployed to cover up not only the Franklin network, but also the Epstein network.
And then like you also described Craig Spence's house being, like wired for video and sound as just like a huge blackmail network where it was just like not just about, catering to the evil predilections of powerful men, but it's also about controlling powerful men. And you described this as kind of an invisible system of like the real system of checks and balances in our government about like who gets to do what and like who has what on whom.
Yes, actually, I just wrote a blog this morning called "Sexual Political Blackmail," a time-honored tradition in America. And Americans have a very collective naivete about sexual political blackmail. It's disheartening, but it's so absurd, this naivete. I'll give you an example of sexual political blackmail that's never come out, or that's recently come out, is there was a muckraking journalist who found out that Alexander Hamilton had a 23-year-old mistress who was married, and her husband was shaking Alexander Hamilton down. So this muckraker outed Hamilton, and Hamilton and Jefferson had a lot of antipathy. And this muckraker thought that since he had outed Hamilton's little blackmail and his predilection for this much younger married woman, that Jefferson would certainly give him a political appointment when Jefferson became president. But Jefferson did not, and he nonetheless tried to blackmail Jefferson. And then he outed Jefferson for having sex with one of his slaves, Sally Hemings. So sexual political blackmail has been going on forever and ever. And I can give you two examples of guys that were obviously blackmailed. One is Larry Craig. He was a really far right-wing guy from Idaho, and he was in Washington, D.C. for 25 years. He was there as a representative, and then he was there as a U.S. senator. Now, this guy had a runaway libido. As I said earlier, I wrote a book called Confessions of a D.C. Madam, and Craig was getting male prostitutes from Henry Vincent, who ran this escort service. And then there was a film called Outrage made by Kirby Dick where it showed that Craig was getting escorts from other services too. And then Craig tried to pick up a vice police officer in a bathroom at a Minneapolis airport. Here's an esteemed senator trying to pick up a vice squad cop in an airport. And it's kind of funny. I'm from Minneapolis, and I go home probably once or twice, about once every year or so. And I guess the guy was slapping his foot, and that's kind of a signal for
the wide stance. It was the famous wide stance.
So I was sitting on the throne, and some guy was slapping his foot on the ground, and I really felt bad for him. I thought he had a neurological disorder. So I obviously didn't understand the nuances of that kind of interaction, but Larry Craig certainly did. Now, how could Larry Craig not be compromised? How could he not be compromised? And then to add insult to injury, for us, he had the worst voting record for gay rights, I believe, in the Senate at the time. And then there's Dennis Hastert, our former Speaker of the House. Now, constitutionally, Dennis Hastert was the third most powerful man in the country. If the president goes and the vice president goes, the Speaker of the House takes over. So Dennis Hastert had a history of molesting boys. He had a 40-year history of molesting boys. And there was a FBI whistleblower named Sibel Edmonds who came across some intelligence on Hastert going to a house of ill repute in Chicago while he was Speaker of the House. So the FBI knew what he was up to while he was Speaker of the House. So how could he not be compromised? And it's very interesting when you start digging into this type of stuff.
I have, it might be like kind of a general question and like kind of an impossible one to answer because you really have to get inside the heads of very disparate types of people. But I'm from Chicago, and like everyone in Cook County, at least, always hated Dennis Hastert. I think like most people ended up agreeing, but the allegations against him from the time he was a wrestling coach to up until he was speaker really surprised me, because I don't think anyone in Illinois who didn't know would have pegged him as doing that. It didn't seem true to the type of guy he was, but it turned out to be who he was. But do you think that there is, like, this is kind of a chicken and egg problem, right? Like, do you think that these guys are most of the time like legitimately pedophiles, like they're legitimately into this, or do you think it's like an exercise of power, like that they're not so much like sexually interested in it, but they're like, okay, I think I'm above everyone in all these ways. What else can I get away with?
I can answer that question to a certain degree. When I was getting into this, when I was working on the Franklin scandal, I got to a blackmail photographer for that network. And I said to him, how does this work? He says, it's like you're on a yacht and it's a beautiful day and you can have whatever you want on this yacht, whatever you want. But if you decide to get off the yacht, the people on the yacht are going to make sure that you drown. So what he meant by that is that if you're on the yacht, if you're compromised, I mean, I know of examples of compromised politicians where being compromised helped their career exponentially. So that's one thing. I think that to run in today's with today's political system, one almost has to be somewhat pathological. I'm not saying that all our politicians are pathological, but then you add this potent psychological alchemy of lust and power and arrogance, and nothing makes people stupid like lust, power, and arrogance. Nothing. I mean, if you want to see a really smart guy get really stupid, put a beautiful young woman in front of him, and then you could just watch it unfold. So I think that some of these guys, Dennis Hastert obviously had been a pedophile for quite some time.
Yeah.
And I think that his pedophilia helped his political career. Like I said, I see that happening with other people, because I had to try to get my mind around that too. I didn't understand it. And I talked to a psychologist in Washington, D.C., who works with some of these guys. Most of these guys are completely cool with molesting children, but some of them actually have the pangs of conscience. And she said sometimes it's a forbidden fruit syndrome too, where you've got guys that can eat steak whenever they want. So they ultimately end up going for forbidden fruit. So I hope that kind of answers your question.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's like kind of like an impossible to answer question, because you have to do this impossible task of getting inside someone's head, and you have to do it with like, hundreds, if not thousands of people.
Can you talk a little bit about how you got sort of interested and like involved in investigating this, like, really this odyssey of evil and corruption? I mean, the like sort of the book, like the entry point to it is when you were sort of entreated by an editor or publisher to start looking into like satanic cults and things like that, and you came across this group called the Finders. Could you talk about the Finders and like how that was like your sort of entry point into Franklin credit?
Okay, so here's what happened. I was speaking to a Rolling Stone editor one day, and he said, "Pitch me dark stories." And I just kind of reflexively threw my hands up in the air and said, Nazi, Satanist. My next step was going to be werewolves and vampires. I didn't know where it was coming from. And then there was that little glint. You can see him in editor's eyes occasionally. And he goes, Satanists. Write me an article on Satanists. So I ended up interacting with various Satanists from various satanic sects. And while you're researching a subject, at least for me, I like to do a lot of deep research to see if there's anything that's interesting that I could have missed if I didn't go deep on it. And I ultimately came across a U.S. Customs report on a cult called the Finders. And two of the Finders were dressed very nicely, and they had 6 kids with them in Tallahassee, Florida. And a concerned citizen called the police and said that there might be child abuse going on. And the kids were like feral. They were only allowed to eat as a reward. They were outside. And there's a woman named Elizabeth Voss who has written a nice 3-part series on the finders because a lot of documentation about the finders was just released last year. It tried to cover it up, and she did a nice job of looking between the lines. And with the finders, the U.S. Customs got involved because U.S. Customs has a branch that's anti-child pornography. And they executed a search warrant on the finders' warehouse, and they came across pretty mind-boggling stuff. I mean, they came across pictures of nude kids, quote unquote, appearing to accent the child's genitals. They came across kids disemboweling a goat. They came across a telex said that 2 kids were going to be purchased in Hong Kong, and that someone in the embassy would facilitate the purchasing of 2 kids. And there was all these different ways to get kids. And there was something truly nefarious about all this. And then on the last page of this U.S. Customs report, Ramon Martinez, the U.S. Customs officer, reports to the Washington, D.C. police who helped execute the warrant. And the police officer was only willing to speak to him with anonymity. And he said that the CIA has taken this investigation over, and there will be no more investigation on the finders. And then the finders were let out of jail, and all their child abuse charges were dropped. And then all of a sudden, in the Washington Post, we read about the finders being a cult of peace, love, and brown rice. And I read that, and I kind of thought I knew how the world worked at that point. I mean, I knew that the CIA was involved in like Guatemala and Chile and Iran. I mean, whenever the interests of multinational corporations were jeopardized because of a socialist or semi-socialist president or dictator taking over that particular country, I mean, I knew that the CIA acted, and I was aware of some other stuff, but that really, that was it. I said, what have I missed in life that the CIA is covering up for a bunch of nefarious people that are abusing children? I mean, what have I missed? So that was the thing that started my odyssey, and I tried to get as much information on the finders as I possibly could, but nobody was really talking about the finders. The Washington Post had interviewed this psychologist about the finders, and he offered these deep anthropological insights into the finders as if he was, tracking some strange animal on the plains of the Serengeti. So I got his number, and I called him up. And I said, my name is Nick Bryant. I'm a writer. I'm researching the finders. And this guy said, no comment. And so obviously something had happened to him between the time that I talked to him and between the time he talked to the Washington Post. And everybody was shut down. Ramon Martinez wouldn't talk about it. I could not get any kind of documentation. Years later, I would get the Tallahassee police report where a doctor said that 2 of the kids had been sexually abused. But then I heard about Franklin, about that network possibly having ties to the CIA. That's what led me to Omaha, Nebraska.
Okay, so like in Omaha, Nebraska, Franklin credit, this guy Lawrence King. Can you talk about like who is this guy? Where did he come from? And like, how did he rise to the heights of power and running this unspeakable criminal network of, like I said, evil and child abuse?
Well, that's the thing. I commented on it a little bit earlier. Lawrence King was born into a very blue collar family. His father worked at one of the slaughterhouses in Omaha, and he grew up seemingly a normal person, but he had a top security clearance, and he was sent to, and there isn't really, prior to that, there's nothing that really sticks out as major malfeasance, criminality, or pedophilia. Now, I could have missed something on him. That's entirely possible. But when he comes back from Southeast Asia, and the same thing with Spence, when both of them come back from Southeast Asia, their careers start to skyrocket. With the Franklin Credit Union, King got Warren Buffett's wife to kick in, I think, $1.5 million, but don't quote me on the money. So although Warren Buffett would disavow any kind of relationship, his wife did, in fact, give the Franklin Credit Union money. So because, and this is what I believe, and I've been at this for about 20 years, King was a pedophile, just a straight up pedophile. And I think that started to work for this very shadowy, malignant intelligence network that traffics children and blackmails politicians. The same is true with Epstein. Epstein came from a blue-collar background in Coney Island. He was a college dropout. But at some point, his career just kind of skyrocketed too. And I think that both can be traced to their pandering of children for intelligence.
Yeah, I mean, I like the similarities between King and Epstein are quite stark. And I'm thinking about a quote in your book. I believe when talking to one of the victims, a guy Rogers, I believe, he conveyed to his sister and brother-in-law a rather mind-boggling account of that power. Power brokers had the code juice to completely erase people's backgrounds and insert them into high-ranking political positions. And that immediately made me think of Epstein, a guy who, just a high school graduate who out of nowhere becomes a math professor at one of New York City's most prestigious private schools, and then is given, put in charge of managing an astonishing amount of money in a private wealth fund because he's supposedly a math genius. But there's just these huge gaps and this questions that are have to be asked about who are these seeming nobodies who are suddenly inserted into positions of such prominence and power.
Well, I think that nobodies are chosen for a particular reason because you can get rid of them. They're disposable to their masters in intelligence. If you had someone who is from a famous family, a family with power, there could be some blowback. But with someone like King or Spence was also from a blue-collar family too. Someone like King, Spence, or Epstein from a blue-collar family, there's not going to be any blowback if they turn up dead, which Spence and Epstein both turned up dead. Apparent suicides. And then King kept his mouth shut, and he was put in a psychiatric institution, first in Springfield, Missouri, and then ultimately in Rochester, Minnesota, where he had to do time. He had to do 10 years for his financial crimes. He wasn't there wasn't any child abuse indictments against him whatsoever. So he did 10 years, and then he had a no-show job at a BMW dealership in Virginia when he got out.
With King and Epstein, and I know a little bit more about Epstein's pre-blackmail ring days just because of the extent of the coverage on it and how it's a little more recent. But I mean, the weird thing with Epstein is how early it started, right? I mean, he was a college dropout who was pretty early on. There was some weird shit going on because William Barr's father allowed him to be a math teacher at one of Manhattan's most prestigious private schools. And so probably pretty early on, he was spotted, if not institutionally, by an individual who had similar fucked up proclivities. But I thought it was interesting what you said about someone with a blue collar background can be discarded more easily. Do you think there are I mean, again, this is another thing that would be really hard to determine, but do you think there are instances where they start someone out on this path, or maybe not fully elucidating it, but they give someone a leg up, like they did Epstein with his math job and then his Bear Stearns job, or King with his credit union, and then it doesn't work out for whatever reason, and then they just discard them before the world ever knows their name.
My surmise on that is they get busted molesting a kid. And then at that point, someone in intelligence can see that they have talents, and then take those talents and the pedophilia and then point it in a direction that can be used by intelligence. That's I've been in this, this underworld for 20 years. And that's what I believe goes on, is that some people will get busted. And the thing about it is the CIA has had, and we know about this, Operation Midnight Climax, has had safe houses in both New York and also in San Francisco with hidden cameras where people would be blackmailed. They would go there. It was ostensibly a brothel, and people would go there, and the CIA people would drug them and do other things to them. And then most of these guys had no recourse because they were married and they didn't want to blow their lives up. So the CIA with hidden cameras and blackmailing people, it's been around for a very, very long time. Like I said early on, sexual political blackmail in the United States goes back as far as the United States. And what's kind of interesting about this, I mean, J. Edgar Hoover was a blackmailer par excellence, and he was probably being blackmailed too. But he accumulated all that power because you can destroy someone's life. A politician has zero incentive to come forward and say, I molested a kid and I'm being blackmailed. Zero incentive, because that would completely decimate his life, decimate his family. He would live ignominiously for the rest of his life. So these politicians and power brokers are pretty safe marks to blackmail. And the one thing that people miss about all this is that, like, Craig Spence was much more of a blackmail artist than King. I mean, King set it all up, and King did his share of blackmail, but a lot of it was done at Craig Spence's home in Washington, D.C. Now, Epstein had hidden cameras in his house in Florida. He had hidden cameras in his house in New York. He had hidden cameras on his island. And if you look at the people in the Black Book, I managed to get a copy of the Black Book, and I put it up on the internet in 2015. If you look at the powerful men in the book, and then the same thing with Spence, like Leslie Wexner. Jeffrey Epstein was pandering kids to Leslie Wexner. Now, I wrote an article. If you want to really deep dive into this, you can read my article. It's published by the Sheer Post. You can type in Sheer Post Nick Bryant Epstein. I show that Les Wexner has big-time ties to organized crime. The person that does most of the trucking for him is an appendage of the Genovese crime family. One of the attorneys that worked for Wexner was shot execution style, 2 bullets in the back of the head with the .22, like how the mob and the CIA like to do it. So Wexner has this history of mafia, of being part of the mafia, or being tangentially part of the mafia. And if Epstein didn't have a large intelligence organization behind him, Les Wexner is just going to call up his friends in the Genovese crime family and say, off this dude. But because Jeffrey Epstein, and that, for that matter, Craig Spence, had very powerful entities behind them, these intelligence entities, that went to these perpetrators and said, you are compromised, and that's just the way it is. And don't try to hurt Jeffrey Epstein, or don't try to hurt Craig Spence, because this will come back to haunt you. And these people have to be obsequious, because what else are they going to do? So, and that's a point that people miss on this, is that if you're going to blackmail very powerful people, Jeffrey Epstein, as a college dropout from a blue-collar family, he's not going to be able to blackmail very powerful people by himself, but he has to have an organization behind him. Same with Craig Spence.
Could you talk about another one of the major figures in this book here is a man named Gary Caradori. He was a private detective. Could you talk about how he got involved in the case, what he investigated, what he found out, and what happened to him?
Gary Caradori was an amazing investigator. He had retired from the Nebraska State Patrol, who is dirty in all this, by the way. They helped cover up this pedophile network. Well, just about every legal entity in Nebraska helped cover up this pedophile network. But Gary Caradori, he was He was a hard-charging private eye. He ran a corporation that was called Caracorp. It had over 200 employees. And he was one of the best private detectives in the United States at that time. He would dress up as a priest. He had all kinds of costumes, and he had a passion for finding kids that had been enmeshed in the sex trade. So when this subcommittee formed, after the subcommittee formed initially to look at King's looting of $40 million, but then the social service personnel came to the Senate subcommittee and said, there's a pedophile network going on. So the Nebraska subcommittee ultimately hired Gary Caradori. And Gary Caradori was a whirlwind, and he was finding new victims and videotaping them. I've got like 200 flight receipts of Lawrence E. King's. Most of them go to Washington, D.C. And that was because of Gary Caradori. He was very good at working the streets. And he realized that the FBI was trying to set him up for scripting the child abuse allegations. I mean, that's how desperate they were. And with the Franklin scandal, and I also believe with the Epstein scandal, if the dominoes had started falling in Omaha, they would have fallen all the way to Washington, D.C. So it was imperative to keep that covered up. And there were a number of people that died mysteriously.
To bring it to the present moment, I guess this is my last question for you. To read your book, and then obviously to know what one knows about the Epstein case. I'm just wondering, what do you make of this current political moment in which accusations of pedophilia, grooming, and child abuse are becoming more and more commonplace, and I would say deployed in an incredibly grim, cynical, and glib manner, and accusations directed at teachers, even children themselves, or elected politicians. On the one hand, you read about the Franklin credit scandal, about Epstein. It's like it's not hard to believe, and in fact, it's actually factually documented that as we've just been talking about here, these networks of elite child predation reach to the highest levels of power in this country. People know about that, but now it's that accusation is being used, particularly by people. I mean, and the Franklin credit story. I mean, it's reaching the highest levels of the Republican Party specifically, and now in this case, they're the ones that are, the men in power are using it to slander gay people or their political opponents. What do you make of the uses and abuses of these narratives of elite child abuse in the contemporary media and our politics?
Well, I mean, you've got the QAnon stuff, which those people are definitely misguided. Absolutely. But then you've got the other side of it. There's an article in The Atlantic that talks about child trafficking is fake. And I wrote an email to that writer, she was talking about all these fake trafficking networks. And I told her that there are trafficking networks. And the thing about it is, these kids get so damaged when they are molested young, it's really difficult for them to have a decent life afterwards. But when you get into the numbers now, the CDC estimates that 25% of women, and the CDC generally errs on the side of cautiousness, but the CDC says 25% of women have been molested as minors. According to the CDC, a quarter of the women in America have been molested as minors. That translates into millions and millions of women that are that have been molested. And the CDC says, I believe 6 to 8% for boys, but I think that it's actually higher than that. But if you're going to go with those numbers, millions of people have been sexually abused, and they suffer in silence. There has been some sexual abuse in my family, not my nuclear family, but in my extended family. And, I've seen the kind of devastation that brings. So to be in one of these networks where you're very young and treated like meat and repeatedly molested, and some of these sadists, some of these pedophiles in the Franklin network were sadists, And some of these pedophiles in the Epstein network were sadists. And the mainstream media has decided that 14 is the demarcation for the Epstein victims, even though I have accounts of them being younger than, there's written accounts of them being 11 or 12, but I have accounts of them being even younger than that. So when you have that type of damage done to such a young person, it's very, and then ultimately generally results in dissociative identity disorder. And it takes that is a long road for a person to put themselves back together. And it's going to require they're going to require a lot of help once they reach that point, that level of damage.
I guess kind of like ancillary to that last question. Less about QAnon, more about like the current like spat of culture issues from the conservative side, where basically like if a teacher appears to be gay like at all, it's grooming, and it's definitely like a concerted. The main thing behind this is to destroy public education. They've pretty much like said as much. Do you think that like any part of this is deflecting attention away from this? Because with some of this new crop, like one of the guys who's very big on this stuff, James Lindsay, is like repeatedly hanging out with people who were part of the Nexium cult.
Yes.
And I'm pretty sure you're familiar with that. Do you think that there is like an acknowledged goal of deflection, or it's just the main political aspect is the most important thing?
Well, the thing about it is, with the Franklin scandal, you had Republicans molesting little boys, and with Epstein, you had Democrats molesting little girls. The reason why these things stay covered up is because people on both sides of the aisle are molesting minors and engaged in aberrant behavior, extramarital behavior, and they're compromised. So that is their bond. That is their omerta. When I see like the James Lindsays of the world, I definitely, like I said, I think QAnon is misguided. James Lindsay at his best is misguided. But as I said earlier, 25% of women in our country have been molested as a minor. So there's a lot of women out there that are suffering in silence. So as a society, we can do better than what we've done as far as opening this up. And it is getting better, but I think we need to do better. The Me Too movement was somewhat helpful, but the Me Too movement did not help the Epstein survivors at all. The Me Too movement refused to help the Epstein survivors, which I just find completely mind-boggling. But as a society, we have to get this. We have to work this out. We're never going to be able to stop all child abuse. We can certainly stop state-affiliated abuse, like Franklin and also Epstein. And I believe this: if you can take one thing out of our society, if you could take just one thing, if you could take child sexual abuse out of our society, the prisons wouldn't be filled. The psychiatric hospitals wouldn't be filled. Our society would be look very, very different. I truly believe that.
Actual last question for you. If you look up Franklin credit scandal on Wikipedia,
yes,
you will go to a page and the headline is Franklin credit scandal hoax. And that is the only thing that you see on the Wikipedia about Franklin credit. And it is basically just says in less than a paragraph that it is the result of an elaborate hoax that has been perpetrated.
The satanic panic.
Yeah. Like, okay, so how did, like, and then, like, or tarring it with, like, instances of the satanic panic, like the McMartin preschool hysteria, which was a hoax, or not a hoax, it was, but it wasn't real. Okay, how did this come to pass? And how is Wikipedia is this kind of like public clearinghouse of information and knowledge? Certainly there is enough documentation to suggest that at the very least, what's being alleged here is not, or some, if not all of it, is not just made up, or how would such an elaborate hoax even be perpetrated at this point? So, could you just say briefly, or how did Wikipedia or the official clearinghouse of public information come to deem this story as a hoax?
Wikipedia, when you get into certain political things, Wikipedia often takes a different stance than what is the reality. Now, if you go to the talk page on Wikipedia, there have been battles waged over that Wikipedia page. Battles. There's pages and pages and pages and pages. But there are these custodians of that page that refuse to let anything coherent and cogent about the Franklin scandal on that page. And on my website, nickbryant.com, I've got a blog where I talk about the problem with Wikipedia, and I show the big battles that have been waged on Wikipedia. And I've gone all the way to the top of the Wikipedia food chain, and I've never been able to change it. Now that page is locked with what's there. And there's been myself and a number of people that have tried to make changes, but that these quote unquote editors will always make the Franklin quote unquote Franklin allegations nonsensical. And here's the thing about that. Why are they still covering it up all these years later? This is 30 years later. Why are they still covering it up? Why are these editors still covering it up? Because I believe, and Epstein has proved this, that these intelligence entities have run pedophile networks, and that is so. With Franklin, it's like you're on Omaha Beach on D-Day. They're not going to give you an inch. These editors are not going to give you an inch because they want to keep that narrative as ridiculous and constricted as possible. And that Wikipedia page has costed me probably a lot of money because I've come very close to having some success in Hollywood with this story, but people in Hollywood don't read books, or they just maybe there's 2 or 3 people in Hollywood that read books. I don't know, but they just go to the Wikipedia page and then they don't read the Franklin scandal. And this is kind of interesting. It was about 12 years ago, and I was in Hollywood or LA pitching the Franklin scandal. And a friend of mine hooked me up with these 2 young, hungry movie executives. And I met them and I gave them each a copy of the Franklin scandal. And then my friend had known them for a number of years. And then my friend sent me a email exchange that they had. And they were discussing what was true and what wasn't true about the Franklin scandal, and they had never read it. So, and then throw in the Wikipedia page, and then I'm dead in the water.
Well, I mean, just like for someone who's researched this as deeply as you have, like for these editors engaging in these battles, I mean, what's the thing that they hang their hat on to label this a hoax or a conspiracy theory?
That's what they say it is. And if you look at if you go to the talk, and you'll see, or else you can go to my website, and I've got a blog, The Trouble with Wikipedia, where I show excerpts. They control it. And I spent a lot of time at one point. I had some time, and then there were other people that wanted to change it, and these guys would not budge an inch. And as I said earlier, as I went up the Wikipedia food chain, they were backed up. So that Wikipedia page has caused me, not only probably cost me, but it's just caused me a lot of pain because a lot of kids were molested in that Franklin network. And for Wikipedia to be like that is just horrific.
But has anyone ever supplied a justification or counter evidence or counter claims that would justify their sort of blockade of this story?
They quote the mainstream media.
And that's it?
Yeah. And the mainstream, according to the mainstream media, this was the mainstream media went with the judiciary, a carefully crafted hoax. It was quite a cover up. I mean, and Epstein, too, has been quite a cover up. What's kind of troubled me, though, is I thought that if a Franklin happened today with the internet, that we could get to the bottom of it. And the Epstein network happened, and I got Epstein's Black Book in 2012. I could not get anybody to do anything with it until 2015, and that was with Gawker, and we put it up on the web. So this is the Epstein network has been covered up in broad daylight in the middle of America, and I find that extremely troubling.
All right, one last question I got for you guys to round out this year of smiles. This was your main beat to start out with. It's now been about a year since Ghislaine Maxwell was sentenced in the Epstein case. Just like with the benefit of hindsight, I mean, Brace and Liz, do you have any thoughts about like what the state of the Epstein case is, or just like it's not the case, but like its broader implications in American politics and society?
Well, I would say it's funny because Ghislaine there's been recently some like more murmurs coming kind of out of her camp. I know she gave an interview a couple months ago. She's probably, as the years go by, going to give some more. But
also, do not go to the Ghislaine Maxwell camp. Don't send your kids there, for the love of God.
Don't do that. No.
Really
well,
bad quest.
that is, I believe, a minimum security federal prison in Florida. So that is not I mean, there's probably, I could make a case for some young people I know getting sent there, but they're all adults. But it's funny because it became, especially around the Ghislaine Maxwell time of the Ghislaine Maxwell trial, like the Epstein case sort of like was really big when it first happened, and then there would be occasional like moments and flurries of like interest in it. Maybe something got unsealed, maybe someone makes a new accusation or something like that. But now it's sort of like there's like the dribs and drabs that are sort of coming out about it, like various people kind of getting connected to it. Fucking Sarah Ransone, her testimony just got unsealed. Some previous testimony just got unsealed. I think that basically a lot of people are kind of like wiping their foreheads because even though they were named in like either the black book or on the flight logs or something like that, nothing really happened to any of them. And that's something we've been talking about since really like the beginning. Is like for most of these people, we can all know that like somebody, Bill Clinton, Ehud Barak, one of these guys is like, he was on the island, he was with the girls, all this kind of stuff. And that knowledge, it doesn't actually translate into any real world consequences for any of those people, which I think like if you're a politically minded person, you will find familiar from various crimes that people commit. Yeah, I mean, I'm interested to see, what's going to happen basically in the next year with this stuff. If she'll give more interviews, if more stuff will get unsealed, what the appeal is going to look like, although who knows how long that process is going to take to get started or to really get going. But yeah, I mean, it's funny because at the end of the day, like, what do we get? 3 people arrested: Epstein, Jean-Luc Brunel, Ghislaine Maxwell. 2 of those killed themselves or died or were killed in prison. And then one of them is kind of on a funny farm in Florida. And, well, not actually a funny farm, but
could be.
It could be a funny farm. I like calling places a funny farm.
Yeah.
Funny farm and Nut House are two. I like calling.
I like
places.
the Gray Bar Hotel.
Gray Bar Hotel is cool.
Laughing Academy is a good one. I like.
Yeah. Oh, it's a classic.
The Nut House is more punitive. The Funny Farm is more like, you did something whimsical and now you have to be kept away, but you can come back.
He gave all his money to elves.
It's when you've been captured in a butterfly net. Then they send you to the Funny Farm.
Yeah.
The Funny Farm is that's like the purgatory in the government issued RPG. You have to fight your way out of the Funny Farm.
A bunch of guys who think they're Napoleon.
Yeah.
They're coming to take me away, haha. They're coming to take me away.
I think thinking back on the trial, it's funny you bring that up. Well, I was thinking about it the other day, and when we left after the verdict came down, when we were leaving the courthouse, like I felt this sense of like kind of still like anger and incompleteness, you know what I mean? And it was this very weird feeling like we had just gone through this whole thing and watched this happen and justice was served and all of this, et cetera, whatever. But it is that feeling of like knowing, like you said, okay, 3 people arrested, 1 in the Funny Farm, 2 dead. And then the people implicated and named that that everyone is aware of, and these networks like keep going, Elon Musk, now the CEO of Twitter, perfect example. Like all of these people kind of continuing on in doing whatever they want to do. And obviously a lot of these networks still existing. And I was like talking to someone about that right after the trial. And he was like, well, I think for the victims that were here, like this really does mean something. And that alone like means something. Right. And that was like something that I continue to like try to hold on to is to try to like, remember that. Because it's tough. It's tough when you're sort of faced with this sort of like overwhelming vastness, it feels like, or it's like it's almost like too big to fail, it feels like, right? And so it's tough kind of trying to think through some of the implications of that and sit with it. And I think that's been tough for us in following this entire story.
I remember that was something we talked about the first time you guys were on the show, when the Epstein arrest was very new, when a lot of people were finding out about this whole network for the first time. Something that I think all of us said at one point or another was that if you are expecting this to like bring down a president or a senator or even like, a former president, like even like you're going to stop seeing Bill Clinton around.
Yeah.
You're probably going to be disappointed.
Yeah.
Because, the unfortunate thing is with American politics, and I think politics in general most of the time, is like, unfortunately, people knowing something is off just isn't enough.
Yeah.
People know something is off, or people know the game is rigged, or people know that people in power get into all types of things. And that's not really enough, unfortunately. But it is, if there was one thing that happened that disgusted me and that I didn't predict, but maybe I should have, it would be sort of like the like memification of it, where the only cultural legacy of this like insane thing, these insane revelations and these like vast, horrifying networks is like conservatives wearing like Epstein didn't kill himself ugly Christmas sweaters.
Yeah.
Like that's
this car freshener didn't hang itself kind of bullshit. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That was the one thing I didn't really predict, but like, maybe we should have seen coming.
Yeah.
Or I mean, like, or also like the mutation of concern over victims into like the introduction of the concept of I don't know, like organized child abuse or pedophilia among American elites, sort of I don't know, being disseminated to the American public in ways that have become, if not a meme, then certainly like a acts of political propaganda, like, or hysteria.
Well, yeah, it's funny, like, because now, our podcast is named TrueAnon, obviously sort of a nod or like a take or whatever on QAnon, but it's like that, like, QAnon's basically, it's kind of like it morphed into some other shit, like COVID really did a number on it, both in like killing many of its, most porcine proponents, but also, in sort of changing the focus of a lot of it. But it was, that was fucking insane. Like QAnon's whole shit, like thinking back, like that's crazy that like one of the biggest political movements to come out of like the Trump era was a huge group of people who spent all of their time on fucking 4chan and 8chan, convinced that Hillary Clinton ate a baby. A huge part of that was that the Frazzle Drip video that Hillary Clinton, I guess she maybe Huma Abedin, I think, wore the baby.
She wore the baby's face.
Wore the baby's face.
She ate the baby that ate the face. Kind of a fat bastard situation.
Yeah, exactly. And so it's
that's what happens when you don't have government-sponsored quests.
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
what happens when you don't give people quests. They will find their own quests.
Yeah, and one of the
it's a goon project. QAnon is like a goon project at the end of the day.
Good God.
Of course, the theory is that this is a government's issued quest, and that the whole QAnon deal is an op to. But to some degree, who knows? But people want it, and the internet exists now to allow all of your deepest desires and fears that are actually desires to be reflected back to you, and to give you at every step a yes and down a road to destroying your brain.
Yeah,
I really hate the reality that a bunch of Korean War veterans went on 8chan.
Yeah, it's insane.
It's
the rarest item that crown watchers say will not be in attendance, it will not be and part of the investiture is Prince Andrew's Black Book.
Yeah,
that's not going to be there. And
that's a like dark magic tome. If you give that to an Anglican priest, they'll refuse to teach you spells from it.
Well, I bring up Prince Andrew because we got some more Epstein news dropped this week about who was in his Rolodex. Like after he had served time for soliciting a minor for the purposes of prostitution, he was having meetings with the current head of the CIA and Noam Chomsky. Those are the big headline pulls from that. And Matt, you were absolutely right. Michael Parenti heads are eating on Twitter this week.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Just
The
old
best day
man
of their
Noam
lives.
taking a big L on this one.
Yeah. Libertarian socialism. Ooh, hit the showers.
But I mean, I guess like probably more of note is the current head of the CIA, and like
He went to him for like a recommendation or something. Like he was going into the private sector and he wanted like advice from Epstein on how to do the transition.
well, you know, I mean, he's a guy who knows a lot of stuff.
He knows people, as we know, as we've seen. Not a lot of names in that black book.
Actually, we have also a woman named Catherine Rumler, who was a White House counsel under Barack Obama, had dozens of meetings with Epstein before becoming a top lawyer at Goldman Sachs. And then we're also finding out a lot about like Jamie Dimon's business dealings with and Goldman's business dealings with Jeffrey Epstein as well recently. But you know, that's a you know, it's sort of a minor detour. I mean, the Noam Chomsky thing is funny though, and like when people were emailing about it, he was just like. He was literally like, "That's none of your business." Fuck off. Which is good because
Stop pocket watching.
Yeah, because you know, I mean, the guy does really respond to every email, but perhaps too much.
Fucking apparently.
Yeah.
This is all. I mean, yeah, this is all interesting. I'm as interested in any of this as anyone else, I guess. But like, it's like, you know, I feel like, what was it, like 3 or 4 years ago, we found out that Leon Black, the Apollo management guy, this guy is like, I think tens of billions of dollars, super rich guy, fixture on Wall Street. He gave Epstein hundreds of millions of dollars for what he called tax preparation, which is
H&R
like,
Block.
yeah, I mean, like, let's choose to believe that for a second. Like, let's go with that story. He couldn't find anyone else. That was the only guy. That was the only fucking guy. And then, you know, there's whisperings of, Glenn Dubin, this other hedge fund guy, maybe he bought his fucking wife from Epstein. They offered Epstein a daughter, and then it just fucking nothing happens. Sometimes there are settlements, like J.P. Morgan had to do some type of settlement, but unfortunately it just doesn't seem to ever go anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, there's no one in any position of power to follow up on any of this stuff, you know? So it just floats out there, and you're like, wow, that's pretty weird. And then you hear about it.
Yeah, and then it transmorphs into, like, whatever it is now, where, like, for half the country, like, they now have, like, their own Epstein flight logs, where they say, like, John Legend was there. I said, like, Akon.
Everybody who was
there.
Everyone who's in the 2016 DNC fight song music video is on the Epstein logs.
And it's like, I'm sure some of them, but like some of them are just fucking ridiculous. Like T-Pain is on there. There's a lot of R&B artists on it.
Everyone from Obama's hip hop barbecue that didn't create any jobs.
Yeah.
Not a single job has still ever been created.
Not a single job created by that hip hop barbecue.
Yeah, if you see a supposed Epstein flight log that has OG Mako on it, that's not the real one.
I mean, I guess like just the thing that and people bring it up is just another example of like how many prominent people were seeking his counsel and company, like well after the fact that he'd already been to prison for teenage prostitution. I mean, it's just, something of note, something to keep in mind, I suppose. But yeah, like this is just another tidbit that's gonna, circle the drains of people's minds and just move along because there's nowhere for it to go. Really, the guy's dead.
Yeah, exactly.
And anything, I mean, there's a bunch of things I really desperately want to know about this, as does everyone. Like, what was the nature of the renewed prosecution in him? Was it like, did just some do-gooder in the U.S. Attorney's Office go, hey, we should get this guy, and then other forces killed him? Or was the entire thing just an effort to corral him and snuff him out? And then
sort of memeify all his crimes so they become less real and become another like ephemeral cultural joke. I don't know. I don't feel like we're gonna really know the answers to these things for another like 20 or 30 or 40 or 50 years, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, the only other thing that makes sense is that it was an intentional like closing of like an account or something. Like, you know, somebody else had shown up somewhere else on a board that was in some way competing with Epstein. I don't know. Some sort of internecine thing. We'll never know, probably.
I mean, like they do guys like Epstein, which is to say guys who like run sort of a sexual blackmail service.
Your
for
Craig
intelligence
Spences.
agencies. Your Craig Spences. Those accounts usually get closing, right? Like those guys don't usually retire and then die of old age.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
at a certain point, it's like how it's very similar to how in the MCU they would get relatively unknown actors to play their big superheroes because they were relatively cheap and the audience was interested in the character, and then after 2 or 3 movies they get so big, so famous, they're commanding such big salaries that they just kill them off and create a new generation of superheroes. This is essentially what they do with the child trafficking wings.
So
you
who's
can't let
like
them get too big for their britches?
So there's like a Miles Morales to Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah, exactly.
Jeffrey Epstein 2099.
Yeah, I mean, if there is, there's a great PS5 game coming.
Yeah. The only question is why was that started with a public prosecution? And that's where you got to figure it's like some sort of information warfare. The only thing that makes sense.
Yeah, because I mean, it is something we've referenced time and time again that like censorship or rather control of information isn't so much. It's not done by censorship or restricting the flow. It's done by deluge.
Yep.
You just soak the whole zone, and then before you know it, people are like, "Oh, you know who else was on the flights? John Ritter.
He didn't actually die."
Yeah.
Into the spider network verse. This election is seen in, like I said in the last week, the return of an old character, an old friend, in something of an October, not really a surprise, but an October, remember this? And I'm referring to journalist Michael Wolff releasing his many recorded interviews with Jeffrey Epstein. Headline, "I was Trump's closest friend." I'm just going to read here. Jeffrey Epstein described himself as Donald Trump's closest friend and claimed intimate knowledge of his proclivity for sex, including cuckolding his best friends, according to recordings obtained exclusively by the Daily Beast. The convicted pedophile even boasted of his closeness to Trump and now wife Melania by claiming, "The first time he slept with her was on my plane, which was dubbed the Lolita Express."
Did he clarify what the name of his plane was? Or was that added by you? Because if he's just leaving a paper trail while he was there, we should have saw that.
Going on, it says, Epstein also alleged that Trump had an elaborate scheme to procure sex with his friends' wives. He would call the men into his Trump Tower office to ask them about their sex lives and offer them sex with beauty pageant contestants, the pedophile said.
Editorializing.
He would do this while the wives were, unknown to their husbands, listening on speakerphone so that he could then seduce the wives on the basis that their husbands had betrayed them, Epstein claimed. Epstein can be heard acting out what he alleged was Trump's elaborate seduction technique to Wolff, using Wolff's name and that of his wife, Victoria, to demonstrate it. Epstein said, and he'd say, "What's it like to do that? Do you like having sex with your wife? How often do you have sex with her?" Epstein claimed Trump would also say, "You must have had a better fuck than your wife. Tell me about it." Then the pedophile alleged Trump would say, you and I can go upstairs, or tomorrow come over. There's this girl coming in from Los Angeles, part of the whatever Hawaiian Tropic Contest, so come over and we can have a great time. I promise you, Michael, it's just me and you. We can have a great time, Epstein added. The whole time your Victoria's with us on the phone. Then he would use the wife's anger to seduce them, he claimed. That's an interesting technique because, he's like, your husband betrayed you with my help.
Yeah. This seems like a game of telephone between, 2 guys with an 82 IQ. This is something that FaZe Polanski would come up with.
Well, why was The Apprentice a show? Like this was a way better show. Why didn't they just film this?
The scheme.
Oh yeah, a show called Wife Wars.
Yeah, exactly.
The tape mixes sexual allegations with other aspects of Trump's life. Early in the recording, Epstein is heard to say, "You probably already know he had scalp reduction. He's getting the same male pattern baldness that we all have. He had his scalp reduced. It's hysterical." Trump has long refused to release full medical records, while his White House medical reports did not disclose any prior surgeries. I wasn't aware scalp reduction was a thing. So basically they remove some of your scalp and then pull the remaining scalp even tighter over your skull to move your hairline forward.
Yeah, it turns your hair into a nice snare drum where you just hold nice and tight. I can't imagine anything going wrong from that.
Yeah, if it's a big enough cut, will it just snap?
I thought LeBron cured hair loss. Like, why didn't he just do whatever he did?
And last thing I want to say from this is he says, Epstein also told Wolf he had positive things to say about Trump. He's charming in a devious way. He's charming, he said. To some extent, it's a typical tragedy where he believes his own bullshit. Yeah, typically tragic. He has delusions of grandiosity, then he takes it on board. He added that he had a self-deprecating nature and was not vulgar. He's funny, Epstein said. Self-awareness means you're self-aware. He's aware of that person, Donald Trump. He talks about the Trump, the Trumpster, quote, Trump's getting laid.
Are people who are self-aware talking third person?
So yeah, that's the October surprise. Are you surprised to learn any of this? I don't know, but
yeah, I mean, ever since we saw the video where they're like doing the Macarena and like nervously giggling, pointing out like 14-year-old girls at Mar-a-Lago, like this is like you know, if you like stuck a gun to my head and were like, what do you think they did together? It would just be this.
I didn't think anything could top this depravity, but I didn't prepare for the show, but I do want to mention probably my favorite post of this election season happened to drop the other day, and it was from one of the Navy SEALs who killed Osama bin Laden, or claimed to kill Osama bin Laden when he was running through a door with three other guys, like the Three Stooges, and then probably tripped over themselves and accidentally killed him that way. But basically, he was threatening young male supporters of Kamala Harris with sexual slavery, quote, if social media didn't exist. He said, if social media didn't exist, you all would be my concubines. And then people were like, do you know what the word concubine means? He waited 12 hours and then said, I'm trying to make a point about what will happen to beta males like you. You will be used for food or sex, but mostly food.
Is his point
mostly?
Is his point like, oh, like, you know, I would make you my prag. I would make you my sex slave. I would fuck Harry Sisson and all the Biden lads from TikTok. But there are just too many funny memes on X, and I get distracted.
Well, I think it's basically like a Roman thing here, right? Of like fucking young boys. I think if men think about sex every 6 seconds and you think about Rome every 6 seconds, it's more efficient to just combine those things so you have less to think about.
I think our Navy SEALs spent a little too much time working with the Northern Alliance in Afghanistan. I mentioned the New York Times article, and it is a matter of like almost perfect kismet that on the day of, here in America today is the day of final truth, justice, and revelation as it concerns former Mossad agent and blackmail artist Jeffrey Epstein and quote, the release of the Epstein Files by Attorney General Pam Bondi. Now, as best I can tell, the release of the Epstein Files includes a Xerox dossier of information that's already been publicly available for several years and news articles that they've just copied and given to libs of TikTok and Mike Cernovich. Yeah. I bring this up because the fact that like Peter Mandelson, the new UK ambassador to the United States, was in the Oval Office on the day that they're supposedly shining a light on all of the Epstein's associates and the truth about that case is
and
quite
was
funny.
there anyone closer to Epstein other than Ghislaine than Peter Mandelson, as far as I can tell?
He had a pet name for him, didn't he?
Yeah, Jeffy and Petey, they called each other. They went on holiday together. You know, he stayed at his house after he'd been convicted while He was like the deputy prime minister, effectively. And no one gives a shit about this at all in this country. Is utterly maddening. The fact that he can just become the British ambassador to the US, and the only scrutiny he got in the press was that people thought he was too kind to China, which doesn't seem like it interferes so much with that role.
Yeah, I thought, like, I was shocked when they announced it until I think you pointed out to me that, like, this may be like a former open secret and like common knowledge among a lot of people who follow this stuff in the West, but that the UK press really barely ever touches it.
Yeah, they've only asked Starmer about it once. He gives this insane answer that he doesn't say anything in it. I think he says about 50 times. He says he doesn't know any more than we do. Which would
great! Yeah, great. Let's just make him ambassador.
wasn't he like? Was it the Independent or I can't remember, or the Telegraph? He was interviewed by Peter Mandelson, and he was saying, he was
the
asked
Financial
about
Times.
Financial Times, and he basically said, "Drop it, fuck off, stop talking about this."
Yeah, the day he started that job, they interviewed him in the Financial Times, and pretty much immediately in that article, they asked him about the JP Morgan report and his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. And he says, I regret ever meeting him or being introduced to him by his partner Ghislaine Maxwell. I regret even more the hurt he caused to many young women. I'm not going to go into this. It's a Financial Times obsession, and frankly, you can all fuck off, okay?
I like when he says, I regret even meeting him, and then meeting him again, and again, and again, and having sleepovers at his house.
Virginia Giuffre met him at one of these parties, has said as much. You know,
well,
he wasn't...
You bring up Virginia Giuffre, which is why, like, the absolutely like hocus pocus stagecraft of the release of these supposed Epstein files being handed directly to Mike Cernovich, the guy who slandered Virginia by releasing court documents given to him by Alan Dershowitz, as Epstein's fucking attorney and probably client.
It's just to muddy the waters, I think. What do these people want from an Epstein list? You have the names, they're already there. There is no just definitive catalogue of people that were trafficked to. They're not good. Most people, like in Britain, I don't know if this is a thing abroad, but the vast majority of people in Britain appear to believe a list of celebrities that were at Epstein's island, and some of the names on there's a footballer, Callum Hudson-Odoi, who would have been about 6 years old, saying that he was there alongside, like Tom Hanks and any other random approximate Democrat celebrity. I think these people, other than, I guess, maybe more direct evidence that he was in contact with people like Tony Blair, maybe, I don't think there's much more that would be revealed. Obviously, he had some strange relationships with a lot of world leaders. He was answering to a certain country and their certain security services,
A famous former cross-dressing, as a matter of professional duty, not for his own enjoyment, Ehud Barak, former cross-dressing prime minister, made several visits. I mean, like, in 2018, this course that this thing went on was sadly predictable, right? And I don't think it was like any type of like genius foresight that this would get filtered through the American and then later Western lens of media consumption. And it would just turn into this thing where the concept of the client list is the perfect example of this. We know basically most of the most important people that were associated with him. We have confirmed
the
records.
UK ambassador.
Yeah, confirmed that the former Trump labor secretary, who was the U.S. attorney at the time, said, "Oh, I was told he was above my pay grade because he belongs to fucking intelligence." We have everything, but everything hinges on this client list. This thing that, like, it both doesn't exist in the sense that there is not like a literal like PDF that's like, here's all the guys ordered by the worst stuff they did. And guess what? It's ordered by, most to least Democrat.
Best I can tell is the FBI seized some CDs that had famous names plus an age on it, but those have never been released in any detail of what those names were or anything like that. Presumably they went straight in bin, You're not seeing those.
And this was obviously like there were like probably like more Democrats and more like global center left figures involved with this, but it was truly like a very bipartisan thing at the end of the day. But like the thing that happened today with like, for Epstein Files Part 1, even if the stuff in there wasn't just like, Xerox shit we already know, ultra redacted to protect Israel, to protect any like Trump associates, to protect Trump himself, it would be farcical just on the nature of like, you're sending in the fucking alimony rapist and the Chabad spinster, and they're getting if what was in there was real, they are receiving like these tranches of child pornography. And they're like, yo, who's coming to the Holiday Inn to watch this with us?
Yeah, it was surreal to see that image of them like in the Rose Garden holding up these like Xerox news articles, beaming ear to ear as they were like, yay, look at all this child sex trafficking. We're so happy to have this now. Surely there'll be some sort of these revelations will further bring down all the powerful evil people who are coincidentally our political enemies.
I mean, it's a trite point.
What a coincidence! It turns out all the accusations against Alan Dershowitz were completely false. Amazing!
It really is incredible that the Democrats just continually they have to be associated with the Clintons or whoever else, and they are just unable to touch it. You know, there was Michael Wolff released that audio during the election of Epstein saying, "Oh, Donald Trump's my best friend, and I'm a pedophile with him." And they didn't do it because you've got Bill Clinton out campaigning, and there's sort of an understanding there, I think, almost.
Whenever like things like this, like these promised revelations, and I feel the same way every time, whether it's like they're gonna release the JFK files, they're gonna release the Area 51 files. So like the idea that like the same government that like killed the president and is currently like breeding alien greys with like human women and children or whatever, they're like, well, yeah, we kept extensive records on all of this, and we'd be happy to share them with you when a certain amount of time has passed.
I mean, it's always going to function as a sort of like limited hangout type of thing, where it's like you can use like to sort of occupy both sides, or it's like you're on the Democratic side or Republican side. You can just sort of like, there's no real information. There's nothing that like anything that was actually like anything that could be used against them is like Abe said, is thrown in the fucking bin. It's gone. But you have names and numbers. And so like again, like Cernovich or any of these guys can throw that out and say, look at the Democratic sickos, or then the other side they can go, here, look at the Trump sickos, and it's like, yeah, they're all connected, they're all like fucking children, but it's never enough to actually nail the other side. It's just another manifestation, I guess, of a sort of maybe a culture war thing, or it never goes anywhere. It's just
got a completely different
box.
life of its own. It's like the P Diddy stuff, you know. I seen a post the other day, Post Malone meeting some kid with cancer, and the comments are just like, oh, getting ahead of the Diddy tapes. Just every single thing has to be related to this. It's absurd. It bears no reality whatsoever to what is going on. People have this sort of folk horror idea of what.
Yeah, they get to build up their own sort of idea of what was actually going on without ever having any real evidence for it.
Yeah,
it's like a build your own adventure type shit.
Yeah, very much so.
I know I said, Trump, he does his agenda, polls be damned, voters be damned. He's got an agenda. He's going to carry it out. The next thing I want to talk about would be the counter example to this. And that is probably the funniest thing that happened in the last couple of weeks is Trump's Justice Department and FBI coming out and just saying, Epstein, who dat? Nothing to see here. He killed himself. He wasn't murdered. And there is no client list. This is literally 2 weeks or so, like a month after his attorney general went on TV and said, I have the client list on my desk.
It got lost. You know, like when the janitors come in at your office job and, you just got a mess of papers on your desk. And sometimes they throw away that one important piece of paper. And that was your only backup. It's gone. It doesn't matter. Stop asking about it.
Well, actually, what happened was she took a look at it. And I hate to say this, faves were implicated.
Yeah.
Also, I'm really confused because typically nomenclature, like Epstein Black Book, right?
Yeah.
That's constantly talking, Epstein Black Book. And Pam Bondi is like Epstein Client List. Well, what is it? What the hell? It's a switcheroo.
I mean, the client list, that is a good point. Like putting it in those terms, I always thought was, I mean, it is part of this sort of like co-opting of the whole Epstein thing. It all started when John Kennedy, that guy who pretends to be Foghorn Leghorn from Louisiana, one of their senators, started talking about it. And, the Daily Wire would put out like an Epstein didn't kill himself, like ugly Christmas sweater. And you would think, hey, remember what country he was running a blackmail ring for, Daily Wire? But you could see this coming, that there would be a QAnon and then moronification of the whole Epstein thing, and it would lose meaningless. It would be divorced from all context and the actual horrifying reality of what it is. And like just saying that Epstein had a Google Doc that was like list of all my clients,
list of child fuckers.
Yeah, that he was, you would come to the island and put your card into like one of those square machines that never works. And they would turn it around, turn the iPad around for you. That is it's obviously like, a salacious and like ultimately counterintuitive way to understand it, because it is, if you are cynical, you can say, oh, well, there's no client list, but just in the pure true matter of fact that there were people, several, probably dozens of people who were deeply involved in this and have faced no criminal proceedings. I mean, that's obviously the real thing here. But that is, people go in the other direction of going, well, there's no client list. So, maybe there was like Prince Andrew, a couple other scumbags, but really this was just Jeffrey and Ghislaine. They were doing that thing from the Beavis and Butthead episode where they keep passing the same dollar back and forth and sell each other all their candy from the fundraiser. They were doing a very evil version of that.
I also think that this is like a semi-clever obfuscation, because we know plenty of people who were involved with Epstein. Even if we don't know that, Trump was balls deep in it, as it were, he's been pictured with Epstein. We know about Prince Andrew. It's like with so many conspiracies, we know the truth of the broad outlines, but people need something to hang on to about the one document that will say the CIA memo that's yes, we killed JFK. People are waiting out for that, looking past the broader truth that we already know.
Well, I mean, not to keep ragging on her, but our pal ContraPoints weighed in on this issue again this week.
Of course she did.
And her basic point was that look, the criminal trials, really it only implicated Jeffrey and Ghislaine in the abuse of these girls, and then how Jeffrey Epstein got all that money and why Les Wexner gave him power of attorney.
That's none of my business.
Tens of millions of dollars a year for tax advice to a guy who didn't even basically graduated high school. That's none of our business. And
Leon Black, the ogre-ish financier, one of the most evil looking guys ever, gave Jeffrey Epstein $200 million for what he said was tax advice. And maybe it really was, for all we know. I mean, again, we hate to keep harping on her. She's only in the top 1,000 of most regretful Chapo guests. It's a long list. It is a long list, so she's safe.
Well, and a rare woman on the regret list also.
That's true. That is true. But I mean, talk about crackpot realism, because for that to be your explanation of the whole thing, then I mean, do you remember that thing about how Epstein had that trust that bought winning lottery tickets? ContraPoints is the only one who believes Jeffrey Epstein's excuse. How did I make all this money? I won the lottery every day.
He's a lucky guy, that Jeff.
One of the luckiest guys ever.
But I'm more interested in. I'm more interested in how this plays out politically on the Trump side of things, because he was asked about, what his FBI and Department of Justice and the White House, and his response was to the reporter who asked him about it: "Are you still talking about Epstein? This guy hasn't
stop
been
bringing up old shit.
This guy has been talked about for years. Are people still talking about this creep? I can't believe you're asking a question about Epstein." And this is a good chunk of his appeal to a lot of his voters was that they were hoping that the client list would be revealed and all the sickos would get rounded up and arrested. And now he's just like, why are you asking me about that?
It's
Did you see the J.D. Vance tweet where he was just like, if you're a journalist not looking into this, we all know what's going on here.
Well, he also had that tweet about hey, remember how this implicated people in the highest rings of power, and then it just went away. There's always a tweet. Well, and also how funny is this in retrospect? Several months back, where he gathered Cernovich and people for that absolutely embarrassing pageant where they all held up binders that said Jeffrey Epstein dossier volume 1, and then any of these weirdos worth their salt were there's nothing new in here, but what a pageant that they were made a part of, when their whole thing is follow me, you mentally ill people, down this garden path.
I used to have one of my favorite memories with Matt, actually. I used to have so much fun talking to Trump guys. One of my favorite memories with Matt, and I've told this story on the show a few times, but we were in D.C. the month of Trump's inauguration, and Matt was a little drunk, and he walked by this
impossible to imagine
very stupid looking man in a cowboy, a Trump cowboy hat, and he was fucking idiot, and went inside to the hotel we were at. I thought it was I had an Amtrak ride at 4 a.m.
I was quiet.
Yeah, well, he heard you though. He did hear you.
You're never quiet, Matt.
Yeah. He did hear you because he fortunately was 5'8", but he did the, you know what I do to people who call me a fucking idiot, which is hilarious because that means it happens all the time. But I didn't I think violence is bad. So I calm things down, and his friend there was a taller man in a cowboy hat who was also of the same mind of calming things down. And I used to love talking to a random Trump guy in a cowboy hat because it was such a fun novelty. And I talked to this guy for an hour. He was so dumb. I loved him. He said, I love the Clintons. I'm from Arkansas, but this was a once in a lifetime opportunity to elect a businessman. I adore
just
this
like
man.
George W. Bush.
Yeah. You could even ask him why not vote for George Soros then? But I now when I see a Trump voter, I think they're cattle. I want to whip them because this entire we need, hey, it isn't pretty, but we need to abduct everyone's families and terrify these kids and kick down the doors of preschools and flashbang everyone. It's because of wage competition, right? Wage competition is so bad. We need to do all this shit. And then Trump just comes out and says, well, we've actually talked to everyone who owns a farm, some disgusting agribusiness pig slop runoff concern, or a hotel or a restaurant. And they said, actually, this economy doesn't work if we do that. So we're just going to terrify the ones we think don't work on farms. And all these people go, great point. Thank you, sir. These people were to all the Epstein stuff, all the, Hillary, here's my hilarious Photoshop of Hillary killing him. And then Trump, I'm reminded of another great Photoshop where Trump is in a certain sperm bank, if people know what I'm talking about. He basically comes out and does that, and people are like, another great point. We need to protect Israel. These people love eating shit. It's insane.
Remember the chant, Hillary for prison, and just Trump in the yeah, never mind.
Yeah. Matt, he said when they asked him about that after, he said, politics is a tough business.
Yep. I mean, I say that, sure. I don't mean that, you fucking idiot. It's you're right, sir.
They did it again. He did this for 4 years before, and they were like, let's try it again.
And on an even more sinister level, I think like these people are very happy to look the other way on their pet projects like Epstein client lists, just because I think they are so delighted by seeing, like some like Mexican dad being scooped up at his doctor's appointment and like crying, for his kids being left behind. I think that really like gives them their jollies, so they're happy to look past any other broken, half-hearted campaign promises.
Well, I mean, like, it's not just like a half-hearted campaign promise. There was something almost spiritual about the MAGA movement, about how it would redeem America and free us from the grip of these like deep state pedophiles that have infiltrated every aspect of our government. And Trump was the only honest man. He was the only one not compromised by this, which is hilarious to imagine, because there are like the voluminous records of his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. And actually, bringing that up, I watched that video of them at that party. The clip that, you know what I'm talking about? The clip that everyone always shows.
Yeah.
Okay, like where they're both grinning and Jeffrey Epstein's in sort of the Canadian tuxedo. I gotta say, I haven't seen that video in a long time. Jeffrey Epstein in that video looks demonic. He looks fucking like he's got that gummy smile and tiny teeth, and there's something about the way he's smiling that is horrifying.
Yeah, I mean, like it's bad to judge people on appearances, except if they have the gums of evil, as one Jay Epstein and
Jordan Creamy.
Creamy Jordan, who we talked about last episode. The gums of evil are a huge tell. And I would figure Trump, whenever I talk about it, I feel like Trump, because it sounds like a Trump thing. But he's too stupid to even put that together.
But back to what I was saying about like this was almost like a spiritual mission as part of MAGA that like Jeffrey Epstein was the centerpiece of, and that like maybe it didn't happen in the first Trump term, but it's definitely going to happen in the second term. And the thing is that this was largely promoted by the Trump administration, by when they were running for office. This was like kind of a North Star of, like I said, a kind of spiritual mission to redeem America. And then there was like the big flop of the Epstein dossier that Catherine referred to. And then that was like a couple months ago. And now they're just like, yep, there was, he killed himself. Nothing to see here. We don't have any files on it. And then like Kash Patel and Dan Bongino, where they're just like, if we released any more information about this, it would re-victimize these people.
Yeah,
so
like
we're not going to do that.
Give a shit.
Yeah,
I couldn't believe that. Like the people who you go through their following list, and it's just all like rape victim else. yeah, we're against re-victimizing people.
Yeah.
Did you see the prison video they released, which
wasn't even his cell, and there's a minute missing from the metadata. Okay, I'm glad Matt's on the show, because Matt, they are dabbing on us. We are being dabbed on to an unprecedented degree.
They're dabbing on us, and they love eating shit. That's the thing. It's like Texas, don't tread on me or whatever. Remember that Ted Cruz, like literally like the unprecedented cold snap. He's just fucking off to Cancun.
He was on vacation again during this big flood. The man is always on vacation.
He was in Mykonos. Like he's a college student in Berlin.
Like he's a gay college student in Berlin.
Yeah. I mean, like Trump should release like a jib jab of Jeffrey Epstein. Make a jib jab where he's in the Manhattan Detention Center and have him go, I'm killing myself because I know anti-Semitism from the pro-Palestine people is going to get so bad in the 5 years after my death. Goodbye. I'm going back to my home planet. And he could go, see?
These people love falling for like shitty AI images. They could just do it that way.
Oh man, I saw someone post. You remember the Elon and Trump dancing video?
Oh yeah.
I saw someone sincerely go, I miss this vibe.
That was Utah Senator Mike Lee.
Oh, that was Mike. Man,
I believe so. Yeah.
Excuse me, based Mike Lee.
Yeah, correct.
Oh, he needs to kill himself. Like now.
Based killed himself.
Yeah.
Like Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah. But like, I don't know, like this kind of bait and switch. Like, I to be fair, I am seeing a lot of Trump supporters be genuinely angry about this, and are using languages like we've been betrayed. Give me more shit. I can't wait to eat it. But I have been seeing like more on the intelligentsia on the right. They've moved on to either saying there's nothing to see here, or like, this is a waste of time to I don't know, try to get justice or accountability of this massive blackmail ring and its effects it may have on our government or democracy. But like some of them have just come out to be like, Jeffrey Epstein is cool and he was a hero.
Yeah.
And that or just that ephebophilia is part of Western civilization, and Jeffrey Epstein was one of our greatest philosophers and supporters.
It's a Judeo-Christian value.
Yeah.
Jeffrey, it was probably sad for Jeffrey Epstein to not be around for Compact. He would have loved it.
Yeah, he would have loved a lot that's come after his death.
I was thinking that with my dad. It was like, oh, he would have loved Game of Thrones.
It's hard to tell where this is going, because I've also seen reactions from people to just be like, yes, Trump is a pedophile, but he's still the greatest president America's ever had, and we need to support his deportation ethnic cleansing regime.
Well,
and
I'm interested to see how, based on that, it feels like QAnon is pretty washed at this point, right? Like, you don't really hear about it anymore, and this is kind of the tip of the QAnon mainstream spear. So if you're seeding okay, Trump is a pedophile, but he's the best pedophile, where do you go from there?
Hard to say.
Yeah, that's a good point. There really is nowhere to go.
Yeah,
that's it.
Yeah, seeding the point that he is a pedophile is all right, well, so pedophiles are good, I guess, or there are some good ones if they're on yours, it's a non-starter.
I mean, it would be foolish to just unilaterally disarm in the pedophile race when our opponents are also pedophiles.
Right.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah, you would feel like Ukraine giving their nukes back to Russia.
White hat's pedophile.
No, literally. Now people are saying that Jeffrey Epstein was a white hat pedophile, and that he was actually working to blackmail Israel on behalf of the United States. I've seen that take as well.
Who's saying what the fuck?
I'm posting a ContraPoint style notes app bemoaning if that's true. If Jeffrey Epstein actually was blackmailing Israel, I'm feeling the despair. I'm feeling the misery,
the bitterness.
Yeah.
Cry Freedom, it's a documentary. It's basically it's the function, the send the pedophile to catch the pedophile,
Oh, they
never trust a pedophile.
Right, I was gonna say they should change the shirts. Sometimes trust a pedophile.
Yeah, it's like the movie trope where it's okay, we gotta catch the worst criminal, the biggest thief in the world, so we gotta release this other thief that's in prison. You need a pedophile like Donald Trump to be loosed on the world to catch the other pedophiles.
Go undercover.
Yeah.
This would doing The Blacklist, but with Jared Fogle in the James Spader role. It'd be a great show.
Well, I mean, yeah, you referenced it earlier, but Nancy Pelosi's daughter, her famous tweet where she's like, we have to follow this wherever it goes, and some of our faves may need to not be our faves anymore. I mean, the right wing are just doing that right now. I actually kind of respect it because they're going a step further, because they're like, Jeffrey Epstein is still our fave, and he's our fave because of all the rape he did.
Well, and our faves are still our faves.
Yeah, we might discover new faves watching these tapes.
I saw someone, one of those sort of Bronze Age pervert reply guys, say that I look up to Jeffrey Epstein and Sam Bankman-Fried because there aren't too many white international criminals, and we need a couple, and they're cool. They're cool because of the crimes they did.
Re-education camp. There's no resuscitation possible.
Remember when international criminal? It was like a jewel thief. It was like that movie Diabolique.
No, it's just international pedophilia.
Yeah. It reminds me of the come down bit of the rapper bragging about doing time for CP.
Moving on to the like I said, I don't know where this is going to go. It does seem like a lot of Trump fans are genuinely disappointed by this, but I have been enjoying seeing the sort of based right-wing intelligentsia all decide concurrently that there's nothing to see here. This is a big distraction, and you're a loser if you care about Epstein, and also he was cool.
Yeah, maybe you like really made your bones on this. Maybe you made a movie about it. I don't know. And, now it just doesn't matter anymore. And in fact, it never mattered. And, you're gay and cringe if you're saying, what about that?
Yeah, it's gay to care about anything except for Latin mass. I don't know if for or against. I don't know. My knowledge ends there. I have to read the Wikia. I'm sorry, but that is the only thing to care about.
Yeah.
Ongoing schism in MAGA world relating to the Epstein Files or the lack thereof. So when are they going to release these files? Do the files even exist? Well, our president has weighed in on it over the weekend. Writing on True Social, Donald J. Trump states, "What's going on with my boys, and in some cases gals? They're all going after Attorney General Pam Bondi, who is doing a fantastic job. We're on one team, MAGA, and I don't like what's happening. We have a perfect administration, the talk of the world. And selfish people, quote unquote, are trying to hurt it, all over a guy who never dies, Jeffrey Epstein. For years, it's Epstein over and over again. Why are we giving publicity to files written by Obama, Crooked Hillary, Comey, Brennan, and the losers and criminals of the Biden administration, who conned the world with Russia hoax, the laptop from hell and more? They created the Epstein Files, just like they created the fake Hillary Clinton, Christopher Steele dossier that they used on me. And now my so-called friends are playing right into their hands."
Why are we even platforming Jeffrey Epstein? He's out. He unalived himself.
He committed suicide.
Yeah. That's what I thought he was going to go with. I mean, I saw the other press conference where he said to talk about this now after, and he didn't even remember where all those girls died. He said after the thing in Texas. He said it's a desecration.
It's a desecration to talk about it.
Yeah. One would wonder why Biden didn't reveal the files if they made them. I don't know. I mean, I guess I could see Obama being too into procedure to do it, but surely Biden would have. I think trying to conflate it with the Steele dossier is he has such good memories of turning the Russiagate thing on its head. And this just really isn't the same thing. It's one thing when you're taking advantage of people's innate boredom when they hear about Nellie Orr and who is the Lev Parnas. But it's another thing when you're we're going to get all these pedophiles. We're going to reveal all their secrets. I'm committing right now. I'm in these files, and it's because they lied about me.
Well, I guess the thing that I'm going to zero in on here is when he says that the Epstein Files, which don't exist or do exist, he says if they do, basically if they do exist, they were written by all the losers and criminals of the Biden administration. But I guess my problem with that is that Trump was the president when Jeffrey Epstein died in federal custody. So why don't you have your files? Why was there no investigation done by anyone who's not a crooked criminal?
I know even the people who were skeptical on Trump on the right wing side, I don't get how I mean, I'm sorry. Maybe I wasn't paying attention. Maybe Alex Acosta, he was just despite everything, he was an up and coming star, a great administrator. But it seems to me there was no other reason for him to be in the administration. Almost like he got rewarded for doing a specific act when he was U.S. attorney in Florida. To me, it seems like the most predictable fucking set of circumstances. And I have very little sympathy for the people who said they were fooled because either you were too stupid to do whatever job you have, or you were aware that Donald Trump was president in 2018, but just for how they have done this, how Trump and Bondi and all these people have done this, I think they they arrived at the single worst possible way they could have done this. Like the most discrediting and demoralizing. Like if they had literally released like Donald Trump like kissing a ninth grader, and we're like they like put like a jib jab type cutout of AOC's head on him, and we're like, oh, look at that. I guess we see how AOC came from being a bartender to a congresswoman. She was on the plane, everybody. I think it would have gone over better. Like more people would be willing to stand behind it, but doing it this way where it's like, I have the files on my desk. I just have to go over them to make sure that Donald Trump isn't in them. The files are fake, and also Biden made them.
Yeah, the idea that Biden made it is pretty funny. Like, there's a Democratic version of like the fake Republican Epstein list that goes around, where it's like every single Democratic celebrity. It's like people who wouldn't be in there. It's like The Weeknd is in there.
Alex, I saw one where Cardi B is in there.
Yeah, just people who were like people who weren't famous yet when Jeffrey Epstein was still doing that shit.
Yeah, Cardi B, when she was like a random teenager who was a member of the Bloods, Jeffrey Epstein was like, hey, do you want to, like, I know you're also 15.
Yeah.
But do you want to join this as a perpetrator?
Like Lil Nas X was on there. When he was 16. Lizzo was on there. Everybody you hate.
Yeah.
But there's like a Democratic version of that where it's like John Voight, Kevin Sorbo, just naming every conservative celebrity. Yeah.
Scott Pressler.
James Woods. Well, hold on a second.
Yeah, I don't know.
Wait 1 minute here.
Yeah, he's on both lists.
I just want to read a little bit more from the Truth Social post. He goes on to say, we are saving our country and making America great again, which will continue to be our complete priority. The left is imploding. Kash Patel and the FBI must be focused on investigating voter fraud, political corruption, Act Blue, the rigged and stolen election of 2020, and arresting thugs and criminals. Instead of spending month after month looking at nothing but the same old radical left-inspired documents on Jeffrey Epstein, let Pam Bondi do her job. She's great. The 2020 election was rigged and stolen, and they tried to do the same thing in 2024. That's what she is looking into as AG, and much more. 1 year ago, our country...
Wait, okay, sorry. So did they forget to steal it in 2024? I never fucking get this. I never get this. It's the same thing for when they go, once we like do all these ICE raids after the first like year of this presidency, watch all these blue states turn red. And it's like, so are they selectively doing voter fraud? Like once you catch the illegal immigrants that are voting or whatever, they're like, you got us fair and square.
You think it would be easier to steal an election when you're in power rather than when you're trying to win not re-election, but the first time. But just lastly, he says here, this is my favorite part. He says, 1 year ago, our country was dead. Now it's the hottest country anywhere in the world. Let's keep it that way and not waste time and energy on Jeffrey Epstein, somebody that nobody cares about. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Man, it would be better to say nothing. Like everybody else did, like the Clintons, they just said nothing. They weren't out there acknowledging it.
Yeah, the Democrats, they've chosen, it's a hard choice, attack Trump on this, uniquely damaging thing that has the side advantage of ripping his coalition, at least his online entertainer coalition apart, or get 5 more Bill Clinton DNC speeches where he looks increasingly hollowed. It's a tough choice, and I can see why they went with the latter. But with this, it really is like pretending it didn't happen, like the Democrats would be better than this. I mean, again, the worst possible way you could do this.
Yeah.
I don't think this was going to die down, but at least like you could see it getting kicked to the side. You could see it being the ice cubes kicked under the fridge, like the other, mini flare-ups, like the H-1B visa thing early on in the administration. But he just chooses to go out here and go, you know what? I actually was talking to my friends who have known me for my whole life, and they said that I'm the least likely to kiss a 15-year-old.
It's funny you guys are still posting about Jeffrey Epstein. I've been at the gym. I've been hanging out at the gym. I've been going on dates. I've been doing cool shit.
I actually show these posts to Epstein victims, and they actually laugh about how wrong you are.
Yeah, we're all at the bar looking at our phones like, oh my God, you guys are losers. You're still on this old meme shit. This chuggy ass meme. We don't say that shit anymore, man. We say Diddy party. We talk about baby oil and Diddy parties. You guys are doing the old meme about a pedophile.